After traversing and devouring the world for a millennium, Qiong finally awaited the arrival of his destined golden finger. Upon reaching a certain realm, one may select a singular opportunity for reincarnation, randomly resurrecting across the myriad heavens. Achieving specific objectives in this new life would yield rewards. With each successive breakthrough simulation, Qiong ultimately stood atop the myriad heavens through his own efforts. Chapter 1. The Honorable Qiong, the core of humanity, in the primal universe. Chaos City, a realm whose existence predates that of most cosmic nations, is jointly governed by the 5 dominant forces of the human race. The Virtual Universe Company, the Great Axe Martial Arena, the First Bank of the Universe, the Cosmic Galaxy Bank, and the Universe Mercenary Alliance. Above the expanse of Chaos City, spatial rifts occasionally tore open, mending themselves amidst swirling streams of chaotic energy. A figure emerged from the depths of these fissures and currents, his eyes shimmering like stars, clad in an ancient silver-gold battle armor and adorned with battle boots. He stood suspended in the void, quietly observing the cosmic rifts, gazing at the peculiar threads of secret patterns. Is this truly the extent of my talent? No matter how diligently I train or observe, I cannot advance further, he mused, casting his gaze downward upon a gathering of individuals. Another group of younglings has arrived. It seems they are from the Virtual Universe Company, as indicated by the number 11. Let me see if any familiar names appear in this cosmic genius battle. As he contemplated this, he accessed the virtual universe to peruse information regarding the current genius battle, and to his surprise, he encountered an unexpected delight. Is Lien Luo among this batch? That implies he is quite close to Luo Feng's era. Since he is a familiar face, this time I shall. With this thought, he suddenly materialized before the team of geniuses. Lien Luo, do you wish to become my disciple? Lien Luo surveyed his surroundings. Within Chaos City stood numerous small buildings, and on the balconies of many, various humans sat in quiet meditation. Some were inscribing symbols, while others murmured incantations. The powerful auras emanating from them were far superior to that of a realm master. Lien Luo tilted his head towards the sky. Above, near the deepest recesses of the cosmic rift, he could faintly discern figures standing in the void. Occasionally, some of these beings would gaze down upon their group. Suddenly, Lien Luo noticed that one of the figures in the sky seemed to have vanished, followed by a voice whispering in his ear, Lien Luo, do you wish to become my registered disciple? Lien Luo regarded the sudden apparition with some hesitation. Esteemed senior. Before Lien Luo could finish his sentence, the foremost envoy, designated as number 11, bowed deeply to the figure, proclaiming, I pay my respects to the Honorable Qiong. The other geniuses, still in a state of shock, began to comprehend the significance of those words. Several with notable backgrounds respectfully saluted the silver-gold armored figure, saying, We pay our respects, Honorable One. It was only then that the remaining geniuses proffered their salutations. Upon hearing the envoy's words, Lien Luo found himself uttering, Disciple Lien Luo pays homage to Master. At this moment, Lien Luo gazed at the figure clad in silver-gold armor, and without hesitation, performed the disciple's kneeling salute. His current grasp of information was minimal, and his understanding of the hierarchy of power within the universe stemmed solely from his realm master teacher. Although he had yet to fully comprehend the identity of the sudden apparition, the profound respect shown by the envoy, who was even stronger than his previous teacher, indicated to him that this individual was undoubtedly immensely powerful. Rise, Qiong gestured, using divine power to assist Lien Luo in standing. He observed Lien Luo with a heart full of emotion. After a millennium of waiting, he had encountered the individual mentioned in the original narrative, signaling that the plot was about to unfold. Having traversed to this world for a full millennium, during the first epoch, he began his path of cultivation from a planet where the strongest beings were merely stellar level. He exhibited remarkable aptitude for the laws of gold and space, ultimately comprehending the law of gold in the 5th millennium of the second epoch, breaking through his internal world to attain immortality, and in the 5th millennium, grasping one of the higher laws, the law of space, becoming a cosmic sovereign. Yet, after achieving sovereignty, like the majority of sovereigns, he found himself at a standstill in comprehending the law of time, limited to merely the highest techniques of cosmic sovereigns. To this day, he remains a mid-tier cosmic sovereign. At the moment of his ascension to immortality, he had always believed that the incarnation he had traversed into was the new protagonist of this world. Luo Feng was merely a remnant of the old era. By the time Luo Feng emerged, he expected to be renowned as the strongest in the cosmic sea. However, after spending an entire 5 millennia to understand the law of space, those illusions had long since dissipated. In the original narrative, Lien Luo emerged from the genius battle, subsequently becoming the universe's foremost genius. And within several millennia, he created snowfall and was eventually conferred the title of Blood Robe Marquis after perishing in a certain cosmic secret realm. This all transpired in less than 100,000 years. The insights he recorded during Luo Feng's era had yet to be erased, indicating that the time from Luo Feng's era is not far off. Qiong silently calculated within his heart. After selecting the Chaos Steel, "Come to the virtual universe to meet me tomorrow," Qiong declared, and then vanished from the sight of the crowd. Soon, the news of the Honorable Qiong taking on disciples swept through Chaos City like a tempest. In the realm of cosmic talent, the foremost contenders are often those endowed with exceptional gifts, yet the majority have not had the privilege of being mentored by the esteemed cosmic sovereigns. Those fortunate enough to receive instruction from the pinnacle of the royal realm are exceedingly rare, for to the immortals who possess boundless lives, they have encountered countless prodigies throughout their existence. Nevertheless, even the formidable figures in the sky, after Qie Qiong accepted disciples, paid keen attention to this matter. Talents are seldom seen, yet a prodigy who is directly taken as a disciple by a cosmic sovereign is indeed a rarity. For instance, in the original narrative, only the wild man, Rong Jun from Luo Feng's cohort, was selected as a disciple by a cosmic sovereign right from the outset. Rong Jun was accepted as a disciple by a certain monarch, primarily due to the influence of his mighty acts. The disparities among immortals are vast. The immortal army master, the immortal duke, and the immortal king each possess considerable differences in strength. Within the realm of prodigies, those of extraordinary caliber can rival the might of immortals, with the immortal army master being one such example. Generally speaking, the ethereal figures in the void show little regard for ordinary talents. After all, even the champion of an ordinary talent competition typically reaches only the pinnacle of the immortal duke. However, from the moment Lien Luo made his appearance, being directly chosen as a disciple by a cosmic sovereign suggests that he is indeed somewhat exceptional. This individual, named Lien Luo. The beings in the void delved into the virtual cosmos to unearth information, but soon cast it aside. To them, Lien Luo was merely akin to previous cosmic prodigies. For Qie Qiong, had Lien Luo not been a character referenced in the original narrative, a significant anchor, his presence today would have merely brought him mild amusement. Otherwise, it would have been of little consequence. The talent competition occurs once every 5,000 years, at least twice per epoch. Throughout Qie Qiong's 10,000 epochs, how many purported champions have emerged, and how many have achieved the stature he currently holds? The champion of his contemporary talent competition has long since perished. Even in the talent battles that followed his ascension to sovereign, fewer than 3 cosmic sovereigns emerged. Moreover, Qie Qiong was well aware of Lien Luo's fate in the absence of his guidance. Chapter 2. The Golden Finger? Only now, a day later, in the virtual universe, Thunder Island, Central Mountain Range. From the summit, one gazes downwards, where the ethereal currents diffuse, revealing glimpses of palatial structures below. This realm is inhabited by the immortal deities of the Virtual Universe Corporation. Thunder Island is home to the eternal beings, while the palaces situated on the mountainside belong to the cosmic sovereigns, with the apex of the mountain serving as the domain of the cosmic lord, alongside several immensely powerful cosmic overlords. Qie Qiong is merely an ordinary mid-tier cosmic sovereign, residing in the palatial quarters on the mountainside. The walls of his palace are inscribed with his insights from the commencement of his cultivation journey to the present day. Though not as formidable as the Chaos Steel of Chaos City, it remains a rare treasure. He has been cultivating since childhood and achieved planetary level status at the age of 18. Within a year, he comprehended the realm of gold, and by the 3rd year, he grasped a fragment of the golden laws, establishing himself as the strongest on the planet of his birth. Upon reaching stellar level, he engaged in consecutive victories within the slaughter arenas of the virtual universe, subsequently receiving an invitation from the external steward of the Virtual Universe Corporation. This led him to become an internal member of a mid-tier nation, gradually ascending to become a cosmic-level member of the Virtual Universe Corporation's apocalyptic secret realm. Following this, he traversed the primordial domains until he triumphed over the gifted individuals who had entered the original secret realm through their cosmic talents. Step by step, he emerged as the pinnacle among ordinary prodigies. Reflecting on that time now, he acknowledges a hint of arrogance in himself. After becoming a cosmic-level member of the original secret realm, Qie Qiong rapidly cultivated to the level of Realm Master, without even contending for resources at the Domain Master level. The Realm Master level signifies an explosive period of power, during which even the immortal level beings cannot match the Realm Master's pace of cultivation. Utilizing his newfound status, he swiftly attuned to the laws, securing recognition from the essence of gold within a year. Even the previously obscure spatial laws began to clarify at an astonishing rate. Before the commencement of the next 10,000-year secret realm ranking tournament, he managed to ascend to the 19th layer of the 9 universes Chaos Steel and the Heavenly Bridge. Such insights could rival those of certain peak kings. However, it seems that his innate talents have reached their limit. After becoming a cosmic sovereign, his understanding of the laws of time, influenced by the complete spatial laws, remains at the 10th layer of the Heavenly Bridge. Qie Qiong had opted for the 9 universes Chaos Steel, and with the addition of the temporal and spatial musings that I provided him, he would be sufficiently equipped to grow gradually. At this moment, Qie Qiong sat alone within his palace, deep in contemplation. He is not well versed in mentoring disciples. His decision to accept a student yesterday was a spontaneous whim. Throughout 10,000 epochs, he has never taken on a disciple, nor does he possess any teaching experience. Not to mention that he finds it bothersome. While Qie Qiong was lost in thought, a sudden notification appeared before him. Heavenly systems loading complete. Would you like to recharge? Qie Qiong was momentarily stunned, as a multitude of information surged into his mind. He hastily exited the virtual universe and beheld the persistent recharge option before him. Was this truly a golden finger? Not an illusion? Qie Qiong could hardly believe it. This system had been loading for 1,000,000 epochs? 18 million years. It is precisely because I have been cautious and have never actively engaged in perilous ventures that I have survived. What if I had perished? I had even contemplated clinging to Luo Feng's coattails for some years, and now it arrives? And it demands a recharge right from the outset? Qie Qiong found himself rather speechless. Just when he had resolved to take a passive approach, the system appeared. Indeed, its timing was impeccable. Regardless, he diligently began to comprehend the flood of information that entered his mind. The heavenly system resembles a fusion of the reincarnation systems and shopping systems he had encountered in novels during his time on Earth. Its primary function is to allow him to possess an avatar in another world. However, this avatar initially retains only the memories prior to his transmigration, while other memories are sealed. Nevertheless, it possesses a golden finger that enables him to select one item or skill he possesses to grant to his avatar. Another function allows him to utilize the system's marketplace to convert secret techniques from the other world into those of his current realm. Qie Qiong rapidly contemplated the requirements for recharging. Good heavens, were it not for the fact that I am currently not at planetary level, I would be unable to afford these resources even at stellar level. Truly, without wealth, one cannot engage with any system. On a panel visible solely to Qie Qiong, items such as Widya crystals X100, alongside various miscellaneous goods, were displayed. While these were manageable, the most significant item was a life fruit. A single life fruit could restore even the gravest of injuries beneath the immortal threshold, something Qie Qiong could never have procured at planetary level. Fortunately, I am no longer at planetary level. Lacking these lower-tier resources, Qie Qiong ascended to the virtual universe to procure a batch of resources. An hour later. Now, let's give this a try. Qie Qiong initiated the recharge of the delivered resources into the system. With a thought, he directly utilized this opportunity. World extraction in progress. I hope to draw a world with avatar techniques, Qie Qiong mused. Should he draw a world possessing such techniques and successfully complete the task, he would not only acquire an avatar in the other realm, but he could also cultivate an avatar in his current world. There are numerous worlds that possess avatar techniques. The chance of drawing one is quite promising. World extraction successful. Please choose from the following worlds. 1. Doluo Dalu. The selected item will transform into a second martial soul. 2. Dupo Sanqiong. The selected technique can be converted to the highest level of heavenly rank. 3. Snow Eagle Lord. This world is unrestricted and shares the same level as the current world. These 3 worlds. Qie Qiong fell into contemplation. Without a doubt, the first world is immediately dismissed. The so-called divine artifact, the sea god trident, weighs merely 100,000 jin, yet it can shake the entire continent. Qie Qiong believes he could wreak havoc even at planetary level. As for the second and third worlds, had he still been at planetary level, he might have hesitated. While Dupo, even with the addition of the Great Thousand Worlds, does not rank highly, the threshold for comprehending spatial power is low, making it easier for him, when he was still at planetary level, to grasp the spatial laws. However, he has already thoroughly comprehended the spatial laws. Thus I choose. Chapter 3. The first transmigration, choosing 3, the world of Snow Eagle Lord. Among these 3 worlds, if Dupo was the optimal choice at planetary level, then the Snow Eagle Lord world is the best choice for a cosmic sovereign. Qie Qiong intended to select a world with avatar techniques, as in the Snow Eagle world. One can acquire such techniques even at the divine level, and it is not impossible to achieve extraordinary feats. Furthermore, This Snow Eagle Lord world might very well be the future of the primary world, swallowing the starry sky. I wonder if there exists my future self within the Snow Eagle realm, Qie Qiong pondered. The likelihood is slim, otherwise I would truly become my own golden finger. Wouldn't I? After Qie Qiong made his choice, another passage of text swiftly followed. Please select an initial item to serve as a starting tool. The system will convert it into an item from the chosen world. First category, treasures. Second category, techniques. Third category, weapons. I have chosen the category of techniques. Among the various techniques, the second option appears to be the most beneficial and reliable. Although there exists a treasure that can elevate one to immortality in a single step, without the corresponding mindset, it merely embodies the principles of the lowest realm. Even if one were to succeed, what would it ultimately amount to? As for the weapons category, it is even less significant. A mere mid-tier venerable would hardly possess any formidable weaponry. Furthermore, even if granted a doppelganger, could he truly defend it? Only the techniques, as a form of a golden finger, reside within the mind of the doppelganger and cannot be seized. Should the doppelganger be born into an ordinary household, devoid of even the most basic cultivation techniques, and perish without realizing their potential, it would render this opportunity utterly wasted. Moreover, having cultivated to this point, I am acutely aware of my innate strengths. Thus, employing the techniques I have created as my golden finger would ensure a perfect alignment with my capabilities. In this reincarnation, you have chosen the technique Golden Light as your golden finger. Due to the extensive nature of the techniques, they can only be read upon reaching adulthood or attaining a title level. The goal of reincarnation is to achieve a divine rank within 100,000 years. This target seems quite feasible. Ascending to divinity in the realm of the Snow Eagle Lord presents a challenge akin to attaining the title of an immortal king. Given my talents and the laws of gold and space, these correspond to the essence of gold and the essence of space in the Snow Eagle world. The essence of gold is manageable, but the essence of space is classified as a second-tier essence in the Snow Eagle realm. Mastering the space divine heart to attain divinity would indeed fulfill this objective. As I contemplate this goal, a glimmer of golden light from my true spirit drifts into the celestial system, shrouding me in an invisible force as the reincarnation commences. I feel a sharp pain in my neck, and my body and head are engulfed in discomfort. Fortunately, relief soon washes over me. Instinctively, I breathe in, and as the breath fills my mouth, I emit a cry. Almost immediately, incomprehensible words resonate in my ears. No, I merely wish to skydive. Where have I landed? I am somewhat bewildered. I have not encountered any struggle to survive. What is this entity in my mind, deep within the recesses of my consciousness? An ancient tome radiates with golden and silver light. Although I have never seen the characters inscribed upon it, a mere flicker of thought allows me to grasp their meaning, even if I can only perceive the cover of the book. Though I am uncertain of my whereabouts, I am resolute in knowing that this is decidedly not the earth I once inhabited. Setting aside other distinctions, the current scene and the attire of those around me starkly contrast with the world I previously knew. In the days that follow, I observe and learn about this new world, discovering that my father is named Qie Qiong and my mother, Lin Wanong. Coincidentally, I share the same name as my new world, Qie Qiong. I notice that this realm does not resemble a typical ancient society, but rather resembles a fantastical world straight from a novel. I find myself in a place called Yinhai County, located in the northern province of the Thunder Empire. I have witnessed the servants of this family carrying firewood weighing at least 1,000 pounds into the kitchen, which might suggest a martial arts world. However, I am further astonished when I observe my parents sparring. My father cleaves a section from a mountain with a single stroke of his sword, while my mother unleashes a flurry of ice arrows. 2 years later, the hall is adorned with crystal orbs radiating white light, illuminating the entire chamber. My father occupies the main seat, my mother sits to his left, and I am positioned at the other side of the table, which is laden with food. I quickly devour the dishes before lifting my gaze. Father, mother. Over the past 2 years, I have grown accustomed to addressing them as such. Qiong, is there something you wish to discuss? Qie Qiong directs his attention to me, with Lin Wantong following suit. I wish to cultivate, I declare solemnly. Cultivate? Qie Qiong regards me with a serious expression. Do you understand what cultivation entails? Why do you wish to cultivate? I do not know, but it seems impressive. Like the sparring I witnessed between you and mother that day, I respond innocently. Truth be told, having read numerous novels and the knowledge I have acquired in this world, I am well aware of the essence of cultivation. However, as a mere 2-year-old child, this reasoning suffices. Very well. My son shall become the mightiest. Qie Qiong chuckles. Ruffling my hair. Let's first discuss the 4 major realms of cultivation. The ordinary level, divided into human, earth, and heaven tiers. The stellar level, subdivided into flowing, silver moon, and tidal tiers. The extraordinary level, encompassing the celestial, saint, and demigod tiers. Finally, the divine realm, where one achieves immortality. Upon finishing, Qie Qiong observes my astonishment, believing it stems from the mention of divinity, and feels satisfied. Yet, my astonishment arises from the familiarity of these realms. They mirror those from a novel I once read on Earth. It seems I have indeed traversed into the world of the Snow Eagle Lord. Your father can be considered a powerful. Qie Qiong begins, but I interject, I know. Father must be the mightiest divine being. I assert loudly, fully aware that he is not a deity, merely indulging in a playful jest. Qie Qiong's expression stiffens, while Lin Wantong suppresses a laugh. Your father is a tidal-level knight. Though not as formidable as a divine being, he is still an impressive knight. Mother can also teach you, Qionger. Who would you like to learn from? In Lin Wantong's view, she and Qie Qiong, one a silver moon mage and the other a tidal-level knight, are equally capable of instructing me. I wish to become a knight and learn from father, I declare. In another world, I would have certainly chosen to be a mage, aspiring to be a noble sorcerer. However, in this realm, which may very well be the world of the Snow Eagle Lord, the initial path of study seems inconsequential. Ultimately, all extraordinary paths require a deep understanding of their essence to discern strength from weakness. Moreover, the cultivation path of a knight, prior to reaching the tidal level, primarily revolves around the accumulation of physical prowess through combat energy. As a transmigrator, the child of a tidal-level knight and a silver moon mage, I am certain my talents and resources are far from lacking. Chapter 4. Cultivation Techniques. After the meal, a tome bound in golden hues rests upon the table. All the books here are crafted from gold leaf, and I am aware that in the Snow Eagle world, only the most precious texts are adorned in such a manner, classifying them as extraordinary tomes. These 4 volumes are the extraordinary techniques left behind by our family's ancestors, Qie Qiong boasts. It is known that a typical family possessing even one holds the potential for ascendance. Imagine having 4. Only ancient noble families might possess such a treasure. This signifies a broader array of choices for future generations, increasing the likelihood of selecting a suitable opportunity and thus becoming powerful. In this one, he adds, retrieving a technique from his ring, inscribed with the title Thunder 5 Transformations. This is our family's sole exceptional combat technique. Had I been able to practice it, I would have likely achieved greatness long ago. I remained silent. The combat technique presents no dilemma for me. To cultivate, I must pursue the strongest. However, I find myself uncertain regarding which of the 4 extraordinary tomes to select. Perhaps sensing my indecision, Qie Qiong encourages me to first peruse the 4 texts. Swift Wind Spear Technique, Raging Sunblade, Lightning Strike, Flowing Light, Sword. Each of these techniques represents a distinct path. Should I choose a weapon that does not align with my innate talents, I may fail to master even the foundational realms, let alone achieve harmony with divinity. The Swift Gale Spear, as its name suggests, is a treatise that excels in the art of speed. Mastery over this technique allows one to move with the fluidity of the wind, evading all obstacles in its path. In moments of ferocity, it can unleash a tempest, obliterating everything in its wake. Yet it can also manifest as a gentle breeze, silent, yet imbued with insidious peril. Next, the gaze of Qie Qiong shifted to the subsequent tome. Frenzied Sunblade. Both Frenzied Sunblade and Swift Gale Spear are relics of the initial foray into the extraordinary realm of flight. The scarcity of those who wield spears compared to those who master blades has led to Frenzied Sunblade being the most cultivated within the annals of the family history. The other 2 texts are bequeathed from the saintly echelon of the extraordinary. However, in terms of unbridled ferocity, Frenzied Sunblade undoubtedly claims the title of the most formidable among the 4 texts. Each strike is an offensive maneuver, and the practitioner's mindset can become wildly agitated while employing its techniques. Qie Qiong interjected, highlighting the evident shortcomings of this work. Its relentless aggression can profoundly affect the practitioner's state of mind. The creator of Frenzied Sunblade indeed possessed a rather sinister disposition, favoring offense over defense, which is ill-suited to my temperament. Qie Qiong dismissed it outright. In truth, my utmost recommendation lies with Thunderlight. Qie Qiong lifted Thunderlight, positioned adjacent to Frenzied Sunblade, a sword technique designed to complement the Thunder 5 Transformations. According to the esteemed ancestors who crafted this martial art, mastering both to their zenith allows one to vanquish ordinary extraordinary beings upon their initial entry into this realm. As Qie Qiong contemplated, he perused Flowing Light Sword, which is the very swordsmanship I practice. Upon seeing Qie Qiong grasp the final volume, Qie Yunzhou chuckled. Should you select this one, I can provide guidance. Flowing Light Sword is arguably the simplest among these 4 tomes, although it comprises 3 sword techniques. It could be considered a singular secret art, merely segmented into 3 stages by later generations. The initial stage is termed the One Sword Realm, where a single strike leaves an ephemeral sword light lingering in the air. The second stage, dubbed the 10,000 Swords Realm, is somewhat misleading, as even 2 sword lights qualify for this designation, albeit only marginally surpassing the first stage, leading to substantial variance in combat effectiveness. The third stage remains enigmatic, as only partial cultivation methods exist. Since its acquisition by the family's ancestors, it has remained incomplete, with no one achieving mastery. The highest accomplishment being Qie Yunzhou himself, who reached the pinnacle of the second stage, eliminating Frenzied Sunblade due to its considerable drawbacks. I do not wish to become overly reckless and meet my demise. While Swift Gale Spear is a viable option, it pales in comparison to the other 2 texts. Flowing Light Sword is undoubtedly essential, Qie Qiong mused, considering that it is his father's primary work and would afford him guidance. He has always held firm to the belief that all martial arts are invincible against solid defenses, yet speed remains unparalleled. Now that speed is at hand, power shall follow. Thunderlight must also be mastered. Swiftly, Qie Qiong made his choice. Father, I have decided to cultivate both Thunder Light and Flowing Light Sword concurrently. Both Thunder Light and Flowing Light Sword together? Qie Yunzhou nodded slightly, for as the 4th-ranked figure among the 200 title holders in the present era of the Zhongyan world, his discernment is exceedingly keen. Yes, that is permissible, Qie Yunzhou acquiesced. Please, father, teach me, Qie Qiong implored eagerly. Patience, my child. I possess some insights on Flowing Light Sword, but you have yet to solidify your fundamentals. Even if I share my knowledge, you may not grasp it fully. Both Flowing Light Sword and Thunder Light are extraordinary arts. You must attain perfect mastery of the basics and achieve the unity of man and sword before you can execute this technique. Tomorrow, I shall provide you with a foundational sword technique, Earthly Fiend 72 Swords, along with a complete volume of Thunder 5 transformations. You must first master these to establish a solid foundation. Qie Yunzhou nodded with a smile. The path of cultivation is fraught with hardship. Prepare for the trials that await you tomorrow. On the following morning, Qie Qiong and his parents ventured to the family's rear mountain. As a most formidable clan in Qinghai County, the Qie family naturally possessed a training ground, typically reserved for their exclusive use. Though they are termed a family, the Qie lineage has followed a singular line of descent since ancient times, a miraculous feat that has sustained its legacy to this day. Upon seeing Qie Yunzhou wave his hand, an alchemical dummy materialized in the previously vacant space. From this day forth, you shall first practice Earthly Fiend 72 Swords, and in the afternoon, engage in swordplay against the alchemical dummy. Do you see the red dot? You must train until you can strike precisely where you intend, regardless of the moment. That is the essence of swordsmanship. Only by perfecting the 72 swords can you achieve the unity of man and sword. After listening to Qie Yunzhou's instructions, Qie Qiong could not help but inquire, Father, how long will it take for me to achieve the unity of man and sword? That depends on your innate talent, Qie Yunzhou replied earnestly. Do not aim too high too soon. Do you understand? Yes. Qie Qiong nodded emphatically. In the days that followed, under Qie Yunzhou's guidance, Qie Qiong diligently engaged in his training. Chapter 5. Unity of Man and Sword in the Training Ground at the Rear Mountain. A child clad in a black training outfit stood poised with a longsword. Though termed a longsword, it had been shortened by 20 centimeters to suit his stature. After 3 years of sword training, even at the tender age of 6, Qie Qiong had grown to a height exceeding 145 centimeters. A testament to both the world's influence and his rigorous practice of Thunder 5 transformations. In a few years, he would undoubtedly surpass his previous height in a past life. With sword in hand, Qie Qiong stood firm, exhaling slowly as he assumed his stance. His long sword trembled as he commenced daily practice. Earthly Fiend's 72 swords flowed with unpredictability, and after 3 years of training, he had become exceedingly proficient. Yet the sense of completion eluded him. Qie Qiong felt intuitively that he was on the brink of a breakthrough in his swordsmanship. Yet it seemed he was merely a hair's breadth away from that elusive culmination. Unable to articulate what was lacking, he sought guidance from Qie Yunzhou, who advised him, only through genuine enlightenment can one truly achieve the unity of man and sword, reaching the realm of the swordsmanship master. Perplexed, Qie Qiong could only repeat the moves of earthly fiend 72 swords in search of that desired sensation. After concluding his morning sword practice and enjoying lunch, he resumed his afternoon training, which involved sparring with his companions, 2 sky-level knights. Naturally, their weapons were blunt. As for the alchemical dummy, by the 6th month of his sword training, he had already attained a level of proficiency where he could strike precisely where he intended without effort. As per usual, he declared, "Do not use martial qi. Unleash your full strength. Upon helping me achieve a breakthrough, you may claim a mid-tier martial qi technique or an item of equivalent value." Qie Qiong regarded the 2 knights before him, one clad in black and the other in white. "Haha, be careful, young master," the knight in white exclaimed with a hearty laugh. Sky-level knights represent the last tier of the ordinary rank, poised on the cusp of becoming extraordinary beings. Within the army of the Thunder Empire, they are esteemed figures. Should they achieve merit in battle against the 2 great empires, they can apply for noble status, though few attain it. Acquiring a mid-tier martial qi technique within the military is as arduous as achieving nobility. For a celestial knight, the allure was undeniably compelling. Since embarking on the cultivation of the 72 swords of earthly fiend, apart from the initial 6 months spent training alongside these 2, the duo had grown exceedingly familiar with Qie Qiong. They both comprehended that had it not been for their status as celestial knights, in a contest of equal standing, they would likely have found themselves no match for the young noble, and thus there was no consideration of showing mercy due to his tender age. The 2 wielded their long blades, gradually closing in on Qie Qiong, their gazes fixated upon him as if he were not merely a 6-year-old child, but rather a formidable adversary capable of claiming their lives at any moment. Qie Qiong stood resolute, observing their advance. Suddenly, the one who had just spoken lunged forward, his blade slicing through the air toward Qie Qiong with breathtaking speed. Reaching him in the blink of an eye, Qie Qiong deftly sidestepped the strike, aiming a thrust at the assailant's wrist in an attempt to disarm him. The combatants began to exchange blows, each countering the other's strikes in a flurry that lasted for hundreds of exchanges, neither able to gain the upper hand. Qie Qiong held an advantage in swordsmanship, nearly achieving a unity of man and sword, while the celestial knights, having been nurtured by fighting spirit since their earthly knight days. Base superior physicality. The man clad in black observed for a moment before silently maneuvering to Qie Qiong's side, advancing with a deceptive angle. His blade poised to slice diagonally at Qie Qiong's right side. Yet, Qie Qiong remained composed, making only the slightest adjustments in his stance, causing many of their attacks to go astray. Ha! The noble's agility and swordplay remain exceptional, nearly rivaling that of some Silver Moon Knights, the man in white exclaimed, sharing a glance with his companion before launching another onslaught. This time, their coordination was impeccable. The white-clad knight's movements were grand and sweeping, while the black-clad knight executed his strikes from cunning angles. The barrage of attacks became overwhelming, significantly increasing the pressure on Qie Qiong. Faced with the dual assault, he found himself on the defensive, striving to maximize his swordsmanship. As swords clashed, Qie Qiong suddenly realized that their techniques were astonishingly similar. Despite one being sweeping and grand while the other was intricate and elusive, the essence of their moves was the same. Enlightenment dawned upon him. He burst into laughter, finally understanding that his pursuit of the unity of man and sword did not lie in mimicking the techniques from scriptures. That was merely someone else's interpretation, not his own. Just as it is said that every reader has their own Hamlet, so too does each scripture offer myriad interpretations of the unity of man and sword. Each individual must find their own path. In that moment of clarity, he felt an intrinsic connection with the sword in his hand, and it no longer adhered strictly to the patterns of the 72 swords of earthly fiend. The specially crafted long sword first vibrated against the black-clad knight's blade before Qie Qiong thrust it forward, piercing directly into the knight's chest. With his newfound comprehension of the unity of man and sword, he managed to grievously wound one of his opponents in an instant, leading to the swift downfall of the second knight as well. Ha ha ha! Congratulations, noble. You have achieved the unity of man and sword. Both knights, seasoned celestial masters, recognized the significance of Qie Qiong's breakthrough, acknowledging that his swordplay had now reached a level comparable to that of a Silver Moon Knight. Their earlier reticence transformed into excitement, particularly for the previously silent black-clad knight. This was not merely a celebration of Qie Qiong's achievement, but also a reflection of their own. After all, with Qie Qiong's advancement, they would gain access to a mid-tier fighting spirit technique, something they had initially thought would take them at least 7 or 8 years to attain, especially given how close Qie Qiong had been to achieving the unity of man and sword. Qie Qiong felt exhilarated, The sensation of unity was unprecedented, a feeling he had never experienced in his previous life. I owe my gratitude to both of you for your companionship and training over the years. Today, I have broken through, and upon my return, you may choose any mid-tier fighting spirit technique from the Fighting Spirit Pavilion, he declared with a hearty laugh. You two may leave now. I still have to complete today as training. With my breakthrough, your roles as my sparring partners have come to an end. The two exchanged glances and replied in unison, As you wish, noble, recognizing that Qie Qiong had achieved the unity of man and sword. They understood their purpose as sparring partners had concluded, and they found satisfaction in having reached their goal. Chapter 6. Breakthrough. Once the two departed, Qie Qiong approached the alchemical dummy with sword in hand. Taking a deep breath, he focused his mind, and the world around him sharpened into clarity. He could feel his blood flowing like a river within, the power coursing through his muscles and bones. He dashed forward, thrusting his long sword. The blade struck the alchemical dummy with a resounding crash, shattering it into fragments. The long sword, while not made of particularly hard material, was still an ordinary blade. Yet it had obliterated the dummy, an extraordinary feat in itself. Should someone pick up the remnants of the alchemical dummy, they would discover that the surfaces were as smooth as a mirror, devoid of any roughness. This was a testament to Qie Qiong's perfected power, pure and unified. In that moment, as he grasped the unity of man and sword, he also inadvertently attained a state of complete power. I dare say I am now far superior to most earthly knights. Yet, I know this is not my limit. Contemplating this, Qie Qiong picked up a broken sword nearby and began to practice the sword techniques of Thunderlight in conjunction with the 5 variations of thunder, cultivating his fighting spirit. Each movement flowed seamlessly as the energy of the cosmos intertwined with his swordplay, continuously replenishing him. Again and again, he immersed himself in the practice of the 5 variations of thunder, his fighting spirit enveloping his entire being. Yet he did not cease. The fighting spirit gradually coalesced in his abdomen, forming a pale blue energy sea, the hallmark of a celestial knight. Who would have thought my physical aptitude would be so remarkable, allowing me to achieve celestial status so swiftly, even surpassing the protagonist Dongbua Shuiying from the original tale? He mused, casually consuming a pill crafted by his mother, Lin Wanton. His mother, a silver moon mage, had delved into the study of all things, including the creation of powerful potions akin to pseudo-superiority. Their family's income stemmed largely from the elixir she produced. These pills were designed to replenish energy, and it was known that in the original story, Dongbua Shuiying only became an earthly knight after consuming an astonishing 12,000 pounds of magical beast meat. While that was due to his awakening of an ancient bloodline, becoming a knight is inherently energy-consuming. However, he certainly could not consume such an overwhelming amount of meat. How exhausting that would be. Now, to defeat my 2 sparring partners, I need not even employ a second strike, and this 5 variations of thunder is truly formidable. Qie Qiong subtly guided his fighting spirit, feeling it flow rapidly throughout his body, granting him a speed that seemed to outpace all others. He inhaled deeply, the pale blue fighting spirit surging within him, and as he lightly touched the ground with his toes, the training ground erupted with spiderweb-like cracks. His feet danced upon the earth, each pivot leaving behind an afterimage. I dare say my speed could rival that of some Silver Moon Knights now. To understand, Qie Qiong is merely a newly ascended Celestial Knight, having just reached the first tier of the Thunder 5 transformations, which is still a pale blue hue. The Thunder 5 transformations, however, consists of 5 distinct realms. With each breakthrough, the color of the fighting spirit deepens until it ultimately metamorphoses into the golden thunderous aura. It is no wonder that our ancestors claimed that those who first step into the extraordinary realm can vanquish the majority of aerial-level extraordinary beings, relying solely on this speed to secure an invincible position, let alone if one were to master the lightning technique that complements the Thunder 5 transformations. Contemplating this, what Qie Qiong yearned for most at this moment was to return home to seek his father and acquire the continuation of the lightning technique. Previously, due to his inability to achieve the unity of man and sword and the perfect harmony of power, he had only learned the method of extracting fighting spirit in conjunction with the techniques. From deep within the sprawling mountain ranges echoed the clashing of weapons and a chorus of roars. Ha ha, Qianyanzu, this place shall be your burial ground today. A group of black armor knights formed a crescent shape, encircling Qianyanzu and the few knights from his family. The leader of this group laughed heartily. The Black Armored Knights were led by the head of the Qiong family from Songshan County in the western province of the Tsangyan Empire, known as the Qiong Knight. In the Tsangyan material realm, during the previous era, three third-tier, divine, heart-level supreme beings were born simultaneously, leading to the fragmentation of the once unified Songyun Empire into the three great empires of Songyun, Thunder, and Chuyun. Among them, the Songyun Empire, having inherited the majority of the former empire's foundation, is far stronger than the other two empires, which is why Thunder and Chuyun remain allies to this day. The Qiong family is the most formidable family in Songshan County, with its patriarch at the helm, separated only by the Qiyun mountain range. Songshan County and Qingshan County have been embroiled in conflict for generations. Qiong Biao, have you forgotten how you fled from Jian Pass last time? How dare you appear before me again? Qian Yunzu chuckled lightly. Ha ha, of course, I know I am no match for you, Qiong Biao retorted. Before he could finish speaking, another person, who had remained silent until now, suddenly interjected, "What if I join in?" Stepping forward, he donned yellow battle armor, and a visible wave of earthy yellow energy surged outward from him. Qian Yunzu's mind stirred as he manipulated the forces of nature, conjuring a surge of azure energy that collided with the advancing earthy wave. With a resounding crash, the azure wave met the earthy one, akin to the clash of stone against tofu. In that instant of impact, the earthy wave dissipated entirely. "Is this your rationale for attempting to ambush me?" Qian Yunzu smirked. "I expected a formidable trump card, yet it amounts to merely a newly minted knight. Do not be arrogant. Today, my younger brother, and I shall surely bury you here." Qiong Biao's expression darkened, his voice echoing through the valley. Before he could finish, his younger brother, Qiong Li, surged forward, causing the very ground to tremble. Earthy yellow fighting spirits swirled around Qiong Li, coiling around him. "Elder brother, do not waste words with him. Attack." Qiong Li's voice was low and menacing as he grasped his hands, amalgamating fighting spirit with the forces of nature to form a pair of earthy yellow hands that lunged toward Qian Yunzu. This time, the energy wave was no longer a simple impact. The fusion of earthly power and fighting spirit created a formidable binding force, akin to a secret technique that formed a mountain prison. Simultaneously, Qiong Biao also sprang into action, not employing widespread natural forces, but instead wrapping them around the blade in his hand. The blade instantly transformed to match the color of the earth, and a wave of earthy yellow blade energy coalesced at its edge. "Take this, Split Mountain," Qiong Biao shouted. The blade energy exuded a heavy aura, as if it could cleave the very earth in two. Chapter 7. You are the realm of all things. The two brothers operated in perfect harmony, Qiong Li controlling and Qiong Biao attacking, with Qiong Li's secret technique forming a mountain prison and Qiong Biao's devastating split mountain. They were confident that even Qian Yunzu would perish beneath their coordinated onslaught. However, at the epicenter of the assault, Qian Yunzu wore a disdainful smile. Seeing this, Qiong Biao furiously declared, "Huh, a trapped beast fights in vain." Perhaps too lazy to respond, Qian Yunzu simply shook his head as he faced the oncoming giant earthy hand and blade light. Not even shifting his feet, he merely raised his right hand gently. This time, the azure energy swirling around him did not radiate outward but instead condensed, becoming real and tangible, forming an azure barrier around him that faintly revealed the currents of wind. Boom! Boom! Qiong Li's earthy giant hand and Qiong Biao's blade energy crashed against the azure barrier. The two forces, potent enough to shatter a small mountain, melted upon encountering the azure barrier, akin to snow meeting the scorching sun. The barrier merely rippled, leaving no cracks behind. "What?" Qiong Biao and Qiong Li's eyes widened, incredulous as their full-strength secret technique failed to breach the shield conjured by Qian Yunzu's mastery of natural forces. Qiong Li fared better, as being a long-range technique. He suffered only the loss of his secret method without further injury. However, Qiong Biao's experience was markedly different. At the moment the blade energy struck the barrier, he felt a backlash coursing from the blade tip throughout his body, causing a sweet taste to surge in his throat, nearly forcing him to spit it out, which he suppressed with great effort. A chill shot up from their feet to the top of their heads, as since Qiong Li's ascension to the title level, they had never encountered an opponent who could so effortlessly absorb their combined might. That thin azure barrier appeared like an abyss, insurmountable. "You have broken through," Qiong Biao exclaimed in disbelief. "You are the realm of all things." Their combined attack was not something a mere title-level knight in the harmony of man and heaven could easily withstand, yet such a phenomenon unfolded before their eyes, leading to only one explanation. Qian Yunzu's technique had transcended the harmony of man and heaven, entering the realm of all things. The realm of all things, where technique approaches the Tao, mastering the mysteries of existence between heaven and earth. If the harmony of man and heaven is still a mortal realm, then the realm of all things signifies a state of extraordinary life. Though merely the first step into the extraordinary, is typically a domain wielded by extraordinary beings. Mastery of this realm alone suffices to vanquish pseudo-extraordinaries, particularly for someone of Qianyun's age, destined to cultivate extraordinary fighting spirit and become a magnificent, extraordinary life form. Merely luck, Qianyun slowly lowered his right hand, causing the azure barrier to dissipate. He cast a glance at the astonished Qiong brothers, chuckling softly. I only just broke through a couple of days ago. Consider yourselves unfortunate. His voice, though soft, carried on the wind to every ear present. Clearly, this was all their strength. Now it was his turn. Before his words had fully settled, Qianyun's aura shifted dramatically, enveloped in the winds of heaven and earth, imbued with a rhythm of vitality, freedom, omnipresence, and destruction. The most fundamental elements of the universe surged around him, silently rejoicing and submitting. He had broken through to the realm of all things, mastering the winds of existence, a feat unattainable by ordinary title-level knights. Clang! Qianyun drew forth his sword. It was a simply crafted, ancient purple longsword, a family heirloom passed down through generations of the Qian family, known for producing several extraordinary beings, the most powerful of whom had once created the lightning technique and the thunder 5 transformations, achieving the pinnacle of the holy level. This was the treasured artifact of his clan, the semi-divine Thunderstar Sword. In a moment of tension, Qie Qiong directed his sword towards the direction of the Qiong family. With the sweeping motion of the blade, it seemed as though the winds of heaven and earth had found their purpose, beginning to flow and compress in accordance with the will of the sword's master. Although the action of wielding the sword appeared unhurried, it conjured forth an array of sword lights that surged through the void, cleaving towards the Qiong family's ranks. This was the pinnacle manifestation of the second level of the flowing light sword, known as 10,000 Shadows Return to Truth. The Qiong brothers' eyes widened in terror, the ethereal sword lights suffocating them with dread. The piercing and sharp lights, imbued with the essence of wind, swiftly approached them. Brother, use that. Qiong Libaluba. As Qiong Biao moved closer to his brother, he retrieved a silver scroll from his spatial ring. Upon its extraction, the very space around the scroll seemed to warp momentarily. The scroll was torn open with a swift motion. A blinding silver light erupted, and an invisible force formed a ripple shield, enveloping the two brothers within its protective embrace. Witnessing this scene, Qie Qiong furrowed his brow and waved his hand, causing the sword lights to accelerate dramatically. The sword lights transformed into a torrent that crashed against the shield, dissipating just as the Qiong brothers' attacks had done against his own barrier. Once again, the blinding silver light flared, instantly engulfing the two brothers, who vanished without a trace. As they disappeared, the ripple shield that had encompassed that area also dissolved. Without the defense of the shield, the sword lights poured forth, creating a massive crater in the ground, while the scattered sword energy swept outward in countless directions. Though the Qiong brothers had been teleported away, the family knights they had brought with them remained. No! A chorus of cries arose as dozens of knights, whether Silver Moon or Meteor rank, failed to react in time, their armor and bodies punctured by gaping wounds, silencing them in an instant. Spatial scrolls? They possess quite an arsenal, Qie Qiong mused as he surveyed the aftermath. The Qiong family, after all, was an extraordinary lineage with a legacy spanning many years. Qie's family had a semi-divine artifact as their foundation, while the Qiong family wielded extraordinary scrolls. He was not overly surprised. Furthermore, even though he had not captured the Qiong brothers, the elimination of so many of their family knights was a significant gain. After all, the lowest among them were at least meteor rank knights. However, I did not publicize this hunt. How could they have known? Qie Qiong pondered with a frown. The Qian mountain was not particularly vast, yet the odds of such a chance encounter were slim. It seemed evident that the Qiong family had prior knowledge of their path into the mountains and had laid an ambush accordingly. It appeared there was a traitor among them, and he resolved to investigate upon his return home, had it not been for his understanding of the mysteries of wind, even if he managed to escape. The knights accompanying him would likely not have returned. He was unperturbed by the presence of an insider. However, he was not alone. After today, he felt no desire to linger further, addressing the remaining knights. Chapter 8. The Sacred Land of Thunder Father, Mother. I've broken through to the heavenly tier knight and achieved unity with my sword. Qie Qiong exclaimed loudly before even reaching the main house. Having returned from the martial training ground, Qie Qiong was already seated at the head of the hall, discussing his speculations with Lin Wantong. Upon hearing his son's words, they exchanged glances, both reflecting surprise and delight. Yin Zhao, Lin Wantong said, gazing at their approaching son with pride, Qiong has been training since he was 3 years old, and after just 3 years of swordsmanship, he has already attained unity with his sword. It seems it won't be long before he surpasses you. Yin Zhao took a sip of tea, nodding lightly. After all, he is our son. It is only natural for him to exceed me. Though he claimed it was natural, he felt an immense sense of pride within. A heavenly tier knight was no small feat, but at the tender age of 6, it signified exceptional talent and physical prowess. Moreover, achieving unity with the sword indicated remarkable comprehension. Qiong's talent and cultivation far surpasses mine at that age, Yin Zhao lamented. He too had begun training at 3, but had only broken through to the heavenly tier at 16, with the understanding of sword unity coming after achieving meteor rank. Qie Qiong had outpaced him by a full decade. Upon entering the hall, Qie Qiong eagerly seized the teapot, drinking deeply. Having rushed back to share this good news, he had not taken a sip of water since completing his training. Gulping down the tea, he set the pot down and wiped his mouth, exhilarated. Mother, please have the kitchen prepare some meat, Qie Qiong requested of Lin Wantong. Despite having consumed the medicinal pills she had crafted, which quenched any physical hunger, he still yearned for food psychologically. Upon hearing his request, Lin Wantong stepped outside to instruct the waiting maidservants. Shortly after, food was served, and Qie Qiong indulged heartily. Qiong, Lin Wantong said with a smile, observing her son. Mother, Qie Qiong, having lived 2 lives, could sense the unconditional love his parents bestowed upon him, particularly from Lin Wantong, who devoted nearly all her thoughts to him. While her previous research had varied widely, since he began his training, her focus had centered entirely on him. She measured his physical data to concoct specialized elixirs and pursued many other related endeavors. To Lin Wantong, her son's importance far outweighed that of the family legacy. Lin Wantong regarded her son, Qiong, having cultivated for 3 years, you have reached the realm of unity with your sword and perfected your physical form. What are your thoughts? Your talent is sufficient to directly join the sacred land of thunder within the empire. Do you wish to stay at home a little longer? Or shall you go this year? The sacred land of thunder? Qie Qiong queried, perplexed. He had perused the family library over the years, but remained unaware of what the sacred land entailed. However, from his mother's tone, it was clear that joining the sacred land would be of immense benefit to him. He was aware that his father had broken through to the realm of all things, placing him on par with some lesser extraordinary beings. Was it true that the sacred land of thunder was home to extraordinary beings at the saint level? Sensing his son's confusion, Yin Zhao smiled and elaborated. As Yin Zhao explained, Qie Qiong gained a rudimentary understanding of the sacred land of thunder. It was a sanctuary established by the Thunder Empire's divine being before their ascension, situated within the vast extraordinary realm controlled by the Thunder Empire. It was akin to the Ember World within the Snow Eagle material realm, except that the Ember World was shared among humanity, whereas the sacred land of thunder was unique to the Thunder Empire. In the Ember World, any extraordinary being could join, while those below the extraordinary rank were relegated to servitude. Conversely, access to the sacred land of thunder was exclusive to extraordinary beings from the Thunder Empire. Though exceptionally gifted cultivators below that rank could also gain entry through assessment and receive specialized training. Indeed, as he suspected, the sacred land of thunder housed not only extraordinary beings at the saint level, but also those at the demigod level. However, they would not squander their time instructing prodigies who had yet to transcend into extraordinary life. Furthermore, once one became extraordinary, they were obliged to contribute to the sacred land. And until their tuition was repaid, they would lack the freedom to join after attaining extraordinary status. However, according to my father, our family has made contributions to the Thunder Empire that can offset our burdens, sparing us from having to toil and repay debts like those prodigies born into ordinary circumstances after attaining the extraordinary. Qie Qiong lowered his head, pondering, and then raised it to declare, Father, Mother, I wish to wait a few more years before proceeding. His desire to delay stemmed from a cautious consideration. The enigmatic tome in his mind remained unopened to this day. No one could predict whether its awakening would be silent or accompanied by some celestial phenomenon. What if, upon its revelation in the Thunder's sacred land, there were signs of divine intervention that incited others to covet his treasures? At home, if such signs were to manifest, his parents would be unlikely to harm their own child out of greed for his fortune. Furthermore, even if he were to reach the Thunder's sacred land, he would merely be taught by aerial-level extraordinary beings, making it far more advantageous for him to remain at home. His father had already comprehended the wind of all things, albeit at the first tier. Yet, in terms of mastery, he was indistinguishable from the average aerial-level extraordinary. Moreover, he practiced the same techniques as his father, which provided him with a distinct edge over the thunder-sacred land. Qiao Yunzhou exchanged a glance with Lin Wantong, who smiled and said, "That's wonderful. I would like my precious son to accompany me for a few more years." Although Qiao Yunzhou said nothing, he too was reluctant to see his son leave home at such a tender age. Despite Qie Qiong being a celestial knight, he still viewed him as merely a 6-year-old child. Though he displayed a degree of maturity in his actions, his youth rendered him vulnerable. Should he be indoctrinated with misguided ideologies, it would be too late for regrets. Very well, we shall revisit this matter in a few years. Perhaps by then, Qiong will directly become extraordinary and join the Thunder Sacred Land. Qiao Yunzhou chuckled. All right, our son is tired today. After dinner, let us allow him to return and rest early. Tomorrow, I will guide you in the training grounds, while your mother and I discuss some matters. With that, Qiao Yunzhou and Lin Wanong made their way toward the door, while Qie Qiong merely lifted his head to respond with a simple, "Okay," and fell silent. In truth, he had sensed that his parents were deliberating on something upon his return, but they ceased their conversation once he mentioned his ascension to Celestial Knight. Chapter 9. Mist and Guidance. Qiao Yunzhou and Lin Wantong returned to their chamber, resuming the conversation that had been interrupted earlier. Lin Wantong furrowed her brow as she addressed her husband. "My lord, do you suspect there are spies from the Qiong family within ours?" "Indeed," Qiao Yunzhou affirmed while analyzing the situation. "Few were aware of my hunting excursion to the Qian mountain range, let alone the route I took. Yet, the Qiong brothers lay in ambush along my path. Only a handful knew my route, most of whom are family-born children with a low probability of betrayal. The family-born children were those who had been raised through generations. Their families and friends were all part of the Qiao family, which is why Lin Wantong asserted that the possibility of betrayal was minimal." Qiao Yunzhou shook his head slightly. "I harbor little suspicion towards those family-born children, but I did mention my journey to the Qian mountain range in the presence of my son, and at that time, Kong Zhishuan and Qi Lingfei were also present. Kong Zhishuan and Qi Lingfei were the two celestial knights, one black-clad and the other white-clad, who had sparred with Qiao Qiong that day." Upon hearing this, Lin Wantong's expression changed. "Are you suggesting that these two are sent by the Qiong family? Then we must ensure their disappearance today," she declared fiercely. "That remains uncertain. It is merely a significant probability," Qiao Yunzhou countered, shaking his head. "They pose too great a danger being near Qiong." Lin Wantong insisted anxiously. While she was not one to advocate for wrongful executions, the proximity of these individuals to her cherished son was too precarious. She could not gamble with his safety. "Do not worry, Wantong. Have you forgotten that Qiong has already achieved the unity of man and sword as a celestial knight? Those two would not be a match for him, even if they teamed up," Qiao Yunzhou reassured her. "Moreover, this is merely speculation without tangible evidence. And these two have known Qiong for quite some time. There are bonds of affection between them." Qiao Yunzhou embraced Lin Wantong, explaining his reasoning. The first reason for not immediately acting on Lin Wantong's instincts was that these two were merely chosen as sparring partners for Qiao Qiong, not servants of the Qiao family. To execute them outright, especially so soon after Qiao Qiong achieved the unity of man and sword, would lead outsiders to believe that the Qiao family was unwilling to honor their word regarding resources and even resorted to murder. Such rumors, once spread by rival factions, could tarnish the Qiao family's long-standing reputation. Qiao Yunzhou recognized that if he presented the second reason to Lin Wantong, she might be less inclined to listen. Thus, he chose to appeal from Qiao Qiong's perspective instead. Indeed, upon hearing Qiao Yunzhou's words, Lin Wantong softened her stance. "I understand, my lord. However, if they pose any threat to Qiong's safety, they must be dealt with immediately. Of course, and we must also inform Qiong about this matter, so he can remain vigilant." Qiao Yunzhou replied with a smile as he held Lin Wantong. "Let's agree on this. Now that we have concluded our serious discussion, my dear, shall we turn to the next matter at hand?" Qiao Yunzhou said with a mischievous grin. Lin Wantong paused, her face turning crimson as she playfully swatted Qiao Yunzhou. "You naughty man." Qiao Yunzhou laughed heartily, lifting Lin Wantong into his arms as he headed toward the bed. "After all, we should consider giving our son a playmate. It would be rather lonely for Qiong or otherwise." Meanwhile, Qiao Qiong remained blissfully unaware as he indulged in the meal served by the maid, oblivious to his parents' plans to provide him with a brother or sister. Even if he had been aware, he would not have minded, having lived 2 lives. He understood the necessity of feigning innocence. He was not so naive as to think that the arrival of another child would drastically alter his world. Besides, if he were to have siblings, he believed he would teach them what it truly meant to be a protective elder brother. Early the next morning, At the Qiao family's training grounds behind the mountain, the atmosphere was markedly different from usual. Typically, Qie Qiong would train alongside Kang Zhishuan and Qi Lingfei, but today, it was a different arrangement. Qie Qiong and Xiao Yunzhou donned matching training attire, one in black, the other in blue. Qie Qiong raised his sword and respectfully bowed to Xiao Yunzhou, saying, "Father, please instruct me." Yesterday, Xiao Yunzhou had promised to guide Qie Qiong, and thus. This scene unfolded early in the morning. Xiao Yunzhou smiled and said, "Qiong, unleash your full strength upon me." "Father, be cautious," Qie Qiong replied, taking a deep breath. He raised his sword, channeling the Thunder 5 transformations, and a faint blue aura enveloped him. With a sudden push off his toes, Qie Qiong left behind a blurred afterimage. His true self cleaving through the air toward Xiao Yunzhou. His sword thrust forward, illuminating the space with a lingering shimmer of sword light. This was the first tier of the flowing light sword, characterized by its ability to leave traces of sword light in its wake. Excellent. A glimmer of admiration flashed in Xiao Yunzhou's eyes as he praised, "My son, having just stepped into the celestial realm yesterday, and already mastering the first entry of the Thunder 5 transformations, combined with the unity of man and sword, your speed has already approached the threshold of a silver moon knight, far surpassing an ordinary celestial knight." However, in the face of the sword light that streaked through the air like a meteor, Qie Yunzhou stood there, motionless, as if the blade was not aimed at him at all. Although he remained still, the aura surrounding him subtly merged with the cosmos, transforming into a gentle breeze. A radiant beam of light within this realm. Suddenly, an extraordinary occurrence unfolded. Centered around Qie Yunzhou, a tempest spontaneously swirled within a 10-zhang radius, encircling him. He merely stood there, yet it seemed as though he was breathing in unison with this microcosm. Just as the sword light, potent enough to threaten a silver moon knight, was about to pierce his chest, it was unexpectedly ensnared by the flowing winds around Qie Yunzhou, dissipating into nothingness. Buzz! Qie Qiong felt a peculiar sensation emanating from the sword, as if he was not piercing the empty air, but rather striking against a barrier formed of wind. The fierce momentum derived from the unity of man and sword, combined with the flowing light sword, appeared insignificant in the face of this force. The sword light gradually faded. Qie Qiong sensed that the sword in his hand seemed immobile, as if it were firmly anchored in place. As the brilliance of the sword diminished, he suddenly felt a release of pressure from the blade, followed by an intangible force pushing him backward. He stumbled back a few steps. "Father, is this what it means to achieve unity with the heavens?" Qie Qiong exclaimed, his eyes wide with astonishment. Although he had previously understood that unity with the heavens surpassed the unity of man and sword, having read the novel Snow Eagle Lord, he never imagined the disparity could be so vast. His most powerful attack had failed to budge his father, who was merely in the realm of unity with the heavens, effortlessly neutralizing his strike. Chapter 10. Unity with the heavens. The peculiar phenomena surrounding Qie Yunzhou dissipated as he spoke. Indeed, this is the realm of unity with the heavens. Approaching Qie Qiong, he raised his hand, and a visible stream of energy gently coiled around his fingertips. The unity of man and sword represents the pinnacle of mortal strength and skill, while unity with the heavens signifies the merging of human will with the cosmos. The mind can perceive the fundamental forces that govern this world. That is the true essence of the universe. At that point, your will can harness the might of nature, and what your adversary contends with is not merely your individual strength, but the formidable power of the natural world. This is the fundamental distinction between a titled warrior and those beneath them. As he gestured toward the long sword in Qie Qiong's hand, he continued, "This is the essential difference between unity of man and sword in unity with the heavens. The former pertains to technique, while the latter has already approached the path." "I understand, father," Qie Qiong replied earnestly. 5 years later, in the training grounds of the Qie family's rear mountain, 5 years had passed. Qie Qiong had spent 11 years in this world, and his height had nearly reached that of his previous life, around 6 feet, becoming more robust due to his training. His gaze had also grown steadier. Standing beneath the white tree beside the training ground, he tightly gripped a blue long sword. Now that he had grown to nearly adult stature, the sword in his hand was no longer the subpar long sword he previously wielded, but rather the Qie Qiong sword, which Qie Yunzhou had once used during his time as a Silver Moon Knight. The sword he had once wielded could barely be considered a mediocre alchemical item. In contrast, the Qie Qiong sword was a bona fide second-tier alchemical weapon, on par with the flying snow spear of Dongbu Shuiying. However, while the flying snow spear served only one purpose, to create snow to confuse the enemy. True masters would not be deceived by such illusions, relegating it to a mere second-tier weapon. The Qie Qiong sword, on the other hand, could enhance the user's swordsmanship speed and was sharper than typical second-tier alchemical weapons, thus representing the pinnacle of weaponry at this stage. Many titled warriors from less affluent backgrounds lacked weapons of this caliber. A gentle breeze swept through, dislodging leaves from the trees. Yet, those leaves had not yet touched the ground. With a flash of swordlight, Qie Qiong split the leaves into several pieces simultaneously. Over these 5 years, his training had yielded remarkable results. The technique Thunderous 5 transformations had reached its 3rd level. The battle energy within him had transformed from a pale blue to a deep purple, interspersed with flecks of black, signifying the peak of the 3rd level. He had also attained the 2nd realm of Flowing Light Sword, known as the Realm of 10,000 Swords. With a single stroke, he could leave behind 80 afterimages of sword light in the void, each possessing offensive capability, making it feel as though dozens were attacking the target. Yet, despite reaching the 2nd level, he was still merely at a minor completion stage, far from matching his father, Qie Qiong, who had mastered Flowing Light Sword to its highest tier, the realm of 10,000 shadows returning to truth, where all sword lights became tangible and all power remained undiminished. He was still far from that. Although his Flowing Light Sword was also at the 2nd level, its power lacked cohesion. In terms of battle energy, through the medicinal concoctions developed by his mother, Lin Wantong, and the resources of his family, he had become a formidable Silver Moon Knight. His battle energy had coalesced into a virtual core within his energy sea, rendering it extraordinarily abundant. Though he had yet to attain the status of a titled knight, he was merely one step away from mastering unity with the heavens. Once he achieved that, he would immediately become a titled knight, akin to his father. Qie Qiong slowly closed his eyes. Today, unlike any other day, he did not practice sword techniques. Instead, he stood silently beneath the tree, breathing in sync with a rhythm of 3 short breaths followed by a long one, feeling as though he was on the verge of merging with the surrounding cosmos. Over the past 5 years, he had practiced swordsmanship daily, sparring with his father, engaging with the masters in his family, and battling magical beasts alongside his father in the Qiyun mountain range. In terms of technique, he had reached the pinnacle of this level. His father's teachings echoed in his mind. Unity with the heavens requires one to imagine becoming a part of this world. You must learn to sense their movements, allowing your mind to flow with them, calming your spirit to perceive the natural rhythm and breath of the cosmos. Perhaps due to the accumulation of experience, today's sensation was distinct from any before. Over the past 5 years, he had attempted countless times to feel the wind moving, the light flickering, and the thunder rumbling in the world around him. Yet, those were mere sensations. Today, he felt the very breath of the wind, the breath of the cosmos. Qie Qiong could not help but exclaim, "Truly beautiful." He completely relaxed, feeling his sensations flow like water, spreading outward. In an instant, he sensed his spirit breaking free from the shackles of his body, merging seamlessly with the surrounding microcosm, whereas his previous experiences felt akin to watching television. This moment of breakthrough felt like stepping into the screen, merging entirely. The two sensations were starkly different. He raised a hand, gripping the Qie Qiong sword, not summoning the surging battle energy within him, nor executing any technique. He simply followed the rhythm of his will and spirit, fully integrating into the breath of this realm. With a simple, unremarkable stroke towards the open training ground, he swung his sword. Buzz! There was no visible sword shadow. Yet any master in the realm of unity with the heavens could perceive the genuine intent flowing with the sword's trajectory. At the very moment of the strike, the winds within a 3-zhang radius around Qie Qiong seemed to freeze, as if this corner of the world were under the control of some unseen power. All moving objects were momentarily suspended in place. All natural laws have been momentarily suppressed. In this moment, the heart of Qie Qiong, even as the sovereign of this small realm, is filled with determination. Qie Qiong slowly opens his eyes and exhales gently. After 5 years of arduous cultivation, he has finally reaped the greatest reward at this moment. Qie Qiong has discovered the key to a higher realm, the harmony of heaven and humanity. Harmony of heaven and humanity. Qie Qiong sits cross-legged casually on the ground of the training arena, and with a single thought, an explosion reverberates. Instantly, the energy of thunder from the heavens surges into his body, flowing into his dantian as the technique of the Thunder 5 transformations operates. At this rate, he will be able to condense his fighting spirit into a solid essence today. Qie Qiong is elated. Within his dantian, a phantasmal, deep purple spherical entity is swirling. This is the emblematic virtual essence of the Silver Moon Knights. Yet now, this virtual essence is visibly transforming into a black hue, fully materializing. Chapter 11. The external plugin is activated. In the training arena, Qie Qiong sits cross-legged on the flat ground. His aura merges with the cosmos. Within the Dantian, that deep purple virtual essence is undergoing a remarkable metamorphosis. The energy of thunder from the heavens continuously flows into his body. Following the route of the thunder, 5 transformations into the virtual essence within the Dantian. As the virtual essence is refined and absorbs energy, its color deepens and solidifies at a visible pace. As the hue transitions from deep purple to profound black, the virtual essence completely solidifies into a tangible essence. The emblematic representation of the night, with its deep black sheen, radiates immense power that seems on the verge of erupting. The pitch-black essence signifies that his thunder, 5 transformations, alongside the elevation of his realm, has advanced to the 4th stage, known as Black Thunder. Just as the black essence stabilizes, an anomaly occurs. A resonant hum emanates from the ancient golden tome, long dormant in his consciousness. Qie Qiong feels a sudden tremor in his mind, as the golden tome, which had been silent for 11 years, erupts with a clarion call. For years, he could only perceive the golden and silver glimmers of its cover, unable to discern any text. Yet, with his breakthrough, the golden brilliance within the cover suddenly bursts forth, nearly piercing through his consciousness. Those previously obscure words on the cover become comprehensible, revealing their meanings. Golden light. With a mere thought, the pages begin to turn. It is as though certain tightly sealed floodgates have been opened, inundating Qie Qiong's consciousness with an overwhelming torrent of information. Countless secrets regarding the fundamental principles of gold, intricate patterns, and arcane scripts surge forth like a tidal wave. The sharpness, immortality, and unyielding nature of gold, its various directional principles, seem to be fully articulated, far surpassing Qie Qiong's current understanding. These principles are imprinted directly upon the essence of his soul. It dawns on him that his golden finger is not merely a repository of textual information. It encapsulates the insights and applications of a mysterious powerhouse regarding the principles of gold, forming a series of conceptual scrolls within his consciousness. As he gazes upon these scrolls, Qie Qiong feels an enigmatic profundity, as if he stands upon a river flowing with the foundational principles of gold, or perhaps perceives the very embodiment of the gold principles. Each glance, each moment of realization, incrementally elevates Qie Qiong's comprehension of the essence of gold. Qie Qiong is utterly bewildered, his consciousness rendered blank by the sudden influx of understanding. Passively accepting this deluge of information, he loses track of time. Perhaps it is just a fleeting instant, or perhaps several hours, before he finally regains his composure. The sheer magnitude of the information leaves Qie Qiong pale, gasping for breath, beads of cold sweat trickling down. Yet his eyes shine with unrestrained joy. It has finally awakened. Ever since he traversed into this world 11 years ago, this tome has accompanied him, and only now has it revealed its secrets, a long-awaited event. However, now that it has been unveiled, he understands why he could see nothing before. This was, in fact, a form of protection. Had he not achieved the harmony of heaven and humanity today, the torrent of information might have overwhelmed him into folly. He eagerly plunges his consciousness deep into his mind. The tome, titled Golden Light, hangs suspended in the depths of his awareness, just as it always has. Unlike before, he now possesses the ability to comprehend and peruse its contents. Even from this small section, Qie Qiong feels his understanding of the principles of gold gradually ascending. Furthermore, his grasp of the gold principles is several tiers clearer than his understanding of others. The elemental gold in the world becomes extraordinarily congenial, drawing itself toward him without any need for action on his part. At this rate, as a novice who has just grasped the realm of harmony of heaven and humanity, he might soon reach the level of all things within the principles of gold. Indeed, a transcendent must possess a golden finger. Qie Qiong suddenly rises, his body trembling with excitement. Naturally, he refrains from uttering this thought aloud. For the formidable beings in this world can perceive past events. Should he be discovered, the repercussions would be dire. After 11 years of waiting and countless speculations, his golden finger finally reveals its true nature, although it is not as terrifying as he had previously imagined. He had pondered whether his golden finger would be akin to an early starting point where all my cultivation relies on my own efforts, deep blue points, or if it would allow him to traverse to other worlds. Yet, this is acceptable, as it now appears to be a direct path to divinity. Moreover, the silver part remains unopened. Even so, its rarity is sufficient to drive the entire material world of Tsangyun into a frenzy. The technique of the Thunder 5 transformations has successfully broken through to the 4th level. The realm has transcended to a tidal level. The golden finger has successfully activated, with 3 layers of astonishment stacking upon him. Even with Qie Qiong's dual existence, he is overwhelmed with elation and excitement. All he desires now is to find someone to share this joy or perhaps celebrate. He hastens towards the main hall. Before he arrives, his voice precedes him. "Father, mother, I have splendid news to share," Qie Qiong exclaims excitedly. From a morning spent in the training arena to his breakthrough, perusing golden light, it is now close to noon. Yet, at home, only Lin Wantong is present. Upon hearing Qie Qiong's voice, she smiles. Standing at the doorway, she observes the rushing Qie Qiong and remarks, "Slow down. You're still as impulsive as ever." Qie Qiong scans the surroundings. Where's father? He is eager to share his joy about his realm breakthrough, skill advancement, and the activation of his golden finger. However, the most crucial aspect remains undisclosed. Over the years, he has come to regard them as family. Your father has gone to inspect the newly acquired mine at Qian Mountain. Recently, the Qiong family has been rather unruly, and he needed to check on things. Lin Wantong replies with a hint of exasperation. Since your father broke through to the realm of all things, the family business has expanded significantly. You probably won't return until evening. If there is good news, you can share it with me for now. Hearing that his father is not present, Qie Qiong refrains from saying more. He takes his mother's hand and enters the main hall, closing the door behind them. It is best to keep his breakthrough known only to these 2 closest individuals for the time being. "Mother, look." With a deep breath, Qiong exuded an aura distinctly different from that of the Silver Moon Knights, a palpable force emanating from his being. A glimmer of brilliance flickered in his eyes as the air around him thickened, forming a dark shield adorned with golden flecks, a manifestation of the unification of heaven and man, a symbol of transcendent mastery. Chapter 12. Leaving the city, Lin Wantong's previously smiling gaze abruptly froze, her eyes widening in astonishment. The unification of heaven and man. Her voice trembled slightly. She was not an ordinary person devoid of knowledge, but a master sorceress who had reached the pinnacle of Silver Moon. And she was not far from achieving this breakthrough herself. Hence, she could acutely sense the extraordinary essence radiating from her son. It was the formidable aura reserved for those at the tidal level. Under such circumstances, a practitioner like her, who had yet to comprehend the unification of heaven and man, would likely be unable to withstand even a single attack. You've broken through to the tidal level. Qiong. Lin Wantong was so astonished by the revelation that she momentarily lost her composure. Stepping closer, she grasped Qiong's arm tightly, scrutinizing him as if she were seeing him for the first time. "You're only 11, Qiong." Tears of excitement glistened in the corners of her eyes. "You have already achieved the tidal level, a feat unprecedented in the annals of Sangyun. Truly, heaven has blessed my son." Her voice brimmed with pride and uncontainable joy. Qiong, too, beamed with a radiant smile, pride shimmering in his eyes. "Indeed, mother, just moments ago in the training ground, I unknowingly grasped the essence, and thus, the breakthrough to the tidal level came naturally. I've even advanced in the Thunder 5 transformations to the 4th stage, Black Thunder." He felt immense pride. Achieving the unification of heaven and man at the tender age of 11 transcended mere genius. Moreover, he was a master swordsman with unparalleled strength. Having revisited Snow Eagle recently, he realized not all titles pertain to masters of technique. At 11, he had already attained the tidal level, while in the original narrative, Dongbo Shueing did not reach the same realm until the age of 22. Of course, he was aware that his circumstances might be attributed to his transmigration. His soul was innately stronger than most. In truth, he was a fragment of the true spirit of a universe sovereign. Although his memories were sealed by the system, his essence remained exalted. Seeing her son's elation warmed Lin Wantong's heart. The opportunities granted by the golden light had significantly shortened his journey to strength, and he would undoubtedly be able to protect his family more effectively. Today was a day of double joy. Wiping away her tears, she smiled broadly. Breaking through to the tidal level and advancing in the Thunder 5 transformations. Once your father learns of this, he will be beside himself with joy. He was 35 when he achieved his title. Indeed, a 35-year-old tidal-level warrior was considered remarkably young. She clapped Qiong on the shoulder and said, "Come, let me inform the kitchen to prepare a proper celebration for our family tonight. I will send someone to the Qian Mountain Mines to relay the message to your father, urging him to return early today." "Yes, all right," Qiong nodded in agreement. However, the impact of his breakthrough and the awakening of his latent abilities made it difficult for him to remain calm, igniting an urge to venture out. "Mother," Qiong said to Lin Wantong, "while father is still away, I shall take a stroll in the city. I can inform him directly, so there's no need to send someone else. Due to his recent breakthrough, he was eager to explore, and it would also serve to summon his father back home. Lin Wantong observed her son and could sense his excitement. She nodded in understanding. An 11-year-old at the title level was indeed a cause for elation. Go ahead, go ahead. It's good to clear your mind after such a breakthrough, she advised. But remember what we discussed earlier. Do not reveal your level. An 11-year-old title knight would undoubtedly provoke astonishment. Lin Wantong could already envision the reactions from the neighboring empires of Shuyun and Songyun, who would surely not allow an 11-year-old title knight to flourish. It was possible that even within the Thunder Empire, factions might harbor ill intentions. Naturally, even a 6-year-old at the sword unification level was astonishing, which was why, over the years, Qiong and Lin Wantong had consistently portrayed Qiong as someone with exceptionally poor physical talent, leading outsiders to believe he had yet to cultivate fighting energy. One must understand that a typical individual at the sword unification level would have long since begun to harness fighting energy. Yes, mother, rest assured, Qiong replied. His true age was not merely that of an 11-year-old child. Having crossed over from Earth, he was technically still not of age, and he understood well the consequences of boasting. Lin Wantong smiled. Remember to bring Kong Zhishuan and Qi Lingfei along. Although your current level far surpasses theirs, they possess valuable experience from which you can learn. Kong Zhishuan and Qi Lingfei had been Qiong's sparring partners before he turned 6. After completing their tasks, they chose to remain with the Qiong family as retainers, and both had since advanced to become meteor knights. I will change into suitable attire and instruct them to prepare, Qiong said as he pushed open the door and strode quickly toward his courtyard. Shortly thereafter, at the side gate of the Qiong residence, Qiong emerged dressed in a deep blue outfit. His posture was upright, though he consciously tempered his demeanor. The steady aura of a title-level warrior and the flickers of brilliance from his recent breakthrough were far beyond that of an ordinary person. At the side gate, 2 figures clad in black and white were already waiting, holding horses, none other than Kong Zhishuan and Qi Lingfei. Young master, they greeted, bowing as they saw Qiong. Today, they both keenly sensed the residual energy of fighting spirit still uncontained due to Qiong's recent breakthrough. Young master, your presence today seems markedly altered. Have you made some progress? Qi Lingfei, dressed in white, inquired with a tone of genuine admiration and a hint of curiosity. Kong Zhishuan said nothing, but waited expectantly for Qiong's response. Over the years, apart from his parents, these two had been his closest companions. Thus they felt comfortable asking him directly. Qiong smiled slightly. I have gained some insights. Today I have finally cultivated fighting energy. I am now a land-level knight. In that case, young master, you must go out and enjoy yourself today. I heard a fine tavern has opened in the west of the city, Kong Zhishuan suggested, his voice cheerful. Upon hearing this, Qiong shook his head. Not today. I will notify father of my breakthrough and summon him back. Please, young master, Kong Zhishuan replied respectfully, recognizing his place. As a retainer, he could offer suggestions, but could not make decisions on behalf of the family. The 3 mounted their horses and galloped toward the gates of Yunhai County City. Is that the Qiong family's young master? What brings him out today? Having traversed this world for over a decade, and with his family being the most powerful force in Yunhai County City, Qiong had inevitably picked up some unruly habits. While he did not oppress anyone, he had become bold enough to ride swiftly on the sidewalks, a stark contrast to his former timid demeanor. Of course, his confidence stemmed from his strength. Even if he were to collide with someone, he could easily avert disaster. Chapter 13, Ambush, Betrayal. Though the Qiong residence was situated a fair distance from the city gates, with Qiong and his companions riding swiftly, they reached the gates in merely half an hour. Is that the young master of the Qiong family? The guard at the city gates recognized the 3 riders approaching from afar. The Qiong family had been rooted in Yunhai County for a millennium and was the most powerful clan in the city. The guards would certainly remember Qiong's appearance. Should they inadvertently provoke someone they ought not, the consequences could be dire. After uttering this remark, the guards allowed the trio to pass through the city gates without further hindrance. Of course, this is the way out of the city. Entering requires the payment of a city fee, which is why Qie Qiong must dismount. The Thunder Empire has stood for 10 millennia, and the fundamental reason the city guards have not decayed is that the 3 kingdoms are still engaged in mutual conflict. Thus, esteemed nobles like the Qie family, who hold the greatest influence in the city and are the true masters of Yunhai County, will still superficially adhere to the laws of the empire. As Qie Qiong, Kong Zhishuan, and Qi Lingfei galloped from the city gate onto the official road leading to the mines, they had barely traveled for half an hour when a sharp whistle pierced the air. Whoa! The 3 abruptly halted. Kong Zhishuan and Qi Lingfei quickly moved to Qie Qiong's side. Young master, it seems we have encountered bandits, Kong Zhishuan remarked with a smile. In truth, he was not concerned at all. Both he and Qie Lingfei were meteor-level knights, and today, their young master had also attained the rank of Earth-level knight, potentially even surpassing them in combat prowess. Together, they represented a formidable trio of meteor-level strength. Typically, such strength would be more than sufficient to deal with common bandits, especially in the vicinity of Yanhai County, where formidable bandits should not even exist. This may not be an ordinary bandit, Qie Qiong chuckled. Due to his realm of unity of man and heaven, he had already sensed the ambush before the whistle sounded. No sooner had he spoken than 8 knights clad in deep brown leather armor and obscured by black veils surged forth from the surrounding grass, forming a tight encirclement that completely sealed off the trio's escape. Their movements clearly indicated a group of well-trained knights. As the 8 appeared, Kong Zhishuan and Qie Lingfei instinctively positioned themselves to shield Qie Qiong. The leader, though masked, revealed a sinister visage that seemed poised to betray his nefarious intentions. Isn't this the talented young master of the Qie family we have been waiting for? He drawled slowly, malice dripping from his voice. Just a few wretched scoundrels like you? Qie Qiong mocked. Dogs of the Qiong family, do you think that hiding your faces will conceal your identities? The leader removed his black veil with a casual gesture, declaring, even if you know, what does it matter? Today, you shall meet your end here. His gaze was that of a predator regarding a lamb, devoid of mercy. The Qiong family had dispatched this crew to lie in wait near Yanhai County ever since Qie Qiong's union with sword and spirit. Over the years, although Qie Qiong had exited the city, he had never used this gate, and each time they received news, they found he had long since entered the city. It turned out their plan was to lure him out, but now that he was out, there was no need for such elaborate schemes. Rather than continue as the brilliant swordsman of the Qie family, let me entertain you here. Kong Zhishuan's expression darkened, and he exclaimed sternly, Qiong family, how dare you ambush the young master of the Qie family near Yanhai County? Do you not fear the city guard's wrath? Do you not fear a war with the Qie family? As he spoke, he produced a whistle unique to the Qie family. Once blown, the city guards of Yanhai County would rush to their aid with utmost urgency. Qie Qiong gestured for Kong Zhishuan to lower the whistle and said, there's no need for such trouble. It's too far, and the guards will take a long time to arrive. We will have already concluded our business by then. It was worth noting that the horses they rode were all at least second-tier magical beasts, and he himself rode a third-tier magical beast. The Cloud Stepping Steed. Having been on the road for half an hour, they were far ahead of the city guards mounted on ordinary war horses. By the time they arrived, it would all be over. Moreover, the more reinforcements that came, the greater the risk of exposing his true strength. Upon seeing Qie Qiong's demeanor, the leader chuckled. It seems the young genius of the Qie family is quite astute, preparing to surrender. Very well, I shall ensure your parents receive your complete corpse. He continued, before you die, let it be clear who your killer is, Qiong Zhendong. With the 8 of them, Qiong Zhendong stood at the peak of Silver Moon Knights, while the remaining 7 comprised 3 meteor-level knights and 4 earth-level knights, altogether far exceeding their strength, especially considering they had their hidden cards. Kong Zhishuan, sword in hand, declared fiercely, Qiong Zhendong, if you kill us today, are you not afraid that the head of the Qie family will storm into your Qiong family? Your actions today will surely lead to rivers of blood for your clan. Qiong Zhendong laughed mockingly. Go to war? Today, if I eliminate all of you, who will know it was the Qiong family? Besides, does Qie Yinzhou dare to charge into my Tsangyan empire? We Qiong family fear he lacks the courage. Attack! As the command left his lips, the 7 knights surged forward like enraged beasts, believing 7 were more than sufficient. Why waste a greater effort? The 2 earth-level knights in front wielded long spears, aiming directly for Qie Qiong's vital points. They believed he had yet to cultivate his fighting spirit, thus daring to strike so boldly. The remaining knights split to assault Kong Zhishuan and Qie Lingfei. Young master, be careful, Qie Lingfei cried out, parrying a strike aimed at him, his sword flashing as he engaged 2 meteor-level foes. In the midst of this chaos, Kong Zhishuan, who had been positioned behind Qie Qiong, his eyes suddenly glinted with a ruthless intent. With a flick of his wrist, a dagger emanating a ghostly blue light appeared in his hand, a dagger evidently laced with deadly poison. Then, at a speed achievable only by a meteor-level knight, he lunged towards Qie Qiong. In this tumultuous moment, the strike was as silent as it was deadly, perfectly timed and precisely angled. This strike contained all his might. He could almost envision the dagger piercing through Qie Qiong's thin garment, plunging into his heart. However, just as the dagger was a mere 3 inches from Qie Qiong's back, it suddenly hit an invisible barrier, unable to advance further. Kong Zhishuan's eyes widened in shock. Indeed, it is you, Uncle Kong, came Qie Qiong's calm voice, echoing in Kong Zhishuan's ears. A chilling smile crept across Qie Qiong's face, one that was unsettlingly cold. After all, Kong Zhishuan had known him since childhood, serving as a sparring partner, and was considered a retainer of the Qie family. Yet within the Qie family, both Kong Zhishuan and Qi Lingfei were directly under Qie Qiong as command. Chapter 14. Cleanup. I've treated you well over these past 8 years. Why betray me? Qie Qiong's voice was icy, tinged with a hint of confusion. He believed that, due to his status as a transmigrator, he had not been overly domineering towards those around him. Kong Zhishuan, what are you doing? Qi Lingfei, who had been blocking 2 meteor-level knights, noticed the situation and exclaimed in astonishment. Though they had not been together every day in recent years, their bond had deepened due to their shared allegiance to Qie Qiong. He could hardly believe that Kong Zhishuan would turn against Qie Qiong. I am a member of the Qiong family. How could I betray them? Kong Zhishuan sneered. Do you not see what I am doing? You knew about the traitor all along? He scoffed 5 years ago. My father warned me that you and Qi Lingfei were problematic. It was only when these rabble from the Qiong family appeared that I confirmed it. Qie Qiong snorted coldly. How did you discover it? Kong Zhishuan was taken aback. He believed he had not exposed himself at any time except when he lunged at Qie Qiong. Qie Qiong regarded him as one might a clown. You're speaking too much today. Qiong Zhendong, growing impatient with their prolonged exchange, urged Kong Zhishuan. Stop dawdling and kill him. Kill me? You will find no opportunity, Qie Qiong replied calmly. The dagger in his hand pierced the air as Kong Zhishuan declared. It is merely an alchemical item gifted by your father. What makes you think you have a chance? Little genius, you should abandon your fanciful thoughts. Your father remains in the mines, and it is just the two of you here. The opportunity lies with you. Standing silently aside, Qiong Zhendong suddenly charged towards Qi Lingfei. In his view, eliminating this obstructive meteor knight would render Qiao Qiong insignificant. Killing or maiming would be but a word away. Alas, hell has no gates. And yet you dare to intrude, Qiao Qiong remarked, shaking his head slightly. Who told you that my blocking you relies on alchemical items? Suddenly, a tremendous and intangible force enveloped Qiao Qiong, extending hundreds of meters around him. Regardless of the 4 heavenly tier knights, the 3 meteor knights, or Qiong Zhendong and Kong Zhishuan, they were all subdued by this unexpected celestial power. Unity of heaven and man, commanded Qiao Qiong, harnessing the natural forces to his will. What the devil? How could he be a powerhouse of the unity of heaven and man at merely 11 years of age? Qiong Zhendong, a silver moon knight, felt his legs turn to jelly. The disparity between the silver moon and tidal levels was immense. Even if he stood at the peak of silver moon, the gap to a tidal level was as vast as heaven and earth. It is known that any tidal level individual is said to possess the strength of 10,000 troops, a claim applicable even to seasoned soldiers. Every tidal level being utterly crushes other mundane lives. Qiong Zhendong growled, Kong Zhishuan. Did you not say he has yet to cultivate his fighting spirit? We are doomed because of you. At this moment, Kong Zhishuan was no longer the fierce figure that had brandished the dagger earlier. He stood frozen, unresponsive to Qiong Zhendong's outburst. The unity of heaven and man was on an entirely different tier than a newly initiated earthly knight, and he had not anticipated Qiao Qiong's concealment of such power. It was akin to a nation claiming it possesses only rice and rifles, only to reveal a nuclear bomb from behind. Within a radius of hundreds of meters centered around Qiao Qiong, everyone except Qi Lingfei felt the air grow thick and viscous. All sensed the suppressive force of unity of heaven and man. Even the Silver Moon Knight, Qiong Zhendong, could still act under this pressure, while the Meteor Knights could barely move, and the remaining Heavenly Tier Knights were rendered immobile. The 2 Meteor Knights engaged with Qi Lingfei were swiftly dispatched. An 11-year-old of tidal level. How can this be? A stunned Kong Zhishuan finally regained his senses. Had he known Qiao Qiong was of tidal level, he would never have allowed his family to orchestrate such a ludicrous ambush. This prodigy, capable of shaking the very foundations of the Sangyun material world, would be intolerable to the other 2 empires if word got out. Should that happen, the Qiong family would not merely have killed a scion of the Qiao family. They would face annihilation themselves. Alas, it was too late. How ridiculous it was for the Qiong family to plot for years, dispatching what they deemed overwhelming power, only to fail to investigate their enemy's information thoroughly. Now, it is my turn, Qiao Qiong's cold voice resonated. He slowly drew out the Qing Feng sword from his waist and made a swift motion forward. The 4 Heavenly Tier Knights, who had been immobilized by the celestial power, found disbelief etched on their faces. Before they could even scream, a line of blood formed at their throats. the light in their eyes extinguished, and their bodies crumpled to the ground. The remaining meteor knight, witnessing this scene, let out a desperate scream. Blood surged forth from him, indicating he had employed some sort of desperate secret technique. This technique allowed him to break free from the suppression of unity of heaven and man, restoring his former mobility, and he leaped backward in haste. Qie Qiong did not even glance at him. The tip of the Qie Qiong sword quivered slightly, and a meticulously condensed black sword energy silently pierced through the void, heading towards the meteor knight. It arrived first, striking precisely at the knight's heart. His body froze mid-leap before collapsing to the ground, lifeless. That sword energy had extinguished all his vitality. Xiong Zhendong's pupils constricted at this sight. With just 2 strokes, one sword had slain 4 heavenly tier knights, and another sword energy had obliterated a meteor knight employing a desperate technique. The 4 heavenly tier knights could be dismissed, but it was worth noting that the meteor knight, after using his technique, had reached the threshold of silver moon knight speed. Yet even so, he was effortlessly erased by Qie Qiong's singular sword energy. Flee! I must escape. Though he possessed hidden cards, he knew there was no way he could survive with the information he held. He roared, and his earthy yellow fighting spirit erupted. As the fighting spirit surged, he felt he could contend with a title-level powerhouse. While dashing deeper into the woods, he shouted to Kang Jixuan, "Hold him off. I will take my revenge." If he could escape and relay the news back to the Qiong family, then the Qiao family would face ruin. The Songyan Empire would never allow such a prodigy to grow unchecked. Thinking of escaping, Qie Qiong's eyes flickered, and without moving, he unleashed a sword energy. Whoosh! Employing the same tactic, this time the target was none other than the fleeing Xiong Zhendong. In the instant the black sword energy was about to pierce him, he suddenly turned, swinging his blade to deflect the energy. Boom! The black sword energy collided with the blade, producing a sound akin to metal clashing. The blade instantly developed cracks, and in less than a breath, it shattered. At the moment the blade broke, the sword energy dissipated entirely. Chapter 15. Clearing the path, observing the shattered blade, Xiong Zhendong exhaled in relief, a smile gracing his lips. Is that all? Young Master Qiao, there is no need for your hospitality. Your good days lie ahead. With that, he turned and continued his flight into the woods. It turned out he was a peak silver moon knight, and now, having unleashed his desperate technique, he had brushed against the threshold of title level. At this moment, he believed that while he could not defeat a true title level powerhouse, he could at least hold them off long enough to retreat. Today, you all shall perish. Qie Qiong's voice remained calm, yet pronounced Xiong Zhendong's death sentence. With that, Qie Qiong lifted his left foot, a dark light flashing. In an instant, he closed the distance to Xiong Zhendong, who had barely been stationary. Your speed is too slow. Qie Qiong's voice echoed behind Xiong Zhendong. Although Xiong Zhendong had employed a secret technique to match the speed of certain title-level individuals, that was true only for those less adept at speed. Qie Qiong's cultivation of the Thunder's 5 transformations and lightning techniques were all centered on speed, making him an exception. Xiong Zhendong's entire being bristled with dread as he strained to unleash the fighting spirit from his dantian, pushing forward once more. Yet, in the presence of Qie Qiong, his speed seemed akin to that of a tortoise. In a heartbeat, Qie Qiong had closed in behind him, and he had yet to react. Thud! Xiong Zhendong felt a sharp pain in his back as Qie Qiong's Qie Qiong sword pierced through his body. With a swift motion, Qie Qiong withdrew the long sword, and Xiong Zhendong gradually sank to the ground. In his final moments, he still believed he could escape. Qiong turned slowly and began to walk back. The time from the ambush by the Qiong family to the massacre felt lengthy, yet it was merely the span of a tea ceremony. At the scene, only Xiong Jixuan remained, frozen in place. At that moment, his complexion had turned ashen, and the dagger and sword he held had fallen to the ground. He had just witnessed the brutal execution of 8 elite members of his family, including a Silver Moon Knight, without a hint of resistance from the boy he had served for many years. The courage to fight back had long since fled. Thud! He gazed at Qiong, who approached him with measured steps, and without hesitation, he knelt upon the ground, repeatedly bowing his head in supplication. Young master, for the sake of my years of service to you, please spare me this once. I have stated before, none of you shall escape today. Qiong's voice was calm, yet the words rendered Xiong Jixuan utterly still. Without any unnecessary motion, Qiong flicked his wrist, and a stream of black sword energy swiftly severed Xiong Jixuan's neck. His body trembled as his gaze dimmed entirely. The pungent scent of blood began to permeate the air. In less than the time it takes to brew a cup of tea, the once menacing 9 masters of the Qiong family lay dead beneath Qiong and Qi Lingfei's blades. Curiously, This was Qiong's first act of killing, yet he felt no discomfort whatsoever. Qi Lingfei stood nearby, and, as Qiong Zhishuan fell, he finally returned to his senses from the shock. He swallowed hard and looked at the sword-wielding youth, his eyes filled with awe. Young master, his voice trembled slightly, tinged with a barely perceptible surprise. He was acutely aware of what had just transpired and understood the significance of an 11-year-old at the title level. Qiong retracted his imposing aura, as if the overwhelming pressure that had harmonized with the heavens was merely an illusion. He glanced at the lifeless bodies on the ground and spoke in a matter-of-fact tone. "Uncle Qi, you have seen it. It was Uncle Kong who betrayed me first. I had no other choice." Qi Lingfei nodded repeatedly, affirming, of course, he brought this upon himself. Qiong nodded and instructed Uncle Qi, "Please check for any survivors and deal with them accordingly. You can keep 20% of the spoils. The rest, return to me. Later, sound the alarm for the city guards to remove the bodies from here." He paused and added, "Let it be known that these were blind bandits who met their end at our hands. Understood?" Qi Lingfei bowed in acknowledgement. "Yes, young master, rest assured. I know my place, though I feel undeserving of the spoils." He understood that the extent of Qiong's power must remain a secret. If the news of an 11-year-old at the title level were to leak, although the Qiong family might enjoy fleeting glory, it would soon invite disaster. "Take it, Uncle Qi. You have earned it. As for the remaining matters, I trust you completely," Qiong replied with a slight nod. Qi Lingfei had not surrendered or betrayed them at the outset. He had passed Qiong's test, and this could also be seen as a form of hush money. Qiong mounted his steed. "After resolving this, come find me at the mine." With that, he set off towards the mining area. The third-tier cloud, treading steed, galloped forth like an arrow loose from a bow, swiftly disappearing from sight. In no time, he arrived at the new mining site, seized from the Qiong family. The area was heavily guarded, with the Qiong family's escort patrolling diligently. This vein was of limited use to the Qiong family, but the possibility of extraordinary materials like thunder gold emerging from every 100,000 pounds made it invaluable. Hence the stringent security. Even when Qiong Yunzhou received bad news here, he would come to investigate. It was known that Qiong Yunzhou's primary concern at present was refining his battle aura to achieve the extraordinary. Upon seeing the figure approaching on horseback, some guard began to speak, but were halted by those who recognized Qiong. "Young master." The guard saluted and allowed him to pass. After handing over the cloud-treading steed to the guards, Qiong made his way to the entrance of the mine, where he immediately spotted his father, Qiong Yunzhou. Dressed in a blue robe, he stood with his hands clasped behind his back, gazing gravely into the depths of the mine, while listening to a report from a middle-aged man in charge. Perhaps the matter was of utmost importance. For Qiong Yunzhou did not immediately notice his son's arrival. This was also due to Qiong's recent breakthrough. Had he still been at the Silver Moon level, Qiong Yunzhou would have sensed him long ago. It was only when Qiong stepped closer that Qiong Yunzhou became aware, turning slightly to see who had approached. "Qiong? Qiong Yunzhou expressed surprise. In recent years, Qiong rarely ventured out of the city aside from necessary training. "What brings you here? Is there a matter at home?" As he spoke, he scrutinized Qiong intently. Although Qiong concealed his aura, Qiong Yunzhou, being a title-level master, could still faintly perceive the changes in his son's energy. Qiong's face broke into a radiant smile as he approached his father. "Everything is well at home. I have come to find you." He paused briefly. "I have something I wish to discuss with you in private." Chapter 16. The crisis in the mine. Qiong Yunzhou regarded the gleam of joy in his son's eyes and understood. He directed those around him. "Carry on with your tasks. You need not follow us." He then led Qiong to a secluded mining shed. Once inside, only the two of them remained. Qiong Yunzhou fixed his intense gaze upon his son. "Speak, for you seem to possess some extraordinary news." He had suspicions, but was uncertain due to the passage of time. Qiong nodded with a smile. "Indeed, today I made a slight breakthrough during training at the martial arts arena. Furthermore, I have advanced to the 4th level of the Thunder 5 transformations, the Black Thunder stage." As he spoke, he ceased to conceal his power. A wave of pressure descended within the shed. A thread of black battle aura began to swirl slowly at his fingertips, emanating a restrained yet terrifying energy fluctuation. This was the hallmark of the Black Thunder stage of the Thunder 5 transformations. The brilliance in Qiong Yunzhou's eyes flared as he struggled to contain his excitement. Despite his usual composure, the realization of his son's monstrous talent overwhelmed him. He clapped a hand firmly on Qiong's shoulder. "Excellent, excellent. An 11-year-old at the title level. The Sanyan Triad of your could not compare to such speed." The Sanyan Triad referred to the 3 legendary third-tier divine spirits from millennia past. "It still depends on what level of true insight I can comprehend. I dare not compare myself to the Sanyan Triad," Qiong modestly replied. Nonetheless, the smile on his face betrayed a sense of confidence. After all, he possessed a unique advantage, and even at half capacity, he felt destined to ascend to the divine level. However, soon the smile faded from his face as he grew serious. "Father, there's another matter I must discuss. On my way here," he recounted the ambush he had encountered, briefly mentioning it. When he spoke of Kong Jishuan, his tone carried a hint of sorrow. After all, he had been a companion for many years, and a bond had formed. He was an undercover agent from a Qiong family. He confessed to being one of them. His true name is Qiong Jishuan. Upon hearing this, Qiong Yunzhou's eyes ignited with fierce, killing intent. The Qiong family truly possesses audacity, daring to assassinate in the heart of Yanhai County, right beneath the nose of my Qiong family. He was not overly concerned for Qiong's safety. Even when Qiong had not yet broken through, the Qiong family had only 2 individuals capable of posing a threat to him. The Thunder 5 transformations practiced by Qiong is an extraordinary secret technique of combat energy, particularly proficient in speed, reaching a commendable standard even in its ordinary state. It appears their earlier probing of the mind was merely a ruse to draw me out, seeking an opportunity to strike at you. This grudge shall be duly noted by your father. Qie Yunzhou's voice was frigid, laced with a piercing intent to kill. He turned his gaze back towards his son, his eyes brimming with admiration and expectation. "Qiong, at merely 11 years of age, you have the potential to break through to the title level. You are destined to elevate our Qie family to unprecedented heights." Although a few exceptional individuals had emerged from the Qie family before, the highest among them merely left behind the Thunder 5 transformations and Thunderlight as a saint-level extraordinary. Even he could reach no higher. Yet his son possesses the capability, at just 11 years old, a title level. "Yes, father," Qie Qiong assured. He felt confident in surpassing several of his ancestors. Once the joyous news and the matters of arrival were recounted, Qie Qiong turned his attention towards the dimly lit mine. "Earlier, when I arrived, I noticed your solemn expression fixed upon the cave. Has something transpired?" The smile on Qie Yunzhou's face faded, and he patted Qie Qiong's shoulder. "Indeed, some troublesome matters have arisen within the mine." "Troubling?" Qie Qiong was taken aback, given the Qie family's influence in this region. Coupled with his father's extraordinary prowess far beyond that of an ordinary title level, it was rare for anything to trouble him. Take the Qiong family, for instance. Had they not been within the Tsungyan Empire, they would not elicit such concern from Qie Yunzhou. Indeed, Qie Yunzhou nodded, his gaze sharp. "Just days ago, miners deep within the cave were attacked, resulting in significant casualties. Only one overseer, a sky tier, managed to escape. He reported that a ferocious magical beast was responsible." Qie Qiong immediately inquired, "What tier of beast was it?" Initially, the overseer believed it to be a 5th-tier magical beast, but upon entering, he never returned. Qie Yunzhou's tone was heavy with regret. The Qie family's overseer here was a Silver Moon Knight. The fact that he was slain speaks volumes of the beast's ferocity. The number of Silver Moon Knights in the Qie family is limited, each one a rare treasure. His voice grew somber. "Today, upon my arrival, I confronted it for a brief moment before retreating. It is a 6th-tier magical beast, one that rivals the realm of everything. A magical beast on par with the realm of everything." Qie Qiong could not help but gasp in astonishment. A 6th-tier magical beast could already contend with title levels, and one that could rival the realm of everything is truly exceptional. Magical beasts are inherently stronger than humans of the same tier, and in such a confined environment as the mine, it becomes exceedingly difficult to manage. No wonder the Qiong family abandoned this place so hastily. They likely recognized the threat. The presence of such a local tyrant within the mine has rendered the resources they acquired from the Qiong family utterly worthless. While ordinary materials could be overlooked, the inability to procure Thunder Essence Gold would result in significant losses that must be addressed post-haste. Should this beast roam freely, my troubles would not be as acute, Qie Yunzhou remarked. The crux of the issue lies in its presence within a mine. Under these conditions, the potential losses could be immense. Qie Yunzhou, a master of the elemental wind and a formidable figure in the realm of everything, finds his capabilities hindered within the confines of the cave. Of course, this limitation also applies to the massive form of the magical beast. Weighing on Qie Qiong's mind is the reality that a beast rivaling the realm of everything renders even the presence of numerous Silver Moon Knights ineffective. They would merely serve as fodder in such a confrontation. As thoughts swirled, Qie Qiong's resolve solidified. "Father, no number of Silver Moon Knights would suffice. Allow me to accompany you into the depths." "Qiong, this is far too perilous." Qie Yunzhou regarded his son. Although he recognized that his son had achieved the title level, he had only just recently broken through. The disparity with the realm of everything is vast. Qiong, this is no trivial matter. The beast's strength is nearly on par with mine. Though you have attained unity of heaven and man, the gap remains considerable. He worried for his son, despite his presence. The inherent dangers of such a confrontation, particularly against a foe of this caliber, were immense. Sensing his father's concern, Qie Qiong spoke with unwavering resolve. Father, while I have only recently reached the title level, you are well aware of the formidable power of the Thunder 5 transformations. My current strength undoubtedly surpasses that of an ordinary title level. Qie Qiong stepped forward, locking his gaze with his father's. Chapter 17. Thunder Lizard. Qie Qiong's eyes were resolute. Father, I understand your concern for my safety. But with the fourth layer of the Black Thunder realm in the Thunder 5 transformations, my combat energy and speed far exceed that of my peers. The Qie family's Thunder 5 transformations is a rare combat energy secret technique, one that many extraordinary individuals have never mastered. He paused. Moreover, I am a master swordsman at the unity of heaven and man. I am not comparable to those ordinary title levels. Although Qie Qiong had just broken through, he possessed a high level. Many title level experts may have reached the unity of heaven and man, but are not masters of technique. These are two distinct paths. Many title level masters of technique break through after years of experience in the unity of heaven and man. Based on the rankings from the Thunder Empire's celestial list, Qie Qiong estimated he could place within the top 100. Qie Qiong continued to analyze. I know that you wish to summon the family's Silver Moon Knights, but rather than sending a group of constrained Silver Moon Knights, it would be far more effective for me to go. Qie Qiong regarded his son with a deep gaze. Regardless of his son's high level, he still saw him as merely an 11-year-old child. Yet, today's words allowed him to truly recognize the caliber of his son. With such courage, he was immensely surprised. Very well, Qie Qiong nodded in agreement, but added, however, Qiong, remember that once we enter, you must heed my every instruction. In the face of danger, do not act recklessly. Your safety is paramount. I understand, Qie Qiong replied. With their decision made, Qie Qiong swiftly gathered the mine's overseers and guards, instructing, that magical beast deep within the mine is decidedly troublesome. All miners and overseers must maintain a safe distance. I will take the young master inside to investigate. Rest assured, it is merely an ordinary title level. I alone can handle it. The true nature of the magical beast's realm remained undisclosed to others. Otherwise, finding a reason to bring Qie Qiong along would be challenging. His expression turned serious. Everyone, maintain vigilance at the perimeter. Should the beast escape, engage only with the star-breaking crossbow at a distance. We shall faithfully obey the master's command. Although the others were perplexed, they refrained from questioning. In their eyes, it would be a simple task for Qie Qiong, a master of the realm of everything, to subdue an ordinary 6th-tier magical beast. Before long, the entire mine site was cleared. Qie Qiong exchanged a glance with Qie Qiong, who led the way into the mine. As they ventured deeper, the surroundings gradually darkened. The alchemical devices previously illuminating the cave had long been destroyed by the beast. Holding the semi-artifact, Thunder Star Sword, Qie Qiong infused combat energy into the blade, causing purple arcs of lightning to flicker and illuminate the cavern. Qie Qiong stood behind, gripping the azure edge sword tightly. Though its blade did not shine as brightly as the Thunder Star Sword, it still radiated a chilling glow. The two activated their unity of heaven and man, remaining vigilant for any signs of movement within the mine. As they progressed deeper, both Qie Qiong and Qie Qiong realized that there was not a trace of Thunder Essence gold in the cave. Logically, at this depth, some should have been present. Suddenly, a blinding flash of purple lightning erupted from the depths of the mine, striking towards the two without warning. A tempestuous bolt of lightning, imbued with an aura of devastation, descended in an instant. Dodge! Qie Qiong cautioned. A flicker of azure light beneath his feet signaled his immediate sidestep, while Qie Qiong, in a state of unity with heaven and man, had already discerned the impending attack. Instinctively employing the secret art of thunderlight, he transformed into a streak of black lightning, evading the oncoming bolt. As the two surveyed the scene ahead, they beheld a colossal creature, its maw agape, lying in wait. The bolt of lightning erupted forth from its very jaws. It was enveloped in a thick layer of dark purple scales that shimmered with a metallic sheen, and arcs of electricity danced across its body. Its robust limbs suggested a length of no less than 8 or 9 meters. With piercing, dark golden vertical pupils, it fixated intently on Qie Qiong, sensing the greatest threat emanating from him. My father is a thunder lizard, It appears to have been lured here by the thunder essence. Qie Qiong, having perused the tomes of the Qie family's library since his youth, instantly recognized the beast before him. The thunder lizard, an ancient aberration with the bloodline of thunder dragons, was a formidable entity that reached the pinnacle of the realm of heaven and man upon maturity. Moreover, it possessed the ability to evolve by devouring treasures imbued with lightning attributes. Its current dark purple scales were likely a result of consuming thunder essence and had possibly even brought it closer to the realm of all things thunder. Just as Qie Qiong articulated his thoughts, the creature suddenly opened its massive jaws, gathering thunderous energy once more, poised to deliver a lesson to this bothersome young man. However, before its attack could be unleashed, a cerulean figure materialized before it. "Beast, your opponent is me." Qie Qiong raised the Star of Thundersword, summoning the full might of the wind from the realm of all things. Bind. In an instant, the airflow within the cavern shifted dramatically. Several azure chains, composed of wind, appeared seemingly from thin air, racing towards the thunder lizard to ensnare it. This binding technique was a creation of Qie Qiong, derived from the wind of the realm of all things. The surging arcs of electricity on the thunder lizard's surface erupted violently, exerting tremendous force in an attempt to break free from the azure chains. In that moment of chaos, Qie Qiong transformed into a streak of black lightning, retreating. He dared not confront the thunderous energy of the thunder lizard at close range, as it was an adversary on par with the realm of all things. Yet, it seemed that the azure chains conjured by Qie Qiong proved superior, successfully binding its massive form. Its movements abruptly halted, even the thunderous energy it had been gathering faltered. In that fleeting moment, Qie Qiong's sword arrived. Instead of deploying the second tier of flowing light sword, he directly infused deep black energy and the power of the heavens into the azure blade, targeting the weakest point, the dark golden eyes of the thunder lizard. Slicing through, just as the sword's tip was about to pierce the thunder lizard's eye, it swiftly turned its head aside, causing Qie Qiong's strike to land upon its scales instead. Utilizing the extraordinary sharpness of a second-tier alchemical weapon, combined with his concentrated power, he swiftly breached the scales at its neck. Dark purple blood gushed forth in torrents. A roar of agony erupted from the thunder lizard, its golden eyes reflecting a shock of disbelief. It had assumed that its scales, evolved from devouring thunder essence, were nearly impervious to such attacks from creatures of comparable status. Never had it anticipated that a mere human could inflict such grievous harm. Had Qie Qiong been privy to its thoughts, he might have chuckled, for it seemed this beast had only ever encountered fellow monsters. Perhaps spurred by the intensity of its pain, the creature unleashed a surge of thunderous energy, violently shattering the azure chains. Yet, Qie Qiong was not one to squander such an opportunity. The moment Qie Qiong wounded the thunder lizard, he wielded the Star of Thunder sword with intent. Chapter 18. Resolution. The myriad shadows converged into a singular reality. A dense flurry of sword light instantly filled the cavern. In the void, the multitude of azure sword lights appeared as though they were tangible entities. Though both the first and second tiers of flowing light sword only manifested as light. Under the intricate mastery of Qie Qiong's wind from the realm of all things, the winds of the heavens were compressed into solid forms. Each blade contained the profound essence of this wind, with no diminishment of power whatsoever. This was akin to Qie Qiong's own third tier of flowing light sword. The azure blades descended like a cascading galaxy, engulfing the thunder lizard in an instant. The sound of clashing blades resonated, thud after thud, as the azure edges collided with the flickering scales of the creature. The cacophony was rapid and dense, causing the surrounding rock walls to tremble. The lightning upon the thunder lizard's scales dimmed at a visible rate. With a pained howl, the creature's thunder surged violently, seemingly attempting to shatter the encircling azure sword light. Yet, each time it managed to break through a few, it was ultimately a futile endeavor. The solidified sword lights, imbued with the essence of the wind from the realm of all things, appeared endless, pressing forward relentlessly to deplete its strength. As the lightning upon the thunder lizard waned further, Qie Qiong's gaze sharpened. With a flicker of azure light beneath his feet, he advanced toward the creature. The Star of Thunder sword lunged swiftly towards the scales at the neck, precisely where Qie Qiong had previously wounded it. Slicing through, the Star of Thunder sword pierced the thunder lizard's neck, causing its movements to halt abruptly, extinguishing the remaining lightning around it. Its massive form collapsed to the ground, lifeless. The azure sword light dissipated, leaving only the fallen thunder lizard and the father-son duo standing amidst the aftermath. Both warriors, swords in hand, stood panting lightly. Despite the seemingly effortless nature of the encounter, It was clear that neither could have accomplished this feat alone. Qie Qiong, especially, would have undoubtedly fled had he faced the thunder lizard by himself. Qie Yunzhou, while capable of slaying it, would have likely suffered severe repercussions himself. Yet, through their collaboration, the battle concluded decisively. Qie Yunzhou turned to his son, a smile gracing his face. "Well done, Qiong. Your strike that pierced this beast's scales was pivotal." Qie Qiong returned the smile, glancing at the fallen thunder lizard. "Indeed, father, your binding technique with the wind afforded me the opportunity. Otherwise, I would not have been able to injure it." Though Qie Qiong was swift, had the thunder lizard not been restrained, he likely would have been harmed in his approach. Qie Yunzhou regarded the lifeless body of the thunder lizard as someone transported back home. Its scales and flesh are valuable resources. Suddenly, Qie Qiong sensed an instinctive resonance with the thunder lizard as he drew nearer. "Father, it seems to possess something I require." As he spoke, he approached the thunder lizard, flipping its massive form onto its back, exposing its underbelly. He then drew the azure blade across its soft abdomen. As the energy of heaven and earth converged, he extracted a spherical object entwined with lightning. "Could this be a tangible core?" he exclaimed, laughter escaping his lips. "It appears fortune favors you, Qiong." Qie Yunzhou beamed at the spherical object. In the Sanyun realm, any human who achieved the title level through diligent practice would invariably possess a tangible core. However, beasts were distinct from humans. They prioritized physical prowess, with only a select few possessing a tangible core. Moreover, the tangible cores of humans differed from those of beasts. In this realm, due to the absence of eternal life, a human's tangible core would dissolve within their dantian upon death, while a beast core remained, capable of being absorbed and refined. The extraordinary essence of the thunder lizard, resembling a solid core, serves to accelerate the emergence of extraordinary combat energy. If it previously took over a decade for the Qie family to nurture such energy, this period can now be reduced by at least 5 years. Do not underestimate these 5 years. It is precisely the reason why the 2 title-level members of the Qie family are still considered youthful. Title-level beings can typically live for up to 200 years, while even the most mediocre of the heavenly flight-level extraordinary can endure for 8 centuries. Those title-level beings nearing the end of their lifespans would go to great lengths for this essence, as it could potentially extend their lives by 600 years. Father, why not allow yourself to utilize it? This way, you could ascend to the extraordinary level sooner, Qie Qiong suggested, extending the essence towards Qie Yunzhou. However, Qie Yunzhou waved his hand in refusal, stating, "Qiong, you should use it. I feel that I can cultivate extraordinary combat energy imminently. It is merely a matter of these few years." Due to his status as a being of the realm of all things, Qie Yunzhou could refine the essence much more swiftly than an ordinary title-level individual. Furthermore, being a thunder attribute essence, it would be far more effective if utilized by you rather than by me, and it could possibly aid you in breaking through with the thunder transformation technique. Qie Yunzhou continued his analysis, explaining that while Qie Qiong could shorten the time by 5 years, Qie Yunzhou would only manage to reduce it by 1 to 2 years due to the mismatch of attributes. Moreover, as both were of the thunder attribute, Qie Qiong might absorb and comprehend the essence of thunder from the realm of all things. Upon hearing this, Qie Qiong refrained from further discussion and stored the essence within her spatial ring. This ring was a birthday gift from the previous year, accompanying the Qingfeng sword. The Qie family, as a former extraordinary lineage, still possessed some depth. Observing Qie Qiong's actions, Qie Yunzhou nodded and continued, "Now that we have completed our task here, we can leave this in the hands of the stewards. Let's return home." He gestured towards the massive corpse of the thunder lizard. "We must handle it swiftly to prevent attracting other creatures." With that, he approached the thunder lizard's body and stored it within his spatial ring. Qie Qiong's ring was insufficient to contain it, and only Qie Yunzhou's ring had the capacity. Afterward, Qie Yunzhou signaled for Qie Qiong to proceed towards the cave's exit. With no need for vigilance against ambushes, the two of them channeled their combat energy, their feet illuminated by azure and thunderous light, moving with great speed until they swiftly exited the mine. Upon seeing them emerge, the distant group on guard visibly relaxed. The stewards and the captain gathered around them. The tremors caused by the battle within the cave had been felt even outside. Their emergence signified the defeat of the beast. Qie Yunzhou addressed the crowd with a clear voice, imbued with a different authority than when he spoke with Qie Qiong. "The crisis within the cave has been resolved. It was a 6th-tier thunder lizard. We can now resume work on the mine." The crowd exhaled in relief. A 6th-tier thunder creature posed a threat that none among them could withstand if it were not for the backing of the Qie family. The family heads might. The onlookers bowed respectfully. Qie Qiong waved his hand to issue further commands. Steward Feng Yun, following the death of Steward Tang San, you shall oversee all affairs of the Qiyun Mountain Mine. As he spoke, he produced a purple gold token and handed it to him, explaining that it could be shattered in case of danger within the mine. He then turned to the captain ahead and commanded, relay the order. Leave 2 knights from the squad that accompanied me, while the rest shall return to the city with me. Chapter 19. Return to the city. 3 months later outside the mine, as Qie Qiong issued his orders, Steward Feng Yun's face lit up with excitement. Rest assured, I will not disappoint the family head. He bowed deeply. The captain of the guards also immediately clasped his fists in agreement. Understood. This captain was the leader of the squad that had accompanied Qie Qiong that day. He approached the squad and instructed the 2 highest-ranking meteor knights to remain behind to guard the mine. Given the previous incident with the Thunder Lizard, only these 2 among the knights accompanying Qie Qiong had the highest rank. Turning to the remaining knights, he declared, mount up and escort the family head and young master back. A chorus of synchronized responses rang out. The remaining 8 knights, clad in standard black and purple armor, swiftly mounted their steeds. Though their mounts did not compare to Qie Qiong's 3rd-tier Cloudstrider, they rode 2nd-tier Frost steeds. Qie Qiong's close-knit squad comprised the most elite forces of the Qie family, hence such a luxurious arrangement. Qie Qiong glanced at the mine, which was gradually resuming operations, and nodded slightly, not wishing to delay further. He exchanged a look with Qie Qiong, and they both approached their steeds. With a swift motion, they mounted, and with a squeeze of their legs, the azure and white steeds surged forth like twin bolts of lightning, racing ahead. Behind them, the 8 black-armored knights followed closely. Though they had to consider the speed of Xiong Jixuan and Qi Lingfei on their way there, they now moved much faster while still being mindful of the knights behind them. In just 1 hour, the majestic city of Yunhai County appeared on the horizon. The mine was situated a full 300 kilometers from the city, and while its proximity to the Xiong family might have been concerning, the significance of the Thunder Essence Gold to the Qie family, particularly to Qie Qiong, was paramount. Otherwise, even if they could seize it, Qie Qiong would not have opted for the Qiyun Mountain Mine. As the soldiers stationed on the city wall spotted the approaching cavalry, they immediately grew alert. Earlier, they had noted the absence of any decay among the soldiers due to the ongoing conflicts between the 3 nations. Only upon recognizing the black and purple armor of the cavalry and the insignia of a purple thunder on the flag held by one of the riders did they ease their tension. It was indeed the Qie family head and his son. Earlier that afternoon, a group of brothers had gone to assist the young master of the Qie family and had received a gold coin for disposing of several corpses, an enviable reward. An ordinary city guard earned merely a gold coin as monthly pay, which should not be underestimated, as 3 gold coins would suffice for a family's sustenance for an entire year. The high casualty rate in the military had resulted in such generous compensation. I was one of them. I heard from the esteemed lord that some blind bandits had attacked the young master of the Qie family. I wonder if the young master was harmed. If so, those bandits are in for a rough time. One soldier remarked, recalling that he had not encountered the young master, but that the bandits had been dispatched with a single sword strike. Hardly any chance of inflicting harm. As these soldiers chatted amongst themselves, they stood by the city gate, allowing the Qie family cavalry to enter. Although the imperial forces had remained intact since the founding of the empire, they would never dare to dismount and inspect a noble of the Qie family's caliber, especially since most of the city guard were, in fact, affiliated with the Qie family. Make way. As the cavalry approached, the townspeople on the streets instinctively cleared a path. Anyone unfortunate enough to be caught in their way would likely suffer no less than a severe impact. The Qie estate occupied a vast expanse of land, and its sign was prominently displayed. Upon arrival, Qie Qiong and Qie Qiong reined in their horses at the grand entrance. They dismounted and entrusted their mounts to others. Return to your duties and feel free to disperse, Qie Qiong instructed. Yes, family head, the attendants replied respectfully. Qionger, let us proceed inside, Qie Qiong said as he and Qie Qiong walked together into the estate. As they made their way toward the main hall, a familiar figure approached them at a brisk pace. Family head, young master, it was Qi Lingfei, who had returned earlier, greeting them with a respectful bow. Qie Qiong nodded slightly. Uncle Qi, have the matters been resolved? Yes, Qi Lingfei replied promptly. In accordance with your instructions, everything has been taken care of, and the battle-grade items have been securely stored. Qie Qiong regarded Qi Lingfei with a nod of appreciation. Thank you for your hard work, Uncle Qi. At that moment, Qing Yunzhao interjected. Qi Feng, you have distinguished yourself this time. You may visit the 2nd floor of the library and select a martial technique. The martial techniques on the 2nd floor of the Qing family's library corresponded to the meteor and certain silver moon grades. It is my duty to serve the young master. And moreover, he has already rewarded me. Qi Lingfei responded hastily. The reward from Qiong is for handling the subsequent matters. I have heard from Qiong of your unwavering loyalty. And this is her way of honoring your fidelity, Qing Yunzhao elucidated. After a moment's hesitation, Qi Lingfei bowed and said, "Thank you, Master Xie, young Master Xie." Qing Yunzhao waved his hand dismissively. "You may take your leave to rest now." Your subordinate takes his leave. Qi Lingfei bowed once more before departing. Aside from the maids and a few guards, the remaining residences of the Qing family were located along this street. Qing Yunzhao and Qie Qiong walked towards the side hall. Inside the side hall, Lin Wantong had already received word of their return and was waiting for them. As she saw Qie Qiong and Qing Yunzhao enter, a smile instantly graced her face. "Please sit down. Qiong has been gone for quite some time. You must be hungry." With that, she pulled Qie Qiong to sit beside her. The three settled down, dining while discussing the events of the day. "Has the issue with the mine been resolved? Is everything all right?" Lin Wantong inquired. "Yes, it has been resolved. Do not worry." Qing Yunzhao nodded, a smile illuminating his face. "Father's strength is formidable, and mother need not fret," Qie Qiong added, casting a glance at his mother. Although his father was already aware of some matters, he felt it necessary to personally inform his mother. "However, mother, on my way back, I encountered a situation." "Oh, what happened?" Lin Wantong's gaze fell upon Qie Qiong, her expression shifting slightly. Seeing that Qie Qiong bore no injuries and considering his recent breakthrough in strength, her tension eased somewhat. "As we traveled halfway, we fell into an ambush set by the Qiong family." "What?" Lin Wantong's complexion changed. "How dare the Qiong family do such a thing?" "Was Qiong harmed?" "Rest assured, mother. Those from the Qiong family were no match for me," Qie Qiong replied steadily. "However, the traitor has been identified as Kong Jixuan." "Kong Jixuan?" Lin Wantong's eyes widened in realization. "It was him. I had always suspected Qi Lingfei." "Yes, it was he." Qie Qiong's voice inevitably carried a hint of gloom. He openly admitted to being a member of the Qiong family. "Enough of that, mother. It is all in the past now," Qie Qiong continued, sensing his mother's worry. Lin Wantong, understanding the emotional weight of the situation, sighed deeply. "As long as you're unharmed, that is what matters. But this score must still be settled with the Qiong family." With that, she turned her gaze towards her husband. Qing Yunzhao set down his wine cup, his eyes glinting coldly. "This account must be settled. The enmity between the Qing and Qiong families shall conclude in this generation. The Qing and Qiong families have been arch-rivals for millennia, their powers nearly equal. Before Qie Qiong's breakthrough, even the formidable Qing Yunzhao could not guarantee the annihilation of all high-level combatants within the Qiong family stronghold. Yet, after his breakthrough, he could not intervene in worldly affairs. This was all prior to Qie Qiong's ascension. The recent acquisition from a mine is a treasure that Qiong can utilize. After his further breakthroughs, it will be the perfect opportunity to deal with the Qiong family," Qing Yunzhao remarked. Lin Wantong turned to her husband, curiosity piqued. "Treasure? What transpired at the mine?" "It was a 6-tier thunder lizard comparable to the realm of all things, but it has already been slain by Qiong and me, and we also obtained thunder pills." Qing Yunzhao replied with a smile. "A magical beast on par with the realm of all things?" Lin Wantong gasped, fully aware of the challenges posed by such creatures. "Isn't that rather perilous?" Qing Yunzhao's expression softened with gratification. It was also fortuitous that Qiong broke through at the right moment. Had he not, I would have had to rally the family's Silver Moon rank members, a costly endeavor indeed. Lin Wantong nodded in agreement. Indeed, thanks to Qiong. However, it is no wonder the Qiong family so readily relinquished the Thunder Essence gold mine. They likely anticipated it, waiting for the Qing family to suffer losses. Indeed, Qing Yunzhao snorted. Yet they could never have imagined we would resolve it without incurring losses. I have brought back its carcass. In due time, you may study its flesh and scales. Who knows, perhaps you might break through in the process," he added. Sorcerers often experience breakthroughs through their studies. Generally, those who delve into rare materials tend to achieve this more frequently. With that, Qing Yunzhao cast a glance at Qie Qiong, his eyes gleaming with warmth. "Most importantly, it has already formed a solid core within." "Solid core?" As a peak Silver Moon sorceress, Lin Wantong understood the immense value of a solid core from a 6-tier magical beast, especially one akin to the realm of all things, and that it was a thunder attribute beast. Qing Yunzhao nodded. "I have instructed Qiong to accept it. In a year or two, once he has absorbed it, it will mark the end for the Qiong family." Listening to this, Qie Qiong thought to himself that it would be sooner than that, given his advantages. Lin Wantong's face brightened with joy. "Wonderful. The Qiong family truly has made a grave miscalculation. Thus, this century-long grudge will soon come to a close. 3 months later, in the Qing residence, within a tranquil chamber, a solid core radiating a faint purple light hovered before Qie Qiong. The pure thunder energy within the core gradually flowed into Qie Qiong's body as he operated the thunder transformation technique. As the technique progressed, the purified energy was continuously absorbed into his dantian. The power contained in this solid core, derived from the thunder lizard, was overwhelmingly vast. And over the course of 3 months of absorption, Qie Qiong's dantian had transformed. What was once a nascent solid core now approached the prowess of Qin Yunjiao. If previously, Qie Qiong's solid core could be likened to the early stages of golden core cultivation, now it was akin to the later stages, nearing perfection. However, the rapid enhancement of his fighting spirit did not lead Qie Qiong to complacency. Were it not for his advantages, he might have focused solely on refining his fighting spirit, especially given the accelerated pace at which he could cultivate extraordinary fighting energy. Yet he had his advantages. With his current level of comprehension, he was confident that within a month, he could grasp the essence of the golden core. At that point, refining his fighting spirit would be several times faster than it was now. Reflecting on this, Qie Qiong gathered the thunderous aura surrounding him, storing the solid core within his spatial ring as the energy in the chamber gradually dissipated. He directed his consciousness deep into his sea of awareness. The golden light secret tome floated serenely at the center of his sea of awareness, and with a thought, the pages began to turn. Buzzing sounds filled the air as the words gold, the most yang, the most steel, the most sharp resonated. At the moment the pages opened, countless mysteries regarding gold were unveiled. No matter how many times he turned the pages, Qie Qiong felt as though his soul was enveloped by the profundities of gold. He saw the characteristics of gold elements within the universe, its hardness, sharpness, and the unique rhythm woven from their inherent weight and edge. As Qie Qiong contemplated, he suddenly gained a deeper understanding of the characteristic of sharpness, in the prior cultivation of achieving the unity of man and sword, as well as the comprehension of the elements of heaven and earth during the state of oneness with nature. It seemed that all that precision and understanding erupted in this singular moment. When he recently contemplated the stream of gold, it appeared as though he had uncovered its source and validation. Eagerly, his consciousness detached from the sea of awareness and returned to his corporeal form. With swift steps, Qie Qiong departed the tranquil chamber, transforming into a flash of black lightning as he raced toward the waterfall at the back of his family's mountain. Carelessly discovering a massive piece of green stone beside the waterfall, he seated himself upon this natural platform formed by the elements of heaven and earth. Sitting cross-legged upon the platform, he closed his eyes and fully entered the state of oneness with nature. His spiritual power did not display any force. Rather, it spread like the wind, permeating the surroundings. In his perception, the entirety of the universe was composed of gold and other elements. Gold was not merely confined to swords and oars. It was the fundamental element that constituted the world and the brilliance that flowed through all things, the essence itself. Countless fragments of insight, under the state of oneness with nature, suddenly fused and erupted. Boom! Qie Qiong's sea of consciousness trembled violently. From this moment forth, the world would be irrevocably altered. The mysteries of gold in the heavens and earth were no longer vague perceptions, but transformed into intricate veins. They encompassed the secrets of gold embodied in the green stone platform, the cliffs, the iron and gold, as well as the Qing Feng sword at his waist. All these elements together formed the sharpness of gold that he had comprehended. It was as if he had grasped a fragment of the laws governing gold, wherever his thoughts reached, without the need to mobilize his fighting spirit. The power of the mysteries of gold responded instantaneously, as if it were an extension of his own body. The first layer of the gold of all things, accomplished. Chapter 20. Breakthrough and sparring. Qie Qiong instinctively raised his right hand, forming it into a sword gesture, and made an airy slash toward the waterfall ahead. There was no cataclysmic sound. Only a dazzling beam of golden sword light precisely traversed dozens of meters, cleaving the cascading water curtain in an instant. Had Qie Qiong not comprehended the gold of all things prior to this moment, although he could have severed it, he would never have done so with such ease. The cut in the water curtain remained for 3 breaths before gradually healing, returning to its original state. Qie Qiong slowly opened his eyes, with a faint golden light swirling within. If an ordinary person were to witness this scene, they would likely find themselves blinded by the sharpness emanating from Qie Qiong's gaze. Feeling the connection between himself and the gold element of the universe, an unprecedented sensation welled up within him. He, Qie Qiong, at the tender age of 11, had entered the state of oneness with nature merely 3 months ago, and now he had once again shattered the mirror to reach the realm of all things. At this juncture, he could only express that reaching this milestone was solely through his own efforts. Henceforth, in this mundane world, few could inspire any sense of threat within him. As he contemplated this, a mischievous smile crept across his lips. In the early morning at the training ground, Qie Qiong and Qie Qiong, clad in green and black martial attire respectively, slowly approached the arena. After comprehending the goal of all things yesterday, Qie Qiong returned to rest. Yet due to his overwhelming excitement and the plans he had previously devised, he insisted on bringing Qie Qiong with him to the training ground early in the morning. Father, Qie Qiong's voice brimmed with eagerness. Today, I seek your guidance. Ha! It seems that Qiong has made significant progress in these past 3 months. Let me see how far you've come. Qie Qiong laughed heartily, stepping to the side of the weapon rack and casually tossing a standard long sword toward Qie Qiong. Qie Qiong caught the sword steadily and slightly raised his chin. Father, do not be startled. The two stood facing each other, no words necessary, and in the next instant, both figures vanished from their positions. Clang! The sound of clashing swords echoed in the tranquil morning training ground. There was no collision of fighting spirits, only the pinnacle of martial skill from masters of swordplay, the ultimate expression of mundane technique. On the training ground, their forms moved so swiftly that only afterimages remained. The intertwining sword lights of green and black danced together. Suddenly, Qie Qiong broke apart, his sword following his movements, slicing through the air. The second layer of the flowing light sword, the myriad swords realm, erupted in an instant, conjuring numerous sword lights from thin air. If one were to count carefully, they would find that the black sword lights had multiplied to several hundred in an instant, far exceeding the number from his initial breakthrough. The sword lights wove into a black, thunderous net, cascading toward Qie Qiong. Faced with such an onslaught, Qie Qiong remained unperturbed. The standard long sword in his hand seemed imbued with sentience, as countless green sword lights emerged effortlessly from his movements, manifesting the highest realm of the flowing light sword, returning to the essence of myriad shadows. While this technique, in its current form, may not have matched the power of their collaboration against the Thunder Lizard, it was evident that this was merely a sparring match. Ding ding ding. The thunderous sword net clashed with the green sword lights unleashed by Qie Qiong, canceling each other out. Due to the enhancement provided by the 4th chapter of the Thunder 5 transformations, Black Thunder, the quality of Qie Qiong's black sword lights far surpassed the green sword lights of Qie Qiong, who had yet to integrate the wind of the realm of all things. Thus, it required several green sword lights to counter each black sword light, compensating for the difference between Qie Qiong's flowing light sword and his father's. Crack. The sturdy green stone slab cracked with numerous fine lines in the aftermath of their sword-light collisions. In their realm, 100 strikes transpired in mere breaths. The two figures, like flowing light, found themselves locked in a fierce contest, evenly matched for the moment. Good, Qie Qiong chuckled. I did not expect Qiong to have reached such heights in strength, surpassing the me of yesteryears who had yet to comprehend the realm of all things. Back then, Qie Qiong had ranked 40th on the heavenly rankings before comprehending the realm of all things, suggesting that Qie Qiong might now be capable of ranking even higher. However, his words faltered as a sharp glint appeared in his eyes. Be careful. I shall now engage you earnestly. As his words fell, the heavens and earth abruptly transformed. The winds that had flowed freely alongside their swords on the training ground suddenly shifted. The wind of the realm of all things. Qie Qiong waved the ordinary standard long sword in his hand forward. The sword's tip seemed to become the singular master of the winds in the universe, converging upon Qie Qiong's long sword, solidifying into a blue long sword that shot toward Qie Qiong like lightning. In the blink of an eye, it was upon him, swift and imbued with a perilous edge that seemed capable of slicing through all, even the very light itself. Alone, with merely the state of oneness with nature and black thunder-fighting spirit, it was utterly impossible to withstand the strike that harnessed the wind of the realm of all things. As the blue long sword approached him, a barely perceptible smile graced Qie Qiong's lips. Father, forgive me. As he spoke, the aura surrounding him shifted dramatically. A sharp essence surged forth in a fierce explosion. Buzz. The standard long sword in his hand emitted a crisp chime, no longer merely entwined with black, thunderous fighting spirit. A pure golden light emerged on the sword's body, intertwining with the black fighting spirit, the gold of the realm of all things. In Qie Qiong's grasp, There were no extravagant techniques. He simply thrust directly toward the blue long sword formed by the wind of the realm of all things and fighting spirit. In an instant, where their sword tips collided, two forces, both embodying the mysteries of the realm of all things yet differing in attributes, collided with a resounding impact in this space. Buzz. There was no cataclysmic roar, only a low hum. A tempestuous force erupted in a circular surge, intermingled with sharp golden rays and azure shards of light, unleashing a chaotic storm. The solid slate of the training ground was lifted in layers, and an invisible shockwave swept through the towering trees nearby, causing them to sway violently. Two figures were propelled by this force, landing at opposite ends of the arena. As the energy subsided, the scene was left in disarray. With the two figures locked in mutual gaze, their swords shattered from the fierce clash. Qie Qiong, trembling slightly as he gripped the broken sword, bore an expression of disbelief, his voice quivering with excitement. The realm of all things. Qiong, in just 3 months, you have comprehended the golden essence of the realm of all things. To think that it took me over a decade to grasp the wind essence of this realm, which is already a remarkable feat. An 11-year-old in the realm of all things is unprecedented in the history of the Sanyan realm. It cannot be said that I haven't heard of such a prodigy. But those were the naturally born ancient beings. Chapter 21. Deliberation in the Training Ground. The father and son stowed away their broken swords and walked side by side towards the side hall. Although Qie Qiong's steps remained steady, a keen observer would discern the astonishment and elation hidden deep within his gaze. An 11-year-old in the realm of all things. Such a phenomenon transcends the very definition of genius. He could already envision the uproar that would ensue throughout the Sanyan realm once this news spread. Before long, they arrived at the side hall. Lin Wantong had prepared breakfast and was seated, awaiting their return. As the person who understood Qie Qiong best, she immediately noticed the astonishment and elation in his eyes upon his arrival, prompting her to raise an eyebrow in curiosity. You're back. How did the sparring go? How did Qiong perform this time? Did you go easy on him? Lin Wantong chuckled teasingly as the two took their seats. Their sparring sessions were not a first. After Qie Qiong attained a breakthrough following the absorption of the inner Dan, he had sought Qie Qiong for another round. Taking a deep breath, Qie Qiong gazed intently at his wife, declaring, "This time, I did not hold back, Wantong. We are about to witness a miracle the likes of which the entire Sanyan realm has never encountered." Lin Wantong paused, casting a puzzled glance at her husband and then at her son, who maintained a calm demeanor. Oh, a miracle? With the assistance of the inner Dan, Qiong has made significant progress, reaching the mid-stage of the inner Dan. Even if he has advanced to the late stage of his fighting energy, which is already impressive. Is there more good news? Unconsciously, she turned her gaze towards Qie Qiong, hoping to glean further insights from his expression. Hearing their conversation, Qie Qiong met his mother-esque gaze and, without any hesitation, revealed, "Mother, last night I had a fleeting sensation and unexpectedly stepped into the realm of all things." The spoon Lin Wantong had been using to eat her porridge clattered into the bowl. She stared wide-eyed, taking several moments to process the revelation, her face awash with disbelief. The realm of all things. I know that just 3 months ago, Qie Qiong had only just entered the harmonization stage. The realm of all things? Is it the thunder essence of the realm of all things? Lin Wantong inquired, looking at Qie Qiong. Aside from considering the possibility that Qie Qiong had absorbed the thunder attribute inner Dan, leading to his comprehension of the thunder essence, she could think of no other explanation. No, Qie Qiong interjected, shaking his head. He comprehended the golden essence of all things, and when it clashed with my wind essence of all things, that was when I realized it. However, after the initial joy, the experienced couple's expressions quickly turned serious. Lin Wantong's gaze fixed intently on Qie Qiong, her eyes reflecting not only pride and elation, but also a hint of concern. An 11-year-old in the realm of all things. This news must not be disseminated. Qie Qiong took over, his voice grave. Indeed, the ramifications are too great, far beyond what we can bear. Qiong, your age and rate of breakthrough. If this information leaks, it will undoubtedly attract the joint pursuit of the two great empires, and even the Thunder's sacred ground may intervene in the shadows. The Sanyan Empire has always suppressed the geniuses of the two empires. Although the Chuyan Empire has allied with the Thunder Empire to oppose the Sanyan Empire, it would never wish for the emergence of a prodigious genius on the opposing side. Within the Thunder Empire, there are also factions that would vehemently oppose the rise of an extraordinary talent, with the royal family being the most likely to take action. They can tolerate the emergence of demigod-level powers, but absolutely cannot allow the rise of a divine-level being. This is because the current situation of the Qiyun and Thunder Empires serves as a cautionary tale. They possess divine artifacts and secret weapons sent from the God realm. Yet these weapons cannot contend with true divine beings. Therefore, it is imperative to keep this hidden. Lin Wantong moved closer to Qie Qiong, gripping his arm tightly. We must conceal this for 10 years, by which time it will be acceptable to announce that Qiong has transcended, allowing him to enter the Thunder Sacred Ground. And his growth will not lag significantly. Xie Yunzhou concurred. In 10 years, Qie Qiong will be in his 20s, and by then, when he reveals his advancement to the extraordinary realm, it should not pose a significant issue with the Thunder Empire. The Qie family has also birthed extraordinary beings at the saint level and understands that there are distinctions even among those in the realm of all things. Were it not for Qie Qiong's tender age, the golden essence of all things would not pose any problems. The 6th grade true intent is already challenging to consolidate into a divine heart, and, essentially, the peak of the saint level is the ultimate limit. As Qie Qiong observed his parents strategizing, a warm current surged within him, prompting him to nod earnestly. Father, mother, rest assured, I will exercise caution. He was not an ignorant child. Compared to the protagonist from the original story, he was far ahead. Having settled this matter, the focus of their discussion naturally shifted to the previously established target, the annihilation of the Qiong family. Xie Yunzhou's eyes turned icy as he spoke. Regarding the recent incident with the Thunder Lizard, regardless of whether it was their scheming, Kong Zhishuan's rebellion is a certainty, coupled with the long-standing enmity between the two families. Now that Qiong has broken through, we can no longer afford to leave them any opportunities. For the first time in a millennium, the disparity in combat power between the two families has never been so pronounced. The Qie family boasts 2 extraordinary beings at the realm of all things, while the Qiong family is merely represented by 2 ordinary titled knights. This presents an unparalleled opportunity. A glimmer of cold light flickered in Qie Qiong's eyes. He was most infuriated by Qiong Zhishuan's infiltration. Father, what is the plan? His eyes burned with fighting spirit. Ever since comprehending the golden essence of all things, he was finally ready for a proper battle. A plan? Xie Yunzhou's lips curled into a disdainful smile. Against 2 ordinary titled knights, what need is there for a plan? You and I shall proceed directly to Tsongshan County. The 2 titled knights of the Qiong family, particularly Qiong Biao, could hardly be considered ordinary. He ranked 90 on the Tsangyan Empire's celestial ranking, comparable to the 45th of the Thunder Empire. Yet, with 2 extraordinary titled knights emerging from the Qie family, it could only be deemed unfortunate for the Qiong family, destined to face this calamity. To storm the Qiong family directly? Lin Wantong furrowed her brow slightly. They have managed their affairs in Tsongshan County for many years and undoubtedly possess formations, as well as numerous family knights. Formations depend on the skill of their operator, even if their formation is formidable enough to withstand an extraordinary titled knight. It is no easy feat, Xie Yunzhou replied confidently. Both Qiong and I are now in the realm of all things. Together, we could dispatch them with relative ease. Moreover, formations require a person to manipulate them. For millennia, the strengths of the 2 families have been comparable, and the Qie family's formations can provide me with temporary resistance against extraordinary level powers. The Qiong family is somewhat similar, although the gap between extraordinary beings and titles is significantly larger than that between the title of unity with the heavens and that of all things realm. Defeating him remains an impossibility. Chapter 22. Inner Armor and Bold Breakthrough. As for the guards, Qie Qiong and Xie Yunzhou would hardly regard them with any seriousness. Xie Yunzhou remarked, glancing at Qie Qiong, although you have comprehended the essence of the all things realm's gold, it would be prudent not to employ it at this time. There are only a few individuals in the entire Tsangyan realm who possess the all things realm. Should one unexpectedly appear, it may pique curiosity. Instead, it suffices to utilize the unity with the heavens realm to confront Xiong Li, while I shall handle Xiong Biao, who manipulates the formation. However, there are many formidable beings at the title level of unity with the heavens, which can help reduce our presence. Were it not for the millennia-long feud between the Qie and Qiong families, Xie Yunzhou would not have acted against them so hastily. Qie Qiong nodded in acknowledgement. At that moment, Lin Wantong retrieved 2 neatly stacked, lightweight garments from her spatial ring. Given the need for a swift resolution, a direct confrontation was unavoidable. Lin Wantong placed the 2 garments before them, explaining, the Qiong family is renowned for their robust fighting spirit. Just last time, when you vanquished that thunder lizard, its scales were incredibly resilient. Over the past 3 months, I have crafted these 2 pieces of inner armor from those scales. Qie Qiong gazed at the inner armor, which exuded a dark purple hue. Though it was a soft garment, it possessed a subtle metallic luster. Designed as a close-fitting, sleeveless attire, it maximized agility. This is made from the toughest dorsal scales of the thunder lizard, enhanced with mithril and refined thunder essence. Lin Wantong said with a hint of pride. I have named it Thunder Scale Secret Armor. Due to the exceptional materials, it can be classified as quasi-third-tier alchemical armor. The value of quasi-third-tier armor rivals that of third-tier alchemical weapons. The best armor currently available to the Qie family is that worn by Qie Qiong, which is merely an ordinary second-tier armor. Logically, given that the Qie family has produced several extraordinary beings, they should possess superior armor. However, the three great empires have a unified decree: all extraordinary items, upon the death of their owners, must be stored within the vast extraordinary realm exclusive to the three empires, only to be reactivated when a descendant becomes extraordinary. This is to prevent situations like that of the Qie and Qiong families, wherein other nations covet a family's weapon, leading to unwarranted extermination. Naturally, should a family perish naturally, the treasures revert to the royal family of the Thunder Empire, and cannot be distributed to other factions within the empire, lest it provoke internal strife. The Qie family's Lei Xing sword has been passed down in this manner. Of course, one might question the significance of heirloom items. All heirlooms are meticulously catalogued, and any extraordinary individual daring to act against them would face the wrath of the three nations. There is a precedent for this. A fourth-tier demigod from Songyun once coveted the heirloom of a declining clan, threatening them upon refusal. He annihilated the clan and seized their possessions. He believed he was the pillar of the Songyun Empire, confident that even if the other two nations plotted against him, the Songyun Empire would not consent. However, he erred. When the incident occurred, the Songyun Empire was the most proactive, even employing secret weapons inherited from the Songyun God King to eliminate him. Yet, there is one exception. Even if one applies for an heirloom designation, it will not be approved for extraordinary attack scrolls, which can only be used by the Qiong brothers during their escape. With this inner armor for protection, Qie Yunzhou envisioned the culmination of the millennia-old enmity between the Qie and Qiong families. The Qiong family is but a mantis attempting to stop a chariot. Wantong, I leave everything at home in your capable hands. Should anyone inquire, tell them that Qiong and I are in seclusion and must not be disturbed. Lin Wantong nodded. Rest assured, while I may not be able to fight alongside you two, I will manage matters at home with due diligence. You must exercise caution. Qie Qiong and Qie Yunzhou exchanged confident glances. Songshan County City is a border town of the Songyun Empire, situated 2,000 miles from the Qie family's Yunhai County City, separated by the Qiyun mountain range. Although their maximum speed can reach 1,000 meters per second, this is only on level ground, and they cannot maintain such speed indefinitely. Nonetheless, they would reach Songshan County City in just 2 hours. Without bringing any offerings, they donned inconspicuous gray garments and put on the black scale secret armor clothes to their bodies before departing the Qie state. The two sped towards Songshan County City like flashes of light. En route, Qie Yunzhou utilized the wind of all things to augment their speed. In less than 2 hours, the gray city walls of Songshan County City loomed before them. Qie Qiong and Qie Yunzhou concealed themselves in a secluded forest outside the city before entering the main thoroughfare. They blended in with the ordinary populace, smoothly passing through the city gate's scrutiny. Although the inspections in Songshan County City are stringent, they would hardly suspect the Qie family, who have been long-standing adversaries. After entering the city, the two did not proceed directly to the Qiong family. If the Qiong brothers were not at home, even if they eliminated others, it would still be a failure. Qie Qiong followed Qie Yunzhou with ease to the city's largest tavern, the Wanyan Pavilion. Upon ascending, Qie Yunzhou chose a window-side seat for them. From this vantage point, while ordinary patrons might miss sight of the Qiong family, the two title-level experts could catch glimpses. While awaiting their tea and food, they relied on their acute hearing to capture all conversations around them. Being the most prominent family in the county, the Qiong family naturally became the focal point of much discussion. After indulging in food and drink for half an hour, they indeed overheard useful information. Had they not, Qie Yunzhou would have considered purchasing intelligence from the Blood Blade Tavern, which is an affiliate of the Divine Realm's Blood Blade Tavern and the only large extraordinary force beyond the three great empires. If Qie Qiong were not a transmigrator, he might not comprehend why such a large power as the Blood Blade Tavern could endure, given the might of the three empires. However, Qie Qiong understood that there were powerful backers involved, and one must have connections in this world. Have you heard? The Qiong family's chief steward went to the southern part of the city to collect rents and injured a few tenants resisting payment. Indeed, Steward Qiong Zhendong died under mysterious circumstances. The new steward is eager to prove himself becoming increasingly tyrannical in his actions. Keep your voice down. In recent years, due to some matters in the East, those two from the Qiong family seldom venture out. My uncle's son's aunt's second uncle's son worked for the Qiong family. They say it's for practicing new techniques. Sure, you dare to speak of the Qiong family? You must be courting death. Qie Qiong and Xie Yunzhou exchanged silent glances. Having discerned the critical information, the target is at home. Having gathered the necessary intelligence, they wasted no time and proceeded directly to the Qiong residence. Unlike the Qie family, the Qiong family's plaque looms grandly, visible from a distance. The Qiong estate spans a vast area, having been passed down through multiple generations, while the Qie family, for reasons unknown, has followed a single-line inheritance. This stark contrast underscores the terror of the Qie family, which has consistently produced geniuses across generations. At the entrance of the Qiong family, two stone sculptures of bear-like magical beasts stand in a pose of roaring towards the heavens. The Earth Demon Bear, the emblem of the Bear clan, represents the extraordinary prowess of the first generation of the clan, embodied in a formidable, title-level Earth Demon Bear Beast companion, which subsequently became the symbol of the clan. Two guards clad in earthy yellow armor stood sentinel with spears, flanking the entrance. As one approached the threshold of the bear residence, they noticed the guards' gray garments, and one of the guards, with a fierce demeanor, barked, "This is no place for you country bumpkins. Be gone at once." With that, he swung his spear towards the intruders. Due to the new steward of the bear clan, who had been preoccupied with collecting rents and had severely injured numerous individuals, there had been a steady stream of complaints at the gate. It was laughable. Even if he had incapacitated these two, he would not bear responsibility, let alone the steward. As the guard's spear came hurtling towards them, Qie Qiong and Xie Yunzhou exchanged a glance and suddenly accelerated, unleashing a terrifying aura. The two yellow-armored guards felt a flash before their eyes, and, when they regained focus, they noticed the guard who had swung his spear now had his hand severed, an arc traced in the air. "On my hand!" Before the wounded guard could finish his exclamation, both intruders felt a chilling sensation at their necks, and the guards beheld their own decapitated bodies collapsing backward, their consciousness quickly fading into darkness. Qie Qiong and Xie Yunzhou surged forward like two arrows towards the bear mansion. Inside, the two guards, upon hearing a commotion, had no time to react before losing consciousness and collapsing to the ground. However, despite their swift resolution of the guards, they had not concealed their presence, and a Silver Moon Knight stationed above spotted them. An enemy attack. The knight's pupils constricted in alarm as he roared, drawing a steel-short spear from his side and hurling it at the pair. The spear, infused with earthy yellow energy, sped towards Qie Qiong. Just as the spear was about to strike, Qie Qiong casually sidestepped, and with a flick of his long sword, the blade flashed, and the steel spear was unexpectedly shattered midair. The knight's furious shout echoed like thunder above the bear mansion, and a piercing alarm immediately rang out from all directions. Countless figures clad in earthy yellow surged towards the bear residence. The first to emerge were a dozen star-tier knights of the bear clan, seeking death. Who dares to come to the bear mansion and kill? The foremost, a burly man of Silver Moon rank, swung a massive axe, charged with the bear clan's earthy energy, aiming a lethal blow at Xie Yunzhou. "Chop these two and feed them to the dogs." The knights behind him shouted in unison, lunging at Qie Qiong, their various energies converging to engulf the two intruders. The clan's vassals and guests exerted themselves the most. To them, these two were merely desperate rogues with a bit of strength, likely not very clever, who dared to wreak havoc in the Tsongshan County. Given their numbers, this was as good as a free achievement. Killing these two might even yield rewards of higher-level techniques and martial arts. However, Qie Qiong and Xie Yunzhou did not allow them to dwell in their daydreams for long. Xie Yunzhou, observing the charging bear knights, did not even draw the sword at his waist. He merely raised his hand slowly, a hint of azure light shimmering at his fingertips as he traced an arc in the air. There was no cataclysmic clash. The massive axe, entwined with energy, along with the arm of the Silver Moon Peak Knight, was severed in an instant. The ferocity on the burly man's face froze, replaced by shock and excruciating pain. Then, his massive body was swept away by an unknown force, crashing into the approaching bear knights. Almost simultaneously, Qie Qiong also moved. His figure transformed into a streak of black lightning, weaving through the advancing knights. His long sword erupted with dazzling lightning sword light. The second layer of the flowing light sword was summoned effortlessly, sending numerous sword lights towards the bear knights. The strikes were precise and lethal, surpassing the reaction speed of most knights. With each gleaming blade that flashed by, accompanied by muffled groans. The charging figures fell like harvested wheat. The standard yellow armor of the Bear Clan seemed less than a first-tier alchemical item, as fragile as paper. Within mere breaths, the first 10 or so knights who had charged ahead were all slain. Their bodies lay strewn across the ground, the pungent scent of blood quickly permeating the air. In an instant, the surviving knights who had not yet advanced seemed frozen in place, realizing that the two before them were not mere opportunities for easy victory. Unity of heaven and man. They were title-level powerhouses. The Silver Moon Peak Knight, now lying on the ground, emitted a terrified cry. Wait, it's the flowing light sword. It's Qie Qiong. Notify the clan head. Finally, an experienced knight recognized Qie Qiong, for they were old adversaries, and besides, Qie Qiong and Qie Qiong had not concealed their identities. They were foes who even the clan heads of the Bear Clan could not contend with. Those nearby looked towards Qie Qiong. Although he had not invoked the unity of heaven and man, the presence of the fallen bodies allowed some to surmise his realm. That masked figure must also be title level. All were engulfed by a profound sense of dread as Qie Qiong appeared at the Bear Mansion, accompanied by what seemed to be a title-level powerhouse. Just then, a piercing whistle of a signaling arrow soared from deep within the Bear Mansion, shooting straight into the sky. It was a special signal arrow, entirely black and inscribed with alchemical runes, emitting a sharp cry that tore through the air as it ascended towards the heavens. This was the highest-level assembly signal of the Bear Clan. Once airborne, all visible members of the Bear Clan, or allied forces, even the city guards of Songshan County, were required to converge at the arrow's location. In that instant, the entire county trembled, all factions witnessing the signal, the station of the city guards. And the Bear Clan's allied forces erupted into a frenzy, rushing towards the Bear Mansion. Within the main hall of the Bear Mansion, two powerful auras surged forth instantaneously. They were none other than the brothers Xiong Biao and Xiong Li. Upon seeing the multitude of corpses littering the ground and the two figures seemingly unperturbed, their eyes widened in disbelief. Xiong Biao's voice erupted in fury. Qie Qiong, how dare you brazenly invade my Bear Mansion? Chapter 23. Annihilation of the clan. The signal arrow has been released. Today, you shall not escape this county. Xiong Biao's voice was filled with anger, tinged with an imperceptible tremor. In his memory, Qie Qiong was certainly not a reckless character. His audacity to storm in with only two individuals must be backed by confidence. Xiong Li's eyes blazed crimson as he fixed a fierce glare on Qie Qiong's companion, Qie Qiong. And you, lurking coward, for killing my kin, prepare to die. A significant portion of those who had just charged out were his direct subordinates. Fly south to escape? Qie Qiong replied with a cold smile, his voice clear and resonant despite its softness. After today, your Bear Clan will be expunged from the Sanyan realm. With that, his gaze swept over the brothers Xiong Biao and Xiong Li, his eyes glimmering with a chilling murderous intent. Today, let the blood of your Bear Clan be the offering to honor the spirits of my ancestors from the Qie family. As his words hung in the air, his figure suddenly blurred, azure energy enveloping him as thousands of sword lights cascaded forth, targeting Xiong Biao. Humph! Qie Qiong, do you think you can wreak havoc in my Bear Clan just because you are in the realm of all things? Earth Vein Formation, activate! Xiong Biao bellowed, forming seals with his hands to activate the core of the formation. In an instant, the entire Bear Mansion was enveloped in layers of earthy yellow light. The elaborate formation set by generations of the Xiong family has been activated. A torrent of magnificent energy converges in an instant, as if an entire ley line has bestowed its power upon Xiong Biao. The earthy yellow aura emanating from him surges dramatically, his presence rising to a level that subtly rivals that of Qie Qiong. In his hand materializes a mountain-slicing blade, forged from the fusion of ley line energy and his aura, roaring defiantly against the myriad beams of sword light unleashed by Qie Qiong. Boom! The azure river of sword light collides violently with the earthy yellow blade, producing a thunderous sound. Under the terrifying shockwave, aside from Qie Qiong and Xiong Li, several nearby knights of the Xiong family are instantly torn to shreds. Empowered by the millennia-old formation of the Xiong family, Xiong Biao astonishingly matches the prowess of Qie Qiong, who embodies the wind of all things. The formation is a subtle art. Qie Qiong furrows his brow, intensifying his assault as he unleashes the third tier of the flowing light sword. Myriad shadows return to truth. With full force, countless condensed azure sword lights, almost tangible, instantaneously blanket the skies above the Xiong residence. The azure blades cascade downward towards Xiong Biao. Xiong Biao bellows in fury, wildly wielding his mountain-slicing blade, continuously replenished by the ley line energy provided by the formation, managing to withstand Qie Yunzhou's onslaught. As Xiong Biao becomes entangled with Qie Yunzhou, another battlefield ignites with ferocity. Xiong Li fixes his gaze upon Qie Qiong, a smirk of derision gracing his features. To him, this boy, who has yet to reveal his aura, is merely a peculiar silver moon level, perhaps utilizing some underhanded methods to barely rival a title-level warrior. With a sinister smile, he declares, "You naive wretch, today, your arrival at the Qiong family alongside Qie Yunzhou marks the gravest error of your life." Brandishing a heavy halberd, he channels his psychological intent, an earthy yellow aura, striking with the force of a landslide towards Qie Qiong. In the face of this ferocious blow, the masked Qie Qiong's gaze remains calm, even hinting at amusement. His black aura suddenly surges. "Your speed is too slow," Qie Qiong chuckles lightly, transforming into a streak of black lightning just as the halberd descends. His figure grazes the edge of the weapon with astonishing swiftness. As a master of technique at the pinnacle of his craft, Qie Qiong far surpasses Xiong Li, who is merely at the title level within the realm of harmonization. With a deft motion, Qie Qiong directs his sword towards Xiong Li. This strike encapsulates the essence of harmonization and the black thunder aura from the Thunderous Five transformations, showcasing the zenith of his mastery. This sword light, while lacking the flamboyance of Qie Yunzhou's myriad shadows, return to truth and the weightiness of Xiong Li's attacks. Strikes with precision, exploiting the weakness in Xiong Li's technique. What? Xiong Li's eyes widen as he barely perceives the deadly sword strike. His once proud aura and techniques become meaningless, akin to fragile parchment in the face of this blow. A soft sound pierces the air. Xiong Li's advancing form suddenly stiffens, his second-tier alchemical halberd slipping from his grasp. He lowers his head in disbelief, revealing a small hole in the chest area of his second-tier alchemical armor. Quick, accurate, ruthless. A sheer display of skill and speed overwhelms him. He scarcely comprehends how Qie Qiong executed the strike. His second-tier alchemical armor and the renowned defensive earthy aura are pierced through the heart by that single sword. Xiong Li, eyes bulging in horror, cannot fathom how a harmonization-level warrior could possess such velocity. He is no ordinary fish. He is a dignified title knight, yet he has been bested in a single move. The black aura swiftly infiltrates his body, extinguishing his vitality completely. Xiong Nikulapsas Lifalas. Second brother, Xiong Biao, locked in fierce combat with Qie Yunzhou, immediately senses his brother's demise. The sudden upheaval and shock send tremors through his mind, causing a momentary lapse in his defenses. Now is the moment. Qie Yunzhou's extensive combat experience allows him to seize the exposed weakness that Xiong Biao reveals in his moment of despair over his brother's death. Wind omnipresent binds. Qie Yunzhou's eyes gleam as he harnesses the wind of all things, transforming the suspended azure sword lights above into several binding chains that ensnare Xiong Biao. As the chains tighten, Xiong Biao frantically channels the formation's power, while Qie Yunzhou stands firm, striving to maintain the binding. Catch the sword, Qie Yunzhou commands, tossing the Thunderstar sword towards Qie Qiong. Qie Qiong's standard long sword could penetrate Xiong Li, but inflicting harm upon the formation-augmented Xiong Biao would be a different matter. He glances at the Thunderstar sword mid-air and discards his long sword. Transforming into a streak of black lightning, he leaps towards the Thunderstar sword. Upon seizing the Thunderstar sword, he lunges fiercely at the ensnared Xiong Biao. Despair fills Xiong Biao's gaze as he witnesses Qie Qiong charging towards him, letting out a desperate roar. No. With finesse, Qie Qiong's sword effortlessly rends through the earthy yellow protective shield before penetrating the aura armor forged from the formation's power, striking precisely at his heart. Xiong Biao coughs violently, blood gushing forth as the formation's energy recedes like a receding tide. His body shudders, the light in his eyes fading instantly. The Qiong family is finished. This becomes Xiong Biao's final thought as he crashes heavily to the ground, silenced forever. The patriarch of the Qiong family has fallen. With the demise of two title-level warriors, the remaining knights and guests of the Qiong family are left with a singular thought. The Qiong family is done for. Faced with two killers who slay title-level warriors with the ease of dispatching poultry, all are paralyzed with fear, scattering in an instant. In truth, some guests had already fled, and Qie Qiong and his companion paid them no mind. What once echoed through the Qiong residence has now been reduced to the sounds of fleeing footsteps and the groans of the wounded. Let us go. The two make no delay, hurriedly retrieving the spatial rings of the Qiong brothers. The wind of all things envelopes them, transforming them into two glimmering blades of wind, vanishing into the streets of Tsangshan County. Though they fear not the city guards, the implications of killing two title-level warriors differ from slaying a group of city guards. The former could be attributed to family feuds, permissible within the Three Kingdoms. However, slaying a contingent of city guards would be tantamount to striking the face of the Tsangyun Empire. The significance of two title-level warriors pales in comparison to the reputation of the Tsangyun Empire. It is wiser to avoid unnecessary troubles. Not long after their disappearance, the city guards and the affiliated forces of the Qiong family finally arrive. At this point, the status of the Qiong family's affiliated forces is questionable. Although the bloodline still exists, the deaths of Qiong Biao and Qiong Li have severely diminished their strength, and they remain unaware of how many Silver Moon-level warriors might still survive. Even if several Silver Moon-level experts remain, their presence would be of little consequence. Of course, their tardiness isn't due to negligence. Qie Qiong and his companions' efficiency left insufficient time for these forces to react. Quick! The Qiong family is under attack. Highest alert! The commander of the city guards stands before the gates of the Qiong family, surveying the devastation, particularly the lifeless forms of the Qiong brothers lying in the center. This commander comprehends the gravity of the situation. Tsangshan County has changed forever. Seal the area. No one is allowed to approach. The commander instructs his equally stunned subordinate. As the downfall of the Qiong family unfolded, the city guards became the preeminent force within Tsangshan County, undeniably bearing the responsibility of maintaining order. The signal shot had been fired not long ago, indicating that those arriving had likely not absconded with substantial wealth from the Qiong family. Such a vast estate as the Qiong family's could not be permitted to fall into the hands of rival factions. This was the money of the city guards, the wealth of the empire. One might inquire, what are the remaining members of the Qiong family? How could it be deemed the empire's wealth? One can only respond that. What remains of the Qiong family? A smirk crept across his face as he pondered this. Just as he was lost in thought, a soldier approached from behind, asking, Captain Li, should we not first secure the city gates? Merely sounding the alarm seems ineffective. Captain Li, engrossed in his reverie, cast a dumbfounded glance at the soldier, choosing to ignore him, and proceeded toward the Qiong residence. The city guards were not solely under his command. Securing ample benefits before others arrived was prudent, as it might enable him to become a formidable figure of renown in this lifetime. Observing that the captain had disregarded his words, the soldier assumed he had not been heard and was about to repeat himself when another soldier hastily restrained him. Have you lost your mind? If the gates are sealed, what use would it be even if we caught them? Who would be the one to stop them? The soldier who proposed the sealing of the gates protested. Of course we would all act together. It would yield a great achievement. A great achievement? The two heads of the Qiong family are renowned powerhouses, slaying their own home by mere handfuls of adversaries. Do you think our city guards possess the strength to confront them? Captain Li, already advancing deeper into the residence, heard their exchange clearly as a Silver Moon-level powerhouse. He turned to his deputy and remarked, who admitted such talent into our ranks? They should be sent away. Such individuals, if allowed to remain, would inevitably bring ruin upon them, especially given that this was a border county city. Meanwhile, the source of the tempest that had engulfed Tsangshan County lay in the duo of Qie Qiong and Xie Yinzhou, who had long distanced themselves from the Qiong residents. Despite encountering individuals who opposed them along their path, none dared to question them. The pair returned to the inn they had visited earlier and rested for the night. That evening, it was prohibited to exit either Tsangshan County or Yinhai County. While one could force their way out, it was best to avoid unnecessary trouble and not risk offending the Tsangyun Empire over trifles. The preceding night had been chaotic, as the city guards' blockade alerted the Qiong family's subordinate factions and those drawn to the commotion that calamity had befallen the Qiong family. Particularly after learning of the demise of the two renowned heads, the factions quickly stirred into action, eager to seize a share of the spoils. The city guards, though formidable, lacked a title-level powerhouse behind them, as the city lord was merely at the pinnacle of Silver Moon. While he yearned to monopolize the Qiong family's wealth, he recognized the limitations of his power and ultimately conceded to a compromise. In the end, it was agreed that they would collectively eliminate all members of the Qiong family. For as long as they lived, the wealth of the Qiong family could never be rightfully theirs. Thus, the most absurd scene in Tsangshan County unfolded that night. The culprits went unnoticed, while the victims found themselves under a city-wide manhunt. Inevitably, with only a few Silver Moon-level members of the Qiong family remaining, they were swiftly hunted down. This was also the reason Qie Qiong and his father refrained from personally executing the remaining members of the Qiong family. They were well aware that others would take action on their behalf. and likely with greater efficiency. Morning soon arrived. Qie Qiong and Qie Qiong made their way to the city gates, eager to return home. As someone awaited their return with concern, the silhouette of Tsongshan County's walls loomed ahead. Father, the city gates appear unguarded and seem even more lax, Qie Qiong observed quietly. He keenly noted that the guards on the walls remained as usual, yet those manning the gates below were far more lenient than normal. The necessary inspections that had once been routine had vanished entirely. Predictably so, Qie Qiong replied with a smile. He had anticipated such an outcome. For the city guards, to slay two title-level powerhouses and seal the city gates would be tantamount to courting disaster. They likely hoped for the duo's prompt departure, allowing them to quietly claim their share. Had such an incident occurred with the Qie family, it was likely that the handling would mirror that of Tsongshan County. Fortunately, the centuries-old enmity between the Qie and Qiong families had led them to emerge victorious. With a flow of people, Qie Qiong and Qie Qiong soon departed Tsongshan County without incident. Chapter 24. The spoils exiting the city proceeded exceptionally smoothly, as if nothing had transpired within Tsongshan County. Once they stepped into the woods outside the city, Qie Qiong inhaled deeply. Although the battle had been brief, it marked the first time in this life that he had annihilated an entire family, and the psychological burden weighed heavily upon him. At last, the Qiong family had been dealt with. This was, in a sense, retribution for the grievances he harbored against Kang Jishuan. The millennia-old feud had, at long last, reached its conclusion. Qie Qiong's tone was imbued with unprecedented exhilaration. Thanks to Yu Qiong, he had not anticipated that the vendetta between the Qie and Qiong families would culminate in his generation. Though he had attained the realm of all things, no one could have resolved the situation on the Qiong family's territory. Even had he become extraordinary, the opportunity would have been slim, unless the two from the Qiong family had gone mad and attacked the Qie family, killing his kin, or if the three nations plunged into full-scale war. Otherwise, the extraordinary were forbidden from interfering in mundane affairs. Yet, he had not foreseen that his son would become a title-level powerhouse at the tender age of 11. Hence, his gratitude to Qie Qiong. Nevertheless, the ensuing turmoil would likely be substantial. My strength may be difficult to conceal, but perhaps it is for the best. After all, our extermination of the Qiong family is sanctioned by the rules of the three nations. The Tsunghan Empire will merely stir trouble from the shadows, Qie Qiong conjectured. Qie Qiong smiled. When soldiers come, we will meet them. When water rises, we shall build levees, just as you say, father. For the Qie family at present, as long as no extraordinary level powerhouses emerged, there was nothing to fear. Moreover, he had confidence that in a few years, he might ascend to the extraordinary realm himself. Although he would still need to remain hidden, his strength would be undeniable. Let us return. Father, mother must be anxiously awaiting our return. Without further ado, the two activated their combat energy and sped toward Yunhai County like bolts of lightning. As they did not attempt to conceal themselves, those stationed atop the city walls, under command to observe, soon caught sight of the scene. They quickly reported to Captain Li, who had arrived first the previous night. Are you certain you saw two shadows moving with great speed? Is it indeed them? Captain Li inquired, seeking confirmation. Yes, as a meteor night, even a silver moon-level individual would have been unable to keep pace. In the blink of an eye, they vanished from my sight. They must be title-level powerhouses, the soldier assured, patting his chest. Upon hearing this, Captain Li visibly exhaled in relief. Finally, they have departed. We ought to extend our gratitude to them. With that, the two exchanged knowing glances and burst into hearty laughter. Although Qie Qiong and his father had taken the most significant portion of the Qiong family's millennia of wealth, what remained would suffice to satiate the appetites of those present. If these two were to remain, even framing them for wrongdoing would be an act fraught with peril, as no one could predict who might be the next to meet their demise. The journey of 2,000 li swiftly revealed the silhouette of the city walls of Yunhai County, as the two individuals reached their utmost speed. It is uncertain whether to deem this fortunate or unfortunate, but during their passage through the Qiyun mountain range, they encountered no obstructive magical beasts, which left them somewhat disappointed. Upon entering the city, they quickly returned to the Qie residence. Upon meeting the head of the family, the guards at the entrance bowed respectfully. Once the two had walked farther away, the guards dared to converse. Strange, I did not see the master or the young master leave. Why are they dressed like this? Who knows? It's best not to inquire. In the distance, the two exchanged knowing smiles, oblivious to the fact that within 2 days, their family's millennia-old adversaries would be exterminated. In the Qie family's main hall, Lin Wanong had spent the previous night in restless wakefulness. Although she occupied herself with research to pass the time, She arrived at the main hall early the next morning, anxiously pacing within. Perhaps hearing the footsteps of father and son, she abruptly turned. The doors swung open, revealing the two as they entered, one after the other. Yunsu, Qiong. Lin Wantong hastened forward, her gaze sweeping over them. Noticing that they bore no signs of harm, she released a long sigh of relief. Is it done? Her voice quivered imperceptibly. Although their expressions had already provided her with an answer, she still sought confirmation from them to feel truly reassured. A broad smile illuminated Qie Yunzhou's face as he vigorously nodded. It is done. The Qiong brothers are dead. The Qiong family is no more. Qie Qiong added, rest assured, mother. It was quite simple. It took no more than the time it takes to brew a cup of tea for us to resolve the matter. Excellent, excellent. Lin Wantong exclaimed, her excitement palpable. Although she harbored no great animosity towards the Qiong family, they had indeed sought to harm her son. Qie Yunzhou produced the spatial rings belonging to the Qiong brothers and placed them on the table. These are personal effects of the Qiong brothers. They likely contain the family's most valuable possessions. Let us examine them to see what might be of use. Lin Wantong's gaze flitted over the spatial rings. It appears we have struck quite a bounty. The accumulation of a 1,000-year-old family, even a fraction of it, is substantial. She was well aware of the Qie family's wealth. So it stood to reason that the Qiong family, being of equal renown, would not be lacking. Let us open them. Father, Qie Qiong urged with enthusiasm. After all, there's an old saying that rings true, wealth acquired through bloodshed and fire. He was curious to see just how much wealth the Qiong family had amassed over a millennium. Qie Yunzhou gestured, and under the influence of the forces of heaven and earth, the Qiong brothers' spatial ring that had just been placed on the table soared into his hand. Infusing it with his fighting energy, he swiftly refined it and began to scrutinize its contents. Quite impressive. The ancestors of the Qiong family were indeed generous with their resources, Qie Yunzhou marveled. This was understandable, for reasons unknown. The Qie family had maintained a lineage of single heirs for 1,000 years, and each generation had proven themselves capable, thus leaving little in the way of resources for future descendants. The Qiong family, however, had more to spare, ensuring that all members were sufficiently provided for. A multitude of items was extracted, quickly forming a small mountain in the main hall. The first sight was a mound of gold coins and banknotes, the latter being the official currency of the Songyun Empire. The three of them estimated it to exceed 1 million in total. However, for the Qie family, this was merely an ordinary haul. For Qie Qiong and Qie Yunzhou, the goods that could be purchased with gold coins held little value. Perhaps we should save it to cultivate an elite knight, Qie Yunzhou suggested, though it should first be utilized for experimental purposes by Wantong. After all, Lin Wantong was still merely a silver moon mage, and gold coins still held some significance for her. Once she reached the state of unification with the heavens and earth, both Qie Qiong and Qie Yunzhou would undoubtedly facilitate her ascent to becoming extraordinary. Even if she could not attain true transcendence, she could at least become a pseudo-transcendent, which would afford her an impressive lifespan of 800 years. Next came items of more substantial utility. As Qie Yunzhou waved his hand, several palm-sized jade boxes opened under the influence of the heavenly forces. A dense aura of earth element energy wafted forth, revealing 3 crystal stones the size of billiard balls nestled within. These are earth vein jade essence. Lin Wantong's beautiful eyes sparkled. This essence, formed from earth vein formations, was a rare find, taking a century to yield even one. When embedded in fixed formations, it could enhance their stability. These 3 were the culmination of the Qiong family's millennia of accumulation. The rest had likely been utilized. Otherwise, when Qie Yunzhou employed the profound mysteries of the myriad winds to sever the connection during the Qiong family's earth vein formation usage, the Qiong family would have had far more to draw from. Though this item was valuable, it was not abundant. The Qie family was not a newly risen clan, having long established their clan's formations over 1,000 years, achieving the pinnacle of what they could accomplish. Let us set this aside for now, or perhaps see about trading it later, Qie Yunzhou suggested, as he summoned a box that landed before Qie Qiong. This Thunder Essence Gold is just enough for your use. It is likely all that the Qiong family mined from the previous vein. Although the Thunder Essence Gold mine had been claimed by the Qie family, it had not been long enough for significant extraction, and a portion had been absorbed by the Thunder Lizard. Thus, the Qie family had not yet mined any Thunder Essence Gold after taking possession. The materials Lin Wantong had previously utilized to craft inner armor had been pilfered during the Qiong family's management of the mines and had not yet been urgently needed. Consequently, it was unlikely that the mine would yield much in the next decade or so. Qie Qiong's eyes brightened. He had not held out much hope. But it seemed the Qiong family had left behind something, possibly due to their earth attribute lineage. With a determined glint in his eye, Qie Qiong promptly stored them in his storage ring. While the Thunder Lizard's inner core had granted him a chance to break through, it was not aligned with the mysteries of the gold attribute. With the Thunder Essence gold in hand, Qie Qiong felt far more confident in breaking through to the 5th level of the Thunder transformation technique. The final jade box contained something that even Qie Yunzhou found remarkable. Inside lay the spatial teleportation scroll used by the Qiong brothers during their escape when they had ambushed Qie Qiong years prior. During the assault on the Qiong family, the brothers had not utilized it, leading Qie Yunzhou to believe the Qiong family had exhausted their resources. To discover this unexpected boon was indeed the most precious find of this expedition. "Qiong, this is for you. Take it," Qie Yunzhou said without a moment's hesitation, handing the spatial teleportation scroll to Qie Qiong. Qie Qiong quickly waved his hands. "You and Mother should keep it." Qie Yunzhou and Lin Wantong exchanged knowing smiles and shook their heads. "Qionger, you must hold on to this. Should danger arise, use it. You're the hope of our Qie family." Although this extermination operation had proceeded smoothly, the possibility of retaliation, however slight, still lingered. They felt more at ease in trusting this item to Qie Qiong. "Very well. I will keep it safe," Qie Qiong nodded, understanding his parents' concerns. Yet he knew that with his abilities, he could handle any danger that might arise. Next came the martial arts manuals, of which there were 6 or 7 tomes. Yet they seemed of little use to Qie Qiong and Qie Yunzhou. As the Qiong family primarily cultivated earth attribute fighting energy, their manuals focused heavily on heavy weaponry, which did not align with the Qie family's practices. Among them, the most valuable was a tome bound in resilient beast skin, titled Qiong Demon Earth Mountain Technique. This was the core fighting manual of the Qiong family, holding a special status akin to the Thunder Transformation technique within the Qie family. Although it did not surpass the latter, it remained a rare and exceptional martial art in its own right. The Bear Demon Earth method was conceived by the ancestors of the Bear clan to complement the Earth vein formation. Although the Thunder Transformation method is also an extraordinary cultivation technique, it is limited by the absence of post-transcendence training methods. These secret manuals can be exchanged for resources with other clans, and when the family's knights reach a certain level of contribution, they become eligible for redemption, suggested Qie Yunzhou. Both Qie Qiong and Lin Wantong nodded nonchalantly. They held no reservations about the cultivation techniques available to the family knights, reflecting their self-assuredness. Moreover, mastering an extraordinary technique to its utmost level is no trivial feat. Next were several pieces of second-tier alchemical equipment. Although they paled in comparison to what the three were currently wearing, they were still exquisite items, suitable for enriching the Qie family's treasury or rewarding deserving family knights. This encompassed all that Qiong Biao possessed. Qie Qiong then examined Qiong Li's spatial ring. The wealth inside was comparable to that of Qiong Biao, but there was an additional gold-type herb. Though none of the three could identify its value, Qie Qiong felt an instinctive stir within him upon holding it, resonating with his understanding of the essence of gold. Thus, he resolved to visit the Qie family's library to search for the illustrations of all things left by their ancestors. Ultimately, he discovered a map related to the Bear family's assets. Some of the intelligence about the Qie family was absent, but it was of no consequence, as both Qie Qiong and Qie Yunzhou were on the verge of a breakthrough in a few years. Qie Yunzhou gathered all the wealth and handed it over to Lin Wantong, who had always managed the family's finances, as both men had little need for gold coins. However, Lin Wantong required them, for conducting experiments as a silver moon mage necessitated materials. He looked at his wife and son, his eyes brimming with joy. "The harvest exceeded our expectations. We have not only acquired wealth and resources, but, more importantly, we have eradicated the Bear clan. The remaining minions are of no concern." Unbeknownst to the three, the Bear clan had already been dealt with by others. Qie Yunzhou sipped the hot tea on the table. The accumulation of the Bear clan over a millennium is primarily contained within this collection. With these resources, the Qie family's foundation can ascend to new heights. He gazed intently at Qie Qiong. "Especially you, Qionger. Once you absorb that inner core and the essence from the Thunder Gold, you will be poised to cultivate the Thunder Transformation method to its pinnacle. At that time, many aerial transcendents will not stand a chance against you." Qie Qiong nodded vigorously at his father's words. "Yes, father." His confidence stemmed not from the resources, but from his own capabilities. He had already resolved not to emerge until he had refined his true intent. Yet with that, he could still be considered among the more formidable entities within the saintly, transcendent realm. It could be said that as long as demigods did not intervene, he could indulge in whatever he desired. Lin Wantong smiled at the two. Now, let us deliberate meticulously on how to utilize these resources. The three gathered around the table, initiating discussions on the strategic deployment of their newfound assets. Chapter 25, Transcendence. The following day, in Qie Qiong's chamber, his gaze fell upon the treasure in his palm, radiating golden energy. It resembled a botanical specimen comprised of 9 leaves, each etched with delicate golden patterns. Qie Qiong sensed the profound mysteries of the gold element within it, yet he could only decipher its sharpness. This item was indeed extraordinary, he mused, tracing a fingertip over the leaves. There should be records within the library. With that thought, Qie Qiong promptly made his way to the library, feeling a premonition that this treasure would be his most significant acquisition. As a millennia-old family, the Qie family's library was replete with rich resources and numerous catalogs documenting the rare wonders of the Zhongyun realm. Among these, the most comprehensive was the illustrations of all things left by a saintly, transcendent ancestor. In the library, Qie Qiong navigated effortlessly to that tome, comparing each page against the botanical treasure. Finally, when he turned to a page depicting a remarkably similar illustration, his gaze sharpened. The page detailed the 9-leaf golden pattern grass. This herb grows in areas rich in gold energy, maturing 1 leaf every century, and can only be harvested when all 9 leaves have fully developed. When mature, it resembles pure gold and is a premium treasure that nourishes the true intent of gold, significantly enhancing the consumer's comprehension of gold-related laws for a limited time. However, the consumer must be an understanding of the essence of gold. Otherwise, it holds no effect. Upon reaching this point, Qie Qiong experienced a sudden epiphany, realizing why the Bear brothers had refrained from consuming it. It was not out of desire, but due to the inability to use it. Thus, it ultimately fell into his hands. Notably, the effect of each leaf lasts for a month, and one must fully expel it from their body before consuming another. Such a treasure. Qie Qiong's heart soared with elation. How fortunate that the Bear brothers were inept and reluctant to sell it, leaving it for me. He understood, however, that the Bear brothers likely could not sell it even if they wished. This item, even in the hands of an aerial transcendent, could attract misfortune. It was perfect for him. The book elucidated why he felt a stir in proximity to it. The 9-leaf golden pattern grass combined with golden light would enable him to grasp the complete essence of gold at an accelerated pace. Thus, he took the 9-leaf golden pattern grass to a quiet chamber. In the ensuing days, although the Zhongyun Empire dispatched individuals to investigate the truth behind the Bear clan's demise, the prominent forces in Tangshan County had all participated in the division of the Bear clan's assets, leading to inconclusive findings. As a result, the matter faded into obscurity. Qie Qiong and the others were unaware that the dangers they had anticipated never materialized, resolved instead by their good allies. Indeed, true allies need not utter a word. Due to the absence of a title-level force in Tangshan County, chaos ensued. Despite the city guard possessing the most silver moon-level experts, other factions were not to be underestimated, and their combined strength even exceeded that of the city guard. Tangshan County would remain turbulent unless a silver moon-level entity from one of the factions broke through or a title-level powerhouse took root in the area. Meanwhile, the Qie family members diligently commenced their training, systematically digesting the resources they had obtained. 2.5 years later, in the Qie family's training ground, a tall figure stood resolutely in the center, Qie Qiong. The passage of 2.5 years had shed the youthful naivety from him. His stature was now upright and commanding, with a depth in his expression that belied his years. He resembled a sharp divine sword. The inner core of the thunder lizard had long been fully refined, and the pure thunder energy had merged into his Dantian sea of energy, polishing the black solid core to a level far surpassing that of an ordinary title-level peak, just a step away from the transformation of his fighting spirit. The precious 9-leaf golden pattern grass had also been consumed completely in the preceding month. Over the past 2 years, each of the 9 leaves had been ingested sequentially, greatly accelerating his comprehension of the mysteries of gold to an unimaginable extent. With its assistance, he had spent the past 2 years not only refining his fighting spirit, but also elucidating the Golden Light secret tome, allowing his understanding of the essence of gold to progress at an astonishing rate. Hard, sharp, and eternally awaiting, the myriad branches of the true essence of gold have been comprehensively understood by him. A month prior, when the last remnants of the golden pattern grass were completely exhausted, his grasp of the true essence had ascended to the pinnacle of the 3rd level of the realm of all things. This was already a domain touching upon the realm of the holy level transcendent laws. Moreover, She was merely a step away from integrating all her insights into a complete understanding of the essence of gold. At that point, his mastery of the laws would place him among the true experts of the holy level transcendent. Yet, at present, he was merely a title-level powerhouse, though that status would soon change. At times, he found himself marveling at his prodigious talent. Consider the likes of Qie Qiong, who, at this age, had only reached that stage in his cultivation journey. He retrieved from his spatial ring a batch of thunder gold obtained from the Qiong family. The speculation from years past was confirmed. For reasons unknown, that mining site had not yielded thunder gold in the past 2 years, gradually absorbing the special energy contained within the thunder gold. This energy perfectly resonated with the Thunder 5 transformations technique, acting as an unparalleled catalyst that incessantly refined his fighting spirit. This process allowed his techniques and fighting spirit to steadily transcend their current boundaries. At this moment, it was the final opportunity. In the original work, Qie Qiong was unaware of when he would break through. However, unlike him, Qie Qiong's elevated realm allowed him to sense precisely when his own breakthrough would occur. Buzz. The originally black solid core began to manifest strands of golden lightning. Furthermore, the once perfectly round solid core exhibited a transformative shimmer, as if it were shedding its previous form. Above the solid core, a fusion of lightning and shimmering light began to emerge, gradually coalescing into vapor, giving birth to extraordinary fighting spirit imbued with golden mist. As extraordinary fighting spirit emerged, Qie Qiong felt neither joy nor sorrow. After all, he had long anticipated this moment, so there was little to be excited about. Just at the moment of breakthrough, Qie Qiong pushed the Thunder 5 transformations technique to its utmost limit, and within mere breaths, the black solid core transformed into a golden one. As the golden solid core was born, a thought crossed Qie Qiong's mind, and the brilliance above the solid core swiftly permeated into his Dantian sea of energy. Crack! The newly birthed golden solid core began to develop fissures, ultimately shattering completely. This tidal-level fighting spirit served as the optimal nourishment for extraordinary fighting spirit, which was all converted into golden extraordinary fighting spirit. With the emergence of this golden fighting spirit, Qie Qiong naturally comprehended the first level of thunder within the realm of all things. Moreover, this golden fighting spirit possessed greater explosive power compared to the fighting spirit during the breakthrough to transcendence. Thus, the 5th level of the Thunder 5 transformations technique truly showcased one of its formidable aspects. If he had been at the 4th level, the extraordinary fighting spirit birth would not have been compatible with higher level techniques and would necessitate starting anew with other fighting techniques. With the transcendence of fighting spirit, the next step was the transcendence of the body. This was also the primary reason why transcendents were impervious to mundane harm. The transcendence of fighting spirit took only the span of a teacup's worth of time, yet the transformation of the body required over an hour. As the golden extraordinary fighting spirit restructured his body, Qie Qiong's physical strength gradually reached the initial stage of transcendence. Normally, upon reaching this realm, most transcendent beings would have achieved their limit of transformation, with the remaining advancements relying on source stones for bodily evolution. However, with the modification provided by the golden fighting spirit, he surged through the initial stage of flying sky transcendence, reached the pinnacle of that stage, and then forcefully progressed into the mid-stage of flying sky transcendence. The body at the mid-stage of flying sky transcendence was a rarity. Many who had advanced for a long time were merely at the initial stage of flying sky transcendence, as numerous resources still required source stones. The 5th level of the Thunder 5 transformations technique, combined with the awakening of ancient bloodlines, ensure that upon entering the realm of transcendence, the body would become that of flying sky level. This is where the true strength of the Thunder 5 transformations technique lay. Qie Qiong slowly opened his eyes. At 11, he achieved unity with the heavens. 3 months later, he stepped into the realm of all things, and 2.5 years later, he transcended to become a flying sky transcendent. In the Songyun realm, he could assert that aside from the ancient gods of yore, none could match his rapid progression. As a flying sky transcendent, Qie Qiong gazed down at his right hand, and with a mere thought, his entire arm swiftly disassembled, instantaneously transforming into a bolt of golden lightning. This then rapidly spread throughout his body, coalescing into a singular golden bolt of lightning. He swiftly flew around the training ground in a violent arc before reassembling into Qie Qiong at the original spot. Subsequently, he transformed into specks of golden elements, once again soaring around the training ground before coming to a halt. flying through the skies. A smile graced Qie Qiong's calm visage. Previously, while at the title level, he could fly, but relying on unity with the heavens to support his body in flight. His speed paled in comparison to that of some silver moon-level beings, rendering it rather useless. However, as an extraordinary powerhouse, he could achieve high-speed flight through the particle-like transformation of his extraordinary body, aided by the forces of heaven and earth. It appeared that his speed, derived from the essence of gold within the realm of all things, matched that of his embodiment of the force of heavenly thunder. Qie Qiong pondered, given his recent experiment. It was important to note that Qie Qiong had already reached the pinnacle of the third level of gold within the realm of all things. While his understanding of the thunder aspect was still in its infancy, and yet their speeds were comparable. However, it mattered little. Both were at the 6th grade of true essence in the realm of all things, differing only in their focus. Ascending into the heavens. With the keen eyesight granted by his extraordinary physique, Qie Qiong could discern objects 100 miles away with the naked eye. He sharply captured the sight of Qi Yinzhou and Lin Wanong making their way towards the main hall. A mischievous smile crept onto Qie Qiong's face. With a mere thought, his body instantaneously disassembled and reformed. Crash! A bolt of golden lightning descended from the clear sky without warning, striking precisely on the bluestone slab just a step away from Qi Yinzhou and Lin Wanong. Qie Qiong's strike was impeccably precise, leaving the bluestone slab entirely unscathed. The sudden appearance of the golden lightning caused both Qie Yinzhou and Lin Wantong, walking side by side, to startle. What? This lightning arrived too swiftly. Even Qie Yinzhou, a title-level powerhouse, was taken aback. Indeed, even after 2 years, Qie Yinzhou had yet to attain the status of an extraordinary being. Instinctively, he drew out the Thunderstar sword from his spatial ring. Lin Wantong's reaction came slightly slower, but upon realizing the situation, she swiftly conjured a magical protective shield. An enemy attack. The thought crossed both their minds as they exchanged glances. However, who among the mundane could provoke such an assault in the core region of the Qie family, while under the watchful perception of 2 title-level beings? Yet, the anticipated attack did not materialize. The golden lightning, after striking down, did not dissipate. Instead, it rapidly coalesced into the form of Qie Qiong under their gaze. Both sensed an overwhelming pressure emanating from Qie Qiong, distinct from that of a mere title level, a natural aura born of evolutionary advancement in life tier. Qie Yinzhou and Lin Wantong's expressions shifted from vigilance to incredulous elation. "Qiongya!" Lin Wantong exclaimed, her beautiful eyes wide with astonishment, even forgetting to maintain her magical shield. Though Qie Yinzhou remained silent, he sheathed his Thunderstar sword. Both were transfixed upon Qie Qiong. While the aura of transcendence could be imitated, the ability to become particle-like could only be achieved through a truly transcendent body. And a truly transcendent body could either become genuinely extraordinary or merely a pseudo-transcendent. But Qie Yinzhou was well aware that Qie Qiong would never resort to such a facade. Thus, there exists but a singular explanation. Qiong has transcended to the extraordinary. Qiong Yunzhou's voice quivered slightly, infused with profound astonishment and immense joy. Particleization? You have already reached the extraordinary. Although he was well aware of Qiong's progression over the past 2.5 years, and understood that after the 2nd level of the realm of all things, one would swiftly ascend to the extraordinary, he had not anticipated it would occur so soon. Setting aside his playful thoughts, Qiong's smile radiated brightly as he vigorously nodded. Indeed, Father, I have just recently become extraordinary. As he spoke, he extended his hand, and with a mere thought, his entire arm instantaneously transformed into golden elemental particles, then morphed into golden lightning, before swiftly reconstituting itself. During my breakthrough, I also advanced in the Thunder 5 transformations to the realm of golden thunder, and concurrently comprehended the thunder of the realm of all things. Qiong Yunzhou stepped forward, delivering a hearty slap on Qiong's back. Excellent, excellent. My son Qiong possesses divine potential. However, he added, we shall adhere to our original plan. The news of your ascension to the extraordinary will be disclosed in 10 years. Qiong Yunzhou cautioned, but fret not, my son. I too shall soon become extraordinary. Once I inherit the legacy of our ancestors, I will return with subsequent techniques. For now, we must endure a period of resource scarcity. Upon hearing this, Qiong turned to his parents, speaking with composure. Father, there is no need for concern. Although my progress in the realm of fighting energy may be slow due to resource constraints over the next decade, it matters not. As long as my understanding of the laws advances swiftly, I shall be fine. Moreover, my body has already attained the mid-stage of flight. The Thunder 5 transformations lacks detailed records, thus Qiong Yunzhou remained oblivious to its precise effects. Chapter 26. A decade later, the crisis of minds. Qiong Yunzhou's departure was swifter than Qiong had anticipated. Though he could not disclose his son's ascension to the extraordinary, it served as a potent tonic, alleviating Qiong Yunzhou's worries. 2 years after Qiong's transformation, Qiong Yunzhou finally honed his fighting energy and achieved the extraordinary. Unlike Qiong, who was still young, Qiong Yunzhou, at 45, was considered a youth by title standards. In the annals of a millennium, a 45-year-old extraordinary being could only be regarded as an average genius. Yet, within the Thunder Empire over the past few years, he had emerged as a prodigy, with news of his ascension swiftly reaching the Thunder Imperial capital. Within mere days, he was summoned by the emissaries to enter the Thunder Sacred Land. Among the 3 great empires, the expansive extraordinary realms were hidden, save for the Tsangyan Empire. 3 months later, Qiong Yunzhou obtained the ancestral legacy of the Qiong family. Due to the regulations of the Thunder Sacred Land, it ultimately bestowed upon Qiong the extraordinary technique of the Thunder 5 transformations and the supreme fighting energy of Thunder Shadow. After spending another 3 months in the Qiong family, Qiong Yunzhou took Lin Wanong to the Thunder Sacred Land. There are 3 methods for mortals to reach the Thunder Sacred Land. The first is the cultivation of the Sacred Land, which Qiong Yunzhou and Lin Wanong had previously mentioned to Qiong. The second involves becoming a maidservant to an extraordinary being. The third is the current method, where extraordinary beings can escort their kin from the mortal realm to the Thunder Sacred Land. A being at the flight level can take 100 individuals, while a sacred level can transport 10 times that amount. And a demigod can bring 100 times as many. Although Qiong Yunzhou could take 100 people, he ultimately brought only Lin Wanong. After all, it was unwise to take Qiong, who still appeared to be a relatively weak child. Despite his status as the extraordinary sole heir, he could not afford any undue provocations. 2 years after his parents departed for the Thunder Sacred Land, news spread within the Qiong family that the young family head, Qiong, son of the Radiant Knight Qiong Yunzhou, had become a title-level knight at the age of 16. This also laid the groundwork for his future breakthroughs. Once the news was released, it ignited a frenzy in the outside world. A 16-year-old title-level knight, the entire Yunhai County city, and indeed most factions among the 3 great empires, were abuzz with astonishment, admiration, skepticism, and jealousy. A prodigious talent. The Qiong family is indeed fortunate, they exclaimed. At 16, he is undoubtedly poised to become a formidable, extraordinary being. Yet some scoffed, attributing his success solely to his illustrious father, suggesting that he must have used some extraordinary treasures to forcefully elevate his abilities, doubting the stability of his foundation. Despite the external chatter, Qiong remained undeterred, channeling all his energy into cultivation. Soon, 6 years passed. In the tranquil chamber of the Qiong residence, Qiong sat cross-legged, enveloped by the golden elemental energy of the cosmos. At 22, Qiong bore the serene demeanor of one who has transcended youthful impetuosity, embodying a profound tranquility. His form had not changed significantly. Over the 6 years, Qiong's world had condensed into pure cultivation, delegating much of the family affairs to Feng Yun and Qi Lingfei. Feng Yun, the overseer of the Qiyun mountain mine from years past, now managed all matters outside the city, with the mine being of utmost importance. Meanwhile, Qi Lingfei had, under Qiong's attentive guidance, long since ascended to the rank of Silver Moon Knight, and Qiong entrusted him with the affairs of Yunhai County City. However, the pace of extraordinary cultivation lagged considerably compared to mortal endeavors. In the mortal realm, although external resources were scarce, in the extraordinary realm, there were none at all. Devoid of external assistance, he could only progress step by step. The advancement in fighting energy unfolded as Qiong had anticipated. Over the past decade, aside from refining Thunder Shadow, he had utilized the realm of all things to hone his fighting energy. In these years, he had only progressed from the early to mid-stage of flight. The rules of the mortal world were far too stable, resulting in a much slower progression than in the extraordinary realm. Yet, he understood this was the price that must be paid. As long as he kept the news of his extraordinary status concealed, both the Qiong family and he would remain secure. However, his comprehension of true intent advanced rapidly, for the mortal realm does not interfere with such insights. A decade prior, Qiong had already reached the 3rd tier of the gold element in the realm of all things and the 1st tier of thunder, with the gold element merely a step away from its true form. Throughout the past decade, he diligently studied the Golden Light secret text, gradually shaping the true form of gold, and recently, he had comprehended the complete 1st level of the true intent of gold. Yet, for reasons unknown, His mastery of the thunder element remained at the first tier, merely reaching its peak. Attaining a complete true intent would continue to elevate him. As his realm ascended, upon reaching the pinnacle, he would be able to refine his true divine heart. Naturally, Qiong would not seek to condense his true divine heart with the true intent of gold, as it is merely a 6th grade true intent. Utilizing it to form a true divine heart would offer no opportunity for divinity. However, just as Qiong comprehended the complete true intent of gold, the Golden Light's secret text finally revealed all its contents. The previously concealed silver section, akin to the golden portion, encompassed all matters pertaining to space. Such understanding would belong to the realm of 2nd grade true intent. Forming a true divine heart from it would undoubtedly grant him the potential to attain divinity. Furthermore, it could very well enable Qiong to become the sovereign of the material realm. Only by comprehending the profound essence of space can one traverse the material realm of Tsangyun with ease. At that juncture, even if the 3 royal families possessed divine artifacts bestowed by 3 celestial beings, they would prove utterly futile. Slowly rising, Qie Qiong delicately tapped his fingertips, causing a barely perceptible golden gleam to materialize in his palm. The walls of the quiet chamber were effortlessly breached, the cuts polished to a mirror-like sheen. Although his combat prowess was merely at the mid-stage of the Sky Ascension, the enhancement of true intent granted him the strength to obliterate an ordinary peak saint. A smile flickered at the corners of Qie Qiong's mouth. Despite the scarcity of resources over the past 6 years preventing substantial advancement in his fighting capabilities, the external assistants had bestowed upon him immeasurable gifts. As Qie Qiong exited the tranquil chamber, he intended to wander through the city of Yunhai County, as usual. Suddenly, Qi Lingfei hurried towards him, clutching a shattered token. Young master, the token of the Qiyun Mountain Mine has been destroyed. This token had been entrusted to the steward Fang Yun by Qie Yinzhou years ago. Given that the Qiyun Mountain Mine yielded extraordinary resources, the Qie family held considerable power there, yet the token had been crushed in a plea for assistance, indicating that the enemy was formidable. Thus, even if reinforcements were dispatched from the Qie family, their efforts might be in vain. Otherwise, Qi Lingfei would not have sought him out. Contemplating this, Qie Qiong addressed Qi Lingfei. "Do not fret, I shall investigate." Upon hearing this, Qi Lingfei offered a respectful bow and retreated to attend to his own affairs. He was the only individual, apart from Qie Qiong's parents, who was privy to Qie Qiong's true prowess. In his view, if Qie Qiong could not resolve the matter, then urgency would be of little consequence. A month prior, deep within the Qiyun Mountain Range, an unexpected anomaly occurred. In the depths of an abandoned mine, several miles from the main extraction area, the air rippled without warning, akin to stones cast into water. Suddenly, an irregular dark silver curtain of light, towering at approximately 2.5 meters, materialized, swiftly stabilizing into a portal of space. It stood silently, unnoticed due to its location in the abandoned tunnel. As Qie Qiong achieved a breakthrough in his quiet chamber, the scene within the depths of Qiyun Mountain remained orderly, with hundreds of miners diligently extracting and transporting or under the watchful eyes of overseers. The security detail patrolled the mine and surrounding areas methodically. Fang Yun, the steward entrusted with significant responsibilities by Qie Yinzhou years ago, now held the position of overall resource manager for the Qie family outside Yunhai County. He stood atop a watchtower, surveying the bustling mining district, the sounds of excavation echoing from within the tunnels. However, in that unnoticed, abandoned tunnel, the portal that had appeared a month ago suddenly manifested a disturbance. A figure, towering at 2 meters and clad in dark crimson armor, wielding a massive axe, burst forth. Had Qie Qiong been present, he would have undoubtedly sensed the unmistakable aura emanating from this individual, unmistakably a tidal-level powerhouse. Following his emergence, a throng of figures surged out in quick succession, while their auras did not possess the terrifying intensity of their leader. The weakest among them were still of the Earth-level Knight category, with several exuding the essence of Silver Moon warriors. Bare-chested and cloaked only at their most crucial areas with animal hides, they shared a common trait of towering heights far surpassing that of ordinary Tsangyun inhabitants, coupled with a strikingly grotesque appearance. "Scatter and annihilate all living beings," commanded the heavily armored warrior, his voice reverberating through the abandoned tunnel. The sudden influx of these extraordinary beings received the order and dispersed throughout the area. Though the mine had been abandoned, it was not far from the active extraction site, and soon several knights found the miners at work. Without hesitation, they charged at the unsuspecting miners. Faced with foes of at least Earth-level prowess, The ordinary miners fell victim to the sweeping strikes of the massive axes and flashing blades, many not even having the chance to scream before collapsing into pools of blood. Silent, as the slaughter ensued, although most were slain without a chance to react, some feeble cries pierced the air, reaching the ears of the nearby Qie family guards on patrol. "What is happening deeper within?" inquired a meteor-level guard captain, the first to detect the commotion. He abruptly halted, straining to listen, his expression shifting to one of gravity, realizing it was not a cave-in, but rather screams indicating chaos. He instructed one of his subordinates, "Notify the commander. Raise the alarm." The message quickly reached the entrance of the tunnel, and Fang Yun's complexion shifted dramatically, although he was unaware of the specifics within the cave. Any form of unrest would ultimately fall upon him. "Lieutenant Li, take a team and enter immediately to assess the situation. Eliminate any troublemakers on the spot." Fang Yun commanded decisively, dispatching the strongest squads to evaluate the situation. Indeed, to him, it seemed that some miners were attempting rebellion, for no one could have anticipated the sudden appearance of outsiders within the depths of the mine. Guard Captain Li Kuei, one of only 2 Silver Moon Knights in the mine, understood that if trouble arose within, he too would not escape accountability. Not daring to delay, he immediately gathered 5 capable meteor-level guards, armed and ready, and rushed towards the source of the commotion. Yet as time passed, the anticipated sounds of battle and alarm failed to materialize. The atmosphere at the mine entrance grew increasingly tense, with Fang Yun furrowing his brow in concern. His unease surged. The guards had been inside for some time now, and logically, with their strength, even if all the miners had revolted, news should have returned by now. At that moment, a guard, pale and drenched in blood, stumbled from the depths of the mine, gasping for breath. "Supervisor, it's bad." His appearance indicated he had narrowly escaped from the brink of slaughter. "They are killing." Wild men emerge from the depths of the mine, and they kill anyone they see. The guard stammered, "Lieutenant Li and the others, they're all dead." By the end of his statement, his voice quivered with the weight of despair. Upon hearing the guard's words, Fang Yun was momentarily taken aback, yet he forced himself to regain composure and issued a hoarse command. "Everyone outside the mine, form a defensive formation. Quickly. Utilize all defensive fortifications. Furthermore, distribute all starbreak crossbows and moonbreak crossbows. Aim them all at the exit." The elite guard stationed at the mine, comprising the Qie family's finest, swiftly implemented Fang Yun's orders, preparing for the impending confrontation. Suddenly, a palpable pressure emanated from within the mine. A dark red blade of fighting spirit cleaved through the air, instantly claiming the life of the foremost guard. The heavily armored warrior made his entrance, his axe blade still dripping with blood, followed closely by the bare-chested warriors. "Fire!" Fang Yun commanded without hesitation. However, the anticipated scene of chaos did not unfold. Faced with a rain of crossbow bolts, the heavily armored warrior let out a disdainful roar. With a massive axe swung with fervor, the colossal aura of combat was instantly manifested, shattering the crossbow bolts in an instant before surging toward the guard squad without losing momentum. The ordinary guards were effortlessly torn apart in the face of such might. The warriors, bare-chested, descended upon their foes like tigers amidst a flock of sheep. Fang Yun, commanding from the rear, observed the unfolding chaos. Acutely aware that their defenses would not hold for long, gritting his teeth, he realized the only one capable of turning the tide was the title-level young master residing in the city. Without hesitation, he produced an ancient token and crushed it with fervent determination. Chapter 27. The Massacre, the Extraordinary World. As the token shattered, a flicker of hope surged within Fang Yun. He firmly believed that should Qie Qiong arrive, he would undoubtedly resolve their immediate plight. However, the distance from Yunhai County to their location was too great. Even with Qie Qiong's title-level prowess, it would take far too long for him to arrive. Meanwhile, the slaughter continued unabated. Indeed, it was a massacre. Each swing of the heavy-armored warrior's axe conjured a mist of blood, while the bare-chested fighters, due to their prowess, mercilessly eliminated the guards of the Qiao family. At this rate, by the time Qie Qiong arrived, all the miners would likely be dead. Though some attempted to surrender, those brutal warriors showed no mercy, treating the surrendering individuals as if they were prey. Despair enveloped the mining site. Yet, this despair lasted less than 3 minutes. Just as the heavily armored warrior swung his axe toward a shooting star-level guard, an unforeseen event transpired. In the open space outside the mine, countless scintillating golden specks suddenly materialized. Though diminutive, these points radiated an astonishing sharpness, akin to legendary divine weapons. A low, resonant vibration permeated the air. Instantly, These golden points erupted with an incredible velocity. They deftly evaded the Qiao family personnel in the arena, precisely targeting the barbaric warriors engaged in slaughter. There were no screams, no violent intelligence. The savage warriors abruptly froze mid-action. In an instant, whether they were poised to strike or had just slain a foe and were ready to pounce on the next target, every bare-chested warrior's body seemed to be sliced by an unseen force. In that singular moment, they disintegrated silently. Yes, disintegrated. Their bodies, weapons, and armor were all reduced to imperceptible fragments, leaving behind a dense mist of blood lingering in the air, mingling with the metallic scent of carnage. The entire process unfolded with astonishing swiftness. One moment, the massacre was overwhelming. The next, the once dominant assailants had been reduced to mere remnants of blood mist. At the entrance of the mine, only a handful of Qiao family guards, 20 or so, and a heavily armored warrior remained, surrounded by a sea of corpses. An eerie silence shrouded the area, as all survivors, along with the heavily armored warrior, seemed to be ensnared by a binding spell, staring in disbelief at a scene beyond ordinary comprehension. What had transpired? The once formidable enemy, instilling despair, had vanished in an instant. The only surviving invader, the barbarian chief clad in dark red armor, felt his sinister grin solidify into disbelief. As a title-level powerhouse, he ranked among the few formidable beings beneath the demigods and deities in their world. Yet, had the golden points aimed at him, intending to disintegrate his axe, he too would have met the same fate as his subordinates. Just as this thought crossed his mind, he felt an immense force collide with him. Thud! The barbarian chief was struck as if by a heavy hammer, his towering frame bending forward as dark red blood spewed from his mouth. He was violently propelled several meters away, crashing into the mountainside, his body embedded within the rock. His eyes, once filled with bloodlust, now reflected sheer horror. How could this be? He had just emerged. How could he encounter a deity? How could such a feeble world harbor a deity? As he pondered in confusion, a voice resonated above him. Speak. From whence do you hail, and why do you oppose the Qiao family? The golden points converged, revealing Qie Qiong's figure hovering above. His expression was stern, clad in a pristine silver robe, untainted by dust. No aura radiated from him, yet within the depths of his profound gaze, a fleeting golden light glimmered, as if capable of piercing through the very essence of existence. However, facing Qie Qiong, the barbarian chief, still lodged in the mountainside, did not respond but declared, "Otherworldly deity, I concede your strength, yet you are no match for my master. He will avenge me." As he spoke, his aura surged violently. Observing this, Fang Yun hastily warned, "Young master, be cautious, he intends to self-destruct." In response, Qie Qiong merely shook his head slightly, a flash of golden light emanating from his hand. The barbarian warrior set to self-destruct found a gaping wound the size of a heart appear at his chest. Qie Qiong had deduced the origin of his words, thus deemed him no longer necessary alive. However, the subsequent handling would likely burden those who survived. After all, they had witnessed him transcend to the extraordinary, and if his suspicions were correct, these individuals could not be allowed to interact with the outside world. The mining site fell into a deathly silence, punctuated only by heavy breaths. The surviving guards and miners stood quietly, their eyes fixed on the silver figure suspended in midair, filled with a sense of gratitude for having survived. Qie Qiong descended slowly, lightly touching the ground with his toes, his robe immaculate, as if the divine retribution unleashed moments ago had no connection to him. He cast a calm gaze over the standing survivors. These remaining souls bore no injuries. The barbarian warriors had executed their strikes with lethal precision, leaving no wounded but a multitude of corpses. Gather the remains of your fallen brethren. Qie Qiong's voice rang cold and authoritative, resonating clearly in the stillness of the ruins. For the next few days, mining shall cease. Fang Yun, turning to Qie Qiong, replied with a steady voice, "At once, young master. I shall make arrangements immediately." He was acutely aware of the gravity of the situation, promptly selecting several agile guards to accompany him with lighting tools for a deeper exploration of the mine. To Fang Yun's surprise, before they had finished tidying up outside, the few who had ventured inside soon returned, exclaiming, "Supervisor, we found something." At the far end of an abandoned branch deep within, a silver door hung suspended before the stone wall, and none dared approach it. Listening intently, Fang Yun, though uncertain of the door's significance, recognized it as a potential truth. He hastened to relay the news to Qie Qiong. Upon hearing it, Qie Qiong's gaze sharpened, although he had suspected as much. Hearing it confirmed sent a rush of exhilaration through him. A spatial door. These wild men have indeed traversed the boundaries of space. It appears that Qie Qiong is destined for fortune. When the wild man proclaimed himself a deity from another realm, a thought struck him, and upon discovering the spatial gate, his conviction solidified. An extraordinary world. It must be an extraordinary world. Moreover, it seems to be a newly connected extraordinary realm that remains undiscovered. Yet, it appears to be a world where the mastery of both combat energy and magic has been comprehended. Furthermore, it is a world that has already seen the propagation of its inhabitants. Typically, in extraordinary worlds, one only encounters the indigenous beings of extraordinary nature. However, those who emerged were merely of the stellar rank. This could be attributed to the age of this world. As time passed, the extraordinary natives multiplied, and eventually, one grasped the essence of combat energy, passing it down through generations. This extraordinary realm resembles a miniature material world, akin to the one Qie Qiong inhabits. The material world is exceedingly stable, its rules impeccably defined. While perfection is not inherently flawed, the flawless nature of its regulations and the optimal utilization of all energies result in a lamentable scarcity of extraordinary resources. For instance, source stones are utterly absent in the mortal realm, yet in the extraordinary world, they are merely basic resources. In contrast, the rudimentary rules of smaller extraordinary worlds allow for the spontaneous emergence of countless extraordinary resources. Thus, the extraordinary beings are compelled to venture toward the large extraordinary worlds of the three great empires. Who could have imagined that Qie Qiong's fortune would be so fortuitous? He was astounded, resources falling directly into his hands without effort. Behind this spatial gate, whether it connects to a small or large extraordinary world, is a delightful surprise for Qie Qiong. Each option bears its own advantages. Should it be a small extraordinary world, Qie Qiong would stand a significant chance of seizing control over this realm. In a small extraordinary world, only those of the sacred rank may enter, implying that the highest-born extraordinary natives therein are of sacred rank. Although he is merely a skyward extraordinary, he is a formidable force possessing a complete understanding of the essence of gold, and ordinary sacred natives could hardly rival him. After all, reaching this realm typically marks the threshold of demigod strength. Conversely, should it be a large extraordinary world, that would be a matter for the future, though not too distant. After all, just as Qie Qiong comprehended the complete essence of gold, the golden light revealed aspects of the spatial essence. Given Qie Qiong's previous pace in grasping the essence of gold, even in the absence of a prodigious treasure like the 9-leaf golden pattern grass, he could certainly comprehend the complete essence of space within 30 years. A second-tier essence extraordinary. At that point, even the pinnacle of demigods, who have grasped the divine heart of their true self, would be no match for him. If it were a large, extraordinary world, it would belong to him as well. Uncle Fong, from this moment forth, no one is permitted to enter or exit this mine except for me. Inform the brothers that this will be the case for just a few years. Qie Qiong instructed Fang Yun, also summoning the guards to escort him. The extraordinary world has become Qie Qiong's utmost priority, were it not for his benevolence. He would otherwise allow none of these individuals to leave. Upon hearing this, Fang Yun promptly responded, "Yes, I will relay your orders immediately." His rise to the position of chief steward of the Qian family stems not only from his prowess as a Silver Moon Knight, but also from his unwavering obedience. After relaying his commands, Qie Qiong allowed the guards to lead him to the spatial gate. Before long, they arrived at the abandoned mine tunnel, where the spatial gate awaited. Qie Qiong observed the gate before him and instructed the escorting guards to withdraw, leaving only himself and the shimmering silver veil that hung silently before the stone wall. It was not a tangible entity, but rather a pulsating energy barrier, its edges indistinct, as if a liquid flowed slowly through the void. The interior of the gate was profoundly deep, seemingly capable of swallowing all light. A faint yet remarkably clear spatial fluctuation emanated steadily from within the gate. This was the bridge to another world, a resource for becoming a formidable being. Qie Qiong gazed intently at this door, his eyes brimming with anticipation for the future. After 10 years of arduous cultivation and resource scarcity, he had only achieved the skyward extraordinary rank. Although his comprehension of the essence was remarkably swift, it was precisely this speed that fueled his dissatisfaction. The world beyond this door was akin to a divine blessing. As he meticulously observed the spatial gate, an unusual sense of resonance suddenly surged within the depths of his consciousness. Buzzing deep within his sea of consciousness, the golden light classic began to turn. At this moment, The once indistinct patterns within the silver pages of the classic resonated with the fluctuations emitted by the spatial gate, allowing him to comprehend even more profoundly. It was as if a corner of the fog had been lifted. Qie Qiong clearly sensed the flow of spatial essence within the gate, as if it were elucidating the mysteries of space to him. He felt as though he stood before a door named space, believing that a gentle push would grant him understanding. It was close. Just a fraction remained. Qie Qiong felt this with utmost clarity. He sensed that with just one more step, he could seize the opportunity and comprehend the realm of spatial phenomena. Yet this step felt insurmountable. No matter how much effort he exerted, it seemed impossible to grasp. Qie Qiong furrowed his brow. However, he was aware that today marked the first day he had accessed the silver portion of the golden light. Though he had contemplated the essence of space during the previous decade, the time spent had been brief. This time, witnessing the spatial gate and sensing that he was on the cusp of understanding its mysteries was already a tremendous achievement. Everyone outside. No one is to approach this location. Qie Qiong did not exit, yet his voice resonated clearly through the mine tunnel, reaching Feng Yun and the guards outside. This was now Qie Qiong's greatest secret, and of course, it was not excessive to establish rules within reason. Qie Qiong once again turned his gaze to the spatial gate. Taking a deep breath, he stepped forward, his entire being melded into the spatial gate. Upon entering the spatial gate, Qie Qiong did not experience the anticipated dizziness. Instead, it felt akin to passing through a cool curtain of water, and in an instant, the scenery before him transformed. One moment he was within a mine, and the next he found himself in a forest. From the perspective of scenery and environment, it seemed not much different from the material realm of Tsangyan. The energy density here was at least tenfold that of the mundane world. Qie Qiong rejoiced. This indicated a significant enhancement in his cultivation speed, resolving the resource scarcity that had plagued him for a decade. In such an environment, he was confident that he could reach the peak of sacred extraordinary within a few years. Now, the most crucial task was to discern whether this world was a large extraordinary world or a small extraordinary world. Chapter 28. Intelligence, I am coming. God of the Diamond, after the initial joy, rationality returned. He immediately reined in all outward energy to avoid drawing the attention of any potential enemies. Small extraordinary world, large extraordinary world. This was a matter that needed to be ascertained without delay. It directly influenced his subsequent strategic actions and might even pertain to his safety. However, the awkward truth was that while the Qin family had amassed considerable wealth in the mundane realm, their understanding of the extraordinary world was exceedingly limited. The ancient tomes that truly elucidate how to gauge the magnitude of extraordinary realms are utterly absent to Qie Qiong. Only fragments of information regarding the general sizes of expansive and diminutive extraordinary worlds exist. For Qie Qiong, this is an unfamiliar subject. In the novels of his past life, the authors failed to elaborate on it. From his current vantage point, he perceives nothing indicative. Had he known better, he would not have slain that armored warrior. Had he remained alive, he might have provided Qie Qiong with invaluable intelligence, albeit potentially of little use. A straightforward and direct solution materialized in his mind: to measure, to soar to the periphery and observe. There appeared no other course of action. Qie Qiong resolutely made his decision. As a novice in the extraordinary realm, devoid of any elder's experience to draw upon, he had no choice but to resort to this clumsy method. With a mere thought, Qie Qiong's form disintegrated, transforming into countless golden particles. Flying in his corporeal state would render him easily detectable. Thus, coupled with Qie Qiong's mastery of the golden essence's first realm, even a typical saint-level extraordinary being would remain oblivious to his presence. In the next instant, this luminous entity composed of golden particles tore through the tranquil air with ferocity. Whoosh! His speed surged to the limits of his current realm, akin to an invisible lightning bolt cleaving through the sky. As he soared through the high altitudes, mountains blurred into the background, and forests morphed into a hazy green torrent. He flew toward a singular direction. Upon reaching the edge, just before colliding with the imperceptible boundary of the world, Qie Qiong abruptly halted. The edge, a jolt of surprise, coursed through his heart. He did not linger. Promptly reversing his course and maintaining nearly the same speed, retracing his path. As he flew a distance of nearly 60,000 miles, that familiar spatial barrier reemerged with clarity. After more than 2 hours of flight, Qie Qiong's doubts dissipated entirely. He ceased his particle state flight, coalescing back into human form in the void near the boundary. Suspended in midair. 60,000 miles. Even in the absence of familial records regarding extraordinary world sizes, he comprehended that this was a diminutive extraordinary realm. For he recalled that in his past life, when Dongbua Shuiying explored the vast, extraordinary world within Black Wind Mountain. He had mentioned sizes far exceeding 60,000 miles. With the greatest risk eliminated, it was evident that no large world birthed demigod-level existences here. This implied that the most formidable beings within this realm, in theory, could only reach the pinnacle of saint level. Such entities were well within Qie Qiong's capacity to contend with. Even if he could not triumph, he could certainly flee. Qie Qiong decisively opted for the nearest village. He then suppressed his aura. As he had just arrived in this world, discretion was paramount. The village appeared rudimentary, reminiscent of the primitive era of humanity in his previous life. A dozen or so crude shelters constructed from logs and leaves were scattered across a clearing in the woods, surrounded by a makeshift fence. However, a glance revealed that the villagers towered far above the material realm, with even the women standing around 2 meters tall. Moreover, each individual's appearance would be deemed grotesque in the material world. They were draped in animal skins, covering only their essential parts, indistinguishable from the invading outsiders. When the figure of Qie Qiong, standing just over 1 meter 80 with a handsome visage, appeared at the village's edge, the inhabitants turned their gazes toward him. The burly man who had been skinning game paused his task, while several children engaged in playful antics stared at the monster with curiosity. After all, they had never encountered someone so diminutive and ugly. Halt! Outsider! A deep, resonant roar erupted from the largest shelter. A giant, towering half a head taller than the average villager, emerged, standing nearly 2 meters and 50 centimeters tall, bare-chested with a complete animal skin wrapped around his lower body. Grasping a bone spear, its tip glinting with a metallic sheen, he exuded an aura that Qie Qiong could discern with minimal effort. This was the strongest individual in the diminutive village. A meteoric-level extraordinary being. In mere strides, he approached Qie Qiong, towering over him with eyes filled with unabashed disdain and avarice. He scrutinized Qie Qiong's silver robe and his ugly countenance. Qie Qiong furrowed his brow slightly. As an extraordinary powerhouse, he could undoubtedly sense the greed emanating from the giant. Nevertheless, he endeavored to speak in as calm a tone as possible. I hail from afar. I seek to inquire about your leader or elder. Where did you crawl out from? You puny wretch, thundered the giant, his voice booming with a heavy nasal tone. Ha ha ha. He erupted into a cacophony of laughter. Had Qie Qiong not retreated swiftly, the spittle would have splattered across his face. The other similarly robust male warriors encircled him, their faces twisted in cruel grins, reveling in the spectacle. To them, the diminutive Qie Qiong was merely a lamb awaiting slaughter. Regardless of who you are, upon entering the territory of the Rocklaw tribe, you must adhere to our rules. Surrender all your valuables, especially the attire upon your back. Although the giant had never encountered clothing made of such material as Qie Qiong's, he understood that as an extraordinary being, Qie Qiong's garments were undoubtedly far from ordinary. As he spoke, he pointed the bone spear menacingly at Qie Qiong's chest, the threat implicit. Hand them over willingly. For the members of the Rocklaw tribe are merciful. Perhaps we'll only break a leg and toss you out of the village. Should you dare to resist. He paused. You shall not leave here alive today. Qie Qiong regarded the giant before him, then cast a glance at the mocking villagers. He sighed softly. It appeared that although this diminutive extraordinary realm had birthed combat prowess, it still adhered to the most primal laws of the jungle. Peaceful dialogue seemed futile. Without any warning, a ressounding explosion erupted. Countless golden specks of light materialized in the void. These golden points were a fusion of Qie Qiong's extraordinary combat energy and the essence of gold, sharp as if forged from the very metal of the universe. Whoosh! Except for the meteoric-level giant, every other warrior was simultaneously pierced by the golden light. The barbaric warriors who had laughed at Qie Qiong just moments prior now lay lifeless upon the ground, silence enveloping the village. The giant who had threatened Qie Qiong stood frozen before him. His sinister grin and greed crystallized upon his face. Qie Qiong had not even raised a finger. He simply regarded the lone survivor, the giant, with indifference. Now, Qie Qiong's voice resounded again, still clear and composed, as though he were not the one who had just unleashed such devastation. Shall we converse amicably? His voice, though not raised, resonated throughout the village, reaching the ears of the stunned villagers of the Rocklaw tribe. The air hung heavy. The surviving villagers, including the giant, finally knelt in supplication, pleading, "Spare us, great deity. We shall divulge all." Qie Qiong's gaze rested calmly upon the giant, who lay prostrate on the ground, nearly burrowing his head into the earth. What he sought was intelligence, not this meaningless contrition. What is the name of this world? Or its mighty? Each word struck the giant's heart like a hammer. This world, Is this a powerful being from another world? Contemplating this, the giant pressed his forehead firmly against the ground, his voice trembling with fear and coming out in fits and starts. I humbly report to the great deity that from my earliest memories. We have referred to this realm as the extreme thunderworld. The extreme thunderworld? Qie Qiong mused silently. The nomenclature of such extraordinary realms often correlates with the resources they abundantly provide. It appears, then, that this is a world imbued with the essence of thunder. He continued, inquiring about the formidable beings present here. His tone was unassuming, yet the giant dared not lift his head. Due to his anxiety, the giant's speech quickened. The extreme thunder world is jointly ruled by 5 supreme deities: the god of extreme thunder, the sea god, the god of tempests, the fire god, and the god of the indomitable steel. When he mentioned the god of steel, his voice seemed to regain steadiness, infused with an involuntary reverence. Qie Qiong understood that these so-called deities were merely individuals of great power, their titles stemming from the isolation of this world. Such a diminutive, extraordinary realm could never give rise to true gods. The deities here, classified by the standards of the material realm, might simply be a congregation of holy-tier extraordinary beings. What formidable beings do they command? Qie Qiong pressed further. The giant hastily replied, beneath these deities, there are numerous, immensely powerful demigods. They possess fragments of divine power. And in total, there are approximately 20 demigods in the extreme thunderworld. Qie Qiong's heart stirred. Demigods? That would imply beings of the flight tier. With over 20 flight tier extraordinary beings alongside the 5 indigenous extraordinary entities, that totals more than 30 extraordinary beings. For a small, extraordinary world of merely 60,000 miles. This is not an insignificant number. How are these demigods organized? Do they serve under the 5 deities? Qie Qiong's voice carried a hint of barely concealed interest. After all, this world, being only 60,000 miles in span, was small for extraordinary beings, if they were not under the dominion of these so-called deities. There could only be one possible explanation. The comprehension of the demigods regarding their laws was not to be underestimated. Indeed, great deity, the giant answered cautiously, not daring to meet Qie Qiong's gaze. All demigods serve under the powerful deities. Among them, the most fearsome is the god of extreme thunder, and it is said that nearly half of the demigods follow him. Qie Qiong's thoughts raced. In a small, extraordinary world, without any demigod-level existence, the highest combat prowess would only be the 5 holy-tier extraordinary beings. Moreover, this world is named Extreme Thunder. Perhaps he had initially misjudged its nature. It seems this world is not named after its resources, but rather after the names of its powerful beings. He hoped that the god of extreme thunder was not the master of this extraordinary realm. Otherwise, the other 4 would be rendered irrelevant. It appears that those warriors he had eradicated at the mine's entrance were likely extraordinary fighters belonging to a certain deity or demigod, inadvertently drawn into Qie Qiong's mind due to the commotion created by the spatial gate. This also elucidated why there had been no grand, welcoming ceremony when Qie Qiong emerged from the spatial gate. The sharpness in Qie Qiong's gaze intensified as he surveyed the vast, primordial land, as if eyeing a treasure trove awaiting discovery. To him, these so-called deities and demigods were merely thieves pilfering his resources. All of this is his. Qie Qiong turned his attention to the giant, his tone devoid of emotion. How much do you know about the locations of the 5 deities? The giant trembled slightly, promptly replying, great deity. Due to our proximity to the god of steel, we are bound to worship him for life. I only know of the holy city of the god of steel. At the peak of the Steel Spine Mountains, there stands a colossal city entirely forged from metal. The territories of the other deities are far too distant. For a small tribe like ours, it would take a lifetime to traverse a mere 1,000 miles. A faint smile curled at the corners of Qie Qiong's lips. That suffices. A holy tier, extraordinary being of the god of steel's metal attribute? Let us see whether my understanding of the true essence of metal surpasses that of this so-called deity. In the next moment, before the giant could exhale in relief, a barely perceptible golden radiance pierced through his neck. The giant's eyes reflected disbelief, despite having submitted. Why was he still unable to escape death? Qie Qiong shook his head slightly. Although he had received the answers he sought, the giant had revealed too much. Should he find himself at an impasse with the 5 holy-tier extraordinary beings of this world, this giant would be the most probable source of information regarding his arrival. Qie Qiong unleashed countless golden specks of light towards the village, instantly illuminating the area for dozens of miles. Although he lacked the formidable laws of the void realm capable of probing a 1,000-mile radius directly, he possessed his own methods. Indeed, there were numerous extraordinary materials. Under Qie Qiong's scrutiny, he soon discovered a wealth of extraordinary materials not found in the outside world. Notably, from the giant's dwelling, he unearthed several pounds of pebbles exuding rich vitality from the heavens and earth. Source stones. Such items were unattainable even in the mundane realm. Yet here, in this extraordinary world, even meteoric-grade materials were present. In the extreme thunder world, Qie Qiong caressed the warm source stones, his gaze ablaze with fervor, realizing that the resources here surpassed his expectations. He waved his hand, stowing the source stones into his spatial ring, and set his sights on the direction of the Steel Spine Mountains. Qie Qiong's figure transformed into golden particles, soaring into the sky, silently contemplating. God of Steel, I hope you are formidable enough. Otherwise, your life and resources shall be claimed by me. Chapter 29, Battle, the Golden Extreme, Flowing Light Sword. In the Steel Spine Mountains, a metallic, giant city loomed, starkly contrasting the disparities between the lower and upper echelons. The meteoric-grade village consisted merely of a few wooden planks and leaves. Yet, the castle of the God of Steel was a marvel, its walls forged from an unknown dark alloy, shimmering with a faint earthy glow. Upon the walls stood robust sentinels clad in heavy armor, their imposing presence emanating a fierce aura, the weakest among them being of the giant stature. However, an unseen will had already silently permeated this steel fortress, quietly descending into the very heart of the holy city, into the grand temple housed within. Within Qie Qiong's perception, in the temple, upon a divine seat crafted from strange metals, a giant exceeding 3 meters in height was meditating with closed eyes. He was the tallest being Qie Qiong had encountered thus far. In his previous life, Qie Qiong might have claimed he could jump to strike his knee. However, that was no longer necessary, for he had the ability to fly. Enveloped in heavy dark golden armor, the surface of his armor was inscribed with alchemical runes that Qie Qiong could not decipher. He was one of the so-called 5 deities of this extreme, thunder, small, extraordinary world, the God of Steel. Yet to Qie Qiong, he was merely a holy-tier extraordinary being who had grasped the 7th-tier essence of the steel. If it were the other deities, he might not perceive the true essence they comprehended. But how fortuitous it was that the God of Steel's understanding was of the 7th-tier essence of metal. Precisely within his area of expertise, his skin resembled dark gold, and his visage was even more grotesque than the indigenous peoples Qie Qiong had previously encountered. Perhaps in this realm, the God of Steel was considered a handsome figure. Suddenly, the God of Steel seemed to sense something. A slender ray of golden light suddenly penetrated the temple's walls, aiming directly at the heart of the Diamond God. What? The Diamond God awoke in a moment of astonishment, just a fraction of a second before the impending attack. The instinctive awareness of a holy-level being regarding its own peril prompted him to react without a moment's thought. Roar! Just before the golden ray could pierce his heart, the runes on his dark golden armor ignited with brilliance, coalescing into a tangible golden shield that materialized at the vital point of his heart. This was his true essence manifested as the Diamond Barrier. At the moment he unleashed this technique, Qie Qiong had already discerned his realm, the 3rd layer of the Diamond Realm at the 7th tier. Crack! A sound of shattering echoed. The seemingly minute golden ray collided with the golden shield, and rather than being dispersed, it forcefully penetrated through the sturdy barrier. A barely perceptible hole appeared on the dark golden armor. Even though it was momentarily obstructed and did not completely pierce his heart, it was sufficient to injure the Diamond God. Gush! The towering figure of the Diamond God shuddered violently, spewing forth a jet of dark golden blood. Who dares to challenge me? Come forth! His roar reverberated, shaking the entire temple. Yet, what responded to him was an even more ferocious assault. Buzz! In the instant the Diamond God coughed up blood, Qie Qiong materialized from the very hole the golden ray had created in the temple. Clad in immaculate silver robes, his visage was stern and unyielding. He offered no answers. Upon recognizing the Diamond Goddess realm, he had already deemed him a mere corpse in his eyes. Boom! As Qie Qiong stepped forth, the metallic ground beneath him fractured like a spider's web. He transformed into a blurred silhouette of a sword, charging towards the Diamond God. Raising his right arm, he formed his fingers into a sword. The energy at his fingertips fused with the essence of gold, manifesting as a half-foot-long golden blade, akin to a true divine weapon. Confronted by the advancing figure, the Diamond God sensed an aura that resonated with his own mastery of diamond, yet it was even more refined and potent. Such a formidable demigod exists in this realm of extreme thunder. His eyes widened in fury, devoid of any trace of contempt. Fortunately, This demigod had not awaited his ascension to divinity before seeking trouble. Otherwise, he might have faced a deity far more powerful than the god of extreme thunder seeking his demise. Diamond Fist. He ceased his inquiries, his arms swelling with power, unleashing a tempestuous torrent of fighting spirit that seemed capable of shaking the very fabric of space. His colossal fists, resembling dark golden meteors, bore down upon the oncoming figure with the intent to obliterate. This was an onslaught of pure, absolute power. The clash of the golden blade and the gigantic fist did not yield the anticipated scene of the silver figure being sent flying or crushed. Instead, the diamond god felt as though he were once again in a position of vulnerability, experiencing the sensation of being cleaved by his sword. The sound of tearing flesh resonated continuously. Those fists enveloped in the resilient diamond fighting spirit capable of withstanding all but the extreme thunder attacks were being sliced by the golden blade, leaving gaping wounds deep enough to reveal bone, with dark golden blood splattering forth. The excruciating pain forced a muffled groan from him. How is this possible? A tempest of disbelief surged within the diamond god's heart. His diamond fighting spirit defense was unparalleled, and the peak power of a deity should have overwhelmed this demigod, yet he was still at a disadvantage. Sizzle. Another deep gash appeared. In mere moments, the temple had been reduced to ruins. Each collision between the golden blade and the dark golden fist sent up blinding sparks, splattering golden blood and causing the temple to tremble violently, with the massive metallic pillars supporting it developing fissures. Qie Qiong's speed intensified, his attacks growing fiercer. After a decade of rigorous training, he had comprehended the first layer of the essence of gold, compensating for the vast disparity in fighting spirit with the strength of his true essence. Each strike cleaved through the diamond god's formidable defenses, leaving behind a trail of wounds. The diamond god, relying on his boundless reserves of peak holy level fighting spirit and a physique equivalent to the early stages of the holy level, braced against Qie Qiong's onslaught. His mastery of diamond leaned heavily towards defense. Although he could not entirely intercept Qie Qiong's attacks, they merely caused him discomfort. The battle devolved into a fierce struggle. The golden figure and the dark golden giant clashed violently amidst the shattered temple. The temple's roof had long been torn away by the shockwaves of their confrontation. An enormous metallic debris scattered in all directions. The entire castle trembled as countless guards looked on in terror toward the temple, unable to discern the chaos within. Only seeing the golden and dark golden lights, with terrifying energy currents swirling through the sky. At such a moment, no one dared to venture closer. Both combatants had ignited their true fire. Qie Qiong's gaze grew increasingly composed. This was no longer merely a battle for resources. After a decade of silent cultivation, he had not faced a single opponent due to the material world's constraints. He craved an adversary of equal caliber. The diamond god's mastery of the essence of diamond served as an excellent sharpening stone for his skills. Meanwhile, the diamond god felt an overwhelming sense of frustration. He had never encountered such a tenacious foe. Despite his vastly superior fighting spirit realm, his opponent's immensely powerful essence of gold rendered him unable to utilize his sheer strength. He bore dozens of sword marks upon his body, though none were fatal. The incessant intrusion of the essence of gold that continuously ravaged his internal structure hindered the recovery of his holy body. He realized that if this continued, he might truly meet his end here. He had to break the stalemate. Damn it, you have gone too far. The diamond god roared, enduring yet another piercing strike. A fresh wound appeared across his chest. His eyes burned crimson, and he staggered back. With arms spread wide, torrents of fighting spirit surged forth from within him, instantly enveloping the surrounding skies for miles. The primordial energies of the world converged frantically, as if the entire temple were shrouded in this overwhelming fighting spirit. At that moment, the entire realm of extreme thunder was set abuzz. The four holy level beings simultaneously turned their gazes toward this battlefield. The vital energy at the diamond god's position is gathering? Could be extreme thunder? Is someone challenging the diamond god? Without a moment's hesitation, the four figures transformed into streaks of light, racing towards the diamond god with unparalleled speed. For the other three gods, if extreme thunder had taken action and the diamond god fell, their situation would become perilous. For extreme thunder, the diamond god was not of paramount importance, but knowing who was engaging him was crucial. Faced with a strike that threatened to engulf heaven and earth, Qie Qiong felt as though the space around him had frozen. A glimmer of anticipation appeared on his face. Golden extreme, flowing light sword. A soft exclamation resonated through the cosmos. Qie Qiong made no attempt to evade. An incredibly resplendent golden radiance erupted around him, Gradually, it coalesced at the tip of his sword finger. He slowly raised his right hand, and the previously flickering blade of light vanished. In its place was a sword blade of dark gold, refined to an indescribable degree, measuring a mere 3 inches in length. It hung silently before Qie Qiong, exuding no excess energy. It seemed utterly out of place in the surrounding world, as if everything that approached it was silently severed. The golden light possessed not only the properties of a chaotic monument, but also harbored numerous secret techniques. Although in recent years, Qie Qiong has refrained from extensive contemplation. Driven solely by the desire to grasp the essence of truth, he devoted a decade to the profound study of the Jingguang secret tome. Upon attaining the utmost pinnacle of the first realm of the true essence of gold, he ingeniously modified the Liuguang sword by referencing the secret techniques within Jingguang, thus creating the most formidable killing move of this era. He raised his hand and pointed towards the god of Vajra. That dark golden blade of light seemed to pierce through the void, hurtling towards the god of Vajra. In that fleeting moment, the god of Vajra sensed the gravest peril since his ascension to divinity. He had to evade. Otherwise, death was inevitable. Yet it was too late. Just as this thought crossed his mind, before he could react, a hum echoed. That dark golden sword blade effortlessly pierced through his brow. The colossal form of the god of Vajra stood frozen in midair, his raised arms gradually descending. Although there was a small hole in his brow, not a single drop of blood flowed forth. A once great deity, a saint-level extraordinary being in a diminutive realm, had perished. A faint pallor washed over Qie Qiong's face. It was still exceedingly challenging, were it not for the Jinji Liuguang sword. Although he could defeat the god of Vajra, he would never have been able to slay him. The consumption of this Jinji Liuguang sword far exceeded that of engaging in battle for several hours. Yet, beyond his fatigue, there was a sense of exhilaration from the validation of his efforts. Since his cultivation began, he had never fought an opponent so closely matched. He had always dominated. This was his first encounter with such a rival. Indeed, slaying a peak saint-level adversary was no simple feat, he murmured softly, his gaze sweeping over the corpse of the god of Vajra, and as the forces of heaven and earth guided the spatial ring on the god of Vajra's hand, it found its way into Qie Qiong's grasp. He casually stored the body within the spatial ring. Such a form was highly favored by extraordinary mages, as it could be used to forge flesh puppets for battle. There was no time for reflection or hesitation. He was acutely aware that the commotion here had undoubtedly alerted the deities throughout the entire extreme thunderworld. Though he had slain the god of Vajra in a one-on-one confrontation, he was far from a match for the remaining few who had band together. Thus, he needed to act swiftly. His mental energy flowed like mercury, instantaneously sweeping across the core area of the ruined temple. He gathered all the precious treasures into the spatial ring. This entire process took less than a minute. Depart. Without a moment's hesitation, Qie Qiong's form transformed into shimmering golden particles, swiftly retreating away from the steel spine mountains. As he soared at high speed, he quickly suppressed all his presence, vanishing entirely above the vast mountains and primordial jungles. The colossal figure of the god of extreme thunder, entwined with lightning, was the first to arrive. When his gaze fell upon the remnants of the temple ruins, his body jolted violently. The power of thunder erupted uncontrollably around him. The aura of the god of Vajra had completely dissipated. In this world, besides himself, had someone truly managed to slay the god of Vajra in such a brief span? Just as the god of extreme thunder was engulfed in confusion, 3 equally formidable presences tore through the air, arriving almost simultaneously. A stream of water surged from the east, transforming into a humanoid form. It was the sea god. Her azure eyes surveyed the ruins. Having harbored past grievances with the god of Vajra over resource disputes, she was momentarily struck with shock, followed by a glimmer of schadenfreude. Yet more so was enveloped by the chill that accompanied the fall of a being of her level. From the west, a fierce wind swept through the god of Awakens. His gaze was fixed intently on the god of extreme thunder. The fire god blazed forth as a flame from the south. All 3 rushed at their utmost speed, yet they still arrived too late. The atmosphere around them already testified that the god of Vajra had perished. Their gazes briefly intertwined before they all simultaneously turned towards extreme thunder. Extreme thunder, you arrived first. Did you catch a glimpse of the assailant? The sea god inquired first. Extreme thunder shook his head after glancing at them. It was already like this when I arrived. I had no inkling our world harbored such a master. Perhaps the legendary figure has indeed descended. It was the god of Awakens who spoke. Legends? Our ancestors could penetrate their ranks, bringing us combat prowess. We can do the same. Upon hearing this, the fire god interjected. Extreme Thunder was about to respond when the sea god's eyes flickered, exchanging a glance with Awakens, interrupting him. Given the circumstances, we must return to our base immediately. The other two silently expressed their agreement. The three transformed into streaks of light, racing towards Awakens' domain. The three were not of the same ilk as Extreme Thunder, and even with the presence of a mysterious figure, their greatest concern remained Extreme Thunder. When the god of Vidra was still alive, the four of them could only manage a stalemate against him, let alone now. Chapter 30, Peak Saint Level. Water and fire convergence. Qie Qiong's figure silently manifested at the spatial gate of the mining cave. Having just returned from another world, he immediately unleashed his formidable mental energy, swiftly sweeping across the entirety of the Qie Qiong mining vein. Within his perception, the mining vein lay tranquil. The surviving guards and miners were now outside, each engaged in their respective tasks, having been informed that they were not to exit the mining vein for the past few years. Fang Yun, accompanied by the most trusted knights, stood guard at the cave entrance. A wave of fatigue washed over him. The final move, the Jinji Liuguang's sword, had exacted a tremendous toll. Yet the joy of his accomplishments was sufficient to dispel all weariness. He stepped out of the cave, and under Fang Yun's awe-stricken gaze, he commanded, "Maintain vigilance. Anyone approaching the core area must not leave the mining vein, or they shall be executed without mercy." "Yes, master," Fang Yun replied respectfully. The sight of him decimating several dozen intruders in an instant had made it abundantly clear to him that this young master before him had long transcended the title of knight, likely having become extraordinary himself. Qie Qiong nodded slightly, his silver-robed figure flickering before transforming into a nearly transparent streak of light, quietly returning to the serene chamber deep within the Qie Qiong estate in Yunhai County. Sitting cross-legged, he focused his fighting spirit into the newly acquired spatial ring on his finger. This ring was far superior to Qie Qiong's, even eclipsing the ancestral spatial ring of the Qie Qiong family. It was illogical for a small, extraordinary world, having not yet interacted with the outside world, to possess fighting spirit or such an advanced spatial ring. However, there was no time for Qie Qiong to ponder these matters. The fighting spirit easily erased any lingering marks, while his mental intent surged forth. The space within the ring opened up magnificently. The area within the ring was even more expansive than he had anticipated. As he casually scanned the extraordinary materials contained within, although these materials were precious, they bore little significance for Qie Qiong unless they included rare treasures like the 9-leaf golden pattern grass. His focus did not linger excessively on these extraordinary materials. His primary objective had always been the source stones. In the next moment, his intent zeroed in on the most central area of the ring space. Even though he had anticipated this, when he truly beheld the scene, Qie Qiong could not help but gasp in astonishment. A mound constructed entirely of pure source stones. Qie Qiong swiftly and accurately estimated the total amount of this mound. A staggering 20,000 pounds of source stones. What a colossal fortune this was. A sky-reaching extraordinary being with a mere few thousand pounds of worth would be considered fortunate. A saint-level extraordinary being could scarcely produce such an abundance of source stones at once. Over the past decade, due to resource scarcity, Qie Qiong's fighting spirit had only progressed from the early to the mid-stage of the sky-reaching realm. However, with these 20,000 pounds of source stones, he could rapidly advance from the mid-stage of the sky-reaching realm to the peak of saint level. With a subtle smile gracing his lips, Qie Qiong transferred the source stones into his spatial ring. Once the transfer was complete, he turned his gaze towards the scroll containing the records of the Diamond God. After all, the Diamond God was one of the 5 formidable beings of the extreme Thunderworld, and the scroll might contain the reasons behind the uniqueness of this realm. As he casually flipped through several scrolls, he found only trivial matters recorded by the Diamond God. Eventually, his attention was drawn to a dark golden scroll, which appeared to be the most ancient and profound of them all. Intrigued, Qie Qiong retrieved it from his ring and held it in his hands. As soon as his fingers made contact with the scroll, a surge of information flooded his mind. This was indeed what he had been seeking. He now comprehended the extraordinary nature of this transcendent small world. It turned out that the extreme Thunder world was not fundamentally different from ordinary transcendent worlds. However, countless years ago, a mysterious group descended upon it, ruthlessly slaughtering the indigenous transcendent beings, only to be vanquished by the ancestors of the 5 guardians. They subsequently acquired techniques of combat from these enigmatic individuals. After assimilating this information, Qie Qiong, having read the original texts, found clarity in his thoughts. If the transcendent world were not connected to the material realm, then even the mightiest beings from the material world could not enter the transcendent world. The fact that these mysterious individuals could enter suggested they were a transcendent team from the Temple of Time and Space, albeit they were ultimately overwhelmed by the natives. This also elucidated why the natives of the extreme Thunderworld, despite having possessed a martial arts system for many years, exhibited a rather rudimentary form of civilization and alchemy in Qie Qiong's eyes. They had only obtained foundational techniques without a comprehensive lineage to guide them. 3 months later, within the tranquil chamber of the Qie Estate, Qie Qiong had absorbed 1,500 pounds of source stones, elevating both his physical form and martial energy to the pinnacle of the transcendent realm. The chamber was suffused with an almost liquid density of elemental energy, with a cluster of source stones at its core visibly diminishing. Seated beside the source stones, Qie Qiong closed his eyes, his aura undergoing a profound transformation. The air shimmered with a blend of dark golden sharpness and golden lightning, representing Qie Qiong's transcendent martial energy. This energy, cultivated over a decade, coupled with the absorbed source stones, had reached the limits of what could be contained within the realm of flight. With a mere thought, countless martial energies underwent a qualitative transformation, coalescing into a brilliant crystal sphere composed entirely of highly compressed golden lightning energy. Under Qie Qiong's mental command, this sphere morphed into a vivid miniature version of himself. Upon entering the saint level, the transcendent martial energy was indeed transformed. Seated within the tranquil chamber, Qie Qiong was astonished to find that the condensation of his martial energy, combined with the power of his soul, could create a martial energy avatar. Nurturing both body and soul, Qie Qiong dispelled all distractions. He guided the golden lightning, saint-level martial energy within his dantian to nourish his soul. This was a crucial step. Otherwise, the differentiated martial energy avatar would be nothing but a hollow shell. After merely an hour of focused effort, Qie Qiong had completely transcended to the saint level. Yet, this was not the end. He continued to extract and absorb more source stones. These stones were sufficient for his martial energy to break through to the pinnacle of the saint level, with some remaining. 3 months later, Qie Qiong's martial energy realm had astonishingly reached the pinnacle of the saint level. He had absorbed so many source stones that a full 10,000 pounds remained. However, despite this abundance, it was impossible for Qie Qiong's physical realm to advance further. Transitioning from the pinnacle of the transcendent realm to the initial stage of the saint level required a staggering 50,000 pounds of source stones. Now, reflecting on the situation, Qie Qiong wished he could resurrect the Diamond God just to kill him again, having wasted 50,000 pounds of his own source stones. Yet now was not the time for such thoughts. He needed to focus on reclaiming his source stones. Before engaging the Diamond God, Qie Qiong had already discerned the true nature of the so-called 5 gods of extreme thunder. Coupled with the notes he had seen from the Diamond God, his suspicions were further validated. The Diamond's notes indicated that he ranked among the top 3 of the 5 gods. It was common knowledge that if someone claims to rank highly, they likely fall just short of that claim. If the Diamond God could assert himself as 3rd, it implied that all others, except for the god of extreme thunder, were merely at the 3rd level of the 7th tier realm. If the god of extreme thunder could only match such beings at the pinnacle of the saint level, it suggested that he was at best a nascent form of the true essence of the 7th tier. It was worth noting that if Qie Qiong were to confront the Diamond God now, he would undoubtedly not require a second strike. Half a year later, Qie Qiong had finally solidified his pinnacle saint-level realm. Seated within the tranquil chamber, the surging martial energy around him had completely retracted. The strength of his soul provided the most direct benefit, enhancing his perception of true essence to an unprecedented clarity. After 6 months of contemplation, he had finally breached the threshold before the realm of all things. With a hum, the chamber resonated as if pebbles were cast into still water, creating visible silver ripples. Qie Qiong opened his eyes and lightly tapped the air with his fingertip. A spatial gate manifested before him, granting access to the 1st tier of the realm of all things. Within the extraordinary world of mineral veins, Qie Qiong's eyes sparkled with brilliance. The past 6 months not only solidified his realm, but also deepened his understanding of spatial mysteries. Next, he had to attend to the matters of the transcendent small world. Rising from his seat, his figure silently dissipated within the tranquil chamber. In the depths of the Qie family's mineral vein, a year had passed since his last visit. Yet the area remained under the vigilant guard of Fang Yun, without any incidents. The supply of living essentials was personally delivered by Qi Lingfei, the individual Qie Qiong trusted most in Yunhai County. Upon seeing Qie Qiong's figure coalesce silently in the core area, Fang Yun immediately bowed and greeted him. "Master." Qie Qiong nodded, his gaze fixed upon the spatial gate. Without uttering a word, he stepped forward and was enveloped by the gate. The familiar sensation of spatial transition swept over him, and Qie Qiong found himself back in the untamed forest. The spatial gate was only visible to the naked eye and remained concealed within this forest. Thus it had gone unnoticed throughout the year. One could only say that those dozen or so individuals who had traversed the spatial gate were indeed fortunate. Taking a deep breath, Qie Qiong's eyes shimmered with golden light as his formidable mental power surged forth, radiating like a tide in all directions, enveloping a vast area within moments. However, even the pinnacle of the saint level had its limitations, rendering it difficult for Qie Qiong to pinpoint the location of the four gods. It seemed he would need to search for them one by one. Qie Qiong's expression remained calm, undeterred by the challenge. A decision formed in his mind. With a hum, a torrent of golden lightning, saint-level martial energy erupted from within him, coalescing at his side into a martial energy avatar that mirrored Qie Qiong's true form, albeit slightly weaker in aura. Typically, a martial energy avatar at the saint level, due to the lack of equipment, would possess only half the strength of the original body. However, due to his inherent strength being predominantly aligned with the true essence of gold, the power of the doppelganger was scarcely distinguishable from that of his true self. Go! Came the low, resonant command from Qie Qiong, devoid of any superfluous instructions. The doppelganger nodded slightly, transforming into a blurred golden streak, hurtling toward the northeastern waters of the Three Gods territory, the northwestern Gale Canyon, and the southwestern Fire Mountain Range at an astonishing speed. The objective was simple: locate the Three Gods and eliminate them. This was the confidence Qie Qiong now possessed. Prior to his breakthrough, he had to exert all his strength even to contend with the Diamond God. Yet now, he was assured that the doppelganger alone was capable of vanquishing the Three Gods. Qie Qiong set his sights to the east, where the extreme Thunder Mountain Range lay, undoubtedly the lair of the Thunder God. In an instant, his figure flickered and transformed into an even swifter golden lightning bolt, racing towards the eastern holy mountain of thunder. Meanwhile, the doppelganger morphed into a sharp golden arc, its target fixed on the domain of the god of Gale. To strike them separately, it was prudent to first eliminate the one theoretically possessing the greatest speed. Given that the doppelganger harbored no intention of concealing its aura, as it approached the precipice of Gale Canyon with rapidity, three formidable presences suddenly locked onto it. Who could it be? The aura resembles that of the Diamond Fortress. The death of the Diamond God is likely connected to him. Came the anxious voice of the Fire God. Prepare the formation, or we may perish here. The voice of the Fire God echoed with fury from within the canyon. The figure of the god of Gale soared into the sky, quickly followed by the Sea God, with the Fire God being the last to speak. The three gods were not stationed in their respective territories, but had congregated in the Gale Canyon, clearly sensing the threat posed by the fall of the Diamond God and opting to unite. Thus, the doppelganger collided directly with the trio, faced with the doppelganger's murderous advance. The three gods exhibited no hesitation, immediately unleashing their ultimate joint technique, a trump card honed through eons of battling the Thunder God. However, at that time, the Diamond God was still alive, and thus their true capabilities had yet to be revealed. Unexpectedly, this technique was not employed against the Thunder God, but rather against this enigmatic individual. Wind fuels the flames, water and fire unite. The three gods merge as one. All laws are extinguished, roared the god of Gale, as wind elements were propelled to their utmost limits, serving as conduits of disruption and amplification. Under the guidance of the gale, water and fire, which typically could not coexist, merged in an arcane manner, forming a vortex of destructive energy. This inferior version of the fourth-grade true essence of water and fire, due to the trio's lack of unified thought, was forced to merge through wind, rendering its power equivalent to merely the second tier of the water and fire realm. The core of this vortex was the doppelganger. Boom! A tremendous sound erupted, obliterating the entire Gale Canyon. Mountains within hundreds of miles turned to dust under the silent shockwave of energy. The earth collapsed, and the sky manifested a bizarre visage reminiscent of shattered glass. Terrifying chaotic energy morphed into thick, nebulous smoke, rendering any probing efforts by the three gods futile. Did we succeed? Croaked the Fire God. This technique should even be beyond the Thunder God's capacity to endure. He is no exception, the god of Gale remarked, gazing mournfully at the ruins of his former stronghold. The Sea God, feeling an unshakable unease, urged caution. Be wary. This enemy is sinister. Her words were abruptly cut off as the thick smoke, dense enough to obscure perception, was seemingly swept aside by an invisible hand. Within the haze, A humanoid silhouette suddenly became discernible. Indeed, it was the doppelganger. It was the first decree of the heavens. Smoke inflicts no harm. Chapter 31. Extermination and domination. Your strengths appear to be rather limited. The doppelganger's scornful voice rang in the ears of the three gods. Standing in the void, he adopted a nonchalant posture, enveloped in an enigmatic radiance. This luminescence comprised countless golden auras of battle energy, with silver glimmers subtly flowing within, forming an ethereal and extraordinary feathered raiment. The golden feather garb. This was a defensive secret art crafted by Qie Qiong, derived from his understanding of the golden radiant's secret tome, harmonized with his own insights at the pinnacle of the first level of the true essence of gold. It could rival the advanced secret arts devised by demigods. The demigods not of this extreme thunder world, but those on the brink of ascension to godhood. This garment wove the true essence of gold and battle energy into delicate feathers, culminating in a form of defense with terrifying potency. After Qie Qiong further grasped the spatial essence, he incorporated spatial powers, endowing the garment with the ability to deflect a portion of incoming attacks. What had once merely grazed the threshold of advanced secret arts had now ascended to a mid-tier level within that category. The three gods beheld their joint attack, which they had anticipated would annihilate a peak-class saint of their tier, now having no effect on the faint golden feather garb. They were instantly struck by disbelief. It was well known that when they had perfected this technique, they had agreed it would be sufficient to obliterate the diamond god and even severely wound the thunder god. Unscathed? This is impossible. The fire god howled in desperation. The god of Gale, realizing the truth, despaired. He has mastered the complete essence. That garment is a manifestation of true essence. Only true essence could render this mysterious individual, of their caliber, unscathed after withstanding their ultimate technique. At this moment, the sea god's complexion paled, and without hesitation, she declared, "We must separate and flee." She had recognized that their foe was unfathomably powerful. After their joint attack proved ineffective, continuing the fight would merely lead to their demise. However, the doppelganger made a move. Having confirmed the efficacy of the golden feather garb, he saw no need to prolong their game. "The game is over," echoed a chilling voice in their ears. The doppelganger's form vanished from sight, seamlessly integrating into the fabric of space, flickering through the void, a fundamental application derived from his understanding of spatial essence, which he referred to as spatial leap. In the first instance of his flicker, Qie Qiong found himself before the fire god. In terror, the fire god frantically swung the massive hammer he had just retrieved from his spatial ring. Swoosh! A barely perceptible golden glimmer flashed by, seemingly transcending space itself. The golden radiance disregarded the fiery barrier and precisely struck the fire god's forehead. The flames surrounding the fire god extinguished instantaneously, his body stiffened, and before he could even collapse, he was whisked away by the doppelganger. This so-called fire god, as Qie Qiong had surmised, had not even managed to execute a single move. In any world, space remained overwhelmingly powerful. The doppelganger dispatched the fire god in the blink of an eye. At this juncture, the sea god had already transformed into a rapid torrent of azure water, desperately fleeing into the distance, even igniting her battle energy and essence, evidently employing some unknown secret technique. Simultaneously, she summoned the waters of the world, raising towering waves in an attempt to obstruct the doppelganger's approach. Yet, it proved utterly futile. The doppelganger flickered once more, effortlessly surpassing the colossal waves, and appeared beside her. With another pointed finger, a golden sword light materialized, causing the sea god's body to halt abruptly, a void manifesting in her chest. Under the influence of arcane arts, her form shattered like fragile glass, dispersing into countless azure droplets that filled the sky. Until now, this was the sole instance where the entity known as Qie Qiong had failed to seize a corporeal body. The avatar, with a sound of discontent, shook its head in regret and turned its gaze towards the direction of the god of the tempest, deeming this opportunity too precious to squander. In an instant, it appeared before the fleeing god of the tempest. Startled, the god of the tempest transformed into a rapidly spinning azure whirlwind, attempting to shred the avatar, though primarily seeking to escape. Yet, the avatar remained unmoved, merely observing with indifference, uttering the word, "seal." At the command, the very elements of the world coalesced into golden chains of confinement, instantaneously enveloping the realm. A solid metallic cage materialized around the god of the tempest, from which countless golden threads emerged, ensnaring him. The whirling winds were forcefully solidified, and his escape was abruptly halted mid-air. In the mundane world, Such a scene would have been inconceivable, where the tangible could bind the intangible winds. The god of the tempest could no longer maintain his azure whirlwind form and reverted to his human shape, his eyes now filled with boundless terror. The avatar slowly raised a hand towards the god of the tempest, who was immobilized in midair, and with a gentle grip, a swift sound echoed. Within the cage, several threads gradually converged into a single golden needle, which, in an instant, pierced the god of the tempest at the center of his brow. In a heartbeat, the three deities standing atop the world fell. The smoke had yet to dissipate fully, and those who had conjured it, the three gods, had already become a part of history. The avatar of Qie Qiong stood in the void, the layer of pale golden feathered attire around him quietly vanishing. He swiftly ventured deeper into the lair of the god of the tempest, aware that time was of the essence as he still had the other two layers to cleanse. While the energy avatar sought the three gods, Qie Qiong's true form transformed into a bolt of golden lightning, heading towards the extreme Thunder Mountains. According to the records of the Vajra god, the ancestors of the god of extreme thunder had once reaped the greatest benefits from the aboriginals and had acquired a formation, which they installed in the extreme Thunder Mountains. Thus, the god of extreme thunder spent most of his time in his own lair. As he approached the mountain range, an overwhelming sense of pressure descended upon him, as palpable as a physical force. The air was thick with concentrated thunder particles, invigorating Qie Qiong's energy. Were it not for his lack of proficiency in the ways of thunder, he could have enhanced his power in this place. Not to mention the god of extreme thunder. A smirk tugged at the corners of Qie Qiong's mouth. It appeared to be a formidable battle. Indeed, there was a formation, intricate and exquisite, perfectly harmonizing with the mountain's ley lines and the principles of thunder. Kakyom's Gaza Sherpanat. He could distinctly sense an invisible will enveloping the core region of the mountains. This will was imbued with tyranny and devastation, unmistakably belonging to the god of extreme thunder. At the heart of this will lay a ceaselessly operating energy nexus, a colossal alchemical formation of astonishing scope. How inept those reincarnators must have been to allow the aboriginals to vanquish them. Despite having lamented this many times, Qie Qiong could not help but curse once more. Boom! Before Qie Qiong could further investigate, he was already detected upon entering the extreme Thunder Mountains, and he made no effort to conceal his presence. The mountains, long simmering with pent-up energy, seemed thoroughly incensed. A cacophony of thunder erupted. The storm clouds, once sluggish, now coalesced into dozens of thick, deep violet lightning columns, plummeting directly towards Qie Qiong's location. Each bolt contained enough power to instantly slay an early-stage, saint-level, extraordinary being. This was the lair of the god of extreme thunder, where, augmented by the formation, his dominion over the thunder of heaven and earth reached a terrifying zenith, instilling dread even in those of the same caliber. Naturally, this did not include Qie Qiong. In the face of this cataclysmic assault, Qie Qiong merely stood resolutely, invoking the golden feather attire. The pale golden garments coalesced as if made of substance. The primary distinction between Qie Qiong and his energy avatar lay in the near-infinite nature of his energy, which allowed the attire to embody both illusion and reality. Strange deity, how dare you tread upon my divine realm? Do you think that by slaying that fool Vajra, you can contend with the great god of thunder? The voice resonated from the grandest spire of the metallic palace, brimming with unending fury. Accompanied by the roar, a towering giant, 3 meters tall, clad in deep blue armor adorned with lightning patterns, stepped forth from the palace, his eyes ablaze with blinding electric light, resembling 2 miniature thunderous stars. An immense pressure, far surpassing that of an ordinary saint-level peak, descended, bolstered by the formation, granting him the complete power of the 7th-tier true intent of extreme thunder. He wielded a colossal lightning spear, arcs of electricity dancing at its tip, distorting the very fabric of space. Divine realm? Qie Qiong stood firm in the void, his voice icy. You are but a frog at the bottom of a well. This world shall change hands today. In an instant, golden lightning coalesced beside him, transforming into a long sword. He grasped the sword, thrusting it towards the newly emerged god of extreme thunder. Arrogance! The god of extreme thunder sneered, raising his lightning spear. The surrounding purple thunder was absorbed and concentrated at the spear's tip. The entire formation of the extreme Thunder Mountains resonated, channeling its power into this strike. Clang! The clash between the golden lightning sword and the destruction-laden spear erupted in a thunderous explosion, sending a shockwave of highly compressed energy radiating outward. Qie Qiong's golden lightning sword shattered, and he staggered back several paces. Upon closer inspection, one could discern fine cracks appearing on the surface of the golden feather attire. which quickly vanished. However, these were merely superficial flaws. The design of the secret arts had drawn inspiration from the layered structure of bird feathers. The god of extreme thunder, too, staggered back a few steps, yet the radiant electric armor enveloping him absorbed the backlash, channeling it into the mountain and the formation beneath him, sustaining no tangible damage. In this exchange, amidst the advantages of the opponent's domain and the formation's enhancement, the two were evenly matched. It was crucial to recognize the vast disparity in their true intents. "Behold, this is my power!" The god of extreme thunder bellowed with manic laughter, raising his lightning spear once more. Countless bolts of thunder began to coalesce, evidently preparing to unleash the same devastating strike. Just as the god of extreme thunder was poised to deliver that ultimate blow, Qie Qiong made his move. He no longer sought to confront the spear imbued with the might of the heavens. Instead, his figure melded seamlessly into the void. Within the confines of the formation, while long-distance teleportation proved ineffective, Qie Qiong could still execute instantaneous maneuvers at close range, drawing upon his mastery of the first tier of spatial essence. The god of extreme thunder was taken aback, his raised lightning spear abruptly losing its target. Qie Qiong's figure materialized instantaneously behind him. The metallic palace behind him was one of the core nodes of the formation, currently supplying the god of extreme thunder with a continuous flow of energy. Golden extreme radiant sword, Qie Qiong murmured softly, aligning his fingers. A dark golden sword beam, seemingly disregarding the distance of space, pierced through the apex of the metallic palace's core alchemical node amidst the god of extreme thunder's furious roars. The vast array enveloping the extreme thunder mountain range suddenly dimmed. The core of the formation, which connected heaven and earth and provided an endless supply of thunderous power, was interrupted. The formidable pressure emanating from the thunder god receded like a retreating tide. Though still powerful, it lacked the overwhelming might it held when it was evenly matched with Qie Qiong. The lightning spear in his hand, now devoid of the support from the formation, flickered uncertainly. Its power significantly diminished. No! The thunder god emitted a desperate roar. He felt with utmost clarity that the foundation of his invincible divine realm was collapsing. Stripped of the array's enhancement, he was merely a nascent understanding of the seventh tier of extreme thunder's true essence, possessing only peak saint-level transcendence. While still formidable among the transcendent, he paled in comparison to Qie Qiong. Without the slightest pause, Qie Qiong reappeared before the thunder god. The essence of gold erupted forth. Qie Qiong's entire right hand was enveloped in a dark golden radiance. He eschewed the long-range attack form of the golden extreme flowing light sword, instead channeling it into his right hand, with his fist as the blade, his entire being transformed into a golden longsword that seemed to pierce through the heavens and the earth. Crack! The longsword cleaved through the greatly weakened lightning spear, severing it in an instant. The longsword continued its relentless assault, piercing directly into the chest of the thunder god, adorned with intricate lightning patterns. Thud! The longsword penetrated his body. The power of gold and battle chi surged violently within the thunder god. His robust, saint-level physique was instantly torn apart, his heart reduced to a fine powder. Gasp! The light of thunder in the thunder god's eyes gradually extinguished. In disbelief, he gazed down at the sword that had pierced through his chest, severing his lifeline completely. Qie Qiong, with an expression devoid of emotion, stored the corpse of the thunder god into his spatial ring. The radiant array that had shrouded the mountain range gradually faded. The once chaotic thunderclouds lost their control, reverting to the disordered state they had possessed a millennium ago. All that remained were the charred ruins and the metal palace, its core formation destroyed, bearing witness to the terrifying battle that had just unfolded. The last deity of the extreme thunderworld, the thunder god, had fallen. Qie Qiong stood suspended in the void, gazing down at the palace. The 5 native leaders had all been slain, leaving him bereft of these most formidable beings. As for the other transcendent beings, they were of little concern to Qie Qiong. If they complied, all was well, and if they did not, he possessed means to deal with their disobedience. This diminutive transcendent world had completely fallen under his control. The voice of Qie Qiong reverberated through the heavens and the earth, declaring, "From this day forth, this shall be my world." Chapter 32. Oceanic Realmstone Breakthrough. Qie Qiong's mental power swiftly swept across the metal palace below. Unsurprisingly, he discovered a staggering accumulation of various extraordinary ores, rare thunderous artifacts, and a total of 80,000 pounds of source stones, far surpassing those of the Diamond God. There were even several scrolls that recorded profound secrets of the Thunder system and array knowledge. It seemed that the benefits accrued by the ancestors of the Thunder God were indeed substantial. Many of the items within were clearly not of this native world, possessions that the Diamond God lacked. Soon, his Battle Qie avatars began relaying messages. They had thoroughly located the remnants of the core treasure vaults left behind by the Fire God, the Wind God, and the Sea God, and were now returning with their bounty. The avatars transformed into golden rainbows, soaring towards Qie Qiong. Buzz. The golden light reached Qie Qiong without pause, instantly merging into his being. The fragment of his soul essence housed within the avatars returned to him, along with previously vague sensations of information. Qie Qiong closed his eyes for a moment, absorbing this information, particularly that pertaining to the legacies of the Sea God, Fire God, and Wind God. What a bountiful harvest, he murmured softly, as numerous spatial rings floated before him. Without delving into specifics, these spatial rings alone could fetch several million gold coins, if not more. Of course, for Qie Qiong, who had already transcended, mundane items held no significance. His thoughts traversed through the vast resources, ample enough to form a small mountain, as they were slowly counted. Setting aside those for the moment, Qie Qiong was unable to accurately assess the value of the extraordinary materials. To speak plainly, the wealth in source stones alone totaled an astonishing 140,000 pounds. This was a colossal fortune, sufficient to sustain a peak saint-level transcendent for an entire lifetime. Of this vast amount, the Thunder God alone contributed over 80,000. This starkly illustrated the disparity between the Thunder God and the others. All of this immense wealth now belonged to Qie Qiong. A wave of emotions surged within him, and myriad thoughts raced through his mind. With these resources, not only could his own Battle Qie swiftly elevate to the early saint level, but he could also ascend to the demigod realm. Furthermore, there would be ample resources to support his parents in their cultivation. Qie Qiong was not particularly worried about his father, Qie Zhou, as he was also a prodigious figure. His only concern lay with his mother, fearing she might lag behind. However, with these resources, elevating her to a transcendent capable of flight was more than feasible. Moreover, among the mountains of extraordinary materials, the rest paled in comparison to what he discovered within the Sea God's spatial ring, an unmistakably peculiar piece of jade, its surface marred by a distinct bite mark. This jade was a vibrant sea blue, and merely gazing upon it incited a primal urge within Qie Qiong's saint-level transcendent resolve to consume it. This was an instinct of life itself. Lo and behold, it was a piece of the oceanic realm stone, which had appeared in the original text. I wonder how this stone compares to the one obtained by Dongbo Shuang, Qie Qiong mused, astonished that the extreme Thunder World harbored such a treasure. It was known that this single piece of realm stone could rival 50,000 pounds of source stones, and it was priceless. The realm stone possessed benefits for aiding cultivation and breaking through bottlenecks. Such treasures were regarded as lifelines by transcendent beings, even stirring the hearts of demigods. In the original text, it was mentioned that it could be consumed as a beverage, but for Qie Qiong, it seemed more prudent to ingest it during cultivation. While steeping it in water could maximize benefits for Qie Qiong, that approach felt too sluggish. In the original story, the Sea God's palace elder consumed it for over 1,000 years before reaching the peak of saint level, the same realm as the current Qie Qiong. 1,000 years was an eternity for someone merely in their 20s. By then, Qie Qiong could scarcely fathom what level he would attain. He needed to contemplate carefully how to handle this oceanic realm stone. Additionally, there were the scrolls containing valuable information and a set of arrays he had examined, which merely served to conceal one's presence. This was also why this array had never been employed. After all, its master was one of the most powerful beings in this world and did not require such a formation to hide anything. He picked up the scrolls once more, comparing them with those of the Diamond God. He verified the accounts regarding the mysterious beings from beyond, who descended with Battle Qie seeds and were ultimately besieged. This aligned with the records of the Diamond God. His previous conjectures were conclusively validated. It was indeed the handiwork of the Temple of Time and Space. Those enigmatic beings were, as suspected, part of the legendary Time and Space Temple, a team of reincarnators on a mission. This revelation finally instilled a sense of urgency within Qie Qiong. He had long focused solely on the material realm, neglecting the fact that this world encompassed far more than just the material domain. Beyond this realm lies a more formidable world, and the emergence of the Time-Space Temple has served as a wake-up call for him. The essence of space must be grasped at the earliest opportunity. I must swiftly comprehend the nascent form of spatial truth, he whispers to himself. Failure to do so would mean he has no right to refuse the temple's enforced summons. Only by attaining the rank of a second-tier transcendent can he assert the privilege of rejection against the temple's call. Although the first layer of the truth of gold even within the material realm, represents a considerable power. It pales in comparison to the might that the time-space temple commands. To negotiate or refuse such coercion, mastering the essence of space has become an imperative milestone he must surpass. Once he has concluded his affairs in this extraordinary world, he shall dedicate himself to understanding the essence of space. The demise of the 5 great saint-level transcendent natives has left not only a mountain of source stones and materials, but also a world still inhabited by numerous sky-level transcendent beings. In his eyes, these sky-level transcendent entities must be dealt with immediately, for to excavate the source stones within this extraordinary realm, he requires assistance from his family. Yet, those he would summon lack the necessary strength, compelling him to resort to the elimination of these transcendent natives. After all, establishing a power base and subjugating them would prove too cumbersome. Transcendent beings are, after all, not as easily controlled as mortals. Thus, their only remaining value lies in their complete eradication, ensuring that his endeavors in the extreme thunder world proceed with absolute safety and efficiency. With resolve, he initiates his plan. Buzz, a formidable mental force, surveys the surroundings. Though he cannot perceive the entirety of the extraordinary world in a single thought, he can seek out his targets bit by bit. Those demigods still unaware that their so-called deities have all perished are like prey in an open field, utterly exposed. "Found you," he murmurs, and in an instant, his figure vanishes, transforming into a golden stream of light that melds with the very fabric of space. His actions are as efficient as a scythe. He utters not a word to those transcendent beings. From the moment he identifies his target to the execution, collection of the body, and departure, the entire process is completed in less than 3 breaths. Were it not for the residual utility of the corpses, he would not have even undertaken this step. The swiftness of his actions is breathtaking. Often, in the blink of an eye, a pillar of a formidable force is utterly obliterated. Fear spreads like a plague throughout the transcendent community. They remain oblivious to the reason for the 5 deities yet to arrive, left only to await the arrival of death in silence. In just 2 days, the 23 sky-level transcendent beings of the extreme thunder world have been annihilated by him. Had he not wasted time searching for targets, he would not have needed so long. The entire transcendent power structure of the extreme thunder world has been reduced to dust. What remains are merely star-tier knights, as well as weaker tribal warriors and mortals. Aside from the title-level combatants who pose some interference to his family's forthcoming actions, the threat from the others is negligible. Standing aloft in the sky, he nods in satisfaction. The cleansing is complete, and his concerns have been temporarily alleviated. With a wave of his hand, a golden, thunderous aura clone materializes behind him. This clone possesses no spiritual power whatsoever. It is merely a manifestation of his fighting spirit, capable of acting solely upon command and significantly weaker, equating to a sky-level transcendent. This necessity to eliminate the demigods arises from his desire to avoid any disruption to his upcoming training. The aura clone, with its stern visage, though limited to sky-level power, is more than sufficient to subdue this fractured world stripped of its top-tier combatants. He soars toward the source stone veins he discovered while searching for the transcendent natives. Having arranged all necessary preparations, he feels no lingering attachment. He flies into the forest where the spatial gate resides, merging with it, and in the next moment finds himself within the familiar, abandoned mine tunnels of his family's quarry. Feng Yun, he calls, his voice penetrating the mind of Feng Yun, who is busy in the distance. Head of the family, Feng Yun trembles at the sudden voice. Swiftly making his way toward the abandoned mine tunnel, gather the most loyal core members of the Qie family S-Knight Order, as well as all the miners. The more, the better, Qie Qiong commands succinctly, instructing him to prepare all necessary tools and supplies for high-intensity excavation. "We shall convene here in 1 month." "Understood. I shall attend to it immediately." Feng Yun responds without hesitation, swiftly executing the order. His promptness is a testament to the training Qie Qiong has provided him in recent years. With a flash, Qie Qiong departs for the depths of the Qie residence in Yunhai County. Soon, he arrives at his meditation chamber. With a wave of his hand, he retrieves a formation that isolates his aura from the spoils and sets it up within the chamber. Now, let the metamorphosis commence. He sits cross-legged, extracting all the resources he intends to utilize. "Let us begin," he declares, his gaze aflame with determination. Simultaneously, Feng Yun begins to carry out Qie Qiong's orders. He sends out the summons to gather the miners of the Qie family, then prepares for the assembly a month hence. As for the Night Order, they are the private soldiers nurtured by the Qie family over the years, having been sustained by the remnants of their resources passed down through generations. Over this millennium, Even within the Knight Order, transcendent knights have emerged. In Yunhai County, who would not speak of the Qie family as legacy? After all, the family has always been few in number, and with a somewhat tarnished reputation, any unworthy descendants would not have survived to this day. An astonishing quantity of source stones cascades forth, instantly filling the meditation chamber. The elemental essence of heaven and earth condenses, transforming into a mist that resembles liquid. With an entire 50,000 pounds of softly glowing source stones positioned at the core, the mortal body breaks through to the saint level. This is the nourishment he requires. With a thought, Qie Qiong conjures a colossal golden vortex, enveloping the mound of source stones entirely. The pure energy surges forth like a torrent, morphing into countless beams of white light, drawn into his body by the golden vortex. Ugh! Even Qie Qiong's will cannot suppress a muffled groan. Were the absorption gradual, it would not be as overwhelming. However, since the intelligence of the time-space temple has surfaced, he can no longer afford to be concerned with such matters. A vast influx of pristine energy floods into his limbs and bones, deeply refining and evolving the essence of his life as source. For a full 3 days and nights, the mound of source stones visibly diminishes. Within this elemental essence, Qie Qiong's physique grows increasingly powerful with every passing moment. When the last trace of core elemental essence is finally absorbed, the surging energy within the meditation chamber comes to a halt. He has attained the initial stage of saint-level physicality. At this moment, the sheer, terrifying power of his physical form alone is sufficient to vanquish an ordinary saint-level transcendent. With a mere gesture, his immense strength sends ripples through the very fabric of space. Yet, this is merely the beginning. Qie Qiong retrieves the oceanic world stone. Ultimately, he decides to consume it directly, for it is one of the finest resources from a small-scale, extraordinary world, greatly enhancing the essence of the soul. Now that he has reached saint-level transcendence, the number of extraordinary items capable of augmenting his soul has drastically diminished. Should he advance further to become a demigod, it is uncertain whether this oceanic world stone would even retain a fraction of its previous efficacy. As for what he leaves for his family, he will undoubtedly acquire even greater treasures once he becomes more powerful, for he is, after all, the Qie family. Gazing upon the oceanic stone that bore the mark of a bite, Qie Qiong instinctively felt a surge of yearning. With a swift motion, his slender fingers, sharp as blades, glinted with golden light as he decisively cleaved off approximately 1/3 of the oceanic stone. Raising his hand, he brought the shimmering fragment, radiating a dreamlike azure glow, to his lips. An indescribable sensation erupted within Qie Qiong's body and soul, as if his very essence had been violently jostled. A newfound clarity unfurled within his consciousness, revealing countless insights into the true nature of space and a deeper understanding of the essence of gold, all precipitated by the exquisite energy birthed from this diminutive, extraordinary realm. Qie Qiong felt an exhilarating acceleration in his comprehension, as if his capacity to grasp concept had surged by at least 50%. It was imperative not to underestimate this increment. After all, he was already a saint-level transcendent, and that 50% represented a monumental transformation. Upon reaching the limits of change within his soul, a vast reservoir of energy remained. He deftly channeled this immense essence into his dantian, where it was swiftly directed toward higher realms. Indeed, Qie Qiong no longer had to wait. In the face of ample resources, he was poised to transcend and become a demigod. His previous level had already been attained. It was merely the lack of time and resources that had hindered him. Who could have anticipated that the sudden emergence of this miniature extraordinary world would provide him with everything he had been lacking? Chapter 33, Demigod. A month later, in the vast training grounds surrounding the Qie residence in Yunhai County, the air was thick with the clamor of voices. Hundreds of robust miners, meticulously selected, gathered on the left side. Most bore earnest expressions, having been recruited by the Qie family over the past month with the promise of generous rewards. At this moment, their faces reflected a blend of curiosity about the unknown tasks that awaited them. On the right stood the well-equipped core knights of the Qie family, standing in strict formation, aware that this mission bore significant importance. Yet, they could not help but speculate. Why had the family head summoned so many miners? And why was there a need for elite knights to escort them to a supposedly secure mine? Fang Yun and Qi Lingfei stood upon the platform, surveying the assembled crowd. They exchanged knowing glances. Only they understood the true state of the mine from a year prior. Although the area was now devoid of danger, they would not divulge a single piece of information to the outside world without Qie Qiong's command. Their current gathering was merely to state that the mine required personnel. Fang Yun took a deep breath, preparing to emphasize the importance of this mining expedition. Just then, an indescribable pressure emanated from deep within the Qie residence, enveloping the entire estate and several surrounding blocks in an instant. The cacophony of voices in the square vanished, as if silenced by an unseen force that gripped the hearts of miners and knights alike, halting their breaths. A weighty power pressed heavily upon everyone, plunging the crowd into silence, save for the sound of labored breathing. Time seemed to stretch indefinitely before this sudden wave of oppressive force receded like a tide, vanishing without a trace as though it had never existed. Once the pressure dissipated, a tumult of discussions erupted in the square. My heavens, what was that just now? I felt as though my heart would leap from my chest. I could hardly breathe. Impossible. That sensation was akin to an overwhelming presence, an unimaginable force. A Silver Moon Knight's face paled, his voice quivering. He had once distantly felt the pressure emanating from Qie Yunzhou's title-level prowess, but compared to what had just transpired, it was as if a firefly stood against the full moon. This pressure seemed to originate from deep within the residence, another knight remarked, pointing towards the depths of the Qie estate, his tone laced with awe and reverence. It must be the family head. It has to be Lord Qie Qiong. Someone speculated, a flicker of realization in their eyes. Could it be that the family head has broken through again? Indeed, just a few years ago, he achieved title level. A young knight exclaimed incredulously. Could that sensation be what is referred to as extraordinary? Extraordinary? This hypothesis ignited an even greater uproar among the crowd. Of course, it must be extraordinary. Who else, save for those legendary transcendent beings, could emanate such a terrifying aura from such a distance? My heavens, the Qie family has birthed yet another extraordinary knight. This is the second one. How many years has it been since Lord Qie Yunzhou's breakthrough? Yes, how young is he? Just in his 20s. He seems to be under 25. This is utterly remarkable. In the mundane realm, most remained oblivious to the intricacies of the extraordinary. Yet their ignorance only accentuated the weight of the term extraordinary, igniting within them a flicker of pride in association with such a powerful being. They were serving a transcendent force. Fang Yun and Qi Lingfei exchanged smiles, their expressions reflecting their shared understanding. To them, Qie Qiong's display of pressure at this moment, revealing his extraordinary status, served as a form of insurance for their subsequent endeavors. Moreover, as news of Qie Qiong's transcendent spread, the Qie families standing in the mundane world would inevitably fall under their dominion. Silence. Fang Yun inhaled deeply, channeling his fighting spirit as he bellowed with authority. His voice, tinged with a hint of unrecognized excitement, swiftly quelled the commotion in the square, drawing all eyes to him. To the gathered crowd, Fang Yun was undoubtedly one of the closest figures to the family head, the one capable of addressing their queries. He scanned the assembly, striving to maintain an air of calm. It appears that you all just felt it. Indeed, a month ago, the family head proclaimed his impending breakthrough to the extraordinary. It seems he has successfully transcended and entered that realm. A wave of astonishment rippled through the crowd, erupting in uncontainable gasps and cheers. May the heavens bless the Qie family. Lord Qie Qiong is magnificent. Extraordinary. Our Qie family has produced another extraordinary warrior. The knights of the Qie family flushed with excitement, their faces alight with pride and visions of a promising future. The knightly order had previously witnessed extraordinary beings. Now, with both current family heads having ascended to such heights, their resources would undoubtedly multiply. Perhaps among them, there would emerge new paragons akin to their illustrious predecessors. Furthermore, the news of Qie Qiong's extraordinary ascent at such a tender age would undoubtedly send shockwaves throughout the Songyan Empire, elevating the Qie family status to unprecedented heights. The miners, caught in the whirlwind of excitement, could only cheer alongside the knights. Fang Yun raised his hand, signaling for silence once more. The family head's ascension to the extraordinary is a momentous occasion for the Qie family. However, in this new realm, the master will require time to stabilize his power, and thus cannot be present at this moment. Our task at hand is of utmost importance, and I expect each one of you to fulfill it with diligence. His gaze swept over the crowd, his tone turning stern and authoritative. The destination of our expedition is the Qiyun Mountain Mine, and all matters regarding it are classified as the highest secrets of the Qie family. You need only remember this. Your task is to obey orders and complete your duties within the mine. Should any individual dare to disclose even the slightest detail of this mission, Fang Yun's voice turned cold, his eyes piercing as he fixated on each person with deliberate intensity. There will be no mercy. Qi Lingfei unleashed an aura befitting a pinnacle silver moon knight, directing it toward the miners. At the command of my lord, all the knights instantly ceased their laughter, straightened their spines, and declared in unison, their demeanor imbued with a palpable intensity. The knightly order had coexisted with the Qie family for a millennium. Some knights could trace their lineage back to the very origins of the order, and thus their allegiance remained unwavering. The miners fell silent, nodding repeatedly, acutely aware that although the Qie family had maintained a commendable reputation in Yunhai County, this was a world governed by the law of the jungle. Obedience was essential for survival. After concluding their discussion, Qi Lingfei and Fang Yin promptly organized everyone to head towards the Qiyun mountain mines. Given the presence of many ordinary folk and the limited number of magical beasts and warhorses at the Qie family's disposal, the journey would likely take several days. On the following day, following the ascent of Qie Yunju, news of another individual from the Qie family achieving the extraordinary spread with astonishing speed throughout the surrounding counties, even reaching the realms of Tsangyun. In the Thunder's sacred ground, where Qie Yunju resided, he sat cross-legged within his courtyard. Since entering this sacred domain, he had inherited the legacies of his ancestors and advanced rapidly in rank. Logically, he should have felt elated. However, his expression was clouded with worry. His thoughts were consumed by his son, Qie Qiong, but that too felt misplaced. For he was aware that Qie Qiong had already transcended to the extraordinary realm and would soon arrive at this Thunder's sacred ground. Suddenly, the air within the courtyard quivered violently, without warning. A golden scroll entwined with a purple electric python materialized out of thin air, emanating an aura of authority that sent shivers through the peculiar grass of the courtyard. Qie Yunju, receive the decree. The voice echoed, causing the grass to sway. Qie Yunju rose, bowing casually in compliance. Although he understood that this scroll was a royal summons, used solely for significant matters, it held little weight in his eyes. The apparition continued, unfazed by his demeanor. Yesterday, Qie Qiong of the Qie family broke free from the shackles of the mundane world in Yunhai County of the Thunder Empire and ascended to the extraordinary. Qie Yunju was commanded to take on the role of the emissary as Qie Qiong's father, to set forth within 3 days to bring Qie Qiong to the Thunder's sacred ground. The moment these words were uttered, Qie Yunju was reminded that this year marked the 10th anniversary of the promise made with Qie Qiong. His pupils contracted and his fists clenched tightly. Had this been a few years prior, he would have eagerly anticipated this day. However, ever since that incident, he found himself engulfed in a tumult of emotions. As a father, he felt pride in his child's achievements, yet he was also burdened by an overwhelming sense of helplessness. The authoritative voice, laden with urgency, insisted, "This is the Elder's Hall, the highest command. Execute immediately." With that, the golden scroll and the apparition vanished into thin air. The courtyard fell into a profound silence, and Qie Yunju let out a deep sigh. Perhaps bringing Qie Qiong to the Thunder Sacred Ground was indeed a prudent choice. After all, a young extraordinary in his 20s would not easily be overlooked by the other two nations. In this sacred realm, he might find a chance to thrive. With such thoughts, Qie Yunju cast aside any lingering hesitation and transformed into a streak of light, racing out of the courtyard towards the spatial gate of the Thunder Sacred Ground. Arriving sooner in Yunhai County would ensure a lesser danger for Qie Qiong. In the tranquil chamber of the Qie residence, the immense pressure dissipated like a receding tide. In the center of the chamber, Qie Qiong slowly opened his eyes. Within the depths of his pupils, golden and silver threads intertwined, exuding an indescribable aura of mystery. As a demigod, he felt an inexhaustible surge of fighting spirit within him, evoking a sense of profound exhilaration. The transition from the pinnacle of the saint level to demigod marked a significant milestone in the hierarchy of life, signifying yet another leap in the essence of existence. Within his dantian, a terrifying energy lay dormant, resonating with the very fabric of the world's rules. This was not merely an accumulation of quantity, but rather a qualitative leap. Under the influence of the oceanic stone, his fighting spirit had fully ascended to the demigod level. However, the more crucial aspect was the elevation of his soul. The soul at the demigod level was unprecedentedly powerful, and his perception of the laws of heaven and earth became strikingly clear. So that's how it is, Qie Qiong mused, a knowing smile gracing his lips. He finally understood why the original text described the power of demigods as nearly limitless, in addition to the fighting spirit they stored. It was also linked to the very essence of the world. What delighted him even more was the substantial enhancement the demigod realm provided to his comprehension of the true essence. The once clear concept of spatial truth became even more lucid under the aegis of his powerful soul. He felt his understanding of the first layer of the realm of all things advancing at an unprecedented pace. He even sensed that achieving a complete understanding of spatial truth, aided by the Golden Light's secret tome and his insights, was merely a decade away. As his thoughts turned to the Golden Light secret tome, a flicker of intent awakened within him, causing the mysterious tome in his mind's eye to radiate with the dual truths of gold and emptiness, becoming increasingly familiar and vibrant. The demigod realm had brought him a step closer to becoming an extraordinary being of the second rank of true essence. After a brief consolidation of his realm, Qie Qiong habitually extended his mental energy to scan Yunhai County. He then prepared to check on Feng Yun and Qi Lingfei's progress at the Qiyun Mountain mines. However, in that fleeting moment of mental scanning, he keenly detected an incredibly familiar aura hurtling towards Yunhai County with great speed. That presence, imbued with the essence of all things, unmistakably belonged to his father, Qie Yunju, who had been absent for 10 years. Father? Qie Qiong momentarily froze, then realized, calculating the days, that there must have been a response from the Thunder Sacred Ground. He did not expect his father to come for him. Rising to his feet, Qie Qiong immediately reigned in his aura and imposing presence, wanting to surprise Qie Yunju, exuding a sense of returning to simplicity. He vanished from the tranquil chamber in a shimmer, reappearing above the Qie residence, standing with his hands clasped behind his back, patiently awaiting the streak of azure light that would cut through the sky. Before long, an aura of all things coalesced into the form of Qie Yunju, clad in battle armor, who swiftly locked his gaze onto his son, suspended in midair, observing him quietly. Their eyes met. In that instant, Qie Yunju sensed a striking difference in his son, a quality that spoke of a return to authenticity. Although his son had been significantly stronger than him before his departure, he had never exuded this particular aura. A jolt of realization coursed through Qie Yunju. Had Qie Qiong made remarkable progress during his time in the barren mortal realm? With little time to ponder, he felt compelled to convey the command of the sacred ground to Qie Qiong. Yet, before he could utter a word, he perceived a faint but instinctual pressure emanating from a higher echelon of life. Despite its subtlety, as an extraordinary being, he could still discern the fluctuations of energy emanating from a higher life form at such close proximity. This was not the sensation typical of a mere flying extraordinary. Qie Yunju's eyes widened, filled with disbelief. "Father, have you been well all these years?" Qie Qiong asked, his figure flickering as he stood before Qie Yunju, a smile adorning his face. Qie Yunju swallowed hard, forcing down the tumult of emotions within him. His gaze scrutinized his son, for he sensed that the level of life emanating from him was far beyond that of an ordinary flying extraordinary. When his son suddenly appeared before him, he astonishingly perceived no trace of movement, as if he had teleported. With a voice tinged with an unrecognized rasp, Qiao Air confirmed, "Have you transcended to a higher realm?" "It was merely a stroke of luck," Qiao Qiong replied, nodding with a nonchalant tone. "Just 2 days ago, I ascended to the demigod realm, father." "Demigod?" Chapitre 34, Royale Conspiracy, Secret Technique. Qiao Yunzhou's expression transformed into one of profound astonishment. He had considered that Qiao Qiong had made a breakthrough in true intent, especially since he had already reached the third layer of the realm of all things when they visited the Thunder Sacred Land. After so many years, it was only natural for him to grasp the rudiments of true intent. But what had he just heard? Demigod. This was not merely a matter of comprehending the rudiment of true intent. It required at least a complete understanding of the first layer of true intent. Along with ample time and resources, he knew his son was a prodigy, a talent that emerged once in 10,000 years in the Sangyu material world. While he could accept the first layer of true intent, how had he achieved this in the resource-scarce mortal world? "Xiao Er, have you joined the Bloodblade Tavern?" Qiao Yunzhou asked urgently as a thought struck him. To him, this was the only explanation for how Qie Qiong had attained the demigod status in such a world. Upon hearing this, Qie Qiong chuckled softly and shook his head. "Father, what are you saying? Even if I had joined the Bloodblade Tavern, how could they possibly provide me with such abundant resources? To ascend to the demigod realm, Qie Qiong would have required at least 30,000 source stones." Qiao Yunzhou was so taken aback that he momentarily lost his rationality to consider such a possibility. After all, no faction would bestow such vast resources upon a newly inducted member. Observing his father's astonished demeanor, Qiao Qiong smiled gently and clarified, "Father, there is no need for concern. Do you still recall the Qiyun Mountain mine?" Qiao Yunzhou furrowed his brow. Of course, he remembered. It was there that he learned of Qie Qiong's ascension to knighthood. But what did that have to do with resources? Sensing his father's confusion, Qie Qiong continued without reservation. Deep within the abandoned mine tunnel of Qiyun Mountain, a portal to a small, extraordinary world unexpectedly appeared. That small, extraordinary world is replete with resources. It is from there that I obtained what I needed to successfully break through to the demigod realm. After sharing this, Qie Qiong noticed that the worry etched on his father's brow had not dissipated since his return. Only upon learning of his promotion to demigod did he exhibit any noticeable change. A flicker of concern crossed his mind, and he directly inquired, "Father, have you encountered any difficulties in recent years? You have worn a troubled expression since your return." Gazing at his son, now standing at the pinnacle of the mundane realm with unparalleled grace, Xiao Yunzhou felt the weight of his unspeakable burdens become unbearable under his son's gaze. Taking a deep breath, his eyes shifted to the distant Yunhai County city, as if peering through boundless space, landing upon the vast and remote thunderworld. His voice was laced with bitterness and indescribable pain. "Xiao heir, now that you are a demigod, far surpassing me, there is no longer any need to conceal this matter from you." Xiao Yunzhou's voice gradually descended into a somber tone as he recounted the circumstances. It was his failure as a father that he could not protect Wan Tang. "Mother." Upon hearing these words, Qie Qiong felt the joy of his breakthrough and the reunion with his family evaporate instantaneously. His silver cloak fluttered without wind, and the very forces of nature around him trembled, a chill sweeping through his eyes. "Mother? What happened to Mother? How could anything go awry in the sacred land?" Qie Qiong's tone remained steady, but beneath the calmness lay a disquiet that even Xiao Yunzhou, now an extraordinary knight, could not ignore, sending a shiver down his spine. "Wan Tang's talent far exceeded our expectations, which should have been a blessing yet." Xiao Yunzhou remained silent for a prolonged moment before finally revealing. "In the years following our arrival at the Thunder Sacred Land, everything was well. With the support of our ancestors' legacy, I progressed rapidly in my cultivation and Wan Tang, with adequate resources, achieved the title rank. You know your mother. She possesses a gentle disposition and enjoys tending to plants. However, 5 years later, on one spring day," as he spoke, Xiao Yunzhou's voice trembled while she was meditating in the medicinal garden. She unexpectedly grasped the mysteries of life within the realm of all things. The true intent of life, Xiao heir, as you are aware, is on par with the legendary 3 divine true intents. This should have been joyous news. Xiao Yunzhou's expression shifted abruptly to one of anguish and fury, for he could never have anticipated that the true intent of life would bring Wan Tang to the brink of catastrophe. Qie Qiong's gaze turned frigid. He certainly understood the significance of the true intent of life. It was of the 3rd tier, coveted by many. But ultimately, it was still merely the realm of all things. There was no certainty that it could be fully comprehended. How could it lead to ruin? In response to his unvoiced questions, Xiao Yunzhou continued, "The Thunder Royal family, upon discovering this, immediately dispatched individuals to our door, demanding that Wan Tang assist them." At this juncture, Xiao Qiong began to grasp the situation. Yet, he continued to press, "Assist? What kind of assistance?" His tone grew increasingly frigid. They claimed that the only remaining demigod ancestor of the royal family was nearing the end of his lifespan and required Wan Tang to extend his life. As Xiao Yunzhou spoke, a hint of involuntary bitterness crept into his voice. "Then I learned that the royal family possesses a secret method that can forcibly convert the life essence of those who comprehend the mysteries of life, continuously supplying it to that demigod. Therefore, my mother, who grasped the mysteries of life within the realm of all things, was the prime candidate for the secret technique." At that moment, the air around Qie Qiong seemed to freeze. A chilling murderous intent spread instantaneously, causing all within Yunhai County City to shiver inexplicably. In other words, Qie Qiong's voice was terrifyingly calm. "They have captured my mother and turned her into a living source stone of life, using her life to prolong that old monster's existence?" Indeed, Xiao Yunzhou's voice was laden with an infinite sense of humiliation and anguish. If it were not for the fact that this secret technique requires the cooperation of the one being drawn upon, they would not have hesitated. He left his statement unfinished. Yet the implications were clear. Thus, for 5 years, Mother had been trapped there, enduring the extraction of her life essence. All because of us. Xiao Qiong's voice grew choked with emotion as he pressed on. "Mother, is she all right?" The secret technique operates on a schedule, allowing her some time to recover after each extraction. After all, a single extraction would not yield a substantial extension of life, but her condition is dire. Xiao Yunzhou's voice brimmed with helplessness and profound guilt. "The royal family sent me to bring you back, ostensibly to guide the newly ascended extraordinary. But they likely intended to better control your mother. By the time Xiao Yunzhou had divulged the pin-up pain of 5 long years, he felt an overwhelming fatigue wash over him. He gazed at his son, now engulfed in an aura of icy wrath, a sensation that even he, as a father, found somewhat daunting. After a lengthy silence, Qie Qiong slowly closed his eyes. When he opened them again, the murderous intent that had once simmered within them had vanished, replaced by a serene calm. The aura radiating from him also stabilized in an instant. He had already devised a course of action. Father, the voice of Qiong was steady. I understand. Qie Yunzhou gazed into his son's eyes, feeling a pang of anxiety. Qiong'er, do not act rashly. The Thunder royal family possesses profound heritage and holds artifacts left by the first Thunder Emperor, which are not to be trifled with by a demigod. Your mother wishes for you to live well. Qie Qiong was fully aware. After all, he was merely at the nascent stage of demigodhood, grasping only the 6th grade true meaning. Though his combat prowess was formidable, he was certainly no match for the royal family. Their divine ancestor would undoubtedly bestow resources upon the material realm. Over the millennia, the 3 imperial families had not only reached the realm of the sacred, but remained the most formidable forces in the Tsangyun material world. Qie Yunzhou continued. They sent me to fetch you because your innate talent is too pronounced. They wish for us to lack experience and progress slowly. Rash actions? Qie Qiong reassured him. Father, do not worry. I understand better than anyone that anger resolves nothing. If I were to face trouble, it would only cause more pain for mother. The Thunder royal family seeks to ensnare me, allowing time to slip away. His gaze drifted to the window, as if piercing through the barriers of space, resting on the entrance to the spatial gate deep within Qiyun Mountain. Were it not for this unexpectedly appearing, small, extraordinary world, he feared he might truly feel powerless. They have their plans, Qie Qiong said, his voice low and resolute. They will never anticipate. He paused, clenching his fist, as ripples of space undulated around his palm. 10 years. Just grant me another 10 years. With no need for further experience, I will master the true meaning of space. 10 years. The true meaning of space? Qie Yunzhou's pupils constricted. 10 years may seem lengthy for mortals, yet for the extraordinary, though it is not a mere blink, it is but a few training sessions. Moreover, is it feasible to grasp the legendary 2nd grade true meaning of space in just 10 years? Yes, 10 years. Qie Qiong affirmed with unwavering conviction. Father, please trust me. I will assuredly rescue mother in 10 years. Hearing this, Qie Yunzhou felt a measure of relief. His son had never spoken boastfully, especially regarding his mother. Very well. If your father is powerless, then I must rely on you, my son. Do not blame yourself. For most would find no better solution in the face of the royal family. Qie Qiong calmly replied, in the coming days. Please delay our departure under the pretext of my need to consolidate my cultivation. Afterward, let us venture into the extraordinary small world together. Agreed. Qie Yunzhou clapped his hand heavily on his son's shoulder, the despair in his heart now replaced by a glimmer of hope. His son's talent had sparked newfound optimism in him. I shall use your recent breakthrough as an excuse to extend our stay at the Holy Land for a few more days. Qie Qiong nodded. Now, father. Let's go and behold the true treasures of the Qie family. With that, 2 streaks of light shot across the sky, heading straight for the depths of the Qiyun mountain range. Upon arriving once more at the abandoned mine's depths and gazing upon the silently suspended silver spatial gate, Qie Qiong felt little, yet Qie Yunzhou was overwhelmed with excitement. Behind this gate lay an unclaimed small extraordinary world, a dream long sought after by many extraordinary beings. Now, it belonged to their family. Were it not for the matter concerning Qie Qiong's mother, Qie Yunzhou would likely be even more exhilarated. Father, this is the place. Qie Qiong indicated toward the spatial gate, his gaze profound. Please, step inside. I cannot enter just yet. Demigods could not enter small, extraordinary worlds. And thus Qie Qiong could only observe from the outside. His tone bore a hint of helplessness, yet more so, an air of composure as he urged, please, go inside. I've already cleared it of the top-tier stronghold, leaving behind a doppelganger with merely flying-level prowess. It should still be quite tranquil inside. The doppelganger will guide you to the location of the primary source stone vein. You may enter to experience that world and assess whether the preparations for the mining operation are adequate, as my allocated personnel should be arriving soon. Throughout the year, those knights and miners who had previously lived within the mine had already entered and prepared. Upon hearing this, Qie Yunzhou took a deep breath and replied earnestly, very well. Qiong'er, do not worry. I will observe closely. Although this father could not undertake grand endeavors for his son, these smaller tasks were well within his capabilities. Watching as his father stepped through the silver spatial gate and vanished, Qie Qiong's gaze settled into tranquility. He sat cross-legged upon the mine's floor. Now, it was time for him to seek methods to conceal his demigod aura, so as not to be discovered upon entering the Thunder Holy Land. If detected, the consequences could be dire. His thoughts delved deep into his consciousness, unfurling the golden light secret tome. This time, his goal was not to comprehend the true meaning, but to find a suitable secret method from the vast array of techniques for his current predicament. His formidable mental energy scanned the boundless secret arts within the tome. Ultimately, he discovered a few lines of text made of subtle spatial ripples within the silver chapter of Spatial Mysteries. Secret method, concealment technique. This technique could also be referred to as a spatial membrane. It was precisely the secret art he urgently required to obscure his realm. The deeper mysteries involved bending space to form a special membrane around oneself, because it required the true meaning of space to practice, as stated. As long as one was not a second-grade extraordinary being or a genuine deity, they could remain hidden. The first condition for mastering this technique was to possess the space of all things, and it must be the true meaning of space, not a lower true meaning of space, such as spatial cutting. Cultivating this art to a profound level could even simulate the aura fluctuations of non-living entities. Excellent. Qie Qiong resolved. With this secret art, he need not worry about revealing his realm. Time was of the essence, and he immediately cast aside all distractions, immersing himself entirely in the secret method. Uncertain of how long had passed, perhaps merely half a day, Qie Qiong found all his energy completely locked within the spatial membrane. He opened his eyes, and his aura had diminished significantly, now exuding only the energy fluctuations of a newly initiated extraordinary being, which appeared quite unstable, as if he had just broken through. Chapter 35. Mundane Arrangements, Thunder Holy Land. Just as Qie Qiong perfected the secret art, the spatial gate connecting the two worlds began to ripple once more. A figure stepped through. It was Qie Qiong, having completed his preliminary exploration. His face bore an unmistakable expression of shock and delight. Though he had visited large, extraordinary worlds, they were entirely dominated by the Thunder Empire, where the Source Stone veins were unattainable for others. Qie Qiong's voice brimmed with excitement. This small, extraordinary world is indeed rich in resources. It may sustain us for another century or so. Before he could finish, his gaze fell upon his seated son, and he abruptly halted. Immersed in the excitement of the extraordinary world, he suddenly perceived the anomaly surrounding his son. The disquieting aura of a demigod had vanished without a trace, replaced by an unstable presence, reminiscent of one who had just recently ascended to the extraordinary realm. This aura was well disguised. Had he not previously known his son was a demigod, he might have believed Qie Qiong had merely just broken through. "Qiong'er, what has happened to your aura?" Qie Qiong's pupils narrowed. Qie Qiong smiled faintly, rising to his feet as he sensed the energy fluctuations within him perfectly disguised by the spatial membrane, nodding in satisfaction. "Father, I just recalled that if we return to the Thunder Sacred Land, should my realm be discovered by them, our family could be in peril. For now, I have merely practiced the secret technique." He was about to elaborate on the significance of the secret technique to his father when the faint sound of voices drifted from outside the mine. Qie Qiong realized that Fang Yun and Qi Lingfei had arrived. As for why they had set off several days earlier, yet only just now arrived, it was, of course, due to the considerable distance from the mine to Yunhai County City. If it had only been the Night Brigade, they would have arrived long ago. However, most of the miners had merely dabbled in cultivation and had not yet birthed battle energy. It was merely an unforeseen coincidence. Qie Qiong's gaze pierced through the darkness of the mine, seemingly catching sight of the weary, yet spirited procession outside. "Father," he turned to the still stunned Qie Yunzhao, his voice steady. "It seems the matter of the secret technique will have to wait. Let's prepare here before we set out." At the entrance of the mine, the atmosphere was grim. Fang Yun stood atop a massive stone, the aura of the silver moon nights emanating unabashedly from him, his sharp gaze sweeping over the dense crowd below. Although they had traveled together in the past few days, most of the miners kept their heads down, silent as the grave, with only a few daring souls daring to glance up at the overseer of the Qie family, who wielded significant power beyond the city walls. Qi Lingfei stood silently beside Fang Yun, choosing to remain quiet. After all, Fang Yun would be the one in charge here for the next few years, and it was wise to allow him to maintain his authority for the time being. "Everyone, I will say this only once, so listen closely." Fang Yun's voice echoed across the clearing before the mine. "From this day forth, for the next few years, all of you shall reside here within the mine for your food, clothing, and shelter. Should anyone dare to step out a single pace, He paused, his tone turning deadly. There will be no mercy. The last 3 words carried a chilling intent, causing involuntary shivers to run through the predominantly ordinary miners. Fang Yun surveyed the crowd, nodding in satisfaction at their reactions, continuing, though the Qie family is benevolent, rules are rules. Anyone daring to divulge what they witness within the mine will find no sympathy from me. Your lives rest firmly within your own hands. Among the crowd, some individuals involuntarily nodded in understanding. They recognized that the Qie family had offered such generous rewards and explicitly stated that there was no danger, which only underscored the importance of the information contained here, making it reasonable that it should not be disclosed. Just as Fang Yun was about to say more, a sudden noise erupted from the mine, the sound of footsteps on gravel ringing clear. Fang Yun and Qi Lingfei immediately detected the disturbance, turning simultaneously to look back. Upon seeing the face of the foremost individual, a look of shock transformed their features, both exclaiming in unison, "Lord Qie Yunjiao?" They could hardly believe that the head of the Qie family, who had departed a decade ago, would appear here, and even more astonishingly, that he was accompanied by 2 generations of extraordinary powers from the Qie family. The Knight Brigade, previously vigilant, now displayed expressions of excitement. Most of them had followed the elder Qie for a considerable period. The miners, however, were puzzled by the sudden display of emotion from these 2 prominent figures in the Qie family. After all, the majority of these miners were young, and Qie Yunjiao had been absent from Yunhai County City for 10 years. Yet upon seeing Qie Qiong beside him and feeling the overwhelming aura radiating from Qie Yunjiao, they understood that the newcomers held an esteemed status, causing even the boldest among them to lower their heads. Qie Qiong walked half a step behind his father, yet this did not diminish his role as the center of attention. After recovering from their astonishment, Fang Yun and Qi Lingfei hurriedly approached to pay their respects. However, Qie Qiong merely raised a hand, and an invisible force halted their movements. He stepped forward, his gaze sweeping over the anxious miners, his voice calm yet resonant, reaching the ears of each individual. "Fang Overseer, what you just conveyed was entirely my request." Qie Qiong spoke plainly, indicating that he had made his position clear. "As for the rest, I have no further demands." He continued, "I need only to impart one thing to all of you." He paused, gazing at the apprehensive miners. "Focus on your tasks. Years from now, when you leave this place," his voice bore a hint of profundity, "you will be grateful to your present selves." As his words settled, the miners nodded involuntarily. They knew that the Qie family had promised substantial rewards and given the assurance of safety. It was evident that the information here was of utmost importance and must remain confidential. Fang Yun and Qi Lingfei exchanged knowing smiles. They were aware of the secrets buried deep within the mine and had experienced it firsthand, understanding precisely what Qie Qiong was implying. The abundant elemental energies present meant that even without any battle energy cultivation techniques, if the miners were to remain here for several years and acquire methods from the Qie family, they could become knight-level warriors. This was an opportunity that many would never encounter in their lifetimes. A profound silence enveloped the gathering, and Qie Qiong chose not to elaborate further, confident that they would come to understand in due time. He turned to his father, Qie Yunjiao, and offered a subtle nod of acknowledgement. The time granted by the sacred land was indeed pressing, compounded by potential issues arising from the other 2 nations, and Qie Yunjiao grasped the urgency of the situation. He cast a complex glance over the place that harbored the Qie family's secrets and the miners, who were lost yet tinged with hope, before addressing Fang Yun and Qi Lingfei with a sense of gravity. "Fang Yun, I entrust everything here to you for the coming years. Lingfei, ensure that affairs in the county city are meticulously handled." "Understood." Fang Yun and Qi Lingfei bowed deeply, their voices brimming with excitement. With Qie Yunjiao's words, the Qie family's earthly matters were truly entrusted to their care. Without lingering any longer, Qie Qiong and Qie Yunjiao swiftly vanished from their place, leaving behind a crowd of individuals with varied thoughts at the mine's entrance. Qie Qiong and Qie Yunjiao arrived at the world gate leading to the Thunder Sacred Land in just a day. This is the world gate to the Thunder Sacred Land. Beyond it lies the city of the Thunder Sacred Land, Qiong'er, in the very heart of the Thunder Empire's capital. Qie Yunjiao stated as he gazed at the world gate before them, "We shall enter now." Indeed, Qie Qiong nodded, having already shared the detailed functions of the secret techniques with Qie Yunjiao on their journey here. Qie Yunjiao was also aware that there would be no divine beings or second-tier extraordinary entities within the Thunder Sacred Land. Thus, he harbored no significant concerns. As they stepped through the world gate, waves of spatial ripples enveloped them, transporting them to the other side. Qie Qiong stood in awe, his eyes wide in astonishment. In both his previous life and the present, he had never beheld such a grand city. Although he had anticipated the magnificence of the Thunder Sacred Land, he had not expected it to be such an extraordinary existence. Upon emerging from the spatial gate, they found themselves atop a towering mountain beside the city of the Thunder Sacred Land. The city walls, though slightly lower than the mountain, were still imposing. With Qie Qiong's semi-divine vision, he could discern 11 main thoroughfares within the city, the largest of which led directly to the central palace, which perpetually radiated an aura of boundless might. Even from Qie Qiong's current realm, he sensed that the palace's formation, once activated, would be beyond his capacity to withstand. Of course, this was merely due to his present state of being at the 6th tier. He firmly believed that once his spatial intent reached the level of the golden intent, he would possess the power to obliterate the palace. The remaining 10 smaller thoroughfares are also adorned with palatial structures, each corresponding to the esteemed families that boast demigod-level power in this realm, such as the custom of the Thunder Sacred Land, had it not been for the matter concerning his mother. A palace belonging to the Qie family would undoubtedly grace this place. The Thunder Royal Family. Qie Qiong murmured softly. Perhaps sensing his whisper, Qie Yunzhou cautioned, Qiong, today's endurance is for the sake of rescuing Wan Tang in the future. After all, we are situated within the Thunder Empire, the true capital. There was venomous resentment in Qie Yunzhou's gaze, yet he admonished, let us not speak of whether the demigods here will aid the royal family. Simply put, the royal family is not something you can contend with at this moment. It is said that even the combined force of the 10 great families can only achieve a stalemate against the royal family outside the capital. Within the capital, no faction, regardless of its strength, can rival the royal family. Qie Yunzhou pointed toward a smaller palace adjacent to the central palace, indicating it as the Senate, ostensibly serving all families within the Thunder Empire. However, since the inception of the Thunder God, it has functioned primarily to serve the royal family, wielding absolute decision-making authority. Even during the royal family's weakest moments, although the royal family has faced periods of weakened demigod lineage, as long as they retain control over the sacred artifacts of the Thunder Sacred Land and the divine warriors passed down from the divine realm, the 3 royal families remain the most formidable forces in this world. Should they lack the strength to venture forth, they would inevitably return to the Thunder Sacred Land. Qie Yunzhou stated, awaiting the birth of another demigod to return to the realm of mortals. Qie Qiong nodded, acknowledging this as one of his concerns. The divine warriors of the celestial realm are akin to alchemical puppets, while the alchemical puppets in the material realm are mere imitations crafted by mages studying those divine warriors. Although the divine warriors sent to the mortal realm may not surpass the gods, they are still sentient puppets of demigod caliber, likely on par with Qie Qiong in strength. Furthermore, attempting to terminate their operation by slaying their master is futile. Their cores are typically bound to the deity from which they originate, obeying only the commands of that deity and the royal family, coupled with the divine artifacts dispatched by the deity. This explains why the 10 great demigod families are unable to challenge the royal family. To utterly dismantle the royal family within such an expansive and extraordinary world, one must wait until Qie Qiong's true spatial essence reaches the 3rd realm. Only he possesses this capability. Even the gods cannot achieve it, for they cannot enter such vast extraordinary realms, much like how demigods cannot enter smaller ones. Thus, Qionger, you must exercise restraint, Qie Yunzhou urged for your sake, and for your mother's. As father and son soared side by side, the perimeter of the Thunder Sacred Land, perfected over millennia, theoretically possesses the capacity to withstand invasions from those of the 4th tier True Essence, Divine Heart Realm wielding artifacts. The Divine Heart Realm represents the stage following the 3rd tier of True Essence, a mere step away from becoming a true deity, marking the pinnacle of demigod strength in the material world. The formations within are such that any who dare to intrude would meet with certain death. The two refrained from further discussion. Recently, no one could ascertain what enhancements the royal family had implemented over the years. Within the Thunder Sacred Land, numerous title-level beings reside, and even more arise from this very place. Qie Yunzhou gestured toward the multitude of mansions below, stating that the Thunder Empire houses all extraordinary beings. Beyond their tasks, extraordinary entities are not permitted to linger long in the mortal world. This is a pact upheld by the 3 great empires. These tasks are not aimed at one another, but serve to monitor the mortal realm. For this world encompasses not only the material realm of Sanyun, but also the abyss and otherworldly races. Should any of these entities emerge, those tasked with monitoring must act swiftly to eliminate them. Consequently, it is predominantly the demigods who undertake these missions, occurring every 300 years. With the royal family exempt from participation, a privilege they possess. As the two conversed, they swiftly approached a mansion, gently descending under Qie Qiong's guidance. Prior to their arrival, the mansion's doors had swung open, revealing guards at the entrance and a line of maidens within. From their emergence at the spatial gate of the royal city to this location, not more than the time it takes to brew a cup of tea had elapsed. Yet, these maidens and guard were already lined up in anticipation, a testament to the royal family's keen attention to Qie Qiong and Qie Qiong. It is worth noting that when his father had come, he had not brought anyone along. Without uttering a word, the pair proceeded directly into the mansion. The gates of the Qie residence closed behind them upon their entry. Qie Qiong's gaze swept across the maidens and guards in the courtyard. He recalled that when Qie Yunzhou had come with Lin Wantong, they had been alone. Father, Qie Qiong's voice was flat. Are these individuals sent by them? A fleeting bitterness and helplessness crossed Qie Yunzhou's face as he lowered his voice. Indeed. The royal family has been monitoring us ever since Wantang comprehended the realm of all things, ostensibly as a reward, but it is merely surveillance. Qie Qiong's eyes flashed with understanding. Although the royal family had ensnared his mother, they still had him and Qie Yunzhou as variables. This action was merely to placate their anxieties, as not all members of the royal family possessed extraordinary prowess. Where is my mother? Qie Qiong inquired. While it may not be possible to rescue her immediately, he hoped to first deliver the extraordinary treasures derived from the smaller extraordinary world that stabilized the essence of life to her. In the innermost sanctum of the mansion, the Qin garden, they would only visit periodically. Qie Yunzhou's voice laced with resentment. It has been arranged with special formations, where the essence of the world is most gentle and conducive to recovery. Take me there, father, Qie Qiong replied succinctly. The father and son traversed the winding corridors. Yet no matter where they went, maidens appeared, ever reminding them of their current circumstances. As they drew closer to the Qin garden, the atmosphere grew increasingly tranquil. The formations here were evidently specially arranged, enhancing the already gentle essence of the world. Soon, they reached the entrance, where the guards were no longer maidens, but two individuals clad in azure battle armor, wielding long spears. Sensing their aura, Qie Qiong discerned that they were of saint-level extraordinary strength, albeit their souls felt incomplete in his perception. These must be the flesh and blood warriors modeled after the divine warriors. Their keen gazes scrutinized the approaching duo. Lord Qianzhou, one of the guards, inclined his head slightly in a gesture of respect. And this must be the newly ascended extraordinary Lord Qie Qiong? Indeed, I am his son, Qie Qiong, Qie Yunzhou replied, his expression impassive. The guard nodded, perhaps already informed, and refrained from further inquiries. Lady Lin is currently in quietude. Please maintain silence as much as possible. He stepped aside to grant them passage. Qie Qiong thought to himself, coldly amused, a band of thieves demanding silence from their master. Ignoring the guard, the two enter the garden, their eyes falling upon a figure seated beneath a white jade pavilion. Lin Wantong, clad in a simple moon-white dress, sat quietly on a stone bench in the pavilion. Yet her profound frailty was unmistakable. Her complexion was pale, lacking the healthy flush that should accompany her age. Once more, the flames of anger ignited within Qie Qiong. His mother was merely in her 50s, a tender age by the standards of extraordinary beings, yet she now appeared as worn as a mortal in her 40s. This is the very essence of life, a matter of excessive consumption, for it is a profound marvel of existence. Logically, one would assume that she embodies the most formidable vitality. Qie Qiong's heart felt as if it were tightly gripped. An unprecedented, overwhelming fury surged within him, threatening to obliterate his reason. After all, despite having lived two lives, he had never encountered any setbacks. In his first life, he was merely a high school student. In this second life, he possessed an advantage, yet this was the first time he felt utterly powerless. If only he could hasten the process. His surrounding aura of combat energy was on the verge of spiraling out of control. Even the carefully masked presence began to fluctuate, causing the spatial membrane to emit a faint hum. Standing beside him, Qin Yunzu sensed the fleeting, terrifying aura, and his expression changed subtly, instinctively pressing on Qie Qiong's arm. That brief contact instantly calmed Qie Qiong. To reveal himself now would only endanger everyone. Mother. Qie Qiong's voice was low, forcing a smile as he approached the figure in the pavilion. Lin Wanhong seemed to have heard the call, turning her head in confusion. When her gaze landed on Qie Qiong's face, her somewhat dim eyes flickered with bewilderment. Then, as if recalling something, she called out to him, Qiong. Her voice was soft, tinged with weakness, her body appearing frail and powerless. Mother. Qie Qiong swiftly moved into the pavilion, kneeling on one knee before his mother, carefully supporting her arm. "It's me, Mother. It's time for our promised moment." He spoke. Years ago, when Qin Yunzu took Lin Wantong away, they had agreed that 10 years later, Qie Qiong would break through to the extraordinary. "Mother, please do not speak." Qie Qiong infused his combat energy into her body, while simultaneously sensing her condition with his mental energy. As he probed, Qie Qiong furrowed his brow. Her condition was somewhat better than he had anticipated. This royal secret technique was indeed sophisticated. Based on Qie Qiong's findings, under normal circumstances, a breakthrough to the extraordinary would grant a lifespan of 800 years, but given the current situation, Lin Wantong could expect 400 years of life. These could be replenished with extraordinary resources in due time. However, they were rather precious. At the very least, one would require a treasure, such as the oceanic stone. Yet, in terms of future cultivation, she might only be able to advance to the saint-level extraordinary. The royal family had forcefully elevated her combat energy realm in a desperate attempt to extract the essence of life. But the most crucial issue was that through his probing of the true essence, Qie Qiong sensed that Lin Wantong's life essence had become utterly devoid of vitality. This indicated that she could not progress any further, unless she became a deity and, subsequently, the master of the material realm. He could only expedite the delivery of the resources he acquired to the material world at the fastest pace. 10 years. He grasped his mother's icy hand. Each word articulated slowly and clearly, resonating solely in the ears of Lin Wantong and Qin Yunzu. "Mother, please wait a little longer. Endure just a bit more. 10 years. Grant me 10 years. After 10 years, I will take you away from here and make them pay the price." Lin Wantong stared blankly at her son, nodding vigorously. "All right. Mother will wait for you. I believe in Qiong." Observing his mother's pale and frail appearance, Qie Qiong suppressed the fury and murderous intent within him, striving to maintain a visage of calm concern. "Mother, do not worry. Your son has found some good things." Qie Qiong retrieved the remaining oceanic stone from his spatial ring. As the gentle blue light emanated, the entire garden seemed to be infused with the breath of life. Even Lin Wantong's previously dull eyes brightened slightly, her body instinctively yearning for this gem. "What is this?" Lin Wantong could sense the indescribable benefits this stone held for her. Although it could not restore the missing essence, it would mitigate the future loss of vitality. "This is called the oceanic stone, a fortuitous find from the mundane realm." Qie Qiong placed the stone into his mother's palm. It could nourish the essence of the soul and restore the roots of life. While it could not eradicate the damage caused by the secret technique, it would slow the depletion of her life essence. "Keep these close to you, Mother. Each day, with a slight guidance of your mental energy or combat energy, draw upon the gentle life force within. But remember, do not be greedy." Although Qie Qiong could consume it directly, Lin Wantong was, after all, not a typical extraordinary powerhouse. While the energy of the stone was mild, direct consumption would still be harmful. As the stone made contact, a warm and cool aura enveloped Lin Wantong instantaneously, and a hint of color seemed to return to her pale face. She tightly clutched the stone, feeling the continuous flow of pure energy from heaven and earth. Understanding this was her son's heartfelt intention. Were she to offer it back, he would surely refuse. Tears glistened in her eyes as she looked at her son. "Qiong, thank you. I will use this wisely. It is what a son ought to do." Qie Qiong held his mother's hand tightly. "Mother, you must hold on, and take good care of yourself." Qin Yunzu watched from the side, his eyes slightly red, feeling a deep sense of pride in his son's abilities and filial piety. With his precious oceanic stone, Lin Wantong's suffering would at least be significantly alleviated, allowing her to regain some vitality. That evening, Qin Yunzu instructed preparations for a simple family feast in a quiet chamber of a residence. Though he was there to monitor, his normal instructions were still adhered to by the household, aside from the two flesh and blood warriors. This marked Qie Qiong's first dinner at the table with his parents in 10 years. Despite the heavy atmosphere, sharing his cultivation progress brought a measure of peace to his heart. Thanks to the nourishment of the stone, Lin Wantong's spirit visibly improved, and a smile adorned her face as she continually served Qie Qiong dishes, inquiring about every detail of his past decade. Qie Qiong recounted events that transpired after their departure, including amusing anecdotes from Yinhai County and insights from his cultivation and the extraordinary world. Qin Yunzu also joined in, playfully teasing Lin Wantong to elicit her laughter. However, this rare moment of warmth did not last long. Shortly after the family feast concluded, the sound of footsteps echoed from outside the residence. A group of guards clad in blue armor surrounded a middle-aged man dressed in opulent brocade robes as he strode in. This man was none other than Prince Lei Xiao, the younger brother of the current emperor of the Thunder Dynasty and one of the most favored direct descendants of the semi-divine ancestor. Ha ha, Brother Yinzhou, congratulations. Lei Xiao's voice boomed, his face adorned with a beaming smile, though his gaze was sharp as it landed on Qie Qiong with scrutiny. So, this must be my esteemed nephew? Truly a striking figure, achieving extraordinary status in your early 20s. Such talent ranks among the finest in the history of our Thunder Empire. I've come on behalf of the Emperor and the Ancestor to extend my congratulations. Qian Yunzu suppressed the disdain within, rising to clasp his hands. It is an honor for your highness to grace us with your presence. Qiong'er, come greet his highness. Following his father's instruction, Qie Qiong stood, bowing slightly. Qie Qiong pays his respects to his highness. There's no need for formalities. Lei Xiao waved dismissively, his gaze lingering on Qie Qiong for a moment as he continued speaking pleasantries. Nephew, you are truly a prodigy. Your future achievements are boundless. The ancestor expressed great delight upon hearing of you. I have been tasked to bring you a congratulatory gift, and I hope you will cultivate diligently under the protection of the sacred land, becoming a pillar of our Thunder Empire. As he spoke, one of his guards immediately presented a brocade box, opening the lid to reveal 30 neatly stacked source stones. 30 pounds of source stones is considered a generous gift for a newly initiated extraordinary individual. After all, it was customary for the 3 royal families to withhold resources from newly ascended extraordinary beings in the Zhangyan realm. The 3 great royal families have solemnly agreed that they shall not harbor each other's traitors. Their sole desire is absolute dominion over the material realm. For them, only those backed by divine entities can truly be considered human. As for the Blood Blade Tavern, it is merely a branch within this material world. Its power not particularly formidable. As long as it remains intact and not utterly destroyed, all else is tolerable. The venerable ancestor and his majesty have graciously bestowed their favor upon Prince Xie. As Qie Qiong received the jeweled box, a flicker of excitement danced upon his visage. Lei Xiao nodded with satisfaction, his smile unwavering, yet he shifted the conversation with an air of undeniable authority. The sacred land is endowed with exceptional conditions and abundant vitality. My dear nephew, as you embark upon your extraordinary journey, your foundation requires further refinement. This is the opportune moment for introspection and solidifying your roots. He paused, casting a glance over Qianzhou and Lin Wantong before returning his gaze to Qie Qiong. His smile still present, but his words laced with a warning. The ancestor has proclaimed that the sacred land is the bedrock of the empire. You and Brother Yinzhou may devote yourselves to your cultivation here, undisturbed by the tumult of the outside world. Given your youth and limited experience, it would be prudent to refrain from venturing out, lest you inadvertently squander the hard-won talents you possess. Within the sacred land, you shall find the utmost safety. This is the ancestor's deep-seated affection for those of promise. This naked form of soft confinement, disguised as congratulatory concern, was indeed a prohibition, binding Qie Qiong and his father within the sacred land, while severing their opportunities for external experience. After all, a typical extraordinary being relying solely on cultivation cannot traverse far along the path of enlightenment. By keeping them under the watchful eyes of the royal family, they could be controlled more easily, making it simpler to manipulate Lin Wantong. Che Yunzhou's fists clenched within his sleeves, while Lin Wantong's eyes glimmered with worry. Qie Qiong lowered his head, seemingly listening with utmost reverence. The affection bestowed upon him by the ancestor and his majesty was etched deeply in his heart. Qie Qiong slowly spoke. I shall diligently adhere to the ancestor's teachings, cultivating in the sacred land to solidify my foundation and live up to expectations. Excellent. My dear nephew demonstrates remarkable insight. This pleases me greatly. Lei Xiao's smile broadened, clearly satisfied with Qie Qiong's demeanor. In that case, I shall not intrude further upon your family's reunion. Brother Yinzhou, Lady Wantong, I bid you farewell. With his guards in tow, Lei Xiao turned and departed, satisfaction radiating from him. The room fell into a heavy silence, the air seemingly solidified. Qie Qiong slowly lifted his head, the facade of excitement long vanished, leaving only tranquility in its wake. He approached his mother, gently patting her hand. Mother, rest easy. I shall take care of everything. He then turned to his father. Father, please look after mother. I need to enter seclusion for a while. Qiong'er, focus on your cultivation. Qie Yunzhou responded, watching his son intently. Fear not. I know what I must do. Qie Qiong replied in a calm tone. In 10 years, I shall lead mother from this place, and those who have wronged you will pay a price they cannot bear. With that, he said no more and strode purposefully toward the depths of the estate, toward the secluded meditation chamber. Within the chamber, Qie Qiong sat cross-legged in the center, gradually closing his eyes. In his sea of consciousness, the golden light, secret tome, floated silently, its silver pages, which recorded the mysteries of space, radiating an unprecedented brilliance. 10 years, his mind completely immersed in the vast and unfathomable mysteries of space, merging with the silver glow of the secret tome. In this desolate meditation chamber, time lost all meaning. Days turned into months, and months into years. Outside the chamber, Qie Qiong diligently cared for his wife, whose condition had slightly improved. The royal family, apart from their visits every 5 years and their invisible surveillance, stirred no further disturbances, until 10 years slipped away quietly. The stone door of the long-sealed meditation chamber remained tightly shut. However, within, Qie Qiong's surroundings began to visibly warp, as if he had transformed into a silver sun. A force capable of governing space was on the verge of emerging. Chapter 37. The first layer of true meaning of space. Action within the meditation chamber. In this void where nothing existed, time itself had lost all significance. Qie Qiong sat in the center, his silver radiance growing ever brighter. Inside the chamber, the light surrounding Qie Qiong began to flow in a peculiar manner, swirling around him like a brook, creating ripples in the space within a 3-foot radius. This represented the third realm of the space dimension. Yet today, that would soon change. Qie Qiong slowly opened his eyes, and the silver light within his pupils surged. With a gentle touch of his fingertips through the void, the air rippled outward like the surface of water disturbed by a breeze. From this moment on, the space around him ceased to be formless. It became tangible, an extension of his will. 10 years, a decade of arduous cultivation. The true meaning of space had nearly elevated him one realm in 3 years. Today, he finally grasped the complete essence of spatial truth, which would serve as the foundation for his revenge. As for the other principles, although he had only casually comprehended them over the past decade, he felt as if he were the son of the true meaning of gold, having comprehended it to the pinnacle of the third layer, just a step away from breaking into the divine heart realm. In stark contrast to space and the true meaning of gold was the thunder principle, which he had only reached the third layer of since his understanding began. While this was relatively swift for an ordinary extraordinary being, it paled in comparison to the other two true meanings. The slow pace made Qie Qiong contemplate giving up, yet for reasons unknown. A voice within him urged him not to abandon the true meaning of thunder. With a breakthrough in the true meaning of space, Qie Qiong's mind immediately delved into the golden light secret tome. Over the past decade, he had discovered 2 spatial secret techniques. After all, possessing only the first layer of the true meaning of space made it nearly impossible to achieve Qie Qiong's goals. The realms would only allow him to exert his normal combat prowess, but secret techniques could unleash the full power of his true meaning. As the original text stated, secret techniques are the skills of utilizing fighting energy. Just like a sheet of paper, when slightly rolled, it can lift a few pounds, but if it becomes too heavy, it will tear. However, if that same paper is cut into hundreds of pieces and intertwined like braids, it can lift dozens or even hundreds of pounds. The same material, different combinations, yet the capacity to bear weight varies drastically. Within the golden light, Qie Qiong had already selected a body secret technique known as universal body. Universal body is a transcendent body secret technique of the spatial category. Its essence lies in invoking the power of space, forging it into flesh and bone, gradually transforming a mortal body into a divine body that resonates with the true meaning of space. It is the preliminary version of the divine-level secret technique, universal body, within the golden light tome. Thus, it may also be referred to as the preliminary version of universal body. This is something even the royal families of the 3 kingdoms could not possess. The first layer of universal body can elevate the body to the pinnacle of the saint-level extraordinary. The second layer corresponds to a demigod-level physique. The third layer allows the physical body to rival that of a deity. The condition for practicing universal body is the complete understanding of the true meaning of space, with the 3 layers of true meaning corresponding to the 3 layers of universal body. With a breakthrough in the true meaning of space, Qie Qiong could finally cultivate universal body. With a single thought, the space within the meditation chamber, which had stabilized slightly after the breakthrough, suddenly collapsed inward, condensing. Countless tiny points of spatial light, like a torrent of silver starlight, surged frantically into Qie Qiong's body. In an instant, a buzzing resonated within him, His flesh was being remolded by the power of space, his bones transformed into a translucent jade-like essence, and a faint ethereal halo emerged upon his surface. Intense pain surged like a tidal wave against Qie Qiong's will, the transformation wrought by the power of space. After all, it is a singular endeavor to elevate a nascent sacred physique to the pinnacle of extraordinary prowess. Yet, all this suffering is undeniably worthwhile. For while utilizing source stones to achieve such a breakthrough entails no pain, it demands an exorbitant 200,000 gene of source stones in the mid-stage, with the peak requiring a veritable excavation of the entire extraordinary realm of the Songyun material world. Though Qie Qiong's visage remained composed, the beads of sweat upon his muscles and brow betrayed the torment within. Time flowed unmeasured, and as the extraordinary phenomenon gradually subsided, the silver radiance converged. He exhaled a breath of turbid air, restoring tranquility to the space around him. With a gentle clench of his fist, the ripples of pure physical power stirred the air. The first layer of universal body has been successfully mastered. Henceforth, he could contend with the peak of the sacred level solely through his physical form. With the successful cultivation of this bodily secret technique, Qie Qiong commenced the practice of another illustrious secret art, known as spatial illusion body. To Qie Qiong, this transcendent secret art served as a reference to the true essence of the void realm, crafted through the duplicity of spatial avatars. This spatial illusion body allows him to forge spatial avatars possessing 50% of his original combat prowess. The first layer enables the creation of one spatial avatar, the second layer 3, and the third layer 9. During combat, Qie Qiong could conceal himself within alternate dimensions, commanding his avatars to fight, their strength equivalent to his own. However, should the avatars act independently, they would only unleash half of his true power. With a subtle shift of intention, the vast reservoir of demigod energy within his dantian surged forth, guided by the essence of spatial truth. In the spatial nodes before him, projections and energy sculpting commenced. The space shimmered like water, then coalesced, seemingly folded by invisible hands. In the blink of an eye, a figure materialized from the void, bearing an identical visage to Qie Qiong, clad in the same silver robe, even the nuances of expression mirrored with uncanny precision. He stood silently before Qie Qiong, their minds intricately linked. As Qie Qiong raised his hand, so too did the avatar. From his fingertips emanated a breath imbued with the essence of gold at the third layer, and the avatar's fingers mirrored this, coalescing a similarly sourced essence. This was the power Qie Qiong had acquired over the past decade. Upon completing his cultivation, he slowly rose, his bones resonating with a clear sound. The spatial bubble enveloped him, separating him from the realm of reality. Now, unless one possessed comparable or vastly superior realms, glimpsing him would prove exceedingly difficult. In its Songyun material world, only 3 individuals could aspire to match his level, as far as Qie Qiong was aware. The 3 royal families were the most formidable in millennia, with their ancestors embodying the extraordinary powers of the true divine heart. Mastering the true divine heart brought one mere steps away from divinity. Yet, this final step remained daunting. Throughout the ages, many demigods had coalesced their true divine hearts. Yet none had ascended to godhood. Within the serene chamber, all extraordinary phenomena eventually subsided, leaving only the layer of spatial bubble surrounding him. His gaze remained tranquil, penetrating the thick stone walls, directed toward the imposing and frigid core of the palace deep within the sacred grounds. He traced his fingertips through the air, leaving behind a fleeting silver ripple. The royal family shall first pay a price, he mused, as he glanced outward to see Prince Lei Xiao approaching once more. In the courtyard, Prince Lei Xiao stood upon the stone steps outside the pavilion, wearing his customary gentle smile, his gaze sweeping over Lin Wantong and her companion, Jie Yinzhou. Within, that secret technique, employed once every 5 years, marked today as the second instance in this decade. Madame Wantong, I must trouble you once again today. Lei Xiao's voice carried a hint of sentiment. Our ancestor is exceedingly pleased with your life essence, and has specifically tasked me with expressing his gratitude. He casually cupped his hands in a perfunctory manner, yet greed stirred within the depths of his eyes. Were it not for the knowledge that their current standing in the Songyun material world was partly derived from the ancestor's favor, he might have clandestinely come to absorb the essence of life long ago. After all, he too wished to experience the profound mysteries of the extraordinary essence. Each instance of absorption prolonged the lifespan of his demigod ancestor by several years, underscoring its preciousness. Your Highness is too kind. Lin Wantong's voice was frail, tinged with profound fatigue and numbness. Although she had the oceanic realm stone to replenish her vitality and had not further depleted her remaining life essence, she still feigned weakness. For if they were to discover her true state, it could spell disaster, transforming the 5-year interval into a more frequent affair. Lei Xiao ceased his idle chatter. He lifted his right hand, and swiftly, a dark green, enigmatic symbol coalesced at his fingertips. As the symbol swirled, it emanated a chilling allure. Its green luminescence akin to a shark scenting blood, locking onto the figures within the pavilion. The very fabric of space seemed to warp subtly with the activation of this secret art, as the vitality within the courtyard converged toward the symbol. The lifespan of our ancestor requires your continued diligence, madam. Lei Xiao maintained his facade of a smiling demeanor, though his gaze had grown cold and focused. He activated the secret technique, the dark green luminescence expanding suddenly, the overwhelming pull transforming into a tangible bridge, poised to absorb. Just as the dark green symbol was on the verge of completion, ready to siphon Lin Wantong's essence, a pivotal moment arrived. Buzz! Beside Lei Xiao's outstretched arm, the space shimmered unexpectedly with silver ripples. A hand, composed of crystallized space, emerged from the void, seizing Lei Xiao's wrist. Time appeared to freeze in that instant. The swelling dark green symbol halted abruptly, suspended in midair, unable to advance even a fraction further. The connection between it and Lin Wantong was forcibly severed. The pretense of a smile on Lei Xiao's face faltered, transforming into sheer shock and disbelief. He gazed at the silver hand that had suddenly appeared at his wrist. Then, within his line of sight, the owner of that hand gradually coalesced from countless fragments of space, materializing into a form indistinguishable from reality in the blink of an eye. He bore an appearance identical to Qie Qiong, his gaze coldly fixed upon Lei Xiao. This was none other than Qie Qiong's spatial avatar. You dare to obstruct me, you wretched being. After a brief moment of shock, Lei Xiao's forced interruption of the secret art shattered all his previous disguises. In an instant, the sacred-level peak thunderous energy within him erupted, striving to shake off the grip of the avatar's hand. Purple lightning coiled around his arm, crackling violently. However, the spatial hand remained unyielding, its silver light swirling as it consumed the unleashed energy within the formless space, without even the slightest ripple. In that moment, Lei Xiao's astonishment morphed into sheer terror. He found himself unable to break free from the grasp of one newly ascended to the extraordinary realm. Confined within the sacred grounds for 10 years, devoid of resources for training? Preposterous. Lei Xiao's eyes blazed crimson, akin to a beast whose tail had been stepped on. His voice shrill. Qie Qiong, how dare you lay hands on this prince? Do you not know my noble bloodline? If you so much as disturb a hair on my head, the Qie family shall bear the consequences of your actions. Unbeknownst to Lei Xiao, Qie Qiong had silently materialized before him. His gaze grew even colder, as if regarding a lifeless object. Staring at the sudden appearance of Qie Qiong's true form, Lei Xiao momentarily lost his composure. The two Qie Qiongs before him seemed indistinguishable, devoid of the typical aura of a sacred-level avatar. Astonishment filled Lei Xiao's eyes. How could this be? The individual before him was the Qie Qiong who had barely broken through to the extraordinary realm a decade ago. Seemingly insignificant as an ant in his eyes, the sudden emergence of these two figures, effortlessly restraining his full force strike, could not possibly stem from merely a decade of solitary cultivation within the sacred grounds. He could scarcely comprehend how Qie Qiong had materialized before him. He yearned to inquire further, to question the source of this formidable power, yet found himself rendered voiceless. Is that all you have to say? Qie Qiong's voice was devoid of emotion. Then perish. As the words departed from his lips, he gently traced his right hand, which hung limply by his side. Through the void, a barely perceptible, gossamer silver thread emerged, as if space itself had been cleaved by the sharpest of blades. Disregarding the semi-divine protective armor that instinctively activated on Lei Xiao's person, this silvery line plunged straight down through Lei Xiao's brow, cleaving him in two. The entire process transpired so swiftly that the astonishment and bewilderment frozen on Lei Xiao's face had no time to alter. He was utterly oblivious to what had transpired. In the next instant, swoosh, Lei Xiao's body along that silver line was effortlessly bisected. The severed edges were as smooth as glass, with not a drop of blood to be seen. All bodily fluids and foreign matter were obliterated into the void at the moment of spatial dissection. With a mere flick of his hand, Qie Qiong reduced his corpse to a cloud of minute atoms. This esteemed prince, Lei Xiao, a favored scion of the empire's semi-divine ancestors, had vanished completely from this world. Even the semi-divine artifact he wore had not escaped the same fate. In the pavilion, Lin Wantong and Xie Yunzhou exchanged silent glances. While they could envision how formidable Qie Qiong had become upon grasping the essence of space, they had not anticipated it would manifest in such overwhelming strength. It should be noted that Prince Lei Zhao's status as the favored descendant of the royal semi-divine lineage was not solely due to his noble bloodline. His terrifying cultivation talent played a significant role as well. He was a possessor of the first level of the fourth grade true intent, and it was said that in a few years, he would ascend to semi-divinity. Moreover, he had recently donned a semi-divine artifact. Yet even that could not withstand Qie Qiong's casual strike. Just as Qie Qiong was poised to utter something, a thunderous crack resounded ominously above the thunder-sacred land, devoid of any forewarning. This sound did not emanate from thunder, but from the very heart of the sacred land's central palace. Immediately thereafter, a colossal pillar of blinding white lightning erupted from the palace's apex, radiating an aura of annihilation. The pillar rent the heavens asunder, as if it sought to shatter the spatial barriers of this extraordinary world. A terrifying pressure swept downwards, enveloping every corner of the sacred land. In an instant, the sky seemed to lose all color, leaving only the dazzlingly bright column of lightning. In that moment, within the entire thunder-sacred land, billions of beings, both extraordinary and mundane, with the exception of the semi-divine and saint-level transcendent beings, were compelled to prostrate themselves upon ground. A furious roar, akin to the simultaneous detonation of countless thunders, reverberated throughout the sacred world. Who dares to slay my Lei family's Qilin scion? Qie Qiong stood in the pavilion of the Qin Fong, isolating that overwhelming pressure outside the Qie residence. He raised his head, calmly facing the source of the lightning pillar, a chilling smile gracing his lips. It is time to collect some interest. Chapter 38. Fierce Battle, Spatial Lockdown. Father, Mother. I shall leave this spatial avatar to guard the Qin Fong until I return home, Qie Qiong declared to his parents. As he spoke, at the moment he left behind the spatial avatar to protect the Qin Fong, his form melded into the fabric of space and disappeared. In the next instant, he found himself hovering above the cityscape of the thunder-sacred land. Almost simultaneously, the blinding white lightning pillar dissipated, revealing the semi-divine ancestor Lei Wuji of the Thunder Royal lineage, whose aura was as deep as an abyss. Logically, though he was a semi-divine being, reports indicated that he had but a few years left to live. Yet, he appeared not the slightest bit diminished, surrounded by whirling winds and thunder. His eyes gleamed with lightning as they fixed intently upon the figure of Qie Qiong. However, beyond his seething rage, there flickered an unmistakable hint of incredulity. He sensed a threat emanating from this young man. It was known that as a powerful practitioner of the fourth grade wind and thunder true intent, bolstered by a semi-divine artifact from the royal palace, there should be no one in the material realm capable of instilling such a sensation in him. You there? What manner of being are you? How dare you slay my royal scion of the Lei family? It was known that Prince Lei Xiao was his most cherished descendant, chosen to succeed him as the next semi-divine ruler of the royal lineage, and now he had been so abruptly slain. My name is Qie Qiong. His voice, calm and unwavering, echoed throughout the thunder-sacred land. I am a son of Lin Wantong, and have come today to collect the dead on behalf of my mother. Qie Qiong? Lei Wuji's pupils constricted. The only member of the Qie family worthy of his attention was Lin Wantong, who bore the mysteries of life. Yet, the fact that Lin Wantong's son could evoke a sense of threat was utterly unfathomable to him. He recalled hearing that Lin Wantong's son had broken through to the extraordinary realm at merely 20 years of age, but he had issued orders concerning him. If memory served, it had only been a decade since then, and without any resources, he had ascended to semi-divinity, and not just any semi-divinity. A talent of such magnitude must be eradicated. Lei Wuji's thoughts raced. He had to ensure that Qie Qiong did not leave today, or else his rapid progress would pose an insurmountable threat. Ascending to godhood would likely not be an insurmountable task for him. It was clear that the future of the Thunder Royal family would remain entrenched in this sacred world, only to emerge into the material realm once he had ascended to divinity, potentially being expelled from the material world thereafter. Furthermore, Lin Wantong was his only hope for prolonging his own life. Any disruptor must be eliminated. Without further ado, he brandished the divine spear, Heaven's Punishment Thunder Spear, gifted by the god of thunder from the divine realm, as it erupted with blinding purple-gold divine light. Boom! A bolt of perfectly condensed purple-gold divine thunder, imbued with the power to annihilate all things, instantaneously traversed the distance and pierced straight for Qie Qiong's heart. The speed was so swift that it surpassed the limits of visual perception. However, just as the divine lightning was about to reach him, Qie Qiong's figure vanished from his original position. The purple-gold lightning struck the space where he had once stood, obliterating a nearby estate belonging to a saint-level, transcendent being without any chance of resistance, leaving only a gaping crater in the wake of the thunder's impact. Qie Qiong had reappeared 100 zhang away, beside Lei Wuji. Teleportation, the application of spatial true intent. Space. Lei Wuji's pupils widened, and his intent to kill intensified. How dare he provoke me in the Thunder Sacred Land with only a rudimentary grasp of spatial teleportation, a third-grade true intent. However, I must thank you. Had you remained hidden a while longer, I might have feared you a little more. He finally understood the young man's reliance. This was a rare manifestation of spatial true intent in the history of the Canyun material realm. Since Qie Qiong had merely demonstrated teleportation, it was easy for him to misconstrue the situation. After all, he would never have imagined that Qie Qiong had comprehended not merely the lower-tier true intent of teleportation, but the legendary complete second-grade true intent. Swoosh! What answered him was a flash of dark golden light. Qie Qiong's right hand formed a grasping motion, condensing and compressing pure golden true intent into a 3-foot-long golden sword that shimmered with a chilling metallic luster. Even a distant glance at its blade conveyed its sharpness. This sword was a result of Qie Qiong compressing and solidifying the golden true intent to compensate for his lack of weaponry. It was already comparable to a top-tier semi-divine artifact. With a subtle flick of his wrist, the power of spatial dissection adhered to the sword's radiance, silently slicing towards Lei Wuji's neck, as if it intended to cleave both space and him asunder. Lei Wuji's countenance bore the weight of gravity as he wielded the divine spear, unleashing the full force of the wind and thunder true intent. The might of the tempest transformed into several roaring thunder dragons, colliding fiercely with the dark golden blade of light that contained the essence of spatial cutting. Boom! The ear-splitting explosion resonated across the surroundings, a wave of destructive energy radiating outward like an apocalyptic tsunami beneath the Thunder Sacred Land. The palatial domains of the 11 demigod families lining the main thoroughfare, alongside the central palace serving as the royal core, erupted simultaneously in blinding brilliance. Their formidable defensive formations activated, resembling 11 sturdy levees steadfastly resisting the tide of annihilation, safeguarding the sanctity of the city. Nevertheless, the secondary formations flickering to life along the streets swayed violently, as if they could extinguish at any moment. In other demigod palaces, 7 powerful demigods elevated their consciousness, observing the battle from afar. Spatial true intent and golden true intent, the old man of the royal family resorted to using a divine artifact, yet it merely resulted in a stalemate. Ancestor, should we intervene? A core member of a family inquired. Assist the royal family? Within a towering palace, the voice of the demigod family head was imbued with a chilling indifference. For how many years has the royal family suppressed us under the guise of their divine artifact and sacred formations? Among the 10 great families, who hasn't suffered under the royal family's oppression? Even those 3 absent demigods would likely hesitate to shield him from harm, preferring to observe the unfolding events. The 7 wills exchanged a silent understanding, merely erecting their protective barriers to shield against the cataclysmic aftermath of the battle. Above in the heavens, the conflict had manifested into a tempestuous vortex. Lei Wuji brandished the heavenly execution thunder spear, channeling the laws of heaven and earth, drawing boundless thunderous energy from the void and the sacred formation, weaving it into a net of thunderous punishment. He clandestinely activated the core formation of the Thunder Sacred City, empowering himself, attempting to crush Qie Qiong with absolute force. However, Qie Qiong resembled a phantom in the storm. His mastery of spatial true intent was nothing short of extraordinary. His figure traversed the crevices of space with unrestrained freedom, flickering unpredictably. The dark golden sword in his grasp transformed in myriad forms, sometimes becoming a solitary cold star, piercing through space for long-range strikes. At other times, bolstered by the power of space, he decapitated the approaching thunder dragons, severing the thunder net. Bang! A thunder dragon finally collided with Qie Qiong. The devastating blow Lei Wuji anticipated did not materialize. Instantly, a peculiar feathered garment manifested around Qie Qiong, woven from silver and golden threads, embodying the very essence of spatial true intent at its core. With golden true intent as its framework, an arcane defensive technique known as the Golden Feather Garment. Previously, the Golden Feather Garment had been dominated by Golden True Intent. But with the comprehension of complete Spatial True Intent, it now prominently featured Spatial True Intent. The frenzied, thunderous energy crashed against the feathered garment, most of it dissipating through the distortions of space, while the residual force struck his already formidable physique, leaving behind only a charred mark that swiftly healed under his overwhelming vitality. Such superficial wounds were nearly negligible in the realm of demigod combat. How could this be possible? After an extended stalemate, even with the aid of the sacred formation, he could merely contend evenly with his opponent. The adversary's spatial abilities were exceedingly elusive, and their defenses were utterly despairing. This individual has become a grave threat. We must spare no expense. A ruthless thought took root in Lei Wujie's mind. While he continued his relentless assault to keep Qie Qiong occupied, he instructed a trusted aide deep within the central palace. Quickly go to the Qie family. Seize Lin Wantong and Qie Yinzhou at all costs immediately. He understood that only by capturing Qie Qiong's parents could he hope to shatter his resolve and secure victory. At that moment, within the heavily guarded residences of the sacred city, the other 7 demigod ancestors had already manifested at a height. Gravely observing this pinnacle battle of the material realm, Qie Qiong's gaze sharpened. He had certainly overheard Lei Wujie issuing commands to the royal family. Moreover, in his perception, several extraordinary beings were already heading towards the Qie family. Yet, Qie Qiong felt little concern, as he had left a phantom of himself to protect his parents. Even that phantom, possessing half of his strength, would be more than a match for the demigods in this city, let alone the ragtag members of the Thunder Royal family. However, this did not quell his anger. "Old dog," Qie Qiong shouted. Seizing upon a minor flaw in Lei Wujie's defenses, he thrust forth the dark golden blade with ferocity. The edge directed at the space shrouded by the formation, emitting a piercing groan. Lei Wujie, sensing the danger, exerted all his might to parry with his spear, even struggling to maintain the Thunder Dragon network. Clang! The terrifying roar seemed poised to shatter space itself, purple gold lightning erupting chaotically. The two were violently repelled from the energy epicenter. Just as the energy tempest erupted, a series of resounding crashes emanated from the direction of the Qie residence. Following this were the shrill cries of energy collisions and a brief, agonized scream belonging to a royal powerhouse. It was unmistakably Qie Qiong's spatial phantom that had struck. The extraordinary beings dispatched by the Thunder Royal family to capture Lin Wantong and her husband, along with the 2 flesh-and-blood warriors, had encountered utter devastation. Lei Wujie, leveraging the formations, witnessed this scene, his complexion instantly turning a ghastly shade of iron, twisted with fury. "You old bastard! You deserve to die!" Qie Qiong's roar, laden with murderous intent, swept across the heavens and the earth. The dark golden sword in his hand erupted with an unprecedented blaze of golden light. The forces of space and gold converging at the blade's tip, forming a point of darkness. The sword flashed. It traversed the spatial distance, aiming directly for Lei Wujie's vital heart. So swift was the strike that Lei Wujie could only hastily raise his spear to block. Yet, that fatal point of darkness had already arrived at his chest. Life and death hung in the balance for a fleeting moment. Just as the lethal blade was about to pierce Lei Wujie's heart, clang! A ring upon Lei Wujie's finger suddenly exploded with a blinding, earthy, yellow radiance. An ancient, runic-etched dark shield materialized instantaneously, intercepting the point of darkness. Hiss, hiss, hiss. The shield collided with the black point, instantly fracturing space within an expansive radius. The massive shield trembled violently, sending Lei Wujie flying once more, yet he ultimately sustained minimal injury. Although Qie Qiong's assault was formidable, it had yet to reach the divine level, rendering it incapable of breaching the colossal shield. The shield transformed into a towering figure clad in dark golden, runic armor, standing 2 meters tall. "Ah, little brat, you actually forced me to resort to using divine artifacts." Lei Wujie no longer hesitated, the spatial ring on his left hand shimmering once more. A fiery crimson flame erupted, coalescing into a divine warrior clad in fiery armor wielding a colossal hammer. A droplet of water transformed into a divine warrior brandishing a trident. Finally, a flash of emerald light morphed into a divine warrior ensnared by twisting vines. As the 4 divine warriors emerged, their potent demigod-level auras resonated harmoniously, instantly locking onto Qie Qiong and forming an encirclement around him. Qie Qiong's pupils constricted. "Earth flame, abyss! And forest, kill him!" Lei Wujie bellowed, positioning the warriors before him. The Earth Warrior came crashing like a mountain. The Flame Warrior igniting the space node in a blazing inferno, the Abyss Trident thrusting directly at Qie Qiong, and the forest vines wildly reaching to ensnare him. Qie Qiong's figure darted through space, the dark golden sword slicing through the air. Each clash with the four warriors erupted in thunderous roars and energy storms, shaking the protective formation of the city below to its very core. The coordination of the four divine warriors was exquisite, their attributes complementing one another, resulting in a stalemate with Qie Qiong. Damn it! Qie Qiong's expression turned grave. The divine warriors of the celestial realm possess bodies that are utterly indestructible, beyond any means of destruction. In their flawless coordination, it is conceivable that a struggle with them could endure for decades without a resolution. Although Qiong, as a demigod, wields power that is nearly limitless, engaging in such a prolonged battle is hardly worth the effort, especially with his parents still below. After a few rounds of intense combat, Qiong's mind was clear, and he made a swift decision. Old dog, do you truly believe that you can enjoy eternal peace relying solely on these ironclads? Qiong mocked. Today, I shall collect a bit of interest. No sooner had the words left his lips than he executed a teleportation, forcibly breaking free from the siege and appearing in the heart of the holy city, above the royal half-divine fortress. Under the furious gaze of Lei Wuji, Qiong grasped his sword with both hands, merging the pinnacle of spatial truth with the essence of gold, channeling it into the sword's tip. In an instant, an indescribably terrifying beam of sword light violently struck the fortress above. The half-divine fortress, capable of withstanding the majority of peak demigod attacks, crumbled before this force as if it were mere paper. The core palace, along with a multitude of royal core members, princes, nobles, and bloodline relatives, was instantaneously reduced to primal particles, without even a scream escaping their lips. No, Lei Wuji bellowed in despair. It is crucial to understand that the royal members residing in this thunder-holy land constituted the majority of the royal power. Although there were still numerous royal bloodlines in the material realm, they were all too mediocre. The four divine artifact warriors lunged towards Qiong. Yet, Qiong had no desire to linger in battle. In the instant of the fortress's obliteration, the essence of space erupted. Spatial confinement ensued. Buzz. This expanse of space was enveloped by a layer of silver, semi-transparent membrane. The four divine warriors and Lei Wuji, as if colliding with an invisible barrier, experienced a drastic decline in speed, forcibly imprisoned within this confined realm. Old dog, you shall wait here for several years while I claim your life. Qiong's figure had already vanished. In the next moment, Qiong materialized directly in the Qiong residence's Qinyuan. Father, mother, let us go, he urged without hesitation. In the eyes of Qiong Yinzhou and Lin Wantong, he traced a line in the void with his finger. SZZZZ. A stable spatial rift was torn open. Phantasm. Maintain the confinement. Qiong commanded his spatial phantasm beside him. Yes. The phantasm responded solemnly, the force of space surging to merge with the confinement's luminous membrane. Qiong grasped his parents' hands and stepped into the rift. The rift sealed instantaneously, erasing the trio from existence. All that remained were the remnants of the city affected by the battle's aftermath and the four divine warriors within the confinement, along with the half-divine ancestor of the Lei family, Lei Wuji. This spatial confinement, augmented by the phantasm's enhancement, was sufficient to contain them for decades. Unless those demigods outside were willing to join forces to eliminate the phantasm and subsequently break the confinement from within, it was evidently an impossible feat. They would surely prefer the demise of this royal family. Chapter 39. The occupation of the Qiong residence. The force of space rippled like waves as Qiong escorted his parents, Qiong Yinzhou and Lin Wantong, stepping through the spatial rift and returning to the Yunhai County city after decades of separation. A complex expression adorned the faces of Qiong Yinzhou and Lin Wantong. They had believed they would never return here in their lifetime. It is worth noting that although the extraordinary cannot linger long in the mortal realm, a decade without return was unprecedented. We have returned, finally returned. Tears welled in Lin Wantong's eyes. Qiong Yinzhou inhaled deeply, surveying the surroundings, his gaze ultimately landing on the massive estate that once belonged to the Qiong family at the heart of the county. However, the sight before them ignited a surge of rage within the trio. The once solemn and dignified Qiong residence had now become unrecognizable. The plaque symbolizing the Qiong family's millennia of glory had vanished without a trace, replaced by a massive sign etched with flame patterns, the Sunfire Manor. The gatehouse of the estate had been expanded to an exaggerated scale, painted in glaring hues of gold and red, exuding a vulgar ostentation. The positions once held by the Qiong family's personal guards were now occupied by several unfamiliar individuals clad in flame-patterned leather armor, scattered throughout the streets surrounding the residence. Remnants of the Qiong family's original shops and enterprises had all changed their signs, now bearing the emblem of the Sunfire. Some elderly residents of Yinhai County City gazed at the usurped site of the Qiong residence from a distance, their eyes filled with helplessness. Yet they dared not voice their anger. Lin Wantong's expression darkened as she tightly grasped her son's arm. They had been under house arrest for a decade, and though they understood that the family's influence in the mortal realm had undoubtedly diminished, they never imagined that they would be uprooted entirely, their ancestral home invaded. Qiong's gaze was icy, an oppressive aura emanating from him that sent chills down the spines of those nearby. He spoke not a word, but walked step by step toward the grand entrance. The guard stationed at the door naturally noticed the three distinguished visitors. The lead guard, a scarred knight of terrestrial rank, was taken aback by their audacity to approach the doors directly, his eyes flashing with impatience. Halt! The Sunfire Manor is a restricted area. No trespassers allowed. The scarred guard barked, stepping forward with a hand resting on the hilt of his sword. The guard behind him moved in unison, subtly encircling the trio. For them, Yinhai County City had become the backyard of the Sunfire Manor. Qiong did not falter in his stride, simply gazing at the glaring sign of the Sunfire Manor. His voice level. When did the Qiong residence change its name? Qiong residence? The scarred captain paused, then burst into laughter, his comrades joining in mockery. Ha ha ha! Who is this bumpkin? The Qiong residence? It has long since ceased to exist. Yinhai County City now belongs solely to the Sunfire Manor. The Qiong family? Ha! I heard 2 of their extraordinary members are locked away in the Holy Land, never to emerge in this lifetime. The rest are mere strays, unworthy to claim this county. Indeed, they have long been dealt with by our Lord Sunfire. Wise up and scram, or else don't blame us for being uncivilized. The guards chattered among themselves, their words dripping with disdain for the Qiong family. Clearly, in their eyes, without the extraordinary as their backing, the Qiong family, devoid of any knightly title, posed no threat whatsoever. Dealt with, you say? Qiong repeated softly, a chilling smile gracing his lips. This sent an inexplicable shiver through the guards who had spoken. At that moment, a louder commotion erupted from within the estate. A plump, extravagantly dressed youth, exuding an air of arrogance, emerged, flanked by 2 women. Swaggering with a retinue of guards, "What is all this noise outside? You disturb my leisure." His voice trailed off as his gaze swept over the 3 at the entrance, particularly fixating on Lin Wantong, whereupon his eyes gleamed with lascivious greed. "Oh, where did this beauty come from?" The rotund youth pushed aside the women in his embrace. Entirely disregarding Qiong and Qiong Yinzhou, his gaze brazenly roving over Lin Wantong. TSK, this face, this figure, far surpasses the mediocre beauties in my manor. Come, beautiful. Return to my manor and serve me well, and I promise you, his words were abruptly cut short as an unforeseen event transpired. Without any warning, the hand that the plump youth had extended toward Lin Wantong, along with half of his arm, vanished silently before his horrified gaze. In the next instant, his head seemed to be crushed by an invisible hand, the lower half of his skull disintegrating in an instant. All of this unfolded in the blink of an eye, so swiftly that the youth had no time to experience pain, leaving only the frozen expressions of lust and terror on his half-visible face. His eyes bulged with disbelief, brimming with incredulity. "Insult my mother, and you shall die." The voice of Qie Qiong was frigid, devoid of any hint of emotion. In the next instant, the rotund figure vanished completely into thin air, leaving not a trace of blood behind. The knights and guards who had surrounded the corpulent man finally reacted, their faces turning pale with terror as they instinctively sought to flee. There was no other option. The recently deceased man was the pinnacle of strength in the Sunfire Mansion, the highest combatant in the Yinhai County City. If he could be killed without a shred of resistance, what hope did they, mere silver moon rank individuals, possess? However, what awaited them was the slicing of space. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Several slender, silver lines flickered through the air. These guards froze in place, their attempts to escape thwarted before they had even taken a full step, leaving them utterly lifeless. In the blink of an eye, before the Sunfire Mansion, only 2 stunning women, paralyzed with shock, and a guard deliberately left by Qie Qiong remained, while the others had turned to ashes. The scene fell into a profound silence, punctuated only by the heavy breaths of fear. Qie Qiong's gaze fell upon the surviving guard. He spoke, his voice low yet resonating like a demon's whisper in the guard's ears. "Return and inform your master. the Sunfire Extraordinary. 1. Vacate Yunhai County City immediately and restore all seized properties of the Qie family without exception. 2. Within 3 days, he must come here in person to kneel and apologize. Tell him that should he fail to appear, he should be aware of the consequences. Qie Qiong was confident that the so-called Sunfire Extraordinary was aware of the battle at the Thunder Sacred Land. He did not believe he was oblivious to the repercussions. Had Qie Qiong not returned early, it was likely that the Sunfire Extraordinary would have restored Yunhai County City to its former state. Qie Qiong paused momentarily. Leave? The command left his lips, and the guard dared not linger, scrambling towards the city gates of Yunhai County. Qie Qiong turned away from the panicked figure, directing his gaze toward the prominently displayed plaque of the Sunfire Mansion, his eyes flashing with a golden brilliance. Boom! The glaringly massive plaque erupted into a shower of splintered wood. Qie Qiong's voice resonated calmly, echoing throughout every corner of the mansion. This is the sacred ground of the Qie family. All idle individuals should depart at once. Those who remain shall face death. In the quiet chamber, Qie Qiong sat cross-legged. 10 years. I need just another 10 years, he whispered to himself, his fingertips unconsciously tapping, each touch creating subtle ripples in the space around him. Deep within his consciousness, the silver chapters of the Golden Light secret tome slowly unfolded. Although he had triumphed over Lei Wuji in their battle, it had also exposed his shortcomings. Presently, he was a second-tier true intent extraordinary, yet still merely at the first realm, while second-tier true intent greatly surpassed any lower tier in profundity. Its power was still only at the peak of demigod level, insufficient to reach the divine realm. Even the demigod level celestial warriors could not be destroyed. This period of seclusion was intended to elevate his spatial true intent further. As for the outside world, with his father and Fong Yun managing affairs, he had no cause for concern, since Qie Qiong had requested that there be no contact with the outside world when he departed from mine. The Sunfire family remained unaware of the fact that the elite of the Qie family had not been entirely lost. Regarding the Sunfire Extraordinary, Qie Qiong felt only a chilling indifference. The 3-day ultimatum was merely to grant the other party one final semblance of dignity. Should the Sunfire Extraordinary recognize the gravity of the situation and come to apologize, Qie Qiong would consider sparing a lineage for their family. Closing his eyes, he dismissed further thoughts of him. A mere extraordinary being could be crushed effortlessly. 3 days passed in the depths of his meditative retreat, seeming to last but a fleeting moment. Outside the quiet chamber, footsteps approached. It was Qi Lingfei, who had escaped calamity during the Sunfire family's visit to the mine. He had taken refuge there until summoned back by Qie Yinzhou. His voice was laced with fury. Master, the Sunfire Extraordinary has not taken your words to heart. He is yet to arrive. Inside the chamber, the figure that seemed to meld with the very fabric of space slowly opened his eyes. A glimmer of silver flickered in the depths of his gaze, only to vanish, replaced by a surge of murderous intent. He had not anticipated that the Sunfire Extraordinary would be so obstinate. Understood. His voice traveled through the stone door, reaching Qi Lingfei's ears. In the next moment, the chamber was devoid of presence. In Sunfire City, the stronghold of the Sunfire family, unlike the Qie family's residence situated within the city, they had constructed their own fortress outside the official city walls. At the city gate, the golden-red Sunfire banner, emblematic of the family, fluttered in the wind, while guard-clad in flame-patterned armor stood proud and upright. Without warning, the space at the city gate rippled like water. A figure in a silver robe emerged, seemingly stepping forth from the void, standing with hands clasped at the center of the gate. It was none other than Qie Qiong, the captain of the guards. A peak Earth-tier knight was taken aback by the sight. Before he could utter a word, it was as if he had been struck by a spell. Rooted to the spot, his eyes wide with terror, unable to produce a sound or move. Spatial confinement. Qie Qiong did not even spare them a glance as he stepped forward. With each stride, he appeared before the gates of the Sunfire Mansion. The 8 guards stationed at the entrance, their auras fierce, did not have time to exclaim before their bodies disintegrated into the finest particles, swept away as though by an invisible blade. Qie Qiong entered the mansion. Enemy attack. The alarm rang out from deep within the estate. In an instant, a multitude of elite guards from the Sunfire family, summoned knights, and several honorary knights surged from all directions, encircling Qie Qiong in the central courtyard. Bold fool, how dare you invade my Sunfire Mansion? Kill him. Various fire-based spells rained down upon the silver-robed figure at the center. Faced with this onslaught, capable of annihilating honorary-level opponents in an instant, Qie Qiong did not waver in his stride, continuing onward. In his wake, those members of the Sunfire family who stood in his path, whether guards, knights, or guest knights, silently dissipated. Finally, he halted before the brightly lit grand hall. As Qie Qiong stepped into the Sunfire family's main hall, the very air thickened with his presence. Inside, the family patriarch, Sunfire Jin, knelt on the ground, his face ashen, flanked by 4 similarly pale elders. When Qie Qiong's gaze swept over them, Sunfire Jin jolted, almost prostrating himself, his voice trembling as he pleaded, "My lord, please, Qie Qiong, spare your wrath. Allow me to explain." Sunfire Jin did not dare to lift his gaze, speaking rapidly. "Upon receiving your message, we immediately understood the impending disaster. There was not a trace of complacency. We sought to mobilize the entire clan with utmost urgency to reach Yunhai County City and plead for your forgiveness. Submitting to your judgment." He raised his head, tears streaming down his face, his eyes filled with helplessness and sorrow. But it was at that moment we learned that our ancestor had perished, just as you clashed with that royal ancestor, Lei Wuji. It was then they discovered that the 2 extraordinary beings of the Qie family, who had been under royal confinement, had returned, and in such a manner. Sunfire Jin's voice quivered with emotion. "Without our ancestor, the clan has lost its pillar of strength, yet we dared not slacken our efforts. We have already sent someone to plead for your pardon." He bowed deeply once more, his voice laden with grief. "But my lord, please understand. The journey from Sunfire City to Yunhai County City is long. The Saint-level extraordinary can reach the capital city within 3 days. However, for those beneath this rank, even the title-level individuals, it is utterly impossible to arrive at the gates of the Qie residence in such a brief span of time, regardless of how tirelessly they may travel." Upon hearing this, Qie Qiong was momentarily taken aback. He had considered countless possibilities but never anticipated this one. Unexpectedly, the attack he had evaded, which resulted in the death of that saint-level extraordinary, turned out to be the ancestor of the Liang family. Whether this was a stroke of luck or misfortune remains uncertain, for Qie Qiong had already devised a plan for his demise. Little did he know, he managed to escape without suffering any pain. Moreover, it was a curious twist of fate that in his battle with Lei Wuji, he had indeed killed such an extraordinary, who was, astonishingly, the ancestor of the family that monopolized the resources of his Qie family's mortal realm. Qie Qiong's indifferent voice reverberated throughout the grand hall of the deceased. "In light of the unforeseen demise of your ancestor, my hands, only the descendants below the rank of Silver Moon Knight may live." His fingertips danced with ripples of spatial energy. "But the clan leader and elders must pay the price for encroaching upon the Qie family and dishonoring my mother." Liang Jin's body trembled, and the elders behind him turned ashen. After a prolonged silence, the clan leader bowed deeply. "Thank you, great benefactor, for preserving our bloodline." He lifted his head, his eyes bloodshot, declaring that the Liang family was willing to relinquish all their assets and dedicate the Liang family's ancestral monument to atone for their sins across generations. Before his words could fully settle, he unleashed his inner energy, shattering his own heart pulse in an instant. The elders behind him exchanged grim smiles, each activating their energy to commit suicide in unison. Chapter 40. 20 years later, 2 decades had swiftly passed since Qie Qiong dealt with the Liang family. In the city of Langia, if one were to gaze down from the city walls, they would see a multitude of figures surrounding the besieged city. Above the city, the true arbiters of this war were locked in confrontation, the extraordinary of the Sangyan Empire and the Thunder Empire. This had transpired countless times over the past 20 years. Following Qie Qiong's resolution of the Liang family, news of the Thunder Sacred Land spread across the world as the elite forces of the Thunder Empire were decimated. Trapped within spatial confines, the Sangyan Empire, observing Qie Qiong's demeanor, noted that he bore no intentions towards the Thunder Empire and had merely secluded himself within Yunhai County. They understood that their opportunity had arrived. Historically, the Sangyan Empire was already stronger than the other 2 nations. Now, with the Thunder Empire suddenly losing half of its elite forces, they calculated that even a combined effort from the 2 nations would not match their strength. Thus, a year later, they launched an offensive against the Thunder Empire. The Thunder Empire and the Sangyan Empire assaulted every border region outside of Yunhai County. Capturing Langia County would lead them directly to the imperial capital of the Thunder Empire. Leading the Sangyan Empire was the Qingyan Sword Saint, flanked by a dozen extraordinary beings. Exuding en overwhelming aura, clad in battle armor adorned with azure flames and wielding a broad azure sword. The Qingyan Sword Saint cast a mocking smile towards the Wang family across from him. "Patriarch Wang, why do you resist so stubbornly? One wise enough to recognize the times is a true hero." This Langye County, indeed the entire Thunder Empire, has exhausted its fate. With the Thunder territories now reduced to half, even the extraordinary realm has lost 3 domains. Submit to us, the Sanyun Empire, and I can assure you that Langye County will remain under your Wang family's control. Why squander the centuries of foundation your family has built for a waning Thunder Empire, risking your lives in the process? Behind him, the saint-level and sky-level extraordinary of the Sanyun Empire wore expressions of disdain and impatience. Over the course of 20 years, the territory of the Sanyun Empire had expanded dramatically, with most of the Thunder Empire's land fallen into ruin and even 3 small extraordinary realms lost. This overwhelming momentum had bred a different sentiment among the extraordinary of the Sanyun side. Wang Jinyue, the patriarch of the Langye Wang family, a venerable figure who had also attained saint-level extraordinary status, responded with a grave expression yet without a trace of fear. Taking a deep breath, he proclaimed loudly, "Qingyan, do you think I would trust you? And does the Wang family lack its own trump cards?" Wang Jinyue scoffed. In these 20 years, several extraordinary families had surrendered to the Sanyun Empire, including half-divine families. Yet none of these families' extraordinary members survived long after their capitulation. Even the demigods met the same fate, all sent to the battlefield as cannon fodder. The Sanyun Empire's aggression was aimed at seizing the resources of the Thunder Empire. If only those beneath the extraordinary rank surrendered, they wouldn't mind sparing them some scraps. However, once extraordinary families joined in, they would expect to share resources. Even if the royal family of the Sanyun Empire agreed, other families would not. Thus, the fate of extraordinary families post-surrender typically resulted in the annihilation of their elders, leaving behind only the lesser members. For some extraordinary beings, such an outcome might be acceptable, but not for Wang Jinyue. Do you truly believe that my Langye County stands alone, ready to be slaughtered at your whim? As soon as he finished speaking, a sudden surge of powerful lights erupted from behind Langye County, as if they had been waiting as saint-level presence arrived first, calling out, "Qingyan, cease your arrogance." Following closely were the auras of over a dozen sky-level extraordinary, swiftly rallying to the Wang family's side. This was Wang Jinyue's confidence, the second on the saint list of the Thunder Empire, now the first, the mountain-suppressing blade saint, Yu Qianshan. The previous first, who had been slain by Qie Qiong, was the Prince Lei Xiao. Yu Qianshan stood with an ancient long knife. Merely his presence was enough to repel much of the opposing aura. The reinforcement from the Thunder and Shunyun empires, armed with their weaponry, formed a cohesive front that instantly reversed the numerical advantage of the Sanyun Empire, creating a formidable pressure in terms of momentum. After the Thunder Empire was invaded, the Shunyun Empire fully joined the fray, for if the Thunder Empire fell, they would be next. Yu Qianshan, and those from Qiyuan. The mocking expression on the Qingyan sword saint's face froze. He had never expected that the opponent had hidden such crucial forces. Very well. What a fine Wang Jinyue. It seems this is your confidence? In his estimation, while Yu Qianshan was the first on the Thunder Empire saint list, he was merely a peer, and the outcome of their clash remained uncertain. Is that so? Wang Jinyue sneered, his long spear pointed directly at the enemy. Everyone kill them. I shall fulfill the promises I made. Kill. The extraordinary forces of the Thunder and Chuyun coalition roared in unison, clashing with those of the Sanyun Empire. Even with reinforcements, it won't change the outcome. Sanyun Extraordinary, follow me to slaughter. Although the Qingyan sword saint was taken aback by the arrival of reinforcements, he did not falter. With a fierce shout, the azure sword in his hand erupted with blazing flames as he charged towards Yu Qianshan. The battle ignited in an instant. However, the state of the battle unfolded contrary to the Qingyan sword saint's expectations. Most notably, Yu Qianshan had achieved a breakthrough. He had previously faced Yu Qianshan, but this time, the latter seemed to subtly suppress his Qingyan mystique. It was crucial to note that this was a fourth-tier true intent, the precursor to the Qingyan true intent. The other 2 saint-level transcendent beings from the Sanyun Empire were indeed ensnared by Wang Jinyue and another saint from the Izumo Empire. Meanwhile, the 10 flying transcendent beings from Sanyun found themselves besieged by nearly 20 adversaries of the same caliber. In but a brief moment, anguished cries echoed through the air. Within a mere span, 3 flying-level transcendent beings from the Sanyun Empire were severely injured and felled, rendered incapable of further combat. The remaining few were swiftly encircled, facing imminent peril. Though the Azure Flame Sword Saint and his companions were consumed with urgency, they found themselves firmly held back by their opponents, unable to extend any aid. The scales of victory were decidedly tilting in favor of the alliance of Thunder and Izumo. Useless. At this critical juncture, a chilling voice suddenly resonated, reverberating throughout the entire region of Langye County. The entire battlefield fell into a momentary stillness. Regardless of the fiercely engaged saint-level powerhouses or the battling flying transcendent beings, all actions were abruptly halted, as if bound by invisible shackles. The sky seemed to darken, not due to clouds, but rather enveloped by an oppressive and suffocating aura of sheer might. A figure emerged from behind the Tsangyun forces, treading upon the void. Clad in a simple robe of dark gold, the individual appeared to be of middle age, his gaze devoid of any emotion, merely standing there, without any extraneous movement. He became the focal point of existence, compelling all to acknowledge his presence. The Tsangyun Empire's demigod, Wuyong. He was the third strongest of the Tsangyun Empire, the possessor of the lower true meaning of the sun's essence, the true meaning of Wuyong. Upon hearing the word useless, the azure flame sword saint involuntarily stiffened, his face betraying profound reverence. He swiftly retreated, bowing respectfully alongside the other Tsangyun transcendent beings. We pay our respects to Lord Wuyong. Wuyong's gaze first settled upon the azure flame sword saint. Qingyan, his voice was not high, yet it carried a soul-piercing coldness. 20 years have passed, and you have made no progress whatsoever? He shook his head slightly, disappointment unmistakable in his tone. Years ago, when you first grasped the mysteries of the azure flame, you exhibited considerable promise. And now, you cannot even lift your head against Jinshan. You were once the one who suppressed him, yet in these years you have stagnated, or perhaps even regressed. Each word struck the azure flame sword saint like a whip against his heart. A peak saint-level powerhouse, he now felt a tinge of shame, only able to respond. It is my incompetence, unworthy of your expectations, my lord. Wuyong's gaze shifted away from him, sweeping across the hostile figures of the Thunder Empire's Zhunshan Sword Saint, Yu Qianshan, the head of the Langia Wang family, Wang Zhenyue, and the saint-level transcendent beings of the Izumo Empire. Where his gaze fell, the air seemed to ignite with heat, the very fabric of space subtly distorting. A gathering of ignorant ants, believing that by banding together, they can thwart the Tsangyun Empire? Wuyong's voice remained calm. Today it ends here. At that instant, he slowly raised his right hand. An unspeakable wave of terror erupted forth. Centered on him, an invisible domain swiftly unfurled, the Wuyong domain. As the lower true meaning of the sun's essence, its most formidable aspect lay in this domain technique and the means birthed from it. Within the domain, all transcendent beings of the Thunder and Izumo Alliance, both saint-level and flying, felt their internal energy flow sluggish. A horrific heat rose within the domain, searing their protective energies, and the acrid scent of charred flesh filled the air. Wuyong, as a demigod, you dare to directly engage against saint-level and flying transcendent beings? Are you not afraid of the world's derision? Jinshan's sword Saint Yu Qianshan struggled against the domain's constraints, his ancient blade emanating an unprecedented weighty intent, attempting to cleave a path while he spoke vehemently. Wang Zhenyue and the other saint-level transcendent beings echoed their protests, their voices rife with indignation. They had never anticipated that a demigod from the Tsangyun Empire would personally intervene, especially the invited transcendent beings, who had merely sought some remuneration, now finding themselves on the brink of death. Bullying the weak? Wuyong sneered, his eyes filled with disdain. You are but ants, and who dares to mock me? Today, let me show you what true power is. Thunder and Izumo should not resist stubbornly. He pointed a finger toward the coalition, lightly flicking it. Buzz! Within the Wuyong domain, an explosion of light and heat erupted, transforming into countless dark golden beams. These manifestations of the true meaning of Wuyong sliced through the defenses of the enemies before them with ease. Puff, 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 the sound of piercing echoed. The flying transcendent beings, suppressed by the domain, found their protective energies rendered futile, instantly annihilated by the beams. The saint-level powerhouses could withstand slightly more. No. Wang Zhenyue's eyes widened in horror as several beams effortlessly pierced through his protective energies and exquisite armor, leaving behind scorched, shining holes upon his body. A saint-level being from Izumo fared even worse, as dozens of beams grazed his form, carbonizing half of his body before plummeting to the ground. Only Yu Qianshan, the Jinshan Sword Saint, erupted with life-or-death desperation. Infusing his blade with energy and mysteries, he struck at the boundary of the domain with all his might. Break for me. Sizzle. The invisible Wuyong domain was unexpectedly torn open by this desperate strike. Without hesitation, Yu Qianshan employed a secret technique, transforming into a dim bloodlight. Escaping through the rift in the domain, Wuyong raised an eyebrow, slightly surprised by Yu Qianshan's escape. His gaze swept over several flying transcendent beings within the domain, who were frantically burning their essence in a struggle. Oof. The beams within the domain instantly doubled in density, several thick, dark, golden beams silently locking onto them. These flying transcendent beings were consumed by the omnipresent beams in the blink of an eye. The light gradually dissipated. The heat slowly receded. The domain vanished. Above Langya County, a profound silence enveloped the scene. The once resplendent forces of the Thunder and Izumo Alliance. Aside from the severely injured Qie Qiong fleeing and two other astute individuals who had quietly retreated to the edge of the battlefield upon Wu Yong's arrival, were now utterly annihilated. The Azure Flame Sword Saint watched the direction of Qie Qiong's retreat and hurriedly addressed Wu Yong. "My lord, shall we pursue Qie Qiong?" However, Wu Yong did not respond. His gaze, sharp as lightning, was fixed on a distance. Two figures were swiftly approaching, demigod reinforcements from the Thunder Empire. He snorted coldly, replying to the Azure Flame Sword Saint. "There is no need to pursue. If I do not intervene, you cannot catch him. Qie Qiong is fleeing toward Yunhai County, and you know the rules of that place." At these words, the Azure Flame Sword Saint's pupils constricted, suddenly recalling the earth-shattering rumors from 20 years prior, after seizing control of Yunhai County. Qie Qiong had established an ironclad decree forbidding all combat within its borders. Violators would be killed. Years ago, a demigod from the Zhongyun Empire had doubted that Qie Qiong could oversee the entirety of Yunhai County, attempting to ambush an enemy within its borders, only to be cleaved in half by Qie Qiong's spatial strike. Since then, no one dared to breach this prohibition. Wu Yong turned to the Azure Flame Sword Saint behind him, commanding, "Relay to the ground troops to attack Langya County immediately. I will personally intercept those two approaching Thunder demigods." With that, his dark golden domain reappeared, even more potent than before. The scorching heat distorted space, resembling a fallen sun spanning the horizon, defiantly confronting the two streaks of light racing toward him. Chapter 41. The heart of space in the city of Yunhai, within the realm of the Qie family, the training ground lay quiet. Qie Qiong stood in the center of the arena, much like how Qi Yunzhou had once been guided by him years ago, imparting wisdom to his son. This scene had played out countless times over the past 2 decades. With his hands clasped behind his back, Qie Qiong observed as Qi Yunzhou focused intently, the air around him shimmering with the emergence of spatial fissures. Remarkably, he was on the verge of manifesting the rudimentary form of the third-tier essence of spatial cutting. Years prior, during his confinement in the Thunder Sacred Land, Qi Yunzhou had already grasped the profound intricacies of the second realm of the Wind Domain. After his liberation 2 decades ago, he progressed to the third realm due to a newfound clarity of thought. Conventionally, one would expect a gradual cultivation towards mastering the 6th-tier essence, the true essence of wind. However, within these 20 years, as if building a reservoir of potential, he had directly harnessed the nascent form of the essence of spatial cutting through the profundities of the wind. This trajectory of cultivation mirrored the remarkable feats exhibited by Qie Qiong, a figure from the material realm of the Xia clan, as recalled by Qie Qiong. It became evident that, had it not been for his emergence, his father would have been recognized as the most gifted individual in the Sanyu material realm throughout the millennia. Mastery of the rudimentary essence indicated an inevitable mastery of the complete essence. Furthermore, due to the nature of the lower-tier essence of space, Qie Qiong was particularly well equipped to guide him, given that he himself was an adept of the essence of space. In these 20 years, Qie Qiong had not remained stagnant either. Indeed, within the entirety of the Zhongyun material realm, none had made greater strides than he. Upon his return years ago, he had only just begun to grasp the complete essence of space at its first tier. Now, 2 decades later, he had ascended to the third tier of this essence. Although the third tier may not be regarded as a monumental threshold, achieving such a milestone in just 20 years was commendable, especially considering Qie Qiong was only around 55 years old. He stood on the precipice of consolidating the heart of space, without the assistance of the golden light. Had he maintained this pace, he could well be deemed a legendary seed of the first-tier essence. As Qie Qiong offered his guidance, Qi Yunzhou settled into a meditative posture, the once ephemeral spatial fissures around him now crystallizing into clarity, as if an invisible sculptor was diligently carving the very fabric of space. Qie Qiong stood nearby, his gaze calm as he focused on his father. He could acutely sense the latent power of spatial cutting surrounding his father, a culmination of 2 decades of dedication. Especially with the mentorship of a practitioner of the essence of space over these years, Qi Yunzhou had reached the brink of a breakthrough. "Father." Qie Qiong's voice was soft yet resonant, penetrating the very soul, The essence of all cultivation is the unity of heart and intent. And your mastery of the essence of spatial cutting was born from your unwavering focus during those years in the Thunder Sacred Land. As Qie Qiong's words resonated, it was as if a divine revelation had descended upon them. In an instant, Qie Yunzhou's tightly shut eyes flew open, devoid of any uncertainty, replaced instead by an unwavering resolve to sever all ties. With a swish, a slender fissure of blinding silver light materialized above Qie Yunzhou's head. He had successfully manifested the first tier of the essence of spatial cutting. An overwhelming aura emanated from him, one that seemed capable of cleaving through all existence. Rising to an entirely new echelon, he was akin to a legendary sword unsheathed. In the current landscape of the Three Kingdoms, Qie Yunzhou had emerged as the strongest among all saint-level transcendent beings, thanks to his complete mastery of the third-tier essence. He could even contend with semi-divine ancestors. Such prowess was unparalleled in the Tsangyun material realm. At the moment of Qie Yunzhou's successful breakthrough, the essence of spatial cutting surged to its zenith, triggering a violent upheaval in the laws of the universe. Buzz! Qie Qiong felt a stirring within him as he stood by, acutely aware of the rhythmic pulse of the essence of space that resonated with his father's breakthrough, as if it had unveiled a missing fragment within him. This external, pure wave of spatial law intertwined with his own mastery of the third tier of the essence of space, creating an extraordinary resonance. In that fleeting moment, Qie Qiong's mind became ethereal. All his past insights regarding the essence of space, from the realm of all things to the third tier, which had seemed disparate yet intimately connected, suddenly harmonized perfectly, as if constructing a grand temple that bridged heaven and earth. If the first tier was the foundation, the second tier served as the pillars supporting the heavens, then the third tier represented the very slabs of the temple itself. Previously, though these elements coexisted, they appeared disjointed to an outsider. Now, every facet aligned flawlessly, even the intricate carvings on the stones have become exquisitely refined. Space, Qie Qiong murmured unconsciously, feeling as if he had transformed into the essence of space itself. The clarity of space unfolded before him as never before, appearing as if it were within arm's reach of its origin. In that moment of profound realization, the heart of space coalesced successfully. Suddenly, a colossal, crystal-like apparition materialized behind Qie Qiong. The sphere, entirely transparent, housed the myriad dimensions of space, folding, twisting, and cutting, depicting the birth and obliteration of space. An invisible force seemed to govern the entirety of the Qie estate and even the expanse above Yanhai, causing all beings attuned to the unity of heaven and man to feel a tremor in their hearts, as if the sovereign will of this realm had descended upon them. The heart of space. The one who felt this most profoundly was, of course, Qie Yunzhou, standing next to Qie Qiong, who had just broken through in the essence of spatial cutting. Overwhelmed with joy, he raised his head, eyes gleaming with exhilaration. As the master of spatial cutting, he perceived this higher-level fluctuation with unparalleled clarity. While Qie Qiong achieved the consummation of his understanding of the rules of space, arriving at the level of the heart, he realized this was not an end, but rather a new beginning. Despite reaching the heart of space, he sensed a lack of comprehension regarding the universal body and spatial illusion body, which he had merely discovered within the golden light. Why do they resonate so harmoniously? It is known that others who break through to the heart must create their own secret techniques. Yet Qie Qiong had merely followed the natural progression of cultivation, harmonizing the two major techniques at the second tier and continuing this practice into the third tier. Gradually, he approached the threshold of consolidating the heart. At the very moment he grasped the heart of space, the subsequent methods for cultivating the universal body and spatial illusion body emerged instantaneously from the golden light. The cultivation technique for the first tier of the God-level secret technique, universal body, appeared, distinct from the previous three-tiered version. While the earlier three tiers pursued the enhancement of physical strength, ascending from peak to semi-divine and ultimately to divine, the core of the first tier of this God-level secret technique transcended merely the physical realm, focusing instead on a fundamental transformation. Consolidate. With a mere thought, as the heart of space activated, Qie Qiong's body seemed to morph into a colossal vortex, voraciously consuming the power of spatial law surrounding him. No longer was it about forging his body with spatial force. Instead, under the guidance of the heart of space, his entire being gravitated towards the essence of space. A nebulous silver glow began to emanate from Qie Qiong's form, transformed gradually by the laws of space. His physical strength had already reached the divine level, Yet at this moment, it did not continue to ascend with the influx of new power. Rather, his entire being was undergoing a profound transformation. His form was metamorphosing into a more harmonious embodiment of the spatial divine body. This silent process concealed the most elemental mysteries of the universe. Qie Qiong felt an unprecedented mastery over space. Space was no longer merely an external entity. It seemed to meld with his very essence, as if his body had become a manifestation of the rules governing space. He can now rightfully consider himself a child of space. The transformation into a spatial divine body was complete. Immediately thereafter, information regarding the first level of the divine secret art, spatial phantom, surged forth. So it was the unification of the 9 phantoms constituted the essence of reality. A glimmer of brilliance ignited in Qie Qiong's eyes. With a mere thought, the power of the spatial divine heart within him began to circulate again. In an instant, 9 silver silhouettes, indistinguishable from his true form, silently materialized around him. Each phantom was composed of highly refined spatial energy, their presence vibrant, their gazes keen, embodying the 9th phantom realm he had previously attained through his training in the 3rd level. However, with Qie Qiong's breakthrough into the true essence of space, it became apparent that his phantoms only possessed a fraction of his combat power, barely a 10th, if that. Yet in battles of the same rank, even 100 phantoms would be no more than cannon fodder. Fortunately, the transcendent secret art spatial phantom was not an endpoint, but a beginning. The first level of the divine secret art spatial phantom was intended for this very moment, unification. Qie Qiong's true form and the 9 phantoms simultaneously intoned, and the 9 phantoms instantaneously transformed into 9 streams of silver light, not merely uniting but rapidly converging towards Qie Qiong's true form. When the last stream of silver light merged with Qie Qiong's essence, a tremendous force erupted from him, far more potent than when the 9 phantoms were dispersed. This aura was in complete alignment with his true self. Both the robust fluctuations of battle energy and the profound essence of the spatial divine heart reached the pinnacle of Qie Qiong's capabilities. A silver silhouette, identical to his previous form, stood quietly beside him. This was the first level of the divine spatial phantom, a spatial phantom whose combat strength was entirely congruent with that of his true self. At that moment, Qie Qiong felt that this could no longer be termed a phantom. It was a spatial doppelganger. Kikunzu watched in astonishment, as the shock of the scene before him completely overshadowed the joy of his recent breakthrough into the first level of spatial cutting true essence. At this instant, the spatial divine heart had been solidified, and both divine secret art's first levels had been successfully cultivated. Qie Qiong sensed his mastery over the spatial realm had ascended to an unprecedented height. He gently clenched his fist, and an invisible wave of spatial energy radiated from him, subtly expanding as if the entire material realm of Tsangyun were bowing to him. Before Qie Qiong and Kikunzu could fully revel in the transformations brought forth by their breakthroughs, they heard the hurried footsteps approaching from a distance. Qie Qiong raised his gaze to see Qie Qiong, now a knight, striding towards them. Over the past 2 decades, the source stone veins of the extreme Thunderworld have been exclusively utilized by the Qie family, with only Fang Yun and Qie Qiong receiving any share, thereby elevating their strengths to barely match that of a knight. After all, due to the external turmoil of war spanning 2 decades, the influx of people into Yunhai County had increased significantly. Qie Qiong only intervened with extraordinary beings, and he could not afford to take action against knights who had erred. Such an act would be beneath his dignity. Thus, these 2 were barely sufficient to handle most situations. "Uncle Qie, is there something amiss?" Qie Qiong inquired regarding the approaching Qie Qiong. It was essential to note that over the years, due to his and Kikunzu's need for training, the affairs of the Qie family had been entrusted to Qie Qiong and Fang Yun to manage independently. After all, they would not dare to betray him. This was the realm of the extraordinary. Old Patriarch Qie Qiong hurriedly approached the 2. "The mountain-suppressing sword saint, Yu Qianshan, has sustained grave injuries and fled into our county. Just now discovered and brought back by the patrolling knights." Qie Qiong and Kikunzu exchanged glances, their interest piqued. The mountain-suppressing sword saint had been a prominent figure in the Tsangyun material realm long before Qie Qiong ascended to the extraordinary. A person of such stature being gravely injured could only suggest that the Thunder Empire had suffered another defeat. Qie Qiong conveyed the information he had regarding Yu Qianshan, Patriarch. Langya County has fallen. The demigod Wuyang of the Tsangyun Empire has personally intervened. Aside from Yu Qianshan, the entire army has been annihilated, and Langya has been lost. Qie Qiong chuckled softly, finding it rather aligned with his expectations. However, he did not anticipate that during this war, the Songyan Empire could breach the defenses of two great empires and utilize the power of a demigod. Yet he pondered, what was Yu Qianshan's intent in coming here and deliberately revealing this to him? It was indeed deliberate. After all, even a severely injured extraordinary being would not want to be discovered unless they wished to be found. Given the situation with the Qie family, how could these knights possibly uncover an extraordinary being? As for seeking refuge, that seemed unlikely, considering the entirety of the Songyan material realm was aware that combat was prohibited within the jurisdiction of Yunhai County. Therefore, he could simply find a place to recuperate without needing to be found by his people or burdened with such trivial information. The only explanation left was that he intended for Qie Qiong to take action. Were Yu Qianshan present and capable of reading minds, he would undoubtedly be left speechless with astonishment. Qie Qiong's earlier conjectures were indeed correct. Yu Qianshan believed that although the royal family of the Thunder Empire had wronged the Qie family, the Qie family had been citizens of the Thunder Empire for over 1,000 years and must harbor some feelings for the nation. Hence, he came to convey this intelligence. Yet he was mistaken. To Qie Qiong, it mattered little who unified the Songyun material realm. After all, he was destined to become the lord of this material realm. When that time came, would not the entirety of the Songyun material realm belong to him? Chapter 42, Blood Sacrifice? The Avatar of the Thunder God 15 days later. As Qie Qiong solidified his newfound realm, it was time to settle accounts with the Thunder royal family. After all, at Qie Qiong's current level, any further advancement would elevate him to the divine tier. At that point, he could afford to let Lei Wujia live a few more years, perhaps until his lifespan was fully exhausted, a notion that Qie Qiong found somewhat unacceptable. In the heart of the Thunder Empire's capital, a spatial gateway hovered above the ruins of a shattered palace. Qie Qiong and Kikunzu stood poised in the air, surveying what had once been the core of the Thunder Empire. Merely 15 days had elapsed since the fall of Langyi County. On their journey, aside from Yunhai County, they observed that the banners of the Songyun Empire dominated most of the Thunder Empire's territory. 20 years of turmoil had culminated in such a state. Kikunzu sighed softly, his eyes reflecting a myriad of complex emotions. The Qie family had once been a part of this Thunder Empire. Had it not been for that incident, they would undoubtedly have fought valiantly in this conflict. Of course, had it not been for that incident, this war would not have transpired. Qie Qiong remained stoic, his spatial divine heart operating seamlessly as he comprehended the entire situation of the Songyun material realm. This was nothing more than the law of the jungle. Once the past grievances were resolved, they could also bring an end to this war. Let us go, father. As they spoke, the figures of the two vanished into the portal. Once again, they found themselves atop the towering mountain. The scene before them was desolate. Logically, although the boundless sky had sealed off Lei Wujia and the divine soldiers, it should not have entirely obstructed all the Thunder Saints. According to intelligence gathered over the years, aside from those demigods who had no further avenues to explore and were unbound by the royal restrictions, many of the billion inhabitants living here should have persevered, despite the ongoing war outside. After all, this place was in essence a realm of material existence, one of the three grand extraordinary worlds. It should not be in such a state of ruin. The atmosphere behind the door was one of profound silence. The previously formidable city defense array had long since extinguished, and even the city walls lay in ruins. It must be noted that this was the Thunder sacred land, capable of withstanding all forces from the material realm. Save for the boundless sky, the streets were empty. The 11 main thoroughfares that once boasted magnificent mansions and palaces had crumbled, and the air was faintly tinged with the scent of blood, rendering the entire sacred land akin to a vast graveyard. Something was amiss. Qie Yun's pupils contracted sharply as his peak saint-level mental energy swept across the area. Aside from that location, all traces of life had vanished. He suddenly cast his gaze toward the central palace, the very place where the boundless sky had enacted the spatial blockade, which now lay devoid of its constraints. A silver light surged within Qie Yun's eyes. The essence of space enveloped the entire sacred land in an instant. Lei Wujia and those few iron lumps. Qie Yun's expression remained tranquil and undisturbed. He slowly raised his right hand, pointing towards the ruins of the central palace, and flicked his fingers. Whoosh! A silver thread, compressed and formed by spatial energy, disregarded the distance and appeared instantaneously above the ruins, precisely targeting the core of the aura emanating from Lei Wujia's hiding place. Faced with this lethal strike imbued with the essence of space, a sudden burst of ochre light erupted from deep within the ruins. Buzz! The divine weapon soldier, Wu Tu, reacted with remarkable speed, manifesting before the silver thread could reach its target, transforming into a massive shield inscribed with ancient divine patterns, defiantly blocking the path of that silver thread. The surface of the shield shimmered with divine light, forming an absolute defense. Wu Tu was the strongest defensive entity among the Thunder Royal Divine Soldiers, capable, according to the intelligence passed down from the Thunder God, of withstanding a strike from a deity. However, this time, crack! A crisp sound of shattering echoed. That seemingly delicate silver thread penetrated effortlessly through the heavy divine light emitted by the Wu Tu shield. The divine patterns, which were supposed to be indestructible, crumbled instantly upon contact with the silver thread. The divine soldiers, who had once left no trace under the boundless sky's might, were rendered as fragile as glass in the incredulous gaze of Lei Wujia as the shield of Wu Tu shattered with a resounding crash. Before the fragments of the divine soldier's shield could scatter, they were swiftly consumed by the encroaching spatial force, reduced to their most primal particles, vanishing without a trace. What astonished Lei Wujia even more was that at the moment the shield was utterly obliterated, he distinctly sensed the faint connection of his soul with the divine soldier, severing. This meant that the divine soldier, which theoretically could not be destroyed within the material realm, had been annihilated with a mere gesture from afar. With just a flick of his finger, the mightiest defensive divine weapon, Wu Tu, along with its core, was completely erased by Qie Qiong's understated gesture. It was crucial to note that this was a divine soldier, albeit the lowest tier, yet they were not in the divine realm. Nevertheless, while Lei Wujia was astounded, he had prepared his trump card, convinced that this time, the boundless sky would find it impossible to escape. Qie Qiong, Lei Wujia bellowed frantically, shedding any semblance of demigod dignity. He suddenly raised his head, fixating intensely on the silver-clad figure in the distance, his eyes brimming with boundless hatred and a thrill of impending vengeance. Do you think you have one? You should be grateful to yourself. If you suddenly dissipated your spatial illusion, I would not have opened the spatial blockade. The lives of all beings in this sacred land are on your conscience. Lei Wujia's roar reverberated across the ruins of the sacred land. Prepare to face the wrath of my ancestral thunder god. At last, Qie Qiong comprehended why the thunder sacred land lay in such a state. It must have been the day he broke through to the divine heart realm when his spatial illusion unexpectedly vanished, allowing Lei Wujia and the others to shatter the spatial blockade he had erected. Coincidentally, during these past 20 years, due to the war, all the demigods had evacuated the thunder sacred land. With no resistance, he had bled the life of this entire world dry. One must understand that the resources and time consumed to nurture a divine avatar through normal cultivation were far beyond what the Thunder Empire could bear. As soon as his words fell, fervor surged in Lei Wujia's eyes. He bit his tongue. A drop of blood infused with the essence of demigod life force sprang forth. Using the blood of my Lei clan as a catalyst, and the flesh and blood of the millions of beings in this sacred land as a sacrifice, I beseech the ancestral thunder god to descend and slay the traitor. Ancestor, descend with divine wrath. Boom! As Lei Wujia's voice resounded, the entire ruins of the thunder sacred land began to tremble violently. Qie Qiong and Qie Yunzhou as pupils constricted. Beneath the shattered earth, countless blood-red sigils suddenly ignited with a crimson glow. These sigils intersected and covered the entire sacred land, revealing an enormous, unfathomably evil blood sacrificial formation. The blood sacrifice formation. Qie Yunzhou's complexion changed dramatically. He had not anticipated that beneath the original formation of the Thunder Sacred Land lay a blood sacrifice formation. It should be noted that this Thunder Sacred Land had been established over 10,000 years ago, and he never imagined that the lives of all its inhabitants at that time were the final trump card of the Thunder Royal family. In merely 15 days, they could blood sacrifice a vessel capable of bearing a deity's descent. Blinding blood light surged skyward, initially coalescing into a thick beam before pouring into the center of the ruins, where Lei Wujia stood. The moment the blood light infused that area, the very fabric of space seemed to crack like thin ice on a river. Gurgle, gurgle, gurgle. An eerie sound reminiscent of countless souls' grievances converging emerged from the center of the blood light. At the core, a massive illusory lake composed of viscous blood plasma materialized, and within its center lay a human-shaped body, quietly at rest. Its chest rose and fell slightly, exuding a life force that starkly contrasted with the surrounding silence, akin to an ancient giant in a deep slumber. The visage of this body bore a striking resemblance to Lei Wujia, sharing 7 parts of his features. This was the vessel Lei Wujia had cultivated using the blood sacrifice formation during those 15 days, based on his bloodline, merging the essence of the flesh and blood of countless beings from the sacred land, solely to bear the descent of his ancestor, the Thunder God. Ha! At long last, the deed is done. A grand, majestic voice seemed to emanate from the heavens, resonating directly within the consciousness of Qie Qiong and Xie Yunzhou. Beside the illusory blood lake, a blurred golden figure of a thunderous entity gradually took shape. Though indistinct, the pressure it exuded transcended the limits of the material realm, infused with the unique grandeur of a deity. It was the projection of the will of the Thunder Empire's ancestral deity in the divine realm. Wujie, my grandson, well done. The golden thunderous figure's voice carried a note of approval. The vessel is prepared, the passage is open. Await the descent of my divine soul, and let us conclude this. I have been awaiting your arrival, ancestor. Lei Wujie's voice resonated with fervor, his entire being ignited, transforming into the final vestige of sacrificial power that merged into the blood-red pillar of light. Boom! Above the humanoid form, space was rent asunder by a force transcending the material realm, giving rise to a vortex filled with endless thunder in a golden kingdom. The commotion of this vortex reverberated throughout the entire extraordinary world. The spatial fluctuations it generated caused Qie Qiong to furrow his brow slightly. To Qie Qiong, the arrival of the Thunder Goddess avatar was far too tumultuous. It is known that the higher the realm, the lesser the commotion upon descent. Conversely, the lower the realm, the greater the disturbance. Clearly, the Thunder God had not made significant progress during his millennia in this divine realm. At least, according to Qie Qiong's estimations, had he been the one to descend, he would never have caused such a ruckus. With this thought, Qie Qiong remained unperturbed, calmly observing as he dealt with this minor inconvenience. Suddenly, a blurred silhouette composed of golden lightning surged forth from the golden vortex, instantly merging with the corporeal body below. The corporeal form abruptly opened its eyes, but within those human pupils, two piercing golden bolts of lightning had manifested. An overwhelming will, seemingly commanding the destructive thunder of heaven and earth, awakened in an instant, taking control of the body. The flesh hovered upward, its surface flickering with lightning, as its form underwent subtle adjustments, becoming more perfect and attuned to the laws of destructive thunder. Ultimately, a figure, entirely enveloped in intricate golden lightning runes, resembling the incarnation of thunder, emerged atop the ruins. His aura unmistakably reached the apex of what the material realm permitted, a demigod's limit. The Thunder God's avatar inhaled deeply, causing the very essence of the Thunder Sanctuary to tremble and emit a resonating hum. The breath of the material realm, the oppressive rules, were indeed loathsome. With a casual flick of his arm, the air was effortlessly torn asunder, producing a sharp crack of thunder. Yet, it was heavily constrained by the omnipresent rules of the material realm, his power suppressed to its utmost limit, and his speed far less agile than in the divine realm. Chains bound him at every turn. The Thunder God's avatar furrowed his brow slightly, sensing the limitations of this native body, due to the rules of the material realm. He could no longer reinforce it in the slightest. However, his eyes, swirling like a vortex of thunder, swiftly locked onto Qie Qiong and Xie Yunzhou in the sky. A pressure imbued with divine will bore down upon them, palpable as if it were a physical force. Although his power was constrained to the demigod limit, the suppression emanating from a higher echelon of life and the application of laws was sufficient to make the souls of most demigods tremble. Qie Qiong stepped forward calmly, his form resembling an imperceptible barrier of space, when the overwhelming pressure that could alter the very heavens bore down upon him. It was as if it collided with a solid wall, failing to breach his presence even slightly, dissipating into the void. He was untroubled. After all, the pressure unleashed by this trifling third-tier deity was of little concern to him, but his father was still incapable of such feats. He was merely a Class 3 true intent of the holy level extraordinary. Had Qie Qiong not withstood this pressure, Xie Yunzhou would have surely lost all combat capability. Qie Qiong stood with his hands clasped behind his back, and with a gentle movement of his fingers, a portal of space manifested, sending Xie Yunzhou back to the mortal realm. Upon witnessing this, the Thunder God made no effort to intervene. After all, in his eyes, as long as he could eliminate this second-tier true intent extraordinary, he would be able to restore the Thunder Empire. Dealing with you is more than sufficient. The voice of the Thunder God's avatar thundered like 1,000 storms. Should you succeed in becoming a deity, I fear my existence in the divine realm would not fare well. Although it is my inept descendant who, out of selfishness, has offended you, I must express my apologies. For now, you hold significant importance to me. The Thunder God's avatar's gaze shifted slightly downward, sweeping over the ruins where Lei Wuji had sacrificed himself. In the center lay a long spear entwined with thunder, thrust obliquely into the rock. It was the divine artifact, Heavenly Punishment Thunder Spear, that Lei Wuji had wielded. At this moment, having lost its human control, the artifact appeared somewhat dim, yet with the emergence of the Thunder Goddess avatar, the inherent power of thunder within it began to resonate subtly with the presence of the Thunder God's avatar above. With but a mere flicker of his consciousness, the dormant divine spear seemed to respond to a summons, erupting with dazzling purple-golden lightning. It transformed into a streak of purple lightning, instantaneously flying into the grasp of the Thunder God's avatar. Grasping the spear, the ancient lightning runes upon its shaft began to swirl as if alive, with a torrent of destructive, thunderous divine power surging forth, amplifying its might to a magnitude far beyond what Lei Wuji had wielded. The Thunder God's avatar pointed the spear toward the distant Qie Qiong. Chapter 43, Execution, Pinnacle True Intent. With the spear in hand, the Thunder God's avatar ceased to utter further words. The Heavenly Punishment Thunder Spear was thrust forward. This thrust, though simple, contained the power to reach the limits of the material realm. It was not a sophisticated technique, but pure force. At the spear's tip, terrifying destructive thunder coalesced, transforming golden lightning into a dark purple hue. The power emanating from it caused the entire thunder sanctuary to tremble. In the hands of the Thunder God, this low-grade artifact unleashed its true might. When it had been in Lei Wuji's possession, its power had barely exceeded that of a superior half-artifact. This was not mere mundane thunder. This was destructive thunder capable of obliterating stars. Its core lay in the Thunder God's third-tier divine heart, the heart of destructive thunder that had enabled his ascent to divinity. This was the essence birthed from the Thunder God's fusion of the mysteries of destruction and thunder. It endowed the thunder with absolute destructive properties, disregarding defenses and annihilating all matter and energy it touched. In the Thunder God's avatar's anticipation, this spear, while perhaps insufficient to slay Qie Qiong, would certainly leave him in disarray. After all, according to his intelligence, Qie Qiong had only just grasped the true intent of space 20 years prior. Even with his extraordinary talent, such rapid advancement was implausible. To progress even a single tier would already classify him as a genius among geniuses. The legendary first-tier true intent extraordinary was not to be underestimated. Should Qie Qiong become aware of his thoughts, he would likely burst into laughter. After all, how could mere talent compare to his extraordinary capabilities? However, facing this strike, capable of reducing ordinary demigods to ashes in an instant, Qie Qiong's expression remained tranquil. He did not react with the disarray the Thunder God had envisioned. He simply stood there, raising his hand slowly. At the moment the destructive thunder approached, a bizarre scene unfolded. Centered around Qie Qiong, the space within a radius of 10 zhang seemed to detach from the surrounding realm, forming an absolute domain of control. Upon entering this domain, the annihilating dark purple thunder appeared to plunge into an immensely viscous, invisible water. Crackle. The destructive thunder obliterated layer upon layer of spatial barriers. Yet, this space, entirely governed by Qie Qiong, possessed a structure far beyond that of a singular space. It was not merely a layer, but a domain formed by the superposition of countless layers of space. Each layer's destruction adeptly mitigated a portion of the destructive force, while the space itself underwent a cyclical reorganization, dissipating the seemingly indomitable destructive thunder. The heart of space, it transcended the simplistic application of true intent, representing a deeper mastery and utilization of spatial laws. Within the domain he commanded, space was an extension of his will, endlessly mutable. Moreover, with a second-tier divine heart, should Qie Qiong desire, he could ascend to divinity at any moment. The manifestation of the Thunder God exhibited a visage of astonishment for the first time. His strike, imbued with the essence of annihilating thunder, should have effortlessly pierced through the defenses of the second realm of spatial truth. Yet, it was unexpectedly neutralized with such nonchalance by his adversary. This was beyond the capabilities of one who merely possessed the essence of spatial truth. The only plausible explanation was the attainment of the divine heart realm. You have reached the divine heart realm. The voice of the Thunder God's manifestation carried an undercurrent of disbelief. As Qie Qiong actively released his aura, a wave resonated around him, harmonizing with the very fabric of space and revealing that he too was at the same level of the divine heart realm. Moreover, it was an exceptionally potent spatial divine heart. Among the second-grade divine hearts, the spatial divine heart is the most formidable, second only to that of time. It is far more versatile than other second-grade truths. The initial shock swiftly transformed into a fierce intent to kill. A young cultivator, proficient in the spatial divine heart, posed a threat far beyond imagination. He must be eradicated at all cost before he masters the godly secret arts. After all, in the Thunder Goddess view, the only aspect in which he surpassed Qie Qiong was in possessing the godly secret arts that only a realm god could create. Ah, what a remarkable spatial divine heart. No wonder he dares to be so audacious. Today he must die. The Thunder God's manifestation roared, channeling all his might into the annihilating thunder divine heart. The heavenly punishment thunder spear in his hand transitioned from a mere piercing weapon to a swirling tempest. Boom! At the spear's tip, a dark purple vortex of thunder, seemingly capable of devouring everything, suddenly formed. Within this vortex, the rules of annihilation rampaged uncontrollably, crafting an absolute domain of obliteration. This was the application of the godly secret art annihilation of all things, which he had acquired after joining the service of a realm god in the divine realm. This attack was no longer about tearing apart space. It aimed to drag Qie Qiong along with his spatial domain into the core of the vortex, utterly crushing it into nothingness. This represented a higher-level utilization of the annihilation-type divine heart by a realm god, creating a sustained domain of destruction. Qie Qiong's gaze sharpened. Confronted with this vortex of annihilation, he finally made his move. His figure became a blur, melding into the very essence of space itself. He did not teleport away, but left countless indistinguishable afterimages in his wake, each existing in different layers of space, while simultaneously inhabiting reality. Unless all these afterimages were extinguished in an instant, leaving even a single one would render all previous efforts futile. This was the ultimate application of the spatial divine heart. The spatial phantom. Simultaneously, he clenched his right hand, summoning a long sword forged from the power of space, its blade shimmering with a profound silver luminescence. The sword appeared to be formless, yet contained the power to sever all things. Just as his figure evaded the vortex's core, Qie Qiong's true form manifested in a space untouched by the vortex's assault. With the spatial sword in hand, he nonchalantly slashed at the tumultuous edge of the thunder vortex. There was no cataclysmic explosion. A spatial rift silently emerged at the vortex's periphery. This rift seemed to possess a life of its own, greedily consuming the surrounding turbulent energies of annihilating thunder and expanding at an astonishing rate. The spatial divine heart engendered a space that devoured. It did not rely on brute force, but directly manipulated space to create a rift capable of consumption. This rift spread like the deadliest virus, swiftly destabilizing the vortex. Boom! The vortex of annihilating thunder trembled violently. With the dual forces of internal chaos and external spatial rifts, it collapsed with a resounding crash. The unleashed, annihilating energy transformed into countless uncontrollable thunder serpents, dispersing in all directions. Before these lightning serpents could wreak havoc on the surrounding environment, they were absorbed by the spatial rift. Witnessing this outcome, the thunder god was momentarily taken aback. He never anticipated that this strike could achieve such decisive results, nor did he foresee it being so effortlessly dismantled by Qie Qiong's casual maneuver. The thunder god's manifestation, wielding the heavenly punishment thunder spear, gazed in astonishment at his once proud, godly secret art annihilation of all things being consumed and destroyed by a mere spatial rift. The profundity and strength of the spatial divine heart surpassed his wildest imaginings, even without practicing any secret arts. The spatial divine heart truly lived up to its reputation. The thunder god's manifestation's eyes glimmered with palpable malice. The more astonishing the opponent's talents appeared, the more he felt a sense of relief. Relief that he had expended his soul to eradicate Qie Qiong in his infancy. An enemy so young, yet already mastering a second-grade spatial divine heart, if allowed to grow, would undoubtedly become a realm god-level powerhouse. At that time, the realm god he served may not necessarily protect him. However, you, in your current state, wish to contend with me. You are still far from it. With a furious roar, the thunder god's manifestation activated the annihilating thunder divine heart, igniting the runes on the heavenly punishment thunder spear. In an instant, the spear transformed into 9 dark purple thunder spears. These 9 spears, swirling with the rules of annihilation, seemed capable of piercing through worlds. Go! The thunder god's manifestation commanded with a gesture. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The 9 dark, purple streaks of light tore through the heavens, reaching Qie Qiong in the blink of an eye, their speed breathtaking. Faced with this terrifying assault, Qie Qiong's expression remained as calm as ever. "Your methods are merely mediocre." He spoke with a tranquil voice, clear amidst the thunderous roars. No sooner had his words fallen than a ripple spread through the space beside him. Following this, a figure clad in silver robes, identical to his own and radiating the same aura, emerged from his side and stepped forward. The spatial phantom. Now, both the true form and the phantom stood side by side, instantly stabilizing the chaos that had ensued from the thunder spears. With the appearance of the phantom, the thunder god's manifestation felt an overwhelming pressure. He realized that the newly appeared phantom possessed strength equivalent to that of the true form. Kill. The two minds merged as one. Qie Qiong's true form stood at the center, wielding the spatial sword, and slashed towards the 9 incoming thunder spears. A rift, spanning the heavens and the earth, emerged, actively meeting the onslaught. Meanwhile, the spatial phantom instantaneously appeared behind the thunder god's manifestation, silver light flickering at its fingertips, directing a spatial annihilation strike towards its vulnerable back. The thunder god's manifestation's expression shifted slightly. Facing the strike, he let out a long howl. Indestructible thunder armor. Boom! A liquid-like dark purple annihilating thunder erupted around his body, flowing like water, enveloping him entirely. It formed a grotesque and heavy armor of thunder. Still a warrior clad in armor. This armor continuously absorbed the spatial attacks from behind. The 9 thunder spears collided with the spatial rift, causing it to tremble violently. Yet ultimately, it did not pierce through. Boom! Qie Qiong unleashed another spatial blade, striking fiercely against the thunder armor. The portion struck by the blade caved in deeply. The thunder god let out a muffled groan, propelled backward by the force of Qie Qiong's spatial slash. As he swung the heavenly punishment thunder spear in a sweeping motion, forcefully striking towards the approaching spatial phantom. Clang! The spatial phantom met the divine spear with a hand fashioned into a blade. Though the phantom was pushed back several feet, it sustained no damage and once again engaged the thunder god in fervent combat. The two entities, one true form and one phantom, coordinated seamlessly, unleashing a tempestuous barrage of attacks upon the thunder god's manifestation. He could only rely on the formidable attack power of the destruction thunder god's heart. The indestructible thunder armor and the might of the divine artifact, the heavenly punishment thunder spear, to barely hold his ground. Although the secret technique, annihilation of all things, possessed unparalleled power, even forcing both Qie Qiong and the illusionary body to temporarily retreat from its brilliance. The thunder god found himself overwhelmed in the face of 2 space heart realm experts whose minds were in sync. The thunder armor upon him began to lose its luster under the relentless onslaught. As the battle reached a fever pitch, the forces of space and destruction thunder collided and annihilated one another, turning the thunder sacred land into a tumultuous maelstrom. After narrowly evading the direct thrust of the thunder spear once more, Qie Qiong's gaze inadvertently swept over a spatial blade he had coalesced in his hand for defense. The edge of that spatial power shimmered with a dark golden hue, a reflection of the golden heart of the divine realm he had infused within it. In that fleeting moment, a spark of enlightenment ignited within Qie Qiong's mind. Space and gold, the convergence of the two, the apex. As his thoughts crystallized, the perfect amalgamation of spatial force and golden power coalesced into a singular point capable of penetrating all. A brand new, terrifying truth that transcended the realm of space heart was born within Qie Qiong. The true meaning of the apex in its dual form. Just as the thunder god's avatar wielded the heavenly punishment thunder spear, unleashing a wave of destructive thunder to temporarily repel the spatial illusion. The spear's tip glimmered with lightning, poised to launch another assault on Qie Qiong. So, it is, I have already discovered the path that belongs to me. The first class of truth. Qie Qiong's voice brimmed with joy and realization. He relinquished the application of spatial truth and simply raised his sword, unremarkable in appearance. The sword's tip revealed a deep, unfathomable point of darkness, seemingly capable of devouring light itself. This minuscule dot of darkness, no larger than a grain of rice, sent tremors throughout the entire thunder sacred land. It appeared as a flaw in the fabric of this world, the inception and conclusion of crumbled rules. The heart of the thunder god's avatar suddenly contracted, a wave of primal death instinct surged through him, a visceral sense of impending doom permeating his being. His divine consciousness screamed in alarm. Danger! Extreme danger. Yet it was too late. The spatial illusion lunged forward once more, ensnaring the thunder god's avatar with spatial force, causing a momentary delay in its movements. Qie Qiong gently nudged the tip of his sword forward. The profound, dark point vanished without a trace. No, it did not simply disappear. It defied the distance of space, even transcending certain constraints of the material realm, existing in the very core of the thunder god's avatar the moment it was born. From the life core of the thunder god's avatar as a starting point, the dark point emerged and expanded, completely engulfing the entire body, returning it to the void. The heavenly punishment thunder spear lost its control, plummeting from the air to embed itself in the earth. The destruction thunder also lost its source, gradually dissipating into nothingness. The entire thunder's sacred land lay in ruins, engulfed in silence. Only Qie Qiong and the spatial illusion floated quietly in the air. The spatial illusion slowly dissipated, transforming into a silver light that merged back into the main body. Qie Qiong gradually withdrew the spatial longsword, pointing to where the dark point had long since vanished. Apex, he whispered to himself. It turned out that the moment his spatial truth reached its first level, the secret technique he had created, Apex, had already embarked on the correct path. In this fierce battle, he had finally grasped this first-class truth. Moreover, he had achieved it at the dual realm. Before he could revel in his triumph, a wave of energy surged before Qie Qiong. Chapter 44. The Time-Space Temple, the direct disciple, Xingyun, extraordinary Qie Qiong. I invite you to join the Time-Space Temple. Do you accept? This wave emanated a powerful voice, indifferent and lofty. Qie Qiong, who had just grasped the true meaning of the apex, was momentarily taken aback. An invitation to join the Time-Space Temple? He had not anticipated that merely mastering a first-class truth would elicit such an invitation. In the world of extreme thunder, traces of the Time-Space Temple were evident. Back then, his ardent desire to comprehend the truth of space stemmed not only from his mother-esque circumstances, but also from the allure of the Time-Space Temple. Although in this Tsangyun material realm, the three gods only divulged information about the divine realm or the abyss to their kin, leaving the extraordinary families here largely uninformed about the divine powers. However, as a reborn individual who had perused the original work, he was well aware of the nature of the Time-Space Temple. Had he been captured during the sixth-class truth, his life and death might still be under someone else's control. Yet, he was no longer the man he had been 30 years ago. He now possessed the right to refuse. Second-class and first-class extraordinary truths were absolutely prohibited from being seized. Only invitations were permitted. I apologize, but I must decline, Qie Qiong stated without hesitation. He saw no particular advantage in joining the Time-Space Temple at this juncture. After all, even if he were to study the Golden Light secret tome now, with his spatial heart realm, he would find that his comprehension of the spatial aspect would amount to less than a fraction of the whole. He understood what this implied. If he were to join the Time-Space Temple, his life and death would ultimately be beyond his control. Indeed, he would not even have the power to decide his own demise, for the Time-Space Temple was never short of formidable beings. That would be a tremendous loss. What? Are you afraid? Worried that the risks of the Time-Space Temple's missions are too high? The voice remained indifferent. You need not concern yourself with that, given your potential. I can directly promote you to a Golden Order envoy within the Time-Space Temple, granting you numerous privileges. The likelihood of death would be negligible. Qie Qiong smiled slightly. It seemed that the Time-Space Temple was indeed just as described in the original work. However, it mattered not, for he had no intention of joining. I still refuse, Qie Qiong asserted. I have no desire to join the Time-Space Temple. The indifferent voice continued. You are so young, yet have already mastered the true meaning of the apex. My Time-Space Temple is home to many powerful beings, with countless resources and treasures. I believe you will soon be able to attain a faster understanding of the apex of the Divine Heart. Furthermore, you need not worry too much about death. The Time-Space Temple will do everything in its power to protect you. Even if you perish, your soul will be safeguarded and your body reformed. Golden Order envoy? Qie Qiong shook his head. No need. Given my training speed, even if it were to slow down, I would not take long to cultivate the apex of the Divine Heart. By then, I could become the sovereign of this material realm. What I require is time. As far as I know, your Time-Space Temple cannot afford to grant me much time. Can you? That is not permissible. You're still young, having only lived for a little over 50 years, and now is the most crucial time for your development. It is also the best opportunity to comprehend the true meaning of the apex. The indifferent voice rejected him. The earlier you cultivate, the more important time becomes. It must not be wasted. By the time you become a powerful being in the divine realm, You can squander 1,000,000 years without concern. But now, every single year must be cherished. The foundational rules set by my time-space temple cannot be defied, even for a Golden Order envoy, despite the many privileges they possess. You must understand that according to the tasks of my time-space temple, you are highly likely to become the fastest individual in history to ascend to the first level of the celestial realm. Indeed, with your talents, as long as you do not fall, becoming a powerful being will be an effortless feat. It is worth noting that the record holders among the 4 realms of the celestial realm, such as the Flying Snow Master, are already formidable beings in their own right. Not to mention the other 2. Apologies, but there appears to be no alternative. Qie Qiong shook his head, expressing no particular thoughts regarding the swift ascent to the first level of the celestial realm. At that moment, as Qie Qiong declined the overtures of the time-space temple spirit, within the central hall of Time-Space Island, the grand edifice appeared, from an external perspective, no different from an ordinary temple of the mundane world. Yet internally, it resembled a miniature universe. Within this microcosm, a man clad in black robes with flowing black hair engaged in profound cultivation. He is the master of Time-Space Island, a being ranked among the top 10 in the vast cosmos of Tianyu, the true sovereign of the Time-Space Temple. A tranquil voice resonated within this realm. What is it? The master of Time-Space Island opened his eyes. He had established a command that the spirit of the Time-Space Temple would not disturb him unless certain conditions of his own design were met. Master, I have discovered an extraordinary first-grade true essence in the material world. The master of Time-Space Island awaited further elaboration from the temple spirit, knowing that typical first-grade true essences, while precious, would not warrant his attention. After all, even those who had ascended to great power were merely the most common of mighty beings, with many only achieving the 4th level of the celestial realm. Master, this particular first-grade true essence is somewhat different, the spirit continued. Oh, this revelation piqued the curiosity of the master of Time-Space Island. This extraordinary individual, despite being just over 50 years old, had already grasped the 2nd level of the ultimate true essence. Upon hearing this, the master of Time-Space Island's expression shifted noticeably. A 50-something-year-old at the 2nd level of first-grade true essence holds significant potential to become a first-level celestial being before reaching 300 years of age. In the past, he had contended with the Lord of the Pantheon and the Bloodblade God Emperor over the coveted Qing Jun. Ultimately, it was the Bloodblade God Emperor, with his overwhelming might, who took Qing Jun as his disciple. Yet today, this first-grade true essence, though yet to comprehend the divine heart, showcased an impressive cultivation speed that suggested promising prospects. At that time, he had been the first to yield, a matter that brought considerable embarrassment to the master of Time-Space Island. If he could take Qie Qiong as a disciple today, it would allow him to regain some of his lost face when Qie Qiong emerged into the world. Is there a record of his cultivation journey? The master inquired. Master, I observed his fluctuations while he fought against an avatar of a deity during my exploration of the lower realms, the spirit explained. Then you shall calculate. No, I shall take matters into my own hands, the master of Time-Space Island interjected, his impatience evident. While the Time-Space Temple did not enact a temporal reversal in the material realm, it was certainly not as swift as its creator. The master cast his gaze toward a distant direction, and a formidable force began to traverse countless spatial barriers, forcefully penetrating the obstacles of the material realm. With a resounding whoosh, the intangible might descended upon the Tsangyan world. The life of Qie Qiong unfolded before his eyes. Qie Qiong, born in the Tsangyan material realm, harmonized with his sword at the age of 6, achieved unity with the heavens at 11, and comprehended the essence of gold by the age of 24. Up to this point, the master of Time-Space Island regarded Qie Qiong's talent as fairly ordinary. However, what followed made the master pay closer attention. After another 10 years, he grasped the essence of space, and 2 decades later, he had already mastered the divine heart of space and the 2nd level of the ultimate true essence. Moreover, within Qie Qiong's understanding of spatial essence, the master discerned some exceptional qualities. For one who commands time and space, distance and the material realm pose no obstacle. A mere thought suffices to traverse the void. Having just declined the spirit of the Time-Space Temple, Qie Qiong had not yet had the opportunity to gather his spoils when, suddenly, he found himself enveloped by a surge of temporal and spatial energy. In the next moment, he was transported to another world, observing the black-robed figure before him. He did not hesitate to bow and greet. I pay my respects to the elder, although the figure stood directly in front of him, within Qie Qiong's perception. It felt as though he existed in a void. The ability to effortlessly displace him from the material world was beyond his capacity to resist. And if he was not mistaken, this individual was none other than a detached, yet familiar voice resonated in his ear, unmistakably that of the spirit of the time-space temple. Do not panic. This is the core of the time-space temple, time-space island. Before you stands its creator, the illustrious master of time-space. Indeed, Qie Qiong's assumptions were correct. Apart from this figure, he could hardly fathom who else might have transported him here after his conversation with the spirit of the time-space temple. I pay my respects to the master of time-space. Qie Qiong repeated his bow. There is no need for excessive formalities. The voice of the master of time-space bore a striking resemblance to that of the temple spirit. His tone equally indifferent. He continued, Qie Qiong, you are commendable. Achieving first-grade true essence at over 50 years is quite remarkable in the annals of the divine abyss. In a barren realm, such as the Tsungyun material world, your accomplishment is even more extraordinary. I am unworthy of such praise. I must strive harder. Qie Qiong refrained from following the master's lead in conversation. No, you need not be so modest. The master of time-space shook his head, for he was not one to indulge in false humility, nor did he impose such expectations on others. At your age, attaining the second level of the ultimate true essence, with the right guidance and resources, I believe you could surpass the records of first-level celestial beings. Are you aware that those who have set these breakthrough records are now considered the pinnacle within this divine abyss? Qie Qiong shook his head slightly. I'm unaware. In truth, he was well aware, but as someone hailing from a barren material realm without entry into the divine realm, he could only feign ignorance. The master of time-space before you holds the record for the fastest ascent to the fourth level of celestial beings in the history of the divine abyss. The spirit of the time-space temple elaborated, providing insights to Qie Qiong. Apart from this individual, the other three record holders, save for one who has gone somewhat mad, have all transcended. I do not dare to compare myself with esteemed predecessors, Qie Qiong continued, but may I inquire why you have summoned me here? If it is to make me a so-called Golden Order envoy, I must respectfully decline. The master of time-space nodded, showing no surprise at Qie Qiong's response, merely stating, in that case, would you be willing to formally join the time-space temple? Formally join? Qie Qiong expressed his confusion. This was something he genuinely did not understand. Were the reincarnators not considered formal members of the time-space temple? Yes, to formally join. Generally, only first-level celestial beings are deemed true members of the temple. The master's tone remained indifferent, clarifying that the divine beings of the divine realm were far too numerous, and they were at most considered peripheral members. Qie Qiong nodded, indicating his understanding. The original text had mentioned that the number of divine beings in the divine realm was comparable to the mortals of the material realm, while the celestial beings were akin to the denizens of the heavenly realm. I, as a junior, am willing to join, Qie Qiong declared, opting not to elaborate further. The master of time-space had personally brought him here and spoken at length. If he were to refuse again, he could only imagine the consequences. After all, based on the original text, although the master of time-space would fight for this universe, it was merely because the altered universe could not sustain cultivators beneath the void god. One could argue it was for his own sake. Furthermore, given that the master disregarded his prior agreements with the other sovereigns to bring Qie Qiong here, it suggested he was not one to adhere to rules. Moreover, based on the character traits exhibited by the master of time and space in the original text, he has already shown considerable respect towards Qie Qiong. It would be wiser to acquiesce to him now, rather than risk embarrassment later. After all, even if the Bloodblade Divine Emperor and others were to discover this matter later on, he might well have vanished by then. Furthermore, Qie Qiong is aware of the issues surrounding the Mother Ancestor teachings. They could not possibly impose severe penalties on a sovereign for such a trivial matter. Once he joins the Temple of Time and Space, he may undertake his tasks at his convenience. With only one stipulation, he must ascend to the first layer of Celestial God before the age of 600, at which point he would become my direct disciple. Upon noticing Qie Qiong's agreement, the Master of Time and Space made a promise. Until that time, you shall be my inner disciple. Do you accept? The Master's words startled Qie Qiong. Direct disciple? Regardless of the Master's deficiencies, he is still a sovereign, and moreover, a sovereign of the time and space Tao. Although the spatial path within the Golden Light secret tome is formidable, it scarcely resembles a sovereign-level path. After all, even he has comprehended barely a tenth of it. Nevertheless, in the original narrative, the Time Sovereign, despite his shortcomings, is undeniably a teacher to his disciples, belonging to a faction known for nurturing students. This can be readily observed in the introduction of the Lord of the Nine Suns. Qie Qiong ceased his bowing and instead performed a deep salute to the Master of Time and Space, proclaiming, "Disciple greets the Master." Witnessing Qie Qiong's demeanor, The master finally broke into a smile. Excellent, excellent. If you succeed, you shall become my sixth direct disciple. Among his direct disciples, only 2 have transcended. The remaining 4 are merely fourth-layer celestial gods. Among the 2 powerful ones, only the Lord of the Nine Suns possesses commendable combat prowess. Yet this is of little significance to him. It is only by nurturing a disciple like Qie Qiong that he would find someone capable of fighting and collaborating with him in the abyss of the divine realm in the future. Chapter 45. Ascending to Godhood. The art of cloning now. I shall return you to the material realm. Once you have mastered the art of cloning, you may send 1 clone to the island of time and space, announced the master, enveloping Qie Qiong in a wave of temporal energy. The sensation was akin to his arrival. Before he could utter a word, he was transported back to the Thunder-Sacred Land. Now, hand over those trivial matters to him. Qie Qiong's form solidified once more amidst the ruins of the Thunder-Sacred Land. The 2 instances of temporal transmission within a short span left him somewhat dazed. Just as he returned, the indifferent voice of the artifact spirit of the Temple of Time and Space resonated in his mind. Qie Qiong. Yes, esteemed spirit, Qie Qiong promptly replied. Having now effectively joined the Temple of Time and Space, his demeanor markedly different from before. Your master has prepared all that you require. The spirit remained as cold as ever, stating that the resources necessary for the art of cloning, as well as the divine crystals to assist you in breaking through to the first layer of celestial godhood, have all been provisioned. As the words fell, an ancient-looking spatial ring appeared before him, quietly suspended in the air. The art of cloning is not particularly complex. It is a standard skill among celestial gods in this world. Even some gods or transcendent beings who are fearful of death can practice it. However, the division of one's soul does lead to a decrease in innate talent. But this flaw is only present in those who have yet to comprehend the true intent of the first grade. For a transcendent being like Qie Qiong, who has grasped the true intent, there is no need to worry about soul damage. The 9 true intents and the divine heart are all entities that touch upon the essence of heaven and earth, possessing unparalleled restorative effects on the soul. Qie Qiong has already comprehended the true intent at its apex. Neglecting to practice the art of cloning would be a waste of resources. After all, the art of cloning can be considered one of the foremost means of self-preservation in this universe. As for the divine crystals sufficient for breaking through to the first layer of celestial godhood, they may indeed be more precious than the art of cloning within the divine realm. However, for Qie Qiong, the art of cloning holds greater significance. He extended his hand and grasped the spatial ring firmly in his palm. Thank you, Master, he said steadily, fully aware that these were indeed the items he sorely lacked. Master, allow me to assure you that concerning the secret arts, you need not worry. You will acquire them upon your arrival at the island of time and space. With that statement, the temporal fluctuations of the Temple of Time and Space dissipated. With a wave of his hand, the heavenly punishment thunder spear materialized in Qie Qiong's grasp. Although he had already pledged himself to the Master of Time and Space, every little advantage counts. As for the 3 divine warriors of the celestial realm, they had already vanished from Qie Qiong's perception within the Thunder-Sacred Land. However, as long as they do not flee to the divine realm, their location is ultimately inconsequential. Upon exiting the Thunder-Sacred Land, Qie Qiong spotted Qiyun Zhou waiting for him. Father, he approached. It has been resolved. Ha ha, splendid. Qiyun Zhou laughed heartily. Were it not for this son of mine, our family would still be in dire straits. Let us return. The war must be concluded swiftly. Qie Qiong gazed at the Thunder Capital, ravaged by the flames of war. Once he ascends to godhood, all of this will become his dominion, including the transcendent beings from the 3 nations. He cannot allow his assets to be at odds with each other. In the quiet chamber of the Qie family, Qie Qiong sat cross-legged, my true divine heart. Within the sea of consciousness, a rumble echoed as the soul underwent a profound transformation. The intangible rules of the arcane beginning to meld with his essence. The once fickle and ever-changing soul began to stabilize. As the rules of the spatial divine heart intertwined with his soul, Qie Qiong's essence began to solidify, gradually taking on the form of a small figure. Within the sea of consciousness, this figure sat cross-legged, embodying the essence of space itself. Upon coalescing his true divine heart, Qie Qiong immediately sensed a distinct difference from before. He felt as though he were the very embodiment of space, a greater alignment than when he had consolidated his spatial divine body. Moreover, the mysteries of time and space became significantly more accessible. Previously, he had no comprehension of the intricacies of time, yet now they unfolded before him in succession. Consolidating the true divine heart is indeed beneficial for cultivation. At this rate, I may soon grasp the true intent of time and space. Next, I shall open the divine sea. Qie Qiong's fighting spirit had already achieved the demigod's limit over the past 20 years. Within his dantian, thunder rumbled, the substantial manifestation of demigod fighting spirit. With a mere thought, countless bolts of thunderous fighting spirit, under the manipulation of the spatial divine heart, began to spread, gradually filling the entirety of his dantian. Under the intricate rules of the spatial divine heart, it continually solidified, and its power began to transform. It started to transmute into an entirely different force, divine power. It was far more potent and wondrous than fighting spirit. A vast, surging ocean of divine power began to take shape. As the divine sea was opened, a colossal oceanic illusion emerged above Qie Qiong's residence, stretching over 100,000 miles, its waters tumultuous and roaring. As this illusion manifested, the inhabitants of the material realm of Tsangyun looked up in awe at the immense ocean. What is happening? I've never seen anything like it. Although countless mortals witnessed the oceanic illusion, they could not fathom the concept of ascension to godhood, as divinity felt distant from them. Even ordinary transcendent beings lacked comprehension of such matters. Has someone ascended to godhood? Is someone truly opening the divine sea? In that moment, transcendent beings still engaged in battles or meditations in the mortal realm halted their actions. Each one soared into the sky, gazing in astonishment at the vast oceanic illusion from afar, their mouths agape in disbelief. Is it possible that someone from their generation has ascended to divinity? This is the Tsangyun material realm, home to the first deity in 10 millennia. Unlike ordinary transcendence, the extraordinary beings from the three great empires and the Bloodblade Tavern possess divine backgrounds from the realm of gods, granting them a deeper understanding of divinity. The creation of a divine sea, one of such vastness, surpasses even the divine seas of the three ancient deities from Ur. It must be that fellow from the Qie family. He is barely over 50. It seems that for the next 10,000 years, we shall remain in this world of the extraordinary. Although the two great empires possess some information regarding the divine, their ancestors are merely third-grade divine spirits. Second-grade divine hearts lead to ascension. It appears that the Tsangyun material realm has found its master. These words were spoken by the current master of the Bloodblade Tavern. As the foremost power within the abyss of the divine realm, the Bloodblade Tavern, while lacking significant influence in the Tsangyun material realm, possesses intelligence far superior to that of the two great empires. Meanwhile, in a certain county city, beneath the Lord's manor, countless figures clad in black robes diligently added precious, extraordinary materials to a blood pool. At the center of this blood pool lies a 2-meter-tall corporeal form, indistinguishable from an ordinary person save for its height, faintly exhibiting a slow, profound breathing. Beside the blood pool stands a man in golden robes, his expression grim. Damn it, a deity has been born. The man in golden robes had begun to lay the groundwork to seize this material world a century ago, preparing for the subsequent material realms. It was fortuitous that the ancient deities of the Tsangyun material realm were not particularly formidable and would not exhaust his resources significantly. Yet, who could have foreseen the birth of a second-grade, true-intent demigod within this material realm 2 decades ago? At that moment, he had escalated his investment in this realm, resulting in the creation of this blood pool. However, he never anticipated that this second-grade, true-intent transcendence would ascend to divinity so swiftly. With a cognitive sea of 100,000 miles, and at merely 50 years of age, he seems destined to become the sovereign of this material realm. The golden-robed figure scoffed, yet he knew that becoming a first-grade celestial deity would still be an arduous endeavor. Evolving a second-grade divine heart to a first-grade divine heart is exceedingly difficult. Among millions of second-grade divine spirits, having even one ascend is commendable. However, this individual, at just over 50, is capable of comprehending spatial divine hearts. Such potential could see him ascend to a first-grade celestial deity within a span of eons, or perhaps even a mere million years. Becoming a celestial deity is a daunting task in the eyes of the golden-robed figure. Although Qie Qiong had squandered many of his preliminary resources, he acknowledged that Qie Qiong held substantial promise to reach a comparable realm. He could, like himself, refine the heart of the world within 10,000 years, eventually becoming a first-grade celestial deity. No need to rush. The golden-robed figure remarked to the busy black-robed figures before his form dissipated. At the moment of Qie Qiong's ascension, this world was relinquished by him, for the conquest of this realm was merely preparatory for his neighboring worlds. While consuming resources was manageable, Contending with a second-grade divine spirit would demand excessive resources and might not even guarantee success. With Qie Qiong's ascension, the golden light secret tome within his cognitive sea radiated brilliance, transforming into countless motes of light that integrated into his cognitive sea, his soul continuously expanding until it reached the level of a fourth-grade celestial deity. In that instant, an overwhelming flood of memories from his 50-plus years surged forth, compelling Qie Qiong to temper his elation and begin the process of assimilating these memories. Indeed, today he realized his true identity. Soon, Qie Qiong opened his eyes. As he completed the assimilation of these memories, he vividly recalled that this was his second reincarnation. Unexpectedly, he had ascended to divinity so swiftly upon selecting his cultivation technique. He mused. Meanwhile, in the world of the devouring starry sky, within the chaos city, Qie Qiong's residence, after more than 50 years of waiting, he finally succeeded. Qie Qiong reflected. As the system emerged, a golden light seamlessly merged into his true spirit. Subsequently, Qie Qiong fell into slumber. In the world of the Snow Eagle Lord, unexpectedly, through a twist of fate, he became a disciple of the character most reminiscent of a villain in the original work. Qie Qiong chuckled lightly. However, the master of the time-space island is indeed the sovereign of the temporal path, and for one who devours, he may prove to be the most invaluable ally. After all, while other sovereigns might possess greater wealth, none surpass the time-space island lord in terms of teachings and resources related to time and space. With the restoration of Qie Qiong's memories, his comprehension of the intricacies of this world's space and time advanced at an astonishing pace. He discovered that within the devouring realm, the spatial laws he had comprehended could be transformed within this world, bringing him a mere step away from becoming a sovereign of the opening realm. However, that final step is far more daunting than all others combined. After all, in comparison, Qie Qiong must utilize the spatial laws to create secret techniques rivaling the strongest of the cosmic lords. It is easy to envision the enormity of this challenge. Furthermore, Qie Qiong uncovered a remarkably beneficial tidbit. In this world, time and space do not conflict, but rather complement each other. In the devouring realm, due to his deep understanding of spatial laws, his grasp of time had progressed slowly, limited to a meager level of the 10 layers of the celestial bridge. Yet in this world, due to the profound mysteries of time and space, Qie Qiong found that under the influence of the spatial divine heart, his comprehension of the laws of time was rapidly evolving into true intent. According to Qie Qiong's estimations, should he devote himself entirely to comprehending the true intent of time, he could achieve mastery within a few years. The fusion of the spatial and temporal divine hearts would likely soon enable him to grasp the heart of time and space. The time-space island lord claimed that I would soon become the fastest first-grade celestial deity. Yet I cannot shake the feeling that I may also shatter the records of the second-grade celestial deities. Qie Qiong mused silently. The next step involves this cloning technique. Qie Qiong retrieved the cloning method bestowed upon him by the time-space island lord. This was something previously non-existent in the world of devouring, but it would soon take form. Half a year later, in the Qie family's underground, he transformed it into a blood pool for nurturing clones. With the resources provided by the time-space island lord, preparing to cultivate clones was remarkably straightforward. Qie Qiong sat cross-legged beside the blood pool. A phantom emerged from his body and flew into a nearby embryo. As his soul entered the embryo, he immediately began cultivating the universal body. This embryo was born as an extraordinary body, as Qie Qiong cultivated. The elemental energy of heaven and earth within the space rapidly infused into the embryo. Now, with a far superior realm than before, Qie Qiong utilized his current level to cultivate the universal body to its third stage. This was due to the transformation of laws following the restoration of his memories, making the cultivation of the universal body significantly easier than before. From Qie Qiong's current perspective, the third stage of the universal body could already rival the secret techniques of celestial deities. Soon, the embryo split open and an infant body emerged, quickly growing until it bore an uncanny resemblance to Qie Qiong, even donning an identical silver robe. The clone, with a mere thought, transformed its robe into a golden one. This cloning method differed significantly from that within the devouring realm. Qie Qiong felt the changes brought forth by the birth of the clone. Within the realm of devouring, the typical avatar talent gives rise to avatars of varied races, whereas in the world of Snow Eagle, the method of creating avatars involves identical physical forms and souls. Although it does not enhance talents to the extent found in the devouring realm, it may even impair them if one does not ascend to the divine realm. It possesses a distinct advantage that the devouring world lacks. These avatars remain viable until one reaches the pinnacle of cosmic power, which constitutes the greatest benefit of this avatar technique. At this moment, the souls of the two avatars are rapidly rejuvenating. Qie Qiong smiles gently. Now that the avatars have been formed, once their souls are fully restored, he will comprehend the ultimate divine heart and achieve divinity. It remains uncertain what extraordinary skills the direct disciples of the Master of Time and Space will possess. Chapter 46. The Time and Space Tower. The extraordinary skills of the Snow Eagle world are far from the secret arts of devouring. Within the devouring realm, it is said that only individuals who comprehend the secret arts are known, and there are no reports of renowned powerhouses employing techniques crafted by others. In contrast, extraordinary skills are fundamentally creations of sovereigns, and not just any sovereign. At the very least, the Master of Time and Space would be incapable of creating them. The more remarkable skills are those devised by the void gods. If one were to draw an analogy, extraordinary skills for the powerhouses of the Snow Eagle world are somewhat akin to supreme treasures for those of the devouring realm. The first grade true intent allows for rapid soul recovery, restoring it to completeness within merely 3 months. Were it not for the restoration of memory post-divinity and the enhancement of the soul through the Golden Light secret tome and the system, achieving the level of a 4th-tier celestial god would not have required such a lengthy duration. After attending to these matters, Qie Qiong hosted a banquet at Qie Mansion, inviting numerous transcendent beings from the 3 great empires and the Bloodblade Tavern. We have met the Emperor. The transcendent beings collectively bowed. In the material realm of Songyun, the 3 great deities were referred to as the Emperor during their time in the material world a millennium ago. No need for excessive formalities. Qie Qiong, clad in a silver robe, replied with a smile. As a newly ascended deity, I have but one request. It is best to avoid further conflict. As he spoke, a fleeting divine aura emanated from him, and all present, especially the leaders of the 2 great empires and the Bloodblade Tavern, felt their divine hearts momentarily falter. Yes, we shall immediately withdraw our powers, the 3 semi-divine beings acknowledged without hesitation. Given that a deity had made such a declaration, any dissent would be utterly inappropriate. Furthermore, in the eyes of the 2 great empires, the mortal realm of Songyun and the minor transcendent worlds might very well belong to this Emperor Qie Qiong within the next 10 millennia. The Bloodblade Tavern understood that in order to survive in the Songyun material realm henceforth, they must heed his words. In a millennium, I shall thoroughly master this material world. Thus, the title of empire shall no longer hold significance. Qie Qiong continued, nodding at their response. I shall not establish any empires. I find the sect system of the Songyun Empire quite commendable. In the Songyun Empire, aside from the royal family, most factions exist as sects, and Qie Qiong merely intends to transform the royal family of the Songyun Empire into a sect as well. The expressions of the transcendent beings from the 2 great empires shifted slightly. They did not believe that this transformation into a sect was merely nominal. However, given that he was a deity now, they refrained from voicing their doubts, opting instead to consult their own divine patrons upon returning. As for the Bloodblade Tavern, Qie Qiong addressed its leader. You may continue as before, but please refrain from involving those close to me in your tasks. It would lead to unnecessary complications for all parties involved. Understood. We shall convey this upon our return. The transcendent beings from the Bloodblade Tavern responded promptly. Everyone, let's raise a toast. Qie Qiong lifted his bronze cup. I have no intention of managing the Songyun material realm. Aside from what I have just mentioned, let matters proceed as they should. Indeed, though each transcendent held their own thoughts, they answered in unison. As the banquet concluded, all transcendent beings, except for those who had settled in Yunhai County due to the war, departed in small groups to return to their respective factions. Particularly, the 2 great empires were eager to return and connect with their ancestors. However, the emergence of a deity within the Songyun material realm stirred a desire for guidance. This deity, being relatively unfamiliar with various factions and having a short cultivation period, left many uncertain about how to seek counsel. It was said that this individual had only 3 enemies since their inception, with 1 already vanquished. You lad, go along as well. It would be a fortune to receive guidance from the Emperor. The current Thunder royal family and the Fierce Sun clan remained unaware that they were perceived as delicacies in the eyes of the transcendent beings within the Songyun realm. Time and Space Island. Clad in a golden robe, Qie Qiong had already been transported here by the Time and Space Temple prior to the banquet's commencement. Typically, only deities possess dwellings on Time and Space Island, with a number of first-tier celestial gods exceedingly rare. As an inner disciple of the Master of Time and Space, Qie Qiong resided within the Time and Space Courtyard on this island. The Time and Space Courtyard serves as a place of instruction for disciples. Though none of the Master's 6 direct disciples possess a realm lower than that of a fourth-tier celestial god, thus they would not reside here. The Master of Time and Space admits very few inner and protector disciples. The Master of Time and Space and the Bloodblade God Emperor are two entirely different sovereigns. The Master, having been a prodigy in the annals of divine history, only accepts those of exceptional talent. In contrast, the Bloodblade God Emperor accepts disciples based on personal preference. Shortly after Qie Qiong's arrival, the indifferent voice of the temple spirit of time and space echoed in his ear. "Qie Qiong, the Master requests your presence." Qie Qiong promptly rose and exited the dwelling, where he encountered a silver-armored celestial god standing outside. The aura he emanated was unmistakable. Qie Qiong discerned that he was a third-tier celestial god. "Junior brother, simply call me Brother Dongfang. I, too, am an inner disciple of the Master," the silver-armored celestial god stated. "Brother Dongfang," Qie Qiong replied respectfully. As the silver-armored celestial god led Qie Qiong to the Master of Time and Space, he remarked, "The Master has not taken in any disciples for many years. If junior brother Qie Qiong is accepted, it must be due to exceptional qualities. Do look out for me then." By the time one reaches the level of the Master of Time and Space, even an ordinary first-tier transcendent holds little significance. Thus, many disciples currently are those accepted by the Master long ago. "You flatter me," Qie Qiong replied repeatedly, before the silver-armored knight could utter another word. Qie Qiong was ushered into the central hall. Within that small world, the Master of Time and Space, clad in a black robe, sat cross-legged. "Master, I have brought junior brother Qie Qiong," the silver-armored celestial god bowed. "I pay my respects to the Master." Qie Qiong also bowed deeply. The Master of Time and Space remained silent, slowly raising his gaze, and two beams of light pierced into Qie Qiong's eyes. In an instant, an abundance of information regarding extremity in time and space surged into Qie Qiong's mind. Moments later, he regained his composure, understanding this as the Master's guidance on extremity in time and space. "Thank you, Master," Qie Qiong expressed hastily. "Oh," the Master of Time and Space remarked with intrigue. "You awaken so swiftly. It seems you possess an innately powerful soul. It is known that a typical deity requires at least the duration of a T session to absorb such information. However, at the level of the Master of Time and Space, there is no inclination to pry into a disciple's fortune over such trivial matters. You have mastered the essence of the ultimate truth and the heart of spatial divinity, and it is imperative that you diligently cultivate this ultimate truth to ascend to the realm of the world God. At that point, you shall comprehend the nature of time, thereby enabling a more rapid integration with the fabric of space-time." The voice of the Master of Space-Time, albeit slightly altered, remains as indifferent as ever. "You may proceed to the third realm of the space-time tower for your cultivation. Simply call upon the spirit of the artifact when you wish to depart." Indeed, Master Qie Qiong is expected to arrive. Although the Master of Space-Time did not elaborate further, Qie Qiong sensed a distinct lack of hostility from him, unlike his portrayal as a foe in the original narrative. Moreover, due to Qie Qiong's restored memories, he harbored no animosity towards the Master of Space-Time. After all, despite Qie Qiong's relatively shorter lifespan compared to the Master, his consumption of countless millennia of experience had already enlightened him to the necessity of assessing a person from the perspective of their circumstances. In a world of devouring, how could Qie Qiong not be regarded as a villain by the other races? On that day, all disciples in the Space-Time Academy were invited by Dongfang Bai to a banquet in honor of Qie Qiong. Dongfang Bai, the silver-armored world god, introduced Qie Qiong to all of the Master of Space-Time's disciples, totaling 5 individuals, including Qie Qiong himself. Apart from the 3 guardian disciples, only Qie Qiong and Dongfang Bai were inner disciples. Thus, within the Space-Time Academy, apart from Dongfang Bai, Qie Qiong held the highest standing. The Master of Space-Time placed great emphasis on the distinction of identities. Guardian disciples, regardless of their cultivation level, were expected to obey the inner disciples, as the teachings imparted to them were also of the inner circle. The following day, Qie Qiong was transported into the third realm of the Space-Time Tower via the artifact spirit of the Space-Time Temple. The Space-Time Island's locking tower, akin to the Bloodblade Divine Emperors, comprised 9 distinct realms, each corresponding to one of the 9 supreme hearts of divinity. The third realm unveiled a vast expanse of grassland. Upon Qie Qiong's arrival, a scroll materialized before him. A secret technique? Qie Qiong unrolled the scroll, revealing an ultimate technique of the ultimate truth likely a selection bestowed upon him by the master of space-time. As he perused the scroll, several divine soldiers emerged from the grassland. Unlike the inferior beings he had encountered in the material realm, these soldiers were the epitome of divine might. Armed with long swords or spears, they bore no blunt instruments. Attack! Qie Qiong, wary of the approaching divine soldiers, summoned his spatial phantom at the first opportunity. The two invoked the third layer of the universal body and charged forth. The divine soldiers before him were, astonishingly, the pinnacle of divine soldiers wielding the lower truths of the ultimate truth, employing a portion of the secret technique he had just acquired, seamlessly coordinated in their assault. Had it not been for the third layer of the universal body, which endowed Qie Qiong with the strength to meet the threshold of the heavenly realm, he would have been overwhelmed long ago. However, even then, he could only manage an evenly matched confrontation. The divine soldiers never faltered, and even when struck, their resilience allowed them to merely be repelled. Yet after enduring for half a day, Qie Qiong was ultimately struck down, and just as he was about to be vanquished, the artifact spirit of the space-time temple transported him away. Qie Qiong found himself back in the cave dwelling of the Space-Time Academy. Sitting cross-legged, he commenced a thorough review of the recent battle. The Space-Time Tower, created by the Master of Space-Time, possessed certain merits. If mastering the ultimate heart of divinity previously required a century, this time it was halved. Compared to the virtual cosmos, the Space-Time Tower had its deficiencies. Moreover, this secret technique was impressive even among the esteemed ones. From Qie Qiong's perspective, having regained his memories, this technique was commendable within the realm of devouring esteemed beings, at least far superior to the tomes he had authored. As time flowed by, in a mere span of 20 years, Qie Qiong's mastery of the ultimate truth reached the third layer of its limit. Furthermore, he had nearly perfected the secret technique, enabling him to confront the divine soldiers with far greater ease than before, no longer facing imminent demise after mere half a day. In fact, he began to dominate the engagement, and had it not been for their unique materials, he would have dismantled them long ago. If the progress of the ultimate truth could be deemed rapid, then Qie Qiong's understanding of the truth of time still lagged considerably. Even with the previous laws of time as a reference, the laws of time lacked the systematic transformation afforded to the laws of space, necessitating Qie Qiong's own adaptation. After undergoing this transformation, he had merely reached the second layer of the truth of time. Although freed from the disturbances arising from his complete understanding of the laws of space in the devouring realm, and benefiting from the amplifying effects of this world, he remained stagnated at the second layer of truth. It would likely require several hundred to 1,000 years to attain the realm of the heart of time. However, after 50 years, Qie Qiong had successfully grasped the ultimate heart of divinity, ascending to the first layer of the heavenly realm and mastering the secret technique within the third realm. Yet, upon achieving the first layer of the heavenly realm and returning to the space-time tower's first realm, the divine soldiers had transformed into 9 divine soldiers of the first layer of the heavenly realm. Time continued to pass. Year after year, a millennium elapsed since Qie Qiong became a first-layer heavenly deity and a direct disciple of the Master of Space-Time. When he attained the first layer of the heavenly realm, he had only met the Master of Space-Time once, who merely instructed him to seek him out again upon reaching the second layer of the heavenly realm. In a space-time island, within the first realm, Qie Qiong clashed with the 9 divine soldiers who possessed the heart of space-time within their domain. Had it not been for Qie Qiong's profound comprehension of the heart of space, he would have struggled to materialize his spatial phantom. All 9 divine soldiers of the first layer of the heavenly realm possessed the capacity for ranged attacks, as well as close combat. Fortunately, there were only 9. Had there been more, Qie Qiong feared he would not have withstood for long. 2 days later, in a moment of carelessness, Qie Qiong found himself on the verge of defeat once more, only to be transported back to his cave, dwelling by the artifact spirit of the space-time temple. Sitting cross-legged in the cave, he gradually entered a state of meditation, sensing that today might be the day he comprehended the heart of time. Suddenly, a resounding force enveloped him, and time around him began to fluctuate, alternating between slow and rapid. A radiant silhouette of a sun appeared behind him, reminiscent of time itself. The heart of time, achieved. With the realization of the heart of time, it swiftly merged with the heart of space. Within a year, the heart of space-time was also comprehended. Qie Qiong reflected, had the realms of time and space within the devouring world merged as seamlessly, the cosmic sovereign would undoubtedly possess far more than this. Commencing the breakthrough to the second layer of the heavenly realm, he prepared to visit the Master of Space-Time to learn the ultimate techniques, while the essence of the devouring world neared complete integration. Chapter 47. blood-forged divine weapons, and ultimate techniques, returning to the devouring world. As the understanding of the heart of space-time deepened, myriad realizations flooded Qie Qiong's mind. The heart of space-time and the heart of the ultimate truth were inherently part of the celestial rules. Thus their union was a natural progression. As Qie Qiong transcended to the second layer of the heavenly realm, the master of space-time, engaged in his own cultivation within the central palace of the world, suddenly opened his eyes. The second layer of the heavenly realm? How many years has it been? Even a master of space-time found this remarkable. He had already been astonished once at Qie Qiong's ascent to the first layer of the heavenly realm. After all, Qingjun took 300 years to break through to the realm of a first-tier deity, while Qie Qiong managed it in just over a century. Yet, the transition to a second-tier deity only required a mere 1,000 years. The previous Annihilation Emperor took nearly 2,900 years. Qie Qiong understood that it was not due to his innate talent surpassing that of the two. Rather, since the restoration of his memories, his cultivation essence had already reached that of a fourth-tier deity, allowing for such rapid progress. However, Qie Qiong knew that the master of time and space was unaware of this fact. Incredible. It is no wonder I sought Bloodblade to forge this blood-forged divine weapon. The master of time and space thought to himself, although he considered himself a pinnacle existence in the abyss of the divine realm. It must be noted that the strongest Bloodblade divine emperor, along with several other sovereigns, was of the same caliber as himself. He excelled in the aspect of time and space, capable of traversing anywhere without hindrance. Yet he was comparatively weak in direct combat against others of the same tier. At such times, having assistance became increasingly vital. For instance, his direct disciple Jiang, though not a revered figure of the creation realm, was still worthy of considerable effort on his part. While he may appear domineering externally, his treatment of disciples, especially his direct ones, was quite different. After all, the bond between master and disciple was an exceedingly important connection. Bloodblade held a belief that the master of time and space endorsed. The stronger the individual, the less inclined they were to submit, relying more on emotional influence. Thus, he had never treated Qie Qiong like other direct disciples. Instead, when Qie Qiong was still a first-tier deity, he had requested Qie Qiong's blood to seek out the Bloodblade Divine Emperor to jointly forge the blood-forged divine weapon. Although he could also forge it, who could argue against the fact that the Bloodblade Divine Emperor was the best in the divine realm at this craft? Qie Qiong was simply too extraordinary. In his view, as long as Qie Qiong continued his cultivation methodically, he would at least reach the status of a revered being, with a higher probability of attaining a level akin to his own. By that time, he would be the most trustworthy individual in this universe. Moreover, given Qie Qiong's cultivation speed, this moment would not arrive too late. In the depths of Qie Qiong's cave dwelling on time and space island, he sat cross-legged, his vast aura undergoing a tremendous transformation. Boom! The internal world of Qie Qiong was experiencing an unprecedented upheaval as he broke through to the realm of a second-tier deity. The once enormous internal world, spanning millions of miles in diameter, began to unfold new changes due to the integration of the heart of time and space. Within this internal world lay the treasures and divine crystals prepared long ago by the master of time and space. As the divine crystals and treasures continued to merge, the boundaries of the original world began to fold and extend, the land stretching further under the influence of the power of time and space. With the integration of temporal and spatial rules, the internal world acquired the concepts of space and time in cultivation. Trees that had previously ceased to grow due to incomplete rules were now undergoing cycles of rebirth. It was at the moment Qie Qiong ascended to the second-tier deity that both the cosmic body and spatial illusion body were effortlessly elevated to the fifth and third layers, respectively. Initially, the third layer of cosmic body granted Qie Qiong, at his peak divine level, combat strength equivalent to that of a first-tier deity. Now, it enabled him to wield the power of a second-tier deity in the mystical arts of realm deities. It is worth noting that cosmic body was originally a divine-level secret technique created using the heart of space. This showcases the formidable strength derived from comprehending spatial laws at the level of a fourth-tier deity. As for spatial illusion body, it merely allowed Qie Qiong to possess a second physical manifestation with combat capabilities. At the very moment of his breakthrough, Qie Qiong felt a familiar wave of time and space enveloping him, drawing him back to the well-known Central Palace world. Although the master of time and space treated Qie Qiong differently from other disciples, there were certain habits he could not change. However, in Qie Qiong's eyes, as long as his life was not endangered, these were all acceptable. Furthermore, in his previous transmissions, aside from the initial experience that left him somewhat apprehensive, He had always derived benefits from each subsequent occasion. I have seen my master, Qie Qiong bowed respectfully. Over the years, he had gained a shallow understanding of this master of time and space, who placed great importance on hierarchy and status. However, as long as one proved useful to him, he would not treat them like an ordinary reincarnator. Moreover, this individual was remarkably protective of his own. While it may be termed as protection, it was more about maintaining face. Yet, who could claim that this was wrong? The Bloodblade Divine Emperor in the original text was no different. If he truly valued emotions, why would he abandon Gongfeng, who had stood by him for so long, for the more valuable Dongbo Shuiying? There's no need for excessive formalities, said the master of time and space, casually waving his hand. Qie Qiong, still bowing, felt a force lifting him. This is your blood-forged divine weapon. As he spoke, 2 silver-long swords materialized before Qie Qiong, imbued with the essence of time and space. The blades were exceptionally sharp. Even Qie Qiong, who had just broken through to the 5th layer of cosmic body, felt a subtle sensation of being cut. Nevertheless, an innate joy and resonance with his true divine heart surged within him. Qie Qiong beckoned the twin swords to his grasp. As soon as the swords entered his hands, he couldn't help but exclaim in his heart, "What a fine offering!" He had not expected his master to bestow upon him such exquisite blood-forged divine weapons. And not just one, but 2. Even a split body had been prepared. It is important to note that high-quality blood-forged divine weapons are far rarer than ordinary top-tier divine artifacts. These exquisite blood-forged divine weapons were on par with the weapons wielded by many formidable beings. Qie Qiong focused his thoughts, and the silver twin swords entered his internal world for nurturing. "Thank you, Master." Qie Qiong bowed once more. The Master of Time and Space nodded. "You may nurture this blood-forged divine weapon back at your place. As my direct disciple, I can grant you a unique secret technique. Unlike Bloodblade, who is rather stingy and requires his disciples to pass his tests, he couldn't resist taking a jab at the Bloodblade Divine Emperor." Qie Qiong remained silent, simply standing there, as this was not a matter for someone of his stature to comment on. As Qie Qiong and the Master of Time and Space were enveloped in a surge of time and space energy, they soon found themselves in another world. In this realm, 3 silver orbs floated in the void. Upon sighting these 3 orbs, Qie Qiong felt as if he were gazing upon time, space, and their amalgamation, time and space itself. "Before you, I had 6 direct disciples. Aside from Jiang, all have perished," the Master of Time and Space said as he brushed his palm over the 3 orbs. "However, they were unworthy of learning any secret techniques here. During my previous temporal retracement, I discovered your talent in space far surpasses that of time. Now, step forward and grasp this space secret technique." Qie Qiong took a step forward and held the silver orb of space in his hand. The moment he made contact, he felt as though he were directly engaging with space itself. The surface of the orb suddenly illuminated, distorting space and deeply captivating Qie Qiong's gaze. Crack! A sound resembling the rupture of space exploded within the depths of Qie Qiong's soul. An indescribable torrent of power surged forth from within the orb, disregarding the barriers of cosmic body and rushing into Qie Qiong's being. Boom! Qie Qiong's body trembled violently as he sensed his divine power undergoing an unprecedented transformation under this force. A visible distortion enveloped his entire being, as if he were suspended within a bubble of space, emanating an aura of profound emptiness. The core transformation stemmed from divine power, which Qie Qiong could distinctly perceive. His once vast divine energy was being thoroughly refined by this newfound force. The nascent divine power radiated a chilling silver luminescence, grander than its predecessor, imbued with an essence that suggested the annihilation of space itself. With each surge of divine energy, it felt as if countless dimensions were forming and then collapsing simultaneously. Concurrently, an overwhelming torrent of information surged into Qie Qiong's soul, accompanied by a voice of icy indifference. The space of temporal destruction, the divine power, serves as a foundation, unyielding in its essence. Information poured into the depths of Qie Qiong's consciousness like an immense flood, causing even his reinforced soul, now a second heaven divine being, to experience a momentary lapse in thought. Grasping the silver orb tightly, it was as if he were on the brink of unraveling the very fabric of time and space. The time-space island master observed silently, a flicker of satisfaction crossing his gaze. "Thank you, Master." Before Qie Qiong could delve into the newly acquired arcane knowledge, he expressed his gratitude to the time-space island master. His appreciation was genuine. Regardless of the master's demeanor towards others, his treatment of Qie Qiong was beyond reproach. Focus on mastering the arcane arts. The remaining 2 tomes will not be freely given. The Time-Space Island Master's tone remained cold. Moreover, as the sovereign of the material realm, you should aspire to become a 3rd heaven divine being. It will ensure your safety. A 3rd heaven divine being would render even the likes of the Time-Space Island Master incapable of inflicting harm upon a fragment of the material realm. Qie Qiong nodded, choosing silence. Receiving 1 tome of arcane knowledge for free was already a considerable boon, one that many formidable beings lacked. In the time-space abode, within his cavernous sanctum, Qie Qiong settled into a meditative posture. The allure of the arcane knowledge beckoned him. Having received resources from the Time-Space Island Master, he was poised to begin his cultivation. The space of temporal destruction comprised 6 chapters. A 1st heaven divine being could study the first, with subsequent chapters following in succession, indicating that this arcane knowledge belonged to the esteemed realm. Each chapter did not distinguish between minor and major accomplishments. Success in cultivation would amplify the potency of divine power. Now, Qie Qiong had already mastered the 1st chapter. Clutching the silver orb, he found it gradually becoming transparent as he channeled the arcane arts. As a 4th heaven divine being, his innate prowess allowed him to swiftly cultivate the 2nd chapter. This arcane knowledge, centered around the divine hearts of time and space, leaned significantly towards the spatial aspect, making it exceptionally suited to him. He mused that upon reaching the requisite realm, he would effortlessly master the 4th chapter. If I possess this arcane knowledge during my devouring, I might soon ascend to the pinnacle of cosmic dominance, he contemplated. The 4th chapter would enable him to rival formidable beings, allowing him, the cosmic sovereign, to stand shoulder to shoulder with the cosmic lord. A night swiftly passed in cultivation. Qie Qiong gradually opened his eyes, finding the silver orb had dissipated. He had successfully mastered the 2nd chapter. With a mere wave of his hand, he unleashed divine energy, causing the space before him to oscillate between destruction and rebirth in an infinite cycle. He was now capable of asserting dominance among 3rd heaven divine beings. The next step was to comprehend the essence of other 1st-tier truths, a task he recognized would require considerable time. In the devouring starry world, within the chaotic city, Qie Qiong stirred from slumber, his eyes fluttering open. He had completed the fusion of his true spirit and awakened. His soul now infused with the insights of a 2nd heaven divine being from the Snow Eagle realm. Though limited, these insights provided him with a clear direction. However, due to the disparate nature of the worlds, time and space began to interfere with one another, causing his comprehension of the temporal laws to lag behind those of spatial laws, rendering this knowledge somewhat impractical for the time being. Yet within the Snow Eagle realm, his ultimate truth emerged from the confluence of the golden divine heart and the spatial divine heart, granting him some understanding of the laws of gold and space. Whereas previously, Qie Qiong felt utterly lost regarding the path of the beast god, he now at least possessed a semblance of clarity. With a mere thought, the system responded. Before him, a silver light screen materialized, visible only to him. Multiverse system, host, Qie Qiong, world, realm, devouring starry world, space sovereign. Snow Eagle Lord world, 2nd heaven divine being, task status, planetary level task in the Snow Eagle world. Ascend to divinity, completed, task evaluation, perfect task reward, cloning technique, perfect transformation version. 10,000 multiverse coins. Recharge for transcendence. Host has surpassed domain lord level, granting 1 opportunity to draw from the world. Would you like to recharge? The system interface, manipulated by Qie Qiong's will, was concise and clear. As his consciousness delved into the system's realm, he beheld a silver scroll, styled in the devouring world, suspended in midair. This was the completed transmission scroll of the cloning technique. Upon touching the scroll, an overwhelming influx of information surged into his soul. This transformed cloning technique bore similarities to the one from the Snow Eagle realm, yet diverged in critical aspects. The similarities lay in the method of cultivation. Upon completion, one would need to partition half their soul into an embryo, with both body and soul remaining unchanged. The distinction, however, was that while the Snow Eagle realm imposed no limitations, the technique in the devouring world was laden with restrictions, accessible only to those of the universe's mightiest factions. This was due to the fact that once the cloning technique succeeded, the 2 bodies could not coexist in the primordial universe, and could only conceal themselves within the domains of the universe's strongest. Nevertheless, this method was an exceptionally powerful means of self-preservation, especially as it was applicable even to those at the zenith of the universe. Chapter 48. The Multiverse Mall. First initiate after previewing the cloning technique, Qie Qiong opened the mall. eager to discover the potential exchanges for multiverse coins. Despite securing the cloning technique, he found himself unable to cultivate it. After all, one needed to enter the realm of the universe's strongest to practice it. While the chaotic city could suffice, there was still the matter of the chaotic city lord, leaving him uncertain on how to justify his actions. Though he was not one to hoard knowledge, he required a legitimate reason to present it to the universe's lords of the human race. Since his ascension to cosmic sovereign, he had refrained from venturing out on adventures, focusing solely on the tasks assigned by the Cosmic Virtual Corporation. Should he suddenly reveal such a secret technique, suspicions would undoubtedly arise. However, a journey to the universe's secret realms would offer a different narrative. Yet he felt his combat prowess still lacking. Although he had integrated the memories of the Snow Eagle realm, it merely hinted at the laws of gold and space without enabling him to transcend from a mid-tier cosmic sovereign to greater strength. Thus, he could only peruse the offerings within the multiverse mall. With a thought, the system panel appeared before him. He activated the shimmering silver icon, Multiverse Mall. Instantly, several categories emerged within the silver light screen. Potions, weapons, classics, heavenly materials, and treasures, special oddities, clicking randomly. He discovered that only items pertaining to the Snow Eagle realm were displayed. It appeared that since he had only completed this single world, only its items were available. In the Snow Eagle realm, he could immediately think of weapons and classics as means to bolster his strength. He proceeded to explore the weapons section of Mall. A plethora of extraordinary weapons has been meticulously categorized, with prices ranging from mere several to dozens of celestial coins. When it comes to divine-grade weaponry, the most exorbitant does not exceed 1,000 celestial coins. For instance, the Heavenly Punishment Thunder Spear is priced at a modest 100 celestial coins. However, upon reaching the realm of world-grade artifacts, the prices soar dramatically, with the most expensive being the blood-refined divine weapon from the Snow Eagle world, commanding an astonishing 10,000 celestial coins. This supreme world-grade artifact, when consumed, is merely at the level of an ordinary treasure, yet it still demands 10,000 celestial coins. This implies that a flawless evaluation of a planetary-level task could yield such a treasure. The system is quite generous in this regard. Nevertheless, for Qie Qiong, although this supreme world-grade artifact holds some utility, it does not significantly enhance his combat prowess, nor does it lead to a transformative change in his strength. If he seeks to bolster his power, he has indeed encountered options within the Celestial Mall, yet they come at a steep price. A true artifact containing the principles of the opening realm costs 100,000 celestial coins, and this is not even a particularly potent true artifact, merely one belonging to the categories of the 5 elements or a non-combat-oriented path. Rarer still are true artifacts that embody the principles of spatial opening, which command a staggering 600,000 celestial coins. Not to mention those true artifacts embodying the principles of dominion, which start at a minimum of 1 million celestial coins. However, Qie Qiong is confident that planetary-level tasks could yield 10,000 celestial coins, and subsequently, the rewards will only increase. This is a snowballing process. If he were to possess 10,000 celestial coins at the planetary level, would he not soar to new heights? It is precisely due to the tardiness of this accursed system that the celestial coins appear so inadequate. Since the weapon category has not provided him with a transformative power boost, he can only turn his attention to the classics. With a thought, he returns to the main interface and opens the classics. First, he encounters a plethora of low-tier true intents accompanied by corresponding secret techniques, each priced at only several dozen celestial coins. Conversely, secret techniques associated with true intents of the 3rd rank and above escalate to hundreds of celestial coins. This is understandable, for although the techniques may be identical, those of higher-grade true intents can sometimes reach the threshold of divine-level techniques. The highest divine-level techniques do not exceed 1,000 celestial coins. These classic secret techniques, while somewhat beneficial to Qie Qiong at the planetary level, now appear rather trivial for his current status. As for the divine-level secret techniques, while they may possess some utility for Qie Qiong, they hold little decisive significance for a cosmic sovereign equivalent to a 4th heaven divine being. Only techniques akin to those learned by Dongbo Shueing on Lakehard Island could be of such caliber, yet for some unknown reason, these are absent from the Celestial Mall. However, Qie Qiong quickly discerns the reason. All items available for purchase in the mall are those possessed by the Temporal Temple. In other words, the so-called Celestial Mall currently only offers items from the Snow Eagle world, the realm in which he resides. Ultimately, the final category for exchange is the ultimate techniques, and he discovers that the master of the Temporal Island possesses 5 such techniques. Among them, Qie Qiong finds the classic he most desires to exchange for, the space chapter of temporal destruction that he has been cultivating in the Snow Eagle world. However, to acquire the complete volume, this classic demands 80,000 celestial coins, and that is solely for individual cultivation. Should he wish to teach it to others, double the celestial coins would be required to shield the system from the original universe's will. Fortunately, Qie Qiong discovers that this ultimate technique can be exchanged one chapter at a time, meaning he can procure the first 4 chapters for merely 8,000 celestial coins. Without hesitation, he decides to proceed with the exchange. Once he successfully cultivates the 4th chapter, he will attain the power of a top-tier cosmic overlord, capable of contending with a first-tier cosmic lord. Of course, this refers to the weakest among the top-tier cosmic overlords. The primary function of this ultimate technique is to alter the characteristics of divine power, amplifying its potency, yet Qie Qiong's self-created secret methods remain of too low a level. He selects to exchange for the first 4 chapters of the space chapter of temporal destruction. Qie Qiong clicks on the exchange button on the system panel. Confirm exchange for space chapter of temporal destruction from the 1st to the 4th chapter, requiring 8,000 celestial coins. Confirm? Unhesitatingly, Qie Qiong selects yes. A torrent of information floods directly into Qie Qiong's soul. Although the outcome of this information stream aligns with the inheritance received in the Snow Eagle world, successful cultivation necessitates the perfect transformation by the system, converting it into a cultivation manual compatible with the systems of the devouring world. As the system converts the information, 4 secret pattern scrolls are formed, indelibly engraved within the depths of his soul. Upon casually contemplating them, he realizes the disparities between the space chapter of the devouring world and that of the Snow Eagle world. While the Snow Eagle world's technique is labeled space chapter, it primarily emphasizes the heart of time and space, with only a slight inclination towards spatial aspects. In contrast, the ultimate technique of the devouring world is cultivated purely through the laws of space. After a prolonged moment, Qie Qiong slowly opens his eyes, the laws of space swirling within them. It is accomplished, although this is merely a preliminary reception, and he is far from achieving true mastery, given his understanding of space. Successful cultivation should pose no hindrance, provided the resources are adequate. For some unknown reason, even though the cultivation manual has undergone transformation, the required resources remain those from the Snow Eagle world. As for resources, he still possesses 2,000 celestial coins, which is just sufficient to exchange for the necessary materials for cultivation. With a thought, he opens the heavenly materials and earthly treasures category, his target clear, and he swiftly locates the resources to assist in the cultivation of space chapter of temporal destruction. 2 types of heavenly materials and earthly treasures appear on the system panel: void source crystals and annihilation stones, both of which are rare treasures essential for cultivating the ultimate technique. In the Snow Eagle world, Qie Qiong used the void source crystals to break through the 2nd level, priced at 200 celestial coins each. The annihilation stones, on the other hand, are required only upon reaching the 4th level, costing 800 celestial coins apiece. However, these are still relatively minor amounts. The resources available for exchange in the system are ranked solely by their level, not by their rarity. Otherwise, within the abyss of the divine realm, the difficulty of obtaining annihilation stones and void source crystals is not comparable. While it might still be possible to procure void source crystals with divine crystals, there is no such possibility for annihilation stones. By the time he reaches the 4th heaven divine level, he may need to seek assistance from his master, the temporal island lord, with precisely 2,000 celestial coins. Qie Qiong muses that the system must have a hidden affection for him. He calculates in his mind and decides to exchange for 6 void source crystals and 1 annihilation stone. Confirm exchange: 6 void source crystals and 1 annihilation stone, deducting 2,000 celestial coins. As the exchange is successfully completed, these 2 rare treasures appear within the system space. Qie Qiong does not rush to retrieve them, for he cannot cultivate this ultimate technique within the Chaos City. It is best to wait until he exits the initial universe to begin his training. After completing the resource exchange, Qie Qiong does not hurry to leave, instead logging into the virtual universe. Long before he awakened, he had already sent an email to Lien Luo Fa, asking him to await him within the virtual universe. After all, since he took Lien Luo Fa as his disciple a millennium ago, he has adopted a free-range approach, and it would be better to offer some guidance. Otherwise, he would be wasting the young man's time. In the realm of the Snow Eagle world, the flow of time mirrors that of the primordial universe. Otherwise, it would not have resulted in a delay of over 1,000 years, but rather nearly 4,000. By that time, Lien Luo may well have ascended to the status of a domain master. Within the virtual cosmos, in the original zone of Qie Mountain, Lianluo reverently bows in the training grounds of his manor, sword in hand, dressed in red. Throughout the millennia, he has come to understand the true identity of Qie Qiong, a cosmic sovereign, a figure of utmost authority among humanity. Even now, he remains bewildered as to why this esteemed individual chose him as a disciple. Despite having left him the first 3 volumes of the Chronicles of Time and Space over 1,000 years ago, he has yet to summon him again. Though he has diligently cultivated in the original zone for a millennium and has successfully traversed the 8th level of the Celestial Bridge, the sight of the man clad in silver and golden armor before him evokes a profound reverence, as if he were gazing upon space itself. Over the years, my teacher, I've been somewhat delayed, Qie Qiong nods, encouraging Lianluo to voice any inquiries he may have. Master, I have comprehended the first 2 illustrations you bestowed upon me from the Chronicles of Time and Space. Yet I find myself perplexed by the 3rd illustration depicting the torrential rain. Lianluo replies earnestly. Qie Qiong nods slightly, acknowledging that such an understanding, achieved without guidance, is commendable. With a calm demeanor, he inquires, of the 72 essences of space illustrated in the torrential rain, how many have you grasped? Alas, my intellect is limited. I have only fathomed 12, Lianluo responds. 12. Qie Qiong muses, understanding that this progress aligns with his expectations. Without further ado, he raises his hand and points into the void. Before them, an ethereal force coalesces in the air, instantaneously materializing into the illustration of the torrential rain. The 72 droplets, each symbolizing a distinct essence of space, emerge with unparalleled clarity. Which of these 72 essences have you comprehended? Qie Qiong queries. As Lianluo indicates the droplets he has grasped, they glimmer with a silvery radiance. Master, I always feel a barrier separating me from this essence. Lianluo gestures towards a dimmer droplet. As he points, the illustration seems to come alive, and Lianluo becomes increasingly enraptured. Insights flood his mind, yet as the illustration evolves, his understanding wanes. Time slips away, and eventually, Lianluo, seated in meditation, opens his eyes. Rising swiftly, he bows to Qie Qiong, expressing his gratitude. Thank you, Master. There's no need for such formality. You are my first disciple, and I sincerely hope you achieve great success, Qie Qiong replies. In a few years, I shall journey into the secret realms, during which time you may find it difficult to reach me. You may send me messages within the virtual cosmos. The universe's cultivation world is rife with opportunities, fraught with peril and hidden realms. Should the occasion arise, I encourage you to venture into the Blood Luo world and aspire to become a blood warrior. Although the Virtual Cosmos Company has regulations against divulging excessive information, the level of detail one shares is contingent upon context. Information of this nature, provided Qie Qiong does not disseminate it widely, poses no issue. If you attain the status of a blood warrior, I shall grant you a significant opportunity. Indeed, Master, Lianluo exclaims with palpable excitement. If even a cosmic sovereign deems it a remarkable opportunity, it must surely be of immense benefit to him. Apart from guiding Lianluo, Qie Qiong also seeks a secret realm he intends to explore. After all, one cannot embark on such a rare journey only to linger in a fruitless domain. While it may have sufficed in the past, after cultivating the destruction of time and space, his combat prowess will significantly increase, thereby augmenting his wealth. For a millennium, he has yet to possess even a single ordinary treasure, which is quite disheartening. Previously, he was merely a mid-tier cosmic sovereign, and most sovereigns possessing treasures among humanity are of higher rank. However, this situation is about to change, as Qie Qiong is on the verge of attaining the strength of a top-tier cosmic overlord, necessitating a commensurate treasure to solidify his status as a genuine top-tier cosmic sovereign. If the level of his secret techniques advances, he could even contend with third-tier cosmic lords without fear of defeat. However, the weapon must be of high-tier quality, for in battles against cosmic lords, even ordinary treasures risk shattering. Chapter 49. The Sands of Eternity, Cultivation Success. The secret realm chosen by Qie Qiong is the Sands of Eternity. This decision was made after careful contemplation. Firstly, this secret realm lies in the buffer zone between the territories of the human and demon races, constituting a true no-man's land. It is sufficiently intricate and chaotic. While the majority of powerful beings belong to the human and demon races, insectoid and mechanical species, as well as certain solitary extraordinary life forms, may also roam within this domain. Secondly, regarding treasures, this realm produces the Sands of Eternity. The secret realm derives its name from this very phenomenon. As its name suggests, this is a cosmic rarity associated with time. Each grain of chrono sand enhances the wearer's comprehension of temporal laws to a small extent. The degree of enhancement varies from person to person. For instance, for Qie Qiong at present, wearing it would make little difference. Yet, it is a precious material for crafting treasures of time, serving as one of the more valuable auxiliary materials in such endeavors. Furthermore, its price is significant. Within the human treasury, it is valued at 6 treasure points per grain, let alone the purchasing price itself, which is sufficient to deter most sovereigns from pursuing it. Even for newly ascended cosmic sovereigns, acquiring such a commodity warrants a considerable journey. This reality further influences the caliber of the powerful beings that venture into the sands of eternity. The highest-ranking individuals here are merely mid-tier cosmic sovereigns, with occasional appearances from high-tier sovereigns, but those of greater rank seldom tread this ground. However, Qie Qiong's selection of the sands of eternity is driven by a pivotal reason. Long ago, this realm was the domain of a formidable cosmic lord known as the Lord of Temporal Nightmares. This cosmic lord, an extraordinary life form, regarded the sands of eternity, birthed from it, as its personal territory. While this claim was not unfounded, the error lay in the fact that the sands of eternity straddled the boundary between the human and demon races, and it refused to align itself with either side. Millions of years ago, as the leaders of the human and demon races expanded their territories, the Lord of Temporal Nightmares insisted on neutrality, demanding that both races refrain from disturbing its domain, even going so far as to annihilate many cosmic sovereigns from both factions. Naturally, the human and demon races could no longer tolerate this, and they united to eliminate him. Following the fall of the Lord of Temporal Nightmares, both races embarked on a frenzied struggle for control of the sands of eternity. However, the dominion of the secret realm ultimately eluded both factions. Additionally, the treasures left behind by the fallen cosmic lord had long been divided among the combatants of the two races, preventing any further contention over the true ownership of the realm. Consequently, the sands of eternity has transformed into a no-man's land. Although the chrono sand holds some value, the true apex powers would not squander their time for a mere trifle, rendering it a gold mine for mid to low-tier strongholds. Yet, this very situation presents an opportunity for Qie Qiong. A fallen cosmic lord's lair, though it has been thoroughly plundered, is vast. Who can assert that no remnants remain? Qie Qiong silently contemplates. He needed to devise a plausible rationale for the shadow technique, for one cannot simply remain in the chaotic city and unveil such a formidable life-saving secret. And thus, a lord of the universe, devoid of witnesses, presented itself as the perfect opportunity. Although he had acquired this secret technique, the absence of access to the universe of the strongest beings rendered him unable to utilize it. It was then that he was discovered by Qie Qiong, who unearthed this arcane method. With this in mind, Qie Qiong hesitated no longer, withdrawing his consciousness from the virtual universe, his silver-golden form vanishing instantaneously from his abode in the chaotic city. As a cosmic sovereign, he no longer needed to travel by the specialized spacecraft that had brought him to the primordial universe. He departed directly from the primordial universe, heading towards the sands of eternity. Once he exited the primordial universe, Qie Qiong did not linger for even a moment before re-entering the virtual universe. Having cultivated in the realm of immortality for an extended period, his time as a sovereign was relatively brief, and he had not established any divination tokens within the sands of eternity or its surrounding territories. Thus, he had no choice but to seek one within the virtual universe. Fortunately, among the human race, there is no shortage of immortals who relied on divination transmissions to acquire resources. Moreover, with the existence of the virtual universe, it was merely a matter of querying it with the privileges of a cosmic sovereign. Before long, a list materialized before him, and Qie Qiong swiftly fixed his gaze upon one individual relatively close to the sands of eternity, the Marquis of Flame. Qie Qiong mused, recognizing him as an immortal powerhouse from a nascent virtual universe company. Such beings, hesitant to venture into the depths of the secret realm, remained confined to its peripheries, earning resources through the sale of intelligence and the provision of divination transmission services. A brief message was dispatched along with a succinct request, and he soon received a reply. The response came almost instantaneously. "Sovereign, where are you? I shall hurry to meet you at once." The tone conveyed a hint of excitement. After all, to the Marquis of Flame, the opportunity to associate with a cosmic sovereign was far more valuable than the resources to be gained. "Very well. I shall transfer your remuneration now. I am at the headquarters of the Virtual Universe Company," Qie Qiong stated, sending the payment to the Marquis. Although he was somewhat impoverished, he still possessed sufficient resources in the primordial units. Before long, Qie Qiong beheld the figure clad in crimson battle armor approaching from a distance. It was indeed the Marquis of Flame. "I have come, Sovereign," he greeted as he bowed before Qie Qiong. "I apologize for keeping you waiting. Shall we commence immediately?" "Let us begin," Qie Qiong replied with a slight nod. "At your command," the Marquis responded, his expression earnest. "Please remain still, Sovereign." A potent aura of laws emanated from him, his eyes fixed upon the void, as a resplendent light burst forth from his being, illuminating the surrounding cosmic space. Enveloped in this brilliance, Qie Qiong and the Marquis of Flame vanished from their original location. Within the divine realm of the Marquis, the aura of laws intensified, and a pillar of light shot heavenward from the temple within his divine nation. In an instant, Qie Qiong and the Marquis disappeared from the divine realm once more. Now, Qie Qiong found himself within the fabled void sand sea. The universe is indeed full of wonders. He marveled. Before him lay a shimmering silver ocean, which, upon closer inspection, was not liquid, but rather composed of countless grains of silver sand. Among these grains lay the most precious treasure of this secret realm, temporal sand. According to information from the Virtual Universe Company, temporal sand was born from the endless sea of sand in the void, subsequently drawn down to the sands of eternity by some gravitational force, ultimately to be claimed by fortunate individuals or powerful beings. Of course, one could attempt to search within the sea of sand, but the perception within this void was severely hindered, making the quest for temporal sand akin to searching for a needle in a haystack. Indeed, it was far easier for an immortal to find a needle in the vast ocean. Thus, the vast majority of powerful beings who came here could only wander the sands of eternity, searching for previously fallen and undiscovered temporal sand or waiting for it to naturally descend. There is no need to rush in seeking temporal sand. I shall first find a sufficiently remote location to cultivate my ultimate technique, Qie Qiong murmured to himself. Although he was among the stronger forces within the sands of eternity, he was by no means the most formidable. It would be prudent to avoid encounters with higher sovereigns. With his powerful mental energy sweeping across the nearby area, he discerned no formidable life forms, the strongest among them being a few remnants of immortal energy, most likely kings seeking fortune or waiting immortals. In Qie Qiong's view, their presence in this secret realm was perilously reckless. Even if temporal sand were to fall, could they truly secure it? For instance, if a piece of temporal sand were to descend at that moment, how could they protect it in his presence? At that point, their very survival would be in question. Thus, in Qie Qiong's eyes, they were gambling with their lives in pursuit of treasure. Excellent. This location is sufficiently remote, just as I require. He nodded in satisfaction after surveying the area. His goal was crystal clear from the outset, to locate a safe haven, undisturbed, where he could commence his training in the space-time annihilation technique. His gaze settled upon a range of volcanic mountains composed of dark red peaks, their inherent energy creating a natural barrier to exploration. Qie Qiong's figure vanished from sight, reappearing deep within one of the volcanoes. Here, the seclusion was ample, and with the absence of temporal sand, it was seldom scrutinized by powerful beings, an ideal sanctuary for his retreat. Pleased, Qie Qiong nodded once more. With a flick of his hand, an intangible force of spatial energy enveloped the area, instantaneously carving out an independent meditation chamber several hundred meters in size within the depths of the volcano. He then established a spatial barrier around it to thwart conventional probing. Thus, even cosmic sovereigns, unless deliberately searching this region, would find it exceedingly difficult to detect his presence. "Now, let us begin," Qie Qiong said as he settled into a meditative posture, his thoughts shifting. The void source crystal and oblivion stone from within the system's space hover before him, while the secret pattern diagram for the space-time annihilation technique vividly materialized within his consciousness. Taking a deep breath, he followed the guidance of his ultimate technique, channeling the vast power of space within him. A resonating hum reverberated through the entire chamber as a silvery glow began to shimmer upon his surface. The void source crystal seemed to be drawn by some invisible force, its essence being absorbed into Qie Qiong's body. Boom! A surge of immense power erupted within him. Qie Qiong sensed that his previously tranquil divine power was now undergoing a cataclysmic transformation, spurred by the substance from the void source crystal and the cultivation of the space-time annihilation technique. Crack! Visible rifts in space emerged uncontrollably around him. He felt as though he had transformed into a miniature black hole, with spatial energy ceaselessly flowing in, altering under the influence of both matter and the ultimate technique. Divine power was metamorphosing, yet this process was excruciating, as if his divine body and soul were being torn apart and then reforged. Indeed, the transformation was profound. He had never experienced such agony in the realm of the snow eagle. Qie Qiong had no choice but to rely on his own willpower to persevere, guiding this force along the intricate pathways of the first layer of the space technique as it flowed, originally possessing the divine power of a spatial sovereign, which, despite its vastness and might, remained tranquil in the absence of provocation. However, under the transformative influence of unparalleled techniques and extraordinary treasures, it now underwent a remarkable metamorphosis at a visibly accelerated pace. The first thread of this transformation heralded the birth of a new divine power, infused with an essence of obliteration amidst its original characteristics. Merely the faintest whisper of this power caused the surrounding space to manifest an enduring fissure, long unhealed. The first stage was achieved. Without a moment's pause, the second mysterious substance from the void source crystal continued to integrate into his being. As the arcane art operated, he entered the second stage of the secret patterns, intensifying the metamorphic process. The spatial rifts emanating from his form suddenly expanded, tearing at everything in proximity, causing even the stable spatial barrier of the quiet chamber to tremble. The newly born divine power further coalesced, amplifying the essence of annihilation. The second stage was accomplished. Subsequently, the third and fourth void source crystals were absorbed in quick succession. The third and fourth stages of the secret patterns radiated brilliantly within his consciousness. At that moment, he resembled a silvery star of destruction. The aura of obliteration surrounding him threatened to breach the spatial barrier he had erected. Countless dark silver rifts flickered around him, perpetually collapsing and regenerating, forming a spatial domain with a diameter of several hundred meters that was in a constant cycle of destruction and rebirth. Had it not been for the formidable spatial barrier he had previously established, the entire mountain, and potentially an even greater expanse, will have succumbed to this terrifying force of annihilation. Yet, within this newfound divine power, a trace of his former essence lingered, emblematic of the breakthrough into the third stage. With the absorption of the void source crystal completed, the breakthrough into the fourth stage necessitated the assistance of the Oblivion Stone. As he absorbed it, it flowed quietly into him, endowing his divine power with an obliterative resonance capable of instilling dread even in the hearts of cosmic sovereigns. At the moment of breakthrough, the aura of his divine power shattered the spatial barrier he had meticulously crafted, expanding outward. The fourth stage of the temporal obliteration space chapter, breakthrough. The transformation of his divine power was complete, and the aura of annihilation surrounding him instantly retracted. The fissures within the quiet chamber gradually repaired. As he slowly opened his eyes, the depths of his pupils seemed to reflect the ceaseless cycles of creation and destruction within space. He raised his hand, and a wisp of obliterative divine power manifested at his fingertips. With a flick of his fingers directed at the void ahead, the divine power surged forth. With a swift motion, the divine power pierced through the depths of the mountain, for this was no ordinary celestial body within the universe. This was the might of the fourth stage of the temporal obliteration space chapter. As he felt the divine power coursing through him, a gleam of confidence sparkled in his eyes. Indeed, this was the unparalleled art, and the obliterative nature of this divine power posed a genuine threat even to cosmic sovereigns. It is crucial to understand that the might to devour worlds is forged from genes, treasures, and the ranks of secret techniques. Now, through the sheer prowess of this singular technique, he had significantly narrowed the gap. Truly, such was the legacy of the void deity and the secret arts it had birthed. He finally possessed the confidence to establish a foothold in the primordial cosmos. Time like grains of sand drifted. His gaze seemed to penetrate the dense mountain, casting its vision deep into the continent and the sea of sand in the void. It was time to embark on a thorough exploration, seeking a pretext for the origin of the clone technique. However, before that, it was prudent to eliminate these minor nuisances first. Chapter 50. The Two Invincible Sovereigns? Merely practice. Just as the transformation of his divine power reached completion, the terrifying aura of obliteration, having breached the spatial barrier left by him, permeated the mountain and spread outward. Although this aura was fleeting and retracted rapidly, in that brief moment, it illuminated the vicinity like a spark in the night, instantly captured by the formidable beings nearby. Not far from the volcanic mountain range, a trio of sovereign warriors roamed aimlessly through the void, searching for the elusive time sand. Among them were an immortal of the mechanical race, whose body was forged from dark red alloy, a colossal scaled lizard of the demon race, measuring several kilometers in length, and a human immortal whose subservience to the demon immortal betrayed his enslavement of spirit. Upon the emergence of the aura, it was immediately detected by the demon's sovereign. One intriguing energy response. Could this signify the emergence of a rare treasure? Master, the source of this disturbance lies within that volcanic range. The human immortal spoke with reverence, his perceptive prowess among the three being the strongest. This aura could very well indicate the manifestation of a coveted treasure, though it was equally plausible that it signified a confrontation among powerful beings. The mechanical sovereign scoffed. What is there to fear? Both the rock and I are invincible sovereigns. Even if we encounter a cosmic sovereign, we can retreat unscathed. We must investigate, should a treasure reveal itself. It would far surpass the value of our long pursuit of time sand. The partnership formed between these two sovereigns, venturing into a cosmic sovereign-level secret realm in search of artifacts, indicated their formidable capabilities. Both were invincible sovereigns, with the mechanical sovereign, the Magma King, boasting a record of having engaged cosmic sovereigns without defeat under optimal conditions. To escape the grasp of a cosmic sovereign is already a mark of invincibility, while engaging them without defeat is a feat reserved for only the most exceptional beings. Meanwhile, within a secure encampment, several other sovereigns felt the wave of obliteration. After all, not everyone possessed the strength to seek out time's sand on the eternal sand continent. Thus, they could only wait in anticipation, giving rise to the concept of secure encampments. For if a treasure were to fall, it would be a boon of wealth many sovereigns could never attain in their lifetimes. What a terrifying aura! Exclaimed a peak human sovereign, his expression changing as he glanced towards the mountain range. A treasure, master, shall we seize the opportunity? Inquired one of his companions, whose eyes gleamed with avarice. The vastness of the eternal sand secret realm offered ample opportunity to snatch the treasure and then escape via the divine realm transmission, bringing their master closer to invincibility among sovereigns. In the face of such temptation, rationality often crumbled. The Magma King's team and the human immortal did not hesitate long, reaching the same conclusion almost simultaneously. A wave of spatial energy surged around the Magma King's team as they instantaneously shifted towards the direction of Qie Qiong. Let us move, roared the human immortal, charging ahead toward the mountain, with several streaks of light following closely behind. Deep within the volcano, just as he had completed his breakthrough and was savoring the newly birthed divine power imbued with annihilative prowess, Qie Qiong raised an eyebrow slightly. His spiritual energy enveloped an area spanning 100,000 kilometers. Several unabashed auras were swiftly approaching, 3 of which had already arrived. A cold smile crept across Qie Qiong's lips. He had intended to consolidate his realm, but found a few insects arriving at his doorstep. Very well. He would use them to test the might of this unparalleled technique. He rose slowly, his silver and gold armor gleaming within the volcanic cavern. At this moment, the essence of his divine power had undergone a cataclysmic transformation, although its aura was somewhat contained. The recent breakthrough into the 4th stage of the temporal obliteration space chapter had not fully receded, causing the space around him to oscillate between existence and oblivion. Perfect. A chance to hone my skills. He merely stood with his hands clasped behind his back, quietly awaiting the intruders in the center of his sanctum. The Flame King's squad, utilizing their instantaneous teleportation, was the first to arrive at the mouth of the volcanic cave where Qie Qiong resided. Yet, amidst their senses, the aura emanating from the cave triggered an involuntary alarm within their divine bodies. Although this aura had already diminished considerably, the sensation of it being capable of obliterating space instilled a profound dread in them, particularly when they discerned the entity lurking within the cavern. Indeed, there lay a treasure of immense value. Yet the source of that aura did not seem to stem from the treasure itself, but rather from a humanoid figure. The Flame King instantly focused on the silver-golden figure, standing with its hands clasped behind its back. Simply its presence caused the surrounding space to warp continuously. He recognized immediately that this was no ordinary immortal being, but a cosmic sovereign. The Rock King's enormous vertical pupils were fixed intently on Qie Qiong, not out of greed, but from a profound terror rooted in the hierarchy of existence. Attack! The Flame King resolved without a moment's hesitation. A humanoid cosmic sovereign must undoubtedly belong to the human race, and given the enmity between their 3 races, they had no choice but to strike first, at the very least to gauge the strength of their adversary. The trio simultaneously began to ignite their divine power. Despite the Flame King and the Rock King being formidable sovereigns, facing a true cosmic sovereign without first expending divine power would render them utterly outmatched. Even the Flame King, who had previously engaged and not faltered against the cosmic sovereign, would be at a disadvantage. Two attacks erupted instantaneously. The dark red cannon on the Flame King's arm swiftly coalesced into a beam of annihilation. This shot possessed enough might to severely wound a peak sovereign, hurtling directly toward Qie Qiong in the depths of the cave. This was the proud weapon known as the Flame Cannon, which had once caught an unguarded, newly ascended cosmic sovereign off guard. Crushed the mountain. The Rock King's massive claws were suddenly enveloped in a layer of blade-like treasures. With all its might, it struck down toward Qie Qiong. It believed that even if the opponent was a cosmic sovereign, facing their strongest combined assault and haste would not leave them unscathed. However, in response to these two formidable attacks, Qie Qiong, deep within the cavern, did not even lift an eyelid. The annihilative energy beam, capable of melting through galaxies, seemed to plunge into a silver mire upon entering the volcanic range. The domain of obliteration. Qie Qiong wielded the newly birthed power of annihilation to create an intangible domain. He had realized upon his breakthrough that the divine power derived from his ultimate skill was at least 2 tiers more potent than his previous divine power. Moreover, given his smaller divine body, it meant he could not contend with the immense divine bodies of other beings in terms of sheer quantity. The final choice, of course, was to utilize his annihilative divine power to extinguish his opponent's divine energy. According to his calculations, 1 point of his divine power now equated to 1,000 points of his former strength. His ultimate skill allowed him to triumph in quality when quantity could not prevail. As the Flame King's beam made contact with the pervasive domain of annihilation, it began to dissipate silently, akin to snow encountering the sun. That destructive beam, which warranted the utmost seriousness from a cosmic sovereign, was thus disassembled, vanishing into nothingness without even a ripple in the fabric of space. The Rock King's colossal claws tore through the void, aiming to crush Qie Qiong along with the mountain itself. Yet, when its blade-covered claws reached the boundary of that silver domain, the Rock King's large vertical pupils abruptly contracted. An invisible force instantly ensnared its lethal claws. In that fleeting moment, it felt as if its claws had willingly plunged into a millstone of annihilation. Crack! A crisp sound of shattering echoed as the treasured blade, which had accompanied the Rock King in countless battles, instantly became marred with cracks. The Rock King's vertical pupils widened in disbelief as it exclaimed, "Impossible." It was crucial to note that this blade was a top-tier treasure. Logically, even a high-ranking cosmic sovereign should not be able to destroy such a prized artifact with mere domain power. Following this, its prideful divine body began to plummet rapidly, having lost over 30% of its mass in that brief encounter. It bore no resemblance to the human race's so-called large divine bodies, measuring merely a dozen meters. Rather, it was a colossal form spanning several kilometers, and 30% of that was equivalent to the entirety of many sovereigns' divine bodies. No, the Rock King let out a tortured roar, its massive form trembling violently as it relinquished its arm and retreated. A cosmic overlord, undoubtedly a cosmic overlord, the Flame King, being of the mechanical race, instantly calculated the despairing chasm between their strengths. The opponent had not even lifted a finger. Simply standing there and releasing a domain had severely wounded the Rock King. This was an entity they could not withstand. They had never anticipated the presence of a being of such cosmic dominance to manifest here. It had been ages since such a powerful entity had graced this locale. The two could think of nothing but one singular thought: escape. They were resolved to flee at any cost. Though the enslaved human race as sovereign was also terrified to the core, his absolute loyalty to his master compelled him to attempt to rescue the Rock King. Without a moment's hesitation, the Flame King activated his divine power, while the Rock King, enduring the agony of its severed arm, prepared to teleport. This was their sole opportunity, and they prayed fervently to their mechanical progenitor and the dream demon ancestor that their adversary was not a spatial cosmic sovereign. Teleport, teleport, teleport. The three of them nearly simultaneously invoked the laws of space, seeking to meld into the spatial fluctuations. Yet, their prayers ultimately went unanswered by the very entity they sought. Buzz! A surge of spatial power emanated from Qie Qiong, instantly radiating outward, enveloping a radius of hundreds of thousands of kilometers. The nascent spatial fluctuations of the Flame King, Rock King, and the enslaved human sovereign were instantaneously sealed off by Qie Qiong's far superior manifestation of spatial truth, rendering their teleportation an utter failure. A spatial sovereign. Despair filled the Flame King's voice. The instant their teleportation was rendered ineffective was undeniably the work of a spatial cosmic sovereign. The Rock King's eyes were clouded with despair, having already lost 30% of its divine body. It now could not even ascertain whether it still possessed peak sovereign strength. With their teleportation thwarted, it was left only to await its demise. The enslaved human sovereign too felt a swell of hopelessness, acutely aware that before such a master of space, they possessed no right to flee. His despair diverged from the others, as he feared for the safety of his master, pondering that had his true self not yet broken through, perhaps he could have allowed the two of them to escape. You were simply out of luck, Qie Qiong's cold voice echoed in their ears. He merely stood there. In the next moment, the domain of annihilation that had originally enveloped Qie Qiong expanded dramatically. Boom! The heart-stopping silver realm of obliteration, radiating from Qie Qiong as its epicenter, surged outward with explosive speed, encompassing the Flame King's squad before they could even gain significant altitude. The Flame King's energy shield materialized instantly, its defensive matrix activating in a desperate attempt to resist. Yet, at the very moment it brushed against the expanding edge of the silver domain, its utmost defenses were effortlessly obliterated as if they were mere parchment. Its mechanical divine body, significantly smaller than that of the Rock King, was swiftly disintegrated. I shall undoubtedly return. The King of Rock emitted a final roar. As an invincible sovereign, although he bore the heavy burden of the treasure list, the price of resurrecting through the reversal of time was considerably steep. Nonetheless, he remained among the ranks of those destined for revival. His colossal divine form persisted a tad longer than the Flame King within the realm of annihilation. Even in his dying moments, he could not fathom how something so seemingly simple as a domain could exude such terror. The enslaved human sovereign, Qie Qiong, refrained from attacking him. He was under the thrall of a soul control, rendering Qie Qiong incapable of rescue. All Qie Qiong could do was ensure that his demise was devoid of suffering. At the instant of the King of Rock's fall, he too fell silent, leaving only his divine form adrift in the void. Two sovereigns of invincible caliber, one of whom possessed the strength to challenge ordinary cosmic lords, found themselves utterly powerless against Qie Qiong's silver domain of annihilation. Succumbing to death without even a semblance of resistance, the domain dissipated. Within a radius of several dozen kilometers, the space lay shrouded in deathly silence, save for the myriad minute spatial fissures gradually mending. The Flame King, the King of Rock, and his human slave, along with all their equipment, weapons, and even spatial rings, had entirely vanished, as if they had never existed within this realm. Qie Qiong stood quietly in place, the terrifying aura surrounding him finally retracting, returning to a state of tranquility. The power was commendable, and the consumption remained within manageable bounds, he mused. He had sensed the prowess of those few. Had he not achieved his breakthrough, the immortal sovereigns of the mechanical and demon tribes could have posed significant challenges. Indeed, he could not afford to spare either of them. Not to mention, crushing them as he did felt akin to squashing 3 ants. However, the divine power attribute bestowed by the 4th level of the space of temporal destruction was exceedingly formidable, leaving no trace of wealth upon these two sovereigns.